The strong are invariably solitary. Only by conquering loneliness can one become invincible in the world. Huang Xiaolong, a direct disciple of the Shaolin lineage, inexplicably traverses into the realm of martial spirits while carrying the supreme ancient martial arts manual, Jin Jing, that in the world of martial spirits. One must possess a martial soul within to cultivate fighting energy and become a warrior. However, during Huang Xiaolong's awakening, those of his clan mistakenly perceive his extraordinary martial soul as merely an ordinary variant. Yet, despite this ordinary distinction, Huang Xiaolong repeatedly displays astounding talent, triumphing over so-called super geniuses and leaving both his family and the entire martial spirit world astounded. Chapter 1. The Wind and Snow Continent. As night deepens, a serene quiet envelopes the starry sky. On a hillside, a child, appearing to be 6 or 7 years old, stands in an unusual posture, feet apart, toes touching the ground while heels lifted, hands raised high above his head slightly tilted back, with a subtle aura of natural energy swirling around him. The bright moonlight cascades down, enveloping the child in its glow. He maintains this stance, breathing rhythmically as the ethereal energy flows into his body, circulating through his meridians. As night passes, when the first rays of sunlight touch the child, he slowly retracts his hands and opens his eyes, which gleam with a fierce brilliance. Huang Xiaolong exhales a breath of turbid air, his gaze fixed upon the rising sun that he reflects on his 7 years in this world, having practiced the Jin Jing for 4 years since the age of 3, reaching the third stance, palm supporting the heavenly gate. In his previous life, his ancestors were disciples of the Shaolin Temple, and this manual was a treasured inheritance. Yet he remains puzzled as to why he, heralded as a martial genius by his family, has suddenly awakened in this new world. To make matters worse, he finds himself in the body of this newly born child. Looking at his diminutive arms, he chuckles in frustration. In his past life, he was 17, having diligently trained for 14 years to master the Jin Jing to the 9th stance. Now he must start anew. Suddenly, he hears faint footsteps approaching from below the hillside. Without turning, he already knows who it is. A sweet voice calls out, "Big brother, I knew you would be watching the sunrise again. Father and mother are looking for you." Turning, he sees a charming little girl with 2 long braids and round, sparkling eyes making her way up the slope. It is Huang Xiaolong's sister, Huang Min. In addition to Huang Min, he has a younger brother, Huang Xiaohai, who is 3 years his junior. "Father and mother are looking for me," Huang Xiaolong inquires. "What is it about?" "I don't know," Huang Min replies, her voice still childish. "Big brother, let's hurry back. If we take too long, father and mother will scold you." Huang Xiaolong smiles at this and playfully pinches his sister's adorable cheek, saying, "Then let's go." Huang Min, rubbing her cheek, pouts, "You're so annoying, big brother. I told you not to pinch my face anymore." However, as soon as she finishes speaking, her cheek is pinched again. Laughing, Huang Xiaolong dashes away, with Huang Min squealing playfully behind him. "Big brother, wait." Thus, the siblings frolic down the hillside, racing back to Huang family village in his previous life. Although Huang Xiaolong was already a 17-year-old youth, he often shared a childlike bond with his sister, Huang Min. Before long, they arrive at Huang family village. Upon entering the eastern courtyard, Huang Xiaolong finds a refined-looking man in his 30s, clad in a white robe, sitting there. Beside him is a graceful woman, his father, Huang Peng, and mother, Su Yin. "Father, mother, you are looking for me?" Huang Xiaolong asks as he enters the courtyard. Huang Peng raises an eyebrow. "Where have you been so early?" "All right, don't frighten the child," Su Yin interjects with a smile. "Longer. You'll be 7 in a few days. At around this age, one's martial soul can awaken. Soon, we will take you to the martial hall to awaken your martial soul." Martial soul awakening? Huang Xiaolong is taken aback that in this world, nearly everyone possesses a martial soul, with a warrior's strength closely tied to it. Martial souls are categorized into levels, from low to high, with 10 levels in total, and beyond that, there exist extraordinary martial souls. Only those with martial souls can absorb the world's energies to become warriors. Of course, some individuals may lack a martial soul or possess a useless one, marking them as utterly inept. Martial soul, Huang Xiaolong thinks, intrigued to discover whether he possesses one and what it might be. Under the guidance of Huang Peng and Su Yin, He arrives at the Huang family village's martial hall, where many have gathered for the awakening ceremony, including other disciples of the Huang family. Standing at the center of the hall is a stately middle-aged man with a square face and thick brows, exuding an aura of authority. This is Huang Xiaolong's uncle, Huang Ming, alongside his cousin Huang Wei, who is roughly the same age as Huang Xiaolong and is also here for his martial soul awakening. As Huang Peng and Su Yin lead Huang Xiaolong towards the central hall, they greet Huang Ming. Huang Xiaolong follows suit, addressing him as uncle. Upon seeing them, Huang Ming's stern expression softens slightly as he nods in acknowledgement. In Huang Xiaolong's memory, he has never witnessed his uncle smile. Huang Ming is known for his strict demeanor. After their arrival, the hall suddenly resonates with hearty laughter. Huang Xiaolong and others turn to see a tall, elderly man with a youthful visage entering, surrounded by a crowd. This man is Huang Xiaolong's grandfather, Huang Qida, the village chief who established Huang family village 40 years ago. Old village chief. As Huang Qida enters, all the disciples of Huang family village hastily bow in respect. Huang Ming, Huang Peng, and Su Yin rush forward calling father. Huang Xiaolong and Huang Wei also step forward to greet grandfather. With a warm smile, Huang Qida nods at Huang Ming and the others before addressing the gathered disciples. All right, no need for excessive formalities. I am merely here to observe today. Typically, Huang Qida does not attend the martial soul awakening ceremonies, but this year is different, as both Huang Xiaolong and Huang Wei are participating. Huang Qida approaches the front of the hall, surveying the assembly before his gaze settles on a gray-robed elder beside him, saying, "Since everyone is here, let us commence." "Yes, village chief," the elder responds respectfully, stepping forward to the center of the hall. This elder is Chun Ying, the chief steward of Huang family village. Huang Xiaolong has heard his father mention that Chun Ying has been by his grandfather's side the longest, even before the establishment of Huang family village. As Chun Ying reaches the center, a surge of ominous energy emanates from him, causing an unsettling sensation among those present. Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled. Is this the formidable power of a ninth-tier warrior's fighting spirit? Remarkable. Even in his past life, having cultivated the Jin Jing to its ninth form, he would certainly not stand a chance against Chun Ying. As Chun Ying infused his fighting spirit, the hexagonal emblem at the center of the hall suddenly shimmered, its brilliance intensifying and manifesting as radiant pillars of light. "Huang Wei, it's your turn," Huang Qida said, casting a glance at Huang Wei. "Yes, grandfather," Huang Wei responded, stepping forward to the hexagonal emblem and entering the luminous pillar. All eyes in the hall were fixed on Huang Wei as he stepped into the light, and even the usually expressionless Huang Ming displayed a hint of tension as he watched his son. The hexagonal emblem enveloped Huang Wei, and soon, dark orbs of light began to swirl around him. A shadowy figure materialized behind Hema, Black Tiger with 3 eyes. As this phantom of the Black Tiger emerged, a resounding roar echoed through the hall, causing it to tremble. The crowd was utterly astonished. Huang Qida gazed at the tiger-shaped shadow behind his grandson Huang Wei, his eyes lighting up with joy, followed by a hearty laugh. "This is a 10th-level martial soul, the 3-eyed Black Tiger," the chief steward Chun Ying exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement. "A 10th-level martial soul, the pinnacle of advanced martial souls, an existence that approaches the realm of super martial souls." Huang Wei's martial soul turned out to be the 10th level, 3-eyed Black Tiger. Chapter 2. A 7th grade martial soul? A 10th grade martial soul. It's actually a 10th grade martial soul. Such a martial soul is a rarity not only in Kanglan County, but throughout the entire Luotan Kingdom. Huang Ming, beholding the 3-eyed Black Tiger suspended behind his son, clenched his fists, his body trembling with irrepressible elation. Huang Qida's laughter reverberated through the hall, lingering in the air. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise upon visiting the martial hall. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Huang Qida exclaimed repeatedly, taking a deep breath to quell the excitement within him. His eyes brimming with joy, he gazed affectionately at his grandson, who possessed a 10th grade martial soul. He firmly believed that with the Huang family's meticulous nurturing, this grandson would undoubtedly surpass the realm that Huang Qida had always aspired to but could never reach. At that moment, Huang Peng approached Huang Ming and offered his congratulations. "Congratulations, elder brother. Huang Ming, observing Huang Peng and Appo's sincerity, patted his brother and Appo's shoulder and responded with a smile. Thank you, second brother. After a brief pause, he added, perhaps little Long will also possess a 10th grade martial soul when he awakens his. However, it was evident to everyone that Huang Ming's words were merely a consolation, as 10th grade martial souls were exceedingly rare. The Huang family elders and stewards in the hall also came forward to extend their congratulations to Huang Ming. Waiter, come here. Huang Cheetah beckoned Huang Wei to the center of the hall with a smile. Yes, grandfather, Huang Wei replied, passing in front of Huang Xiaolong as he approached Huang Cheetah. As he walked by, Huang Wei cast a seemingly casual glance at Huang Xiaolong. Others might not have noticed, but Huang Xiaolong detected the smugness and arrogance in Huang Wei and Appo's eyes. A 10th grade martial soul, is it? Huang Xiaolong mused, observing Huang Wei and Appo's departing figure with a serene expression. Although Huang Wei was his eldest uncle's son, their relationship was not amicable. 2 years prior, Huang Wei and several elder sons from the Huang family had bullied Huang Xiaolong's younger sister, Huang Min. When Huang Xiaolong discovered this, the consequences were predictable. Huang Wei and the elder sons were severely punished. From that point onward, Huang Wei harbored considerable resentment towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Wei approached Huang Cheetah, who greeted him with a beaming smile, stroking his head with utmost tenderness. He then turned to Huang Ming and said with approval, Huang Ming, you have done well to give me such a fine grandson. Huang Ming, upon receiving his father's praise, smiled sheepishly and inquired, Father, shall we proceed with the awakening ceremony? Huang Cheetah nodded, recognizing that it was not the appropriate time to continue the discussion. Very well, let us resume the awakening ceremony. After Huang Wei, it was Huang Xiaolong's turn to awaken his martial soul. As Huang Cheetah's voice echoed, the elders, stewards, and disciples in the hall all turned their attention to Huang Xiaolong. As the old master's grandson, just like Huang Wei, what would Huang Xiaolong's martial soul be, considering Huang Wei possessed a 10th grade one? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Xiaolong calmly stepped into the hexagonal glyph light pillar. Observing their son enter the light pillar, Huang Peng and Su Yin tightly clasped each other in Appo's hands, their hearts filled with anxiety, their eyes fixed intently. Shortly after Huang Xiaolong entered the pillar, similar to Huang Wei, clusters of black light began to emanate from his body. The onlookers were taken aback. Suddenly, streaks of blue light flickered around Huang Xiaolong, creating an uncanny spectacle. Subsequently, a black and blue phantom emerged above Huang Xiaolong's head. Behind him, upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a martial soul resembling a snake with 2 heads, one black and the other blue. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. A 2-headed snake martial soul? They murmured. However, as far as they knew, the 2-headed snake martial souls among beast martial souls had heads and bodies that were vermilion and yellow. Yet, the 2 heads before them were black and blue, and their bodies were also divided into black and blue halves. Huang Cheetah, observing Huang Xiaolong's martial soul, was perplexed and somewhat disappointed. In his opinion, his grandson Huang Xiaolong's martial soul was merely a mutated 2-headed snake martial soul. It was not uncommon for disciples from noble families to possess mutated martial souls. The 2-headed snake martial soul was only a 7th grade one. Although it was a high-level martial soul, it paled in comparison to his grandson Huang Wei's 10th grade martial soul. Huang Peng and Su Yan's reaction to their son's martial soul mirrored Huang Cheetah's. They were somewhat disheartened. Although a 7th grade martial soul was considered a good talent compared to other disciples in the Huang family, which parents did not wish for their son to possess a 10th grade martial soul. Master, what do you think? Chief Steward Chun Ying inquired, turning to Huang Cheetah. Huang Cheetah pondered and replied, it is a 7th grade martial soul, a mutated 2-headed snake. The Huang family elders and stewards in the hall nodded in agreement, evidently concurring with the old master's assessment. A 7th grade martial soul, a mutated 2-headed snake? Huang Xiaolong muttered with a serene expression as he stepped out of the hexagonal glyph light pillar. Only he knew that his martial soul was not as simple as a 7th grade mutated 2-headed snake. Observing that Huang Xiaolong's martial soul was merely a 7th grade mutated one, Huang Wei's lips curled downward, and he cast a provocative glance at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, noticing Huang Wei's provocation, remained indifferent. He had no desire to engage in a staring contest with a mere child. Following Huang Xiaolong, Zhou Xuedong, the son of Elder Zhou Guang, who had previously bullied Huang Min alongside Huang Wei and had been dealt with by Huang Xiaolong, proceeded with his martial soul awakening. After a while, Zhou Xuedong awakened his martial soul, which turned out to be a 6th-grade blood-eyed wolf. Subsequently, more than 20 other junior disciples from the Huang family underwent their martial soul awakenings. Most of them possessed 4th, 5th, or 6th-grade martial souls, while a few had useless martial souls or 1st and 2nd-grade low-level martial souls. In this martial soul awakening ceremony, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' martial soul ranked 2nd. However, like the other disciples in the Huang family, he became a mere foil to Huang Wei, who possessed a 10th-grade martial soul. As the martial soul awakening ceremony concluded, Huang Qida, beaming with satisfaction, addressed Huang Ming, Huang Peng, and the elders present. From now on, I will personally guide Huang Wei in his cultivation. Personally guide him. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Yes, father. Huang Ming responded with delight. Upon hearing that his father, Huang Qida, would personally guide his eldest brother and Apos' son, Huang Wei, in his cultivation, Huang Peng cast a glance at his son, Huang Xiaolong, and sighed inwardly. Shortly after, the martial hall was closed, and everyone dispersed. Back at the eastern courtyard, Su Yin voiced her discontent. Father is too biased. He intends to personally guide Huang Wei in his cultivation. Huang Wei is his grandson, but Isn and Apos' are Little Long also his grandson? Huang Peng frowned, waved his hand, and rebuked. Enough, let us not discuss this further. He too felt vexed. But he understood that Huang Wei possessed a 10th-grade martial soul, and it was only natural for Huang Qida to personally guide him in his cultivation. Little Long, your talent is also remarkable. With your potential, diligent cultivation will undoubtedly lead you to become an 8th-order powerhouse, Huang Peng said, turning to Huang Xiaolong. I understand, father. Huang Long replied softly. He opened his mouth, intending to tell Huang Peng and Su Yin that his martial soul was likely more than just a 7th-grade one. But after some contemplation, he decided against it. A while later, Huang Peng provided Huang Xiaolong with a cultivation technique for training in combat qi and explained the key aspects to bear in mind. Huang Xiaolong committed them to memory. After leaving the courtyard, Huang Xiaolong returned to his small residence. He perused the combat qi cultivation technique that his father had given him, then sat down cross-legged and began absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth according to the first layer of the technique. As Huang Xiaolong activated the technique, his mutated 2-headed snake martial soul materialized behind him. The 2 heads, which Huang Qida and the others had deemed to belong to a mere 7th-grade martial soul, suddenly opened their mouths, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy converged at an astonishing rate, producing crackling sounds. The spiritual energy devoured by the 2-headed snake surged into Huang Xiaolong and Apos' body, flowing through his meridians and gradually transforming into combat qi. Night slowly descended, and moonlight streamed through the window of the small courtyard like water. After a while, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, his expression exceedingly peculiar. Just moments ago, he had meticulously followed the meridian pathway of the first layer of the mysterious energy technique, the Xian Gong, imparted by his father. To his astonishment, he had successfully completed the entire cycle without any hindrance or difficulty. Remarkably, he had achieved this in merely a few hours, not only condensing his energy, but also breaking through to the first tier, thereby becoming a first-tier warrior. A sense of absurdity surged within Huang Xiaolong. He recalled his father mentioning that his grandfather, Huang Qida, had taken an entire 6 months to successfully break through to the first tier and become a first-tier warrior. It was noteworthy that his grandfather, Huang Qida, possessed the illustrious 6-winged golden monkey, a top-tier martial soul among the 8th level. Chapter 3. Only Little Long remained if it were to become known that Huang Xiaolong, within just a few hours, not only successfully condensed his fighting energy, but also broke through to become a first-tier warrior. It would surely frighten many to death, not to mention others. Even Huang Xiaolong himself could hardly believe it. Although he had sensed that his martial soul was likely more complex than merely a 7th-level martial soul, this was beyond imagination. According to his father and Apos' teachings, the higher the level of one and Apos' martial soul, the greater the talent, and consequently, the faster the cultivation speed. His grandfather, Huang Qida, possessed a top-tier 8th-level martial soul, the 6-winged golden monkey, and it took him half a year to break through to a first-tier warrior, while Huang Xiaolong accomplished it in mere hours. This indicated that his martial soul level was undoubtedly far superior to that of his grandfather. A 10th level martial soul? No. Even a 10th level martial soul would not exhibit such an abnormal cultivation speed. Beyond the 10th level, there existed the legendary super martial souls. Yes, super martial souls. It is said that above the 10th level, there are 11th and 12th levels, yet the highest level of martial souls in this world is not merely the 12th level. Although he could not yet ascertain the exact level of his martial soul, he was certain that it was indeed a super martial soul exceeding the 10th level. After a while, Huang Xiaolong managed to suppress the excitement and absurdity within him and once again operated the Xianqing Gong technique. His twin-headed serpent martial soul materialized behind him, its mouths wide open, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. The fighting energy coursed through the pathways of his first-layer meridians, circulating with increased speed compared to before. Huang Xiaolong noticed that the fighting energy within his meridians had grown denser, albeit subtly. After practicing this way for over a dozen cycles, the fighting energy was approximately half again as thick as before. When Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, the bright moonlight had faded, and the gentle sunlight was streaming through the window onto his small form. The morning sun was pleasantly warm. Stretching his little body, he stood up. After a night of cultivation, he had not only broken through to the first tier, becoming a first-tier warrior, but had also reached the mid-stage of the first tier. As he gazed at the rising sun with his star-like eyes, Huang Xiaolong mused that, given his current cultivation speed, he should reach the peak of the mid-stage within 3 days, possibly even breaking through to the second tier. Stepping out of his room and into the small courtyard, he clenched his small fist, circulating his fighting energy. A flash of brilliance erupted as he struck a half-meter-tall stone in the corner of the courtyard. With a resounding bang, the stone was propelled backwards, rolling several meters before crashing to the ground, scattering fragments around. Observing the flying stone, Huang Xiaolong nodded. Generally speaking, a late-stage first-tier warrior possesses a fighting power equivalent to 1 stone, while he, practicing the Jin Jing, though only in the mid-stage, could unleash an attack comparable to that of a late-stage warrior. 1 stone of power is equivalent to 120 pounds. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong realized that through a night of cultivating fighting energy, his muscles had significantly solidified. Warriors from the first to the third tiers are considered beginners, and as the fighting energy flows through the meridians of the first to third layers, it refines the entire body's muscles. Should Huang Xiaolong reach the peak of the late-stage third tier, his muscles would be firm and full, his reactions several times more agile than now, and both his physical defense and strength would surpass his current capabilities. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Huang Xiaolong and Appo's heart stirred, but he merely shook his head and smiled, recognizing it was his younger sister, Huang Min. Sure enough, Huang Min and Appo's childish voice rang out. Big brother, big brother. Turning to face her, Huang Xiaolong saw Huang Min running into the courtyard, panting as she said, Big brother, Dad and Mom are arguing. Arguing? About what? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. He remembered that his parents never quarreled. I and Appo's am not too sure, but it seems to be related to uncle, Huang Min replied. Related to uncle? Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brows. Let and Appo's go see. With that, he took Huang Min and Appo's hand and headed towards the eastern hall. However, before they reached the main hall, they could already hear the sound of their parents arguing emanating from within. Brother is bullying people too much. Their mother, Su Yin, exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. Why is it that during this martial soul awakening, all the other disciples received fighting energy pills, yet our Xiaolong did not? Huang Xiaolong halted in his tracks. Fighting energy pills? These were second-tier spiritual medicines that, when consumed post-martial soul awakening, would greatly enhance the process of condensing fighting energy. Naturally, for a beginner warrior, consuming fighting energy pills would also elevate their fighting energy cultivation. Didn't and Appo's big brother say so? The village has a limited supply of fighting energy pills, and they just ran out. Xiaolong will be supplied with them next time, their father, Huang Peng, replied in an irritated tone. Just ran out? That's a pretty way of putting it. Who would believe such nonsense? There are 26 disciples in this martial soul awakening, and even those with waste martial souls. First and second tier martial souls received fighting energy pills. Yet our Xiaolong, with a 7th level martial soul, received none, and he and Appo's the only one. Su Yan and Amp, Apos, S voice rose in fury. Why? Why? Our Xiaolong is still his nephew. Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos, S brows knitted together as he discerned from his parents and Amp, Apos, quarrel that, aside from himself, all the other disciples had received fighting energy pills during this martial soul awakening. 2 years prior, he had dealt Huang Wei a heavy blow. And while Huang Ming had said little at the time, it seemed that he harbored considerable resentment towards Huang Xiaolong now. Although grandfather Huang Qida had yet to pass the position of village chief to Uncle Huang Ming, the affairs of the village had been under Huang Ming and Amp, Apos, S control for years. As Su Yan put it, Huang Xiaolong was Huang Ming and Amp, Apos, S nephew. All the elders and disciples with waste martial souls received fighting energy pills, yet he did not. This was blatant bullying. After all, Huang Xiaolong was still Huang Ming and Amp, Apos, S nephew. Was such treatment truly necessary? Huang Ming and Amp, Apos, S actions were not merely an expression of resentment toward Huang Xiaolong. They also served to undermine the dignity of Huang Peng and Su Yan in front of the village elders and responsible disciples. This is unacceptable. I must confront father about this. Su Yan declared angrily from within the hall. You come back here. Huang Peng shouted. Over a trivial matter, you would go to your father? Don and Apos, do you think you are embarrassing me enough? Outside the hall, upon hearing this, Huang Xiaolong silently turned and walked away. A trivial matter? His eyes gleamed with intensity. If Uncle Huang Ming was already behaving this way before assuming the position of village chief, how much worse would it be once he took office? Such minor grievances could easily escalate into far greater issues. Seeing her brother fall silent, Huang Min turned to leave, momentarily taken aback. After a moment, she caught up with Huang Xiaolong, calling, Big brother, Big brother. Huang Xiaolong remained quiet as he led his sister Huang Min out of the eastern hall. Coincidentally, upon exiting, they encountered Huang Wei, who was approaching with several disciples from the Huang clan, those same individuals who had bullied his sister Huang Min in the past. Upon spotting Huang Xiaolong emerging from the eastern hall, Huang Wei was momentarily taken aback before leading his companions towards him. Chapter 4. Family Reunion. Huang Min noticed Huang Wei and his companions approaching, causing her to instinctively retreat behind Huang Xiaolong. Standing there, Huang Xiaolong regarded Huang Wei and his group with an expression of indifference. Huang Wei halted before Huang Xiaolong, his gaze condescending. Huang Xiaolong, do you truly believe you can protect your sister for a lifetime? In response, Huang Xiaolong flashed a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with a hunger for blood. What? Do you wish to fight? Having just emerged from the East Hall, he was aflame with anger. Behind Huang Wei, Elder Zhou Guang and Apos, S son, Zhou Xuedong, was displeased by Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos, S demeanor and could not help but retort. Damn, who do you think you are? However, before he could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream erupted as Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos, S foot connected with his abdomen, sending him flying like a large shrimp, arching his back as he soared through the air. Fueled by his ire, Huang Xiaolong and Apos, S kick bore significant force, and Zhou Xuedong tumbled several meters before finally coming to a halt, bent over with his hands clutching his stomach. Mouth agape but unable to produce a sound, feeling as if his insides were aflame and tumultuous. After several breaths, Zhou Xuedong finally began to wail, his cries piercing the air, excruciatingly unpleasant. Huang Xiaolong observed the tear-streaked and dirt-covered Zhou Xuedong with a smirk, thinking to himself that children are indeed just children, their tears flowing as freely as urine. Huang Wei and the other Huang family disciples finally reacted, their expressions a mix of panic and astonishment as they regarded Huang Xiaolong. They had not anticipated his ruthlessness, which surpassed even his demeanor from 2 years prior. What do you mean? Huang Xiaolong gazed intently at Huang Wei and the other elders and Apos, children, his smile radiant. Do you wish for me to kick you too? Upon hearing this, Huang Wei and his companions instinctively recoiled, their eyes darting to Huang Xiaolong and Apos, S right foot in alarm. Noticing their reaction, Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. Huang Wei's face flushed a deep crimson, fury raging within him as he barked. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you assault an elder's son without cause? Prepare to face the consequences. Without cause? Huang Xiaolong's countenance turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Huang Wei, his eyes sharp as blades. Huang Wei dared not meet Huang Xiaolong's gaze, stammering, You. Just wait until the family reunion at the end of the year. I and Apos, LL make you pay. With that, He hurriedly led the other disciples away, dragging along the still groaning Zhou Xuedo. "Brother, you and Apos, VE struck Zhou Xuedo. Will Huang Wei report this to our uncle?" Huang Min asked, concern etched on her face. The thought of her uncle wielding a whip against family members who misbehaved filled her with dread. "Don and Apos, T worry, it and Apos. S nothing," Huang Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. Watching as Huang Wei and his group retreated in disarray, he was confident in his kick. Even if Huang Ming and Zhou Guang examined Zhou Xuedo, they would find no injuries or marks. Without evidence, Huang Ming could not punish him, just as 2 years prior when he had dealt with Huang Wei and his companions without consequence. The family reunion at the year and Apos' end. After Huang Wei and his companions vanished from sight, Huang Xiaolong murmured to himself, his eyes icy. The Huang family held an annual reunion at the end of each year, where disciples of the same age could spar and compete. It seemed Huang Wei intended to confront him during the reunion, where he could not only showcase his talents and strength, but also exact revenge. With 5 months remaining until the reunion, Huang Xiaolong surmised that with Huang Wei and Apos' innate talent, coupled with their grandfather Huang Qida and Apos' personal guidance and nurturing, he would likely reach the late stage of a first-tier warrior. Huang Xiaolong couldn't and Apos' help but smile, a wicked grin forming on his lips. Envisioning the moment he would bestow a beating upon Huang Wei and Apos' son to the point that even his father would fail to recognize him. Surely their grandfather would be present at the reunion, Huang Xiaolong mused, as Huang Wei was the grandson personally instructed by Huang Qida. After a while, Huang Xiaolong instructed his sister Huang Min to return home while he made his way to the back mountain. In the back mountain, after practicing the Jin Jing for a while, he turned back toward his small courtyard. The Jin Jing was an unparalleled martial arts secret from his past life in China. Even without cultivating fighting energy, Huang Xiaolong was determined to master the Jin Jing, for it was said that reaching the highest realm bestowed mysterious and unfathomable powers. Moreover, while cultivating fighting energy the previous night, Huang Xiaolong discovered that his internal energy flowed in tandem with his fighting energy, assisting one another through the meridians. This enabled him to elevate his fighting energy to the mid-stage of the first tier overnight, a feat also attributed to his 4 years of diligent practice of the Jin Jing. Without it, even with a superior martial soul, he could not have reached such a level in a single night. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Huang Xiaolong began to circulate the Xianxin Gong, continuing his training in fighting energy. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, aside from basic needs, Huang Xiaolong spent almost every day in his courtyard practicing fighting energy and honing his skills in the back mountain with the Jin Jing. On the 4th day, the moonlight shone like silver, and the night was tranquil. As usual, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on his bed, channeling the Xianxin Gong, while his twin-headed snake martial soul voraciously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual energy surged into Huang Xiaolong and Apos' body, transforming into fighting energy. Compared to 3 days prior, the fighting energy within his meridians had thickened tenfold, coursing through his body with fervor. 3 days of relentless training had brought Huang Xiaolong to the pinnacle of the late stage of the first tier. He sensed that tonight he would break through to the second tier. After more than an hour, the fighting energy that had been rushing through his meridians began to swirl with increasing ferocity, akin to waves in a storm, causing subtle pain in his meridians from the intense pressure. However, this discomfort was trivial to Huang Xiaolong. As the fighting energy surged, he felt an impending breakthrough. Yet it was stymied, much like a colossal wave crashing against a dam only to be repelled. Huang Xiaolong did not succumb to discouragement. He understood he was at a critical juncture and intensified the flow of fighting energy through his meridians. At a certain moment, amidst the chaotic flow of fighting energy, a faint sound resonated from within him, a sound only he could perceive. The barrier to the second tier finally shattered. The fighting energy within the first layer of his meridians found an outlet, surging into the second layer, crashing and swirling as if celebrating. Huang Xiaolong and Apos' heart swelled with joy. After days of arduous practice, he had finally broken through to the second tier of warrior. Chapter 5. Will they cripple my hands? Warrior Level 2. Huang Xiaolong ascended to Warrior Level 2 in just over 3 days. While it may not be accurate to claim there will be no successors, it is undeniably a remarkable feat without precedent. Typically, disciples with a Level 10 martial soul require about a year to break through to Level 2, and even those with a super martial soul need around 6 months. Yet, Huang Xiaolong achieved this in merely 3 days. Suppressing his excitement, Huang Xiaolong circulated his cultivation technique, allowing the fighting energy within his second meridian to gradually calm and flow steadily. If the first meridian could be likened to a small stream, then the second meridian resembled a wide river, capable of accommodating a greater volume of fighting energy. As the night passed, Huang Xiaolong continued his practice until the warm rays of the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating his figure. He finally ceased his training, opening his eyes. After an entire night of cultivation, he had stabilized his strength at warrior level 2. I wonder how that rascal Huang Wei is faring in his training, Huang Xiaolong pondered. Rising from his bed, jumping down, and stepping outside, stretching his limbs in the sunlight. Upon exiting his room, he noticed the half-meter stone he had sent flying a few days prior, located in the corner of the courtyard. He strolled over, raised his right hand, and summoned a flicker of light, unleashing a surge of fighting energy as he struck down upon the stone. The impact caused it to tremble violently, sending tiny fragments scattering across the ground. Retracting his hand, Huang Xiaolong observed the small cracks that had formed on the stone's surface. Satisfied with the results of his strike, he nodded approvingly. As he had anticipated, his early-stage advancement to level 2 had endowed him with attacking power comparable to that of a late-stage level 2 warrior, with a force equivalent to 2 stones. In his previous life on Earth, the notion of a 7-year-old child possessing a strength of 200 pounds would have been utterly unfathomable. However, in this martial soul world, it was hardly astonishing. Huang Xiaolong exited the courtyard, making his way towards the eastern hall. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he overheard several guards discussing matters ahead. TSK. I heard that young Master Huang Wei has successfully condensed his fighting energy in just 3 days. We took nearly 2 months to achieve that. At this rate, young Master Huang Wei will likely break through to level 1 in less than 4 months. I wonder how young Master Xiaolong is faring with his training. Young Master Xiaolong? Although his talent is commendable, it should take him about a month to condense his fighting energy. He cannot possibly compare to young Master Huang Wei. Breaking through to level 1 will take him at least a year. Huang Xiaolong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the guards as they walked away, resembling a small adult deep in thought. After they vanished from sight, he turned and continued towards the eastern hall. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the hall, entering to find his father Huang Peng and mother Su Yan present, along with his sister Huang Min and 4-year-old brother Huang Xiaoai. Father, mother, Huang Xiaolong greeted as he stepped into the grand hall. Sit, Huang Peng replied, gesturing towards a seat beside him, his brow furrowed with a hint of concern. After taking his seat, Huang Xiaolong noticed that Su Yan bore a similar expression, prompting him to inquire, Father, mother, what has happened? Did you strike Zhou Guang's son a few days ago? Huang Peng fixed his gaze on his son, posing the question. Huang Xiaolong glanced at his sister Huang Min, knowing full well that this matter must have been relayed by her. Upon meeting his gaze, Huang Min stuck out her tongue, avoiding eye contact. That brat had it coming. Huang Xiaolong replied calmly. Both Huang Peng and Su Yan exchanged a startled glance. How has your training been these past few days? After a moment, Huang Peng shifted the topic, refraining from pressing on the previous matter. He had observed Huang Xiaolong and Appo's relentless dedication to cultivating in his courtyard, which brought him great comfort. Hesitating, Huang Xiaolong contemplated whether to reveal the truth about his actual strength to his parents or to conceal part of it and merely state that he had successfully condensed his fighting energy. Noticing his son and Appo's hesitation, Huang Peng offered reassurance. It's only been a few days. There and Appo's no harm in not having condensed your fighting energy yet. It took me over a month to achieve it as well. Indeed, Xiaolong, your talent surpasses your father's. You will surely condense your fighting energy within a month. Su Yan added. Realizing that his parents mistook his hesitation for a lack of progress, Huang Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback, then secretly chuckled. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to align with their expectations, stating, Father, mother, you need not worry. I will definitely condense my fighting energy within a month. Huang Peng and Su Yan felt a surge of relief at their son's promise. However, their concern only deepened. And just as Huang Xiaolong began to wonder about the source of their anxiety, Huang Peng said, Xiaolong, the day before yesterday, Huang Wei declared that he intends to cripple your hands at the family annual meeting. At last, Huang Xiaolong understood the root of his parents' worry. While others might hesitate to take such actions, Huang Wei's words posed a genuine threat. Huang Xiaolong knew that even if Huang Wei were to cripple him, he would likely excuse it as an accident, and their grandfather, Huang Qida, would merely admonish him without imposing any punishment. To cripple my hands? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but smile, a surge of indignation rising within him. Seeing her son's nonchalance, Su Yin grew anxious, fearing he did not grasp the severity of the situation. Xiaolong, Huang Wei has successfully condensed his fighting energy. By the end of the year, he may reach the late stage of warrior level 1. He means what he says and could very well cripple your hands at the annual meeting. Her eyes welled with tears at the thought of her son suffering such a fate. What are we to do? What are we to do? Su Yin lamented, tears streaming down her face. Huang Peng, witnessing his wife's distress, felt a pang of frustration. Crying won't solve anything. Su Yin turned to him, her eyes brimming with tears. What if Xiaolong truly gets crippled by Huang Wei? How will he live on with his hands broken? Huang Peng, why not appeal to your elder brother and ask him to intervene on Xiaolong and Appo's behalf? Appeal to my elder brother? Huang Peng frowned. I know it's humiliating, but are you really willing to stand by and watch as Xiaolong is crippled by that Huang Wei? Su Yin and Appo's cries grew louder. Huang Min and Huang Xiaohai, upon seeing their mother weep, hurried to her side, joining in her lament. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to speak, Huang Peng abruptly stood up, clenching his teeth. Fine, I will go. He approached Huang Xiaolong, grasping his small hand and leading him towards the northern hall where Huang Ming resided. Father, As they exited the eastern hall, Huang Xiaolong attempted to explain that there was no need to seek Huang Ming's assistance, but Huang Peng interrupted, his expression serious. Xiaolong, you must be obedient in front of your uncle, do you understand? Without allowing Huang Xiaolong a chance to respond, he guided him to the northern hall. Upon arriving at the northern hall, Huang Ming and Huang Wei were present, coincidentally joined by Elder Zhou Guang and his son Zhou Xuedong. Chapter 6. It's useless to ask me within the grand hall. Huang Ming was somewhat surprised to see Huang Peng enter with Huang Xiaolong, yet he did not rise. Remaining seated, the second estate master, Zhou Guang, and his son Zhou Xuedong, upon Huang Peng and Appo's arrival, dared not remain seated like Huang Ming, but promptly stood up. Huang Peng glanced at Zhou Guang and Zhou Xuedong, nodded slightly, then turned to Huang Ming and said, Elder brother. Huang Xiaolong followed suit, uttering, Uncle, albeit with a hint of reluctance in his tone. Huang Ming maintained an impassive expression and replied, Second brother has arrived. Please take a seat. Huang Peng and Huang Xiaolong settled into seats at the side of the hall. After sitting down, Huang Peng straightened himself, pondering his words, yet momentarily found it difficult to begin. Second brother, what brings you here? Huang Ming inquired. Huang Peng hesitated briefly before speaking candidly. Elder brother, I heard that Huang Wei intends to disable Xiaolong's hands during the family annual meeting, so he trailed off at this point. Oh, is that so? Huang Ming expressed surprise. Huang Xiaolong observed his uncle's inscrutable demeanor and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If even his father Huang Peng had heard of this matter, it had undoubtedly spread throughout Huang's estate. How could Huang Ming be unaware? Huang Wei, is there any truth to this? Huang Ming then turned to his son Huang Wei and asked. Huang Wei, with a steady gaze and composed demeanor, replied, There is absolutely no such thing. He then cast a glance at Huang Peng and Huang Xiaolong before continuing. I believe someone is deliberately using this as an excuse to cause trouble in our North Hall. Upon hearing this, Huang Peng's face flushed crimson with anger. Was Huang Wei implying that he and his son had come here simply to stir up trouble? Huang Xiaolong coldly observed Huang Ming and Huang Wei engage in this farce, a smirk forming in his heart. Elder brother, what do you think of this matter? Huang Peng suppressed his fury and turned to Huang Ming. Huang Ming waved his hand dismissively, his expression still as stony as before. All right, second brother. Since there is no such matter, you may return now. The implication in Huang Ming and Appo's words was unmistakable. He was insinuating that Huang Peng was the one here to cause trouble without cause. Huang Peng struggled to contain his rage. Elder brother, are you suggesting that my son and I have nothing better to do than to come here and create a scene? Huang Ming furrowed his brow, his expression turning icy. Even if this matter were true, so what? It is entirely normal for peers to spar and compete during the family annual meeting. He spoke with nonchalance, conveniently neglecting to mention Huang Wei's intention to cripple Huang Xiaolong's hands. Huang Peng and Appo's face flushed with fury, and he abruptly stood, fixing his gaze on his elder brother. Are you saying that it's normal for Huang Wei to cripple Xiaolong's hands? Huang Ming's demeanor remained cold. Then are you suggesting that I should forbid peers from competing during the annual meeting? The rules for such competitions were established by father. Are you implying that father's rules are erroneous? Huang Xiaolong's eyes glinted with cold light. His father Huang Peng merely wished for Huang Ming to ensure that his son Huang Wei would show mercy. Yet it was evident to everyone in the hall that Huang Ming was deliberately misconstruing the intent, suggesting that their father was attempting to create difficulties for him. Zhou Guang and Zhou Xuedong sat in silence, their eyes sparkling with schadenfreude. Huang Peng's face turned a deep shade of purple, his fists clenched tightly, clearly reaching the peak of his anger. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Huang Ming. Xiaolong is your nephew. Huang Ming lifted his eyelids slightly, glancing at Huang Xiaolong, and replied to Huang Peng, "Do I need you to remind me of that? Do you think I would be unaware that he is my nephew? Even if he is my nephew, your pleas are futile." Huang Peng laughed in anger. Well, at last, I see your true face, elder brother." A sudden feeling of desolation washed over him. After decades of brotherly affection, their relationship had grown so estranged. Huang Xiaolong could not restrain himself any longer, coldly stating, "Huang Ming, do you truly believe that during the annual meeting, your son will be able to cripple my hands?" Preposterous. Huang Ming, incensed at being addressed so directly by a mere child in front of Zhou Guang, stood abruptly and struck out at Huang Xiaolong with a powerful palm. A surge of energy aimed at Huang Xiaolong's chest. Just as the attack was about to connect, a figure darted forward, blocking Huang Xiaolong. With a thunderous sound, the figure was sent staggering backward. "Father, are you all right?" Huang Xiaolong rushed to Huang Peng's side, realizing that it was his father who had taken the brunt of Huang Ming's strike. Huang Peng waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. "I'm fine." Despite Huang Ming's anger, he had exercised restraint. Otherwise, Huang Peng, with his late-stage 6th rank strength, would not have been able to withstand a strike from Huang Ming, who was at the late stage of the 7th rank. Seeing that his father was unharmed, Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of relief. At that moment, Huang Wei approached. "Speaking up, second uncle, I can let Huang Xiaolong off, but only if he kneels and knocks his head 3 times to apologize, and allows me to strike him 20 times. Then, I will spare him for the annual meeting." Knock his head 3 times and receive 20 strikes? Huang Peng's brows furrowed. Glancing at his son, Huang Xiaolong looked at Huang Wei and coldly replied, "Regardless of the past or present, I, Huang Xiaolong, have never knelt before anyone." Turning to Huang Peng, he added, "Father, let us leave. I have never knelt before anyone." Huang Peng was taken aback, then smiled approvingly. "Well said, son. Let us go." With that, he turned alongside Huang Xiaolong to depart. Huang Wei, watching Huang Peng and Huang Xiaolong leave, seethed with anger, shouting after them, "Huang Xiaolong, do you truly think I won't dare to cripple your hands at the annual meeting?" Huang Xiaolong did not look back as he and his father vanished through the doors of the North Hall. Huang Ming watched their departing figures, his gaze filled with complexity. "Master, this Huang Xiaolong, wielding his status, dares to address the Grand Master by name so brazenly. This is simply too." Zhou Guang began to speak. But before he could finish, Huang Ming swept a hand toward him, leaving clear imprints of his fingers on Zhou Guang's face. With an expressionless face, Huang Ming's eyes glinted like blades. "This is a matter between brothers. It is not your place to interject." Yes, Grand Master, my apologies, my apologies." Zhou Guang nodded rapidly, panic evident in his demeanor. After some time, Huang Xiaolong and his father Huang Peng returned to the East Hall. Upon seeing them, their mother Su Yan hurried forward, anxious, and asked, "What happened?" Huang Peng was at a loss for words, while Huang Xiaolong reassured her mother, "You need not worry about the family annual meeting. I will be fine." Upon hearing this, Su Yan assumed that Huang Wei had agreed to spare her son at the annual meeting, and her anxious heart was set at ease, a smile blossoming on her face. That's good. Observing his wife's joyous expression, Huang Peng opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose silence. Following his return from the East Hall courtyard, Huang Xiaolong meditated on his wooden bed, the arrogance, indifference, and hypocrisy of Huang Ming and his son in the North Hall courtyard replaying in his mind, fueling an inner surge of animosity. Initially, he had harbored some reservations about thrashing Huang Wei so thoroughly at the year's end that even his father wouldn't recognize him. However, now, that last shred of hesitation had completely vanished. Huang Ming must believe he has the position of clan leader firmly within his grasp. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. Since Huang Wei and Appo's martial spirit awakening, nearly all of the Huang clan elders had gravitated toward Huang Ming. culminating in the provision of battle chi pills and the events that transpired in the North Hall today. After a while, Huang Xiaolong subdued the animosity within him and resumed circulating the profound azure skill to cultivate his battle chi. The mutated twin-headed serpent martial spirit unfurled behind Huang Xiaolong, its twin maws voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Huang Xiaolong observed that, since advancing to the second order, the speed at which his twin-headed serpent martial spirit absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy had increased significantly compared to before. Moreover, the twin-headed serpent martial spirit, previously only the size of 2 palms, had noticeably expanded, its black and blue luminescence growing more intense. As the twin-headed serpent martial spirit devoured the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, black and blue light incessantly pulsed. Streams of spiritual energy from heaven and earth ceaselessly surged into Huang Xiaolong's meridians, transforming into battle chi that flowed continuously through the second layer of meridians. Over and over again. Soon, several days elapsed. During these days, Huang Xiaolong cultivated day and night, almost to the point of frenzy. After several days of cultivation, Huang Xiaolong gradually reached the peak of the second order early stage. Over these past few days, Huang Peng and Su Yan had visited Huang Xiaolong's small courtyard almost daily. Seeing their son cultivating so fervently, Huang Peng and Su Yan naturally felt distressed. Su Yan, in particular, had secretly shed tears several times. Although Huang Peng and Huang Xiaolong had not spoken of it, she had learned from the servants in the clan about the events that had transpired in the North Hall a few days prior. Half a month passed. During this half-month, Huang Xiaolong, aside from cultivating battle chi in his small courtyard, had also been practicing the muscle tendon change classic in the back mountains. Naturally, the matter of practicing the muscle tendon change classic could not be exposed, so Huang Xiaolong could only choose to go to the back mountains at night to cultivate. The night was pitch black, and beneath the dense trees of the mountain forest, a small figure stood there in a peculiar posture, moonlight filtering through the leaves. Dappling the ground, Huang Xiaolong raised his hands above his head, and as the muscle tendon change classic circulated, spiritual energy from heaven and earth visibly surged into Huang Xiaolong's meridians, then transformed into inner force, converging in the navel dantian. The night gradually receded, and the sky began to brighten. As sunlight illuminated the dewdrops on the surrounding grass, Huang Xiaolong finally opened his eyes and ceased circulating the muscle tendon change classic. Huang Xiaolong suddenly roared, his palms waving, his figure soaring and leaping across the grass. As Huang Xiaolong waved his hands, multiple palm shadows appeared on the grass. Streams of air continuously and rapidly swirled in the surrounding space, whistling. This was precisely the superior martial art, Mian Palm, passed down from Huang Xiaolong and Appo's family in his previous life. When Huang Xiaolong waved his palms, his hands were as soft as boneless, and as he practiced, each time his palms struck out, a palm print formed from water vapor would imprint itself in mid-air, lingering for a long time. The highest realm of Mian Palm is to condense without dissipating, with hidden force that is continuous and inexhaustible. In his previous life, Huang Xiaolong was a martial arts prodigy, not only because his body was well suited for martial arts training, but also because of Huang Xiaolong's formidable comprehension of martial arts. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's figure slowly came to a halt. After a few breaths, all of the bowl-sized trees around him fell, each tree bearing a faint palm print on its trunk. Huang Xiaolong frowned as he looked at the faint palm prints on the tree trunks. In his previous life, when his Mian palm struck the tree trunks, it would not leave any palm marks at all. In the end, it was because his inner force was too weak now. I wonder what the power of the battle skills of this martial spirit world is like, Huang Xiaolong mused inwardly. However, generally, clan disciples must reach the middle stage of the warrior realm, the fourth order, before they can practice battle skills. Because only with a certain foundation of battle chi can the power of battle skills be unleashed. Even if a low-stage warrior practices battle skills, it would not be of much use. Just then, a strange noise suddenly came from behind him. Huang Xiaolong's heart stirred, and he turned to look, only to see a half-meter-sized monkey, with a light purple body and light blue eyes, perched on a large tree in front of him. A spirit-devouring purple monkey. Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise. In his previous life, Huang Xiaolong had read in the family classics that the spirit-devouring purple monkey was a rare spiritual beast of heaven and earth. Seeing Huang Xiaolong looking over, the spirit-devouring purple monkey suddenly grinned, chirping and gesticulating with its hands, then turned and ran into the depths of the mountain forest. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment, then followed behind the spirit-devouring purple monkey, running into the depths of the mountain forest. What Huang Xiaolong did not expect was that the spirit-devouring purple monkey and Appo's speed in running through the trees was extremely fast. If Huang Xiaolong had not cultivated the muscle tendon change classic for several years and used the sky revolving steps, it would have been difficult to keep up. Half an hour later, after crossing countless streams and forests, Huang Xiaolong followed the spirit-devouring purple monkey to the edge of a valley. The valley was silent, and wisps of yin qi emanated from within, causing Huang Xiaolong to frown. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as Huang Xiaolong was hesitating whether to enter the valley, the spirit-devouring purple monkey, which had entered the valley, ran out again, chirping at Huang Xiaolong, clearly beckoning Huang Xiaolong to follow it inside. After thinking for a moment, Huang Xiaolong still lifted his feet and followed the little fellow into the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, a damp yin qi rushed towards him, carrying a foul odor. Not far into the valley, Huang Xiaolong saw scattered human bones on the ground. These bones appeared to have been dead for many years. As he went deeper, the bones along the way became more and more numerous, almost to the point of being piled up like mountains. Even though Huang Xiaolong had lived 2 lives and his temperament was not comparable to that of ordinary children, he still felt a sense of trepidation when he saw this scene. However, just as Huang Xiaolong was about to retreat from the valley, he suddenly came to a patch of green grass. The grass was vibrant with life, with exotic flowers and rare herbs, a scene of paradise. In the center of the grass was a green lake. Huang Xiaolong was a little dumbfounded, not expecting that the first half of the valley was a hell of bones, while the second half was a paradise on earth. At this time, the spirit-devouring purple monkey came to a mountain wall in the valley and stopped, chirping at Huang Xiaolong, gesturing with its hands, pointing to the top of the mountain wall. Huang Xiaolong walked over and looked in the direction of its hand, only to see a thick, short green branch protruding from the mountain wall, with several red fruits hanging on it. These red fruits were so red that they were dazzling, and a fragrant aroma emanated from them, intoxicating those who smelled it. Could it be a yang fruit? Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise, a surge of joy welling up in his heart. Yang fruits grow in extremely yin places, but they gather the 9 yang qi of heaven and earth to form. When swallowed by those who cultivate battle qi, they can not only increase their battle qi cultivation, but also cleanse the meridians and marrow, providing unimaginable benefits for future cultivation. Chapter 8. An extraordinary encounter at the bottom of the lake. Huang Xiaolong gazed at several sun fruits perched upon the cliffside, his eyes ablaze with fervor. His throat constricted momentarily as he turned his attention to the spirit-devouring purple monkey, at last comprehending the creature's intent in bringing him here. The sun fruits, situated 20 to 30 meters up the cliff, were seemingly out of reach for the little one, prompting it to summon his assistance in retrieving them. "Are you beckoning me to help you pick these sun fruits?" Huang Xiaolong inquired. With a gleeful chirp, the spirit-devouring purple monkey nodded fervently. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, finding the little creature rather endearing. He then turned his gaze back to the sun fruits, assessing the sheer verticality of the cliff. The surface was smooth, rising almost perpendicularly, offering scant footholds. Retrieving the fruits from such a height posed an extraordinary challenge, particularly for Huang Xiaolong at this moment. After a brief pause, he leaped into action, propelling himself upwards. At around 4 to 5 meters high, he extended his right hand like a claw, channeling his internal energy to penetrate the cliff face. The rock was exceedingly hard, and despite his utmost effort, his fingers only managed to insert a fraction into the granite. However, it provided just enough support for his petite frame to hover in midair. With determination, he transitioned to his left hand, anchoring himself firmly before methodically ascending towards the sun fruits. Each movement required immense concentration and effort, and by the time he reached a height of over 10 meters, he was already panting heavily, his progress slowing. Observing from below, the previously boisterous spirit-devouring purple monkey fell silent, its light blue eyes fixed anxiously on Huang Xiaolong, who appeared perilously close to tumbling down at any moment. Under the monkey and Appo's watchful gaze, Huang Xiaolong finally reached the coveted sun fruits. His eyes sparkled with delight as he extracted a small cloth, carefully plucking each fruit and placing them within, before preparing to leap back down to the ground. In midair, he executed several precise taps against the cliffside, safely landing on solid ground. Upon witnessing Huang Xiaolong and Amp. Apos. S successful retrieval. The spirit-devouring purple monkey erupted in joyful cries, dancing with unbridled elation. After a moment, it halted, fixating expectantly on the fruits in Huang Xiaolong and Amp. Apos. S grasp. Here you go, little one, Huang Xiaolong smiled, tossing 2 sun fruits toward the eager creature. The monkey sprang into the air, deftly catching the fruits in its hands, and with a jubilant squeal, it scampered aside to devour them, sitting cross-legged as it absorbed the fruits and Amp. Apos. Spiritual energy. Watching the spirit-devouring purple monkey cultivate its newfound energy, Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of familiarity. It was common for such spirit beasts to possess the ability to cultivate themselves, especially one as remarkable as the spirit-devouring purple monkey. Once the monkey began to absorb the sun fruits and Amp. Apos. Energy, Huang Xiaolong scanned the valley to ensure safety before settling down in a nearby spot. He produced one of the sun fruits and consumed it, subsequently channeling his internal energy to absorb its spiritual vitality. As the energy coursed through him, a radiant aura of 9 suns emerged around Huang Xiaolong, the purest and most potent form of fire attribute spiritual energy found in nature. Enveloped by this celestial warmth, he experienced an indescribable comfort, akin to basking in a soothing hot spring, while the energy within his meridians surged vigorously. Several hours passed. Slowly, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, having fully refined and absorbed the sun fruit's energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that his internal energy had more than doubled, achieving the peak of the 2nd tier. Originally, he estimated it would take him over a month to reach this level, yet he had accomplished it effortlessly. Elated, Huang Xiaolong then detected a foul odor invading his nostrils. Looking down, he noticed his skin was coated in a layer of black muck. In his previous life, he had consumed similar spiritual herbs and recognized this as the impurities within his body. With a leap, he sprang up, feeling lighter and invigorated as he shook off the remnants of the muck. Noticing the spirit-devouring purple monkey still absorbed in its cultivation, he paid it no heed and made his way toward the verdant lake at the center of the grassy expanse. Upon reaching the green lake, Huang Xiaolong stripped off his clothes, carefully placing the remaining 2 sun fruits aside before plunging into the refreshing water. The unpleasant sensation of the muck clinging to him compelled him to indulge in a thorough cleansing. As he emerged from the water, refreshed and cleansed, a sudden chill surged from beneath the lake's depths. The coldness was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it piqued Huang Xiaolong's curiosity, prompting him to dive deeper into the lake. Not long after, he discovered an opening in the lakebed from which the cold air emanated. Arriving at the cave and Amp. Apos. S entrance, he leaped inside. To his surprise, the cave walls were dry and devoid of the dampness he had anticipated. Embedded within the stone walls was a pearl the size of an egg, capable of repelling water. This pearl alone could fetch a staggering price of 100,000 gold coins if auctioned outside. Intrigued by the cave, Huang Xiaolong ventured further along the passageway, eventually arriving at a grand hall spanning over 100 square meters. The hall was empty, devoid of any furnishings, allowing for a clear view. Surrounding the hall were 3 chambers, and Huang Xiaolong approached the first one. To his dismay, the first chamber was similarly barren. The second chamber yielded the same emptiness, leaving Huang Xiaolong exasperated. Surely, the third chamber cannot be empty as well, he muttered to himself. Upon entering the third chamber, he was met with a delightful surprise. A jade bed adorned with a tome, crafted from an unknown material, lay atop it. Additionally, 2 half-meter-long black blades hung from the stone walls. Pausing for a moment, Huang Xiaolong's gaze settled on the tome resting on the jade bed. He approached and lifted it, only to be astonished by its weight. What appeared to be a thin book felt as though it weighed 20 to 30 pounds. As he examined the cover, 3 ancient characters read Shura formula, and at that moment, a terrifying aura of slaughter emanated from within. Huang Xiaolong and Apos' mind erupted with chaos as he was transported to a mountain of bones, surrounded by an endless sea of blood. Standing atop the bone mountain, he felt as if he had transformed into a hellish Shura. Above the bones, vengeful spirits with gaping maws lunged toward him, and just as they were about to consume him, a blinding light flashed before his eyes, returning him to the cave chamber. Though it had been but a fleeting moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, staring in horror at the Shura formula in his hands. Yet, upon glancing again, the vision of the blood sea and bone mountain had vanished, prompting a heavy sigh of relief from Huang Xiaolong. After a brief respite, he quelled his astonishment and, with trembling hands, opened the first page of the Shura formula. Chapter 9, Blade of Azura. Upon opening the first page of the Azura Sutra, Huang Xiaolong beheld a striking image of a muscular figure with blood-red eyes, its white hair standing on end. As he gazed upon this fearsome visage, an overwhelming aura of death, reminiscent of hell itself, engulfed him like an endless sea. Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned crimson, filled with confusion and torment. Just as he teetered on the brink of madness, the two-headed serpent spirit behind him manifested, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. The horrific blood-red hue in Huang Xiaolong and Appo's eyes dissipated, awakening him from his stupor, leaving him in awe. Suddenly, the image of the Azura leapt from the pages and, in a flash of brilliance, embedded itself into Huang Xiaolong's forehead, imparting upon him the first layer of the Azura Sutra's techniques. The source of hell, the genesis of sin. As he silently recited the first layer of the Azura Sutra, he felt its profound intricacies. In the realm of martial spirits, combat techniques are classified into 4 grades: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, each further segmented into low, medium, and high tiers. Huang Xiaolong pondered the grade of the Azura Sutra. After a while, he turned to the second page, which also depicted a humanoid Azura. However, this figure possessed 2 black wings, exuding an aura of slaughter and dominance. As he opened this page, the same hellish energy overwhelmed his consciousness, but once again, his serpent spirit quelled it, imprinting the second layer of the Azura Sutra into his mind. He continued to turn the pages, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Each page added another layer of the Azura Sutra and Appo's techniques to his understanding. He took his time, and it was over an hour before he reached the final page. Contrary to his expectations, this page did not contain techniques, but rather bore an inscription in elegant script: to wield the energy of hell's slaughter, embrace my Azura Sutra. For my cherished disciple, take the helm of the Azura sect. When the Azura emerges, invincibility reigns. This proclamation was attributed to the founding master of the Azura sect, Ren Wuquang. Huang Xiaolong was astonished. How audacious for Ren Wuquang to declare such invincibility through the mastery of the Azura Sutra. The succinct statement radiated an overwhelming arrogance and dominance. At that moment, a parchment slipped from the pages, accompanied by a dark ring. Intrigued, Huang Xiaolong picked them up. The parchment revealed that the ring was known as the Azura Ring, while the 2 black blades hanging upon the stone wall were the Azura blades. To his astonishment, the Azura Ring was a legendary spatial ring, an artifact so rare that only the king of the entire Luotong kingdom possessed one. Even his grandfather, Huang Qida, did not. The emergence of a spatial ring could incite fierce competition. After a moment, Huang Xiaolong suppressed his excitement and followed the instructions on the parchment, pricking his little finger and allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the Azura Ring. As his blood touched it, the ring erupted with a black radiance, soaring into the air and automatically fitting onto his left ring finger before vanishing into his body. As he focused his thoughts, the Azura Ring manifested, revealing a spatial capacity of several hundred square meters. He felt a surge of joy. With the Azura Ring, he no longer needed to worry about concealing his possessions. Turning his gaze to the 2 Azura blades on the stone wall, Huang Xiaolong leapt up and retrieved them. As he held the blades, they emitted an eerie, chilling whistle that sent shivers down his spine. Observing the blades more closely, he noticed an otherworldly black light swirling along their edges, forming a vague yet terrifying image. The more he examined the Azura blades, the more he was captivated by them. Azura blades, blades of slaughter. Very well, you shall accompany me in vanquishing all foes, he declared, caressing the blades. To his surprise, the blades seemed to respond, emitting a jubilant cry. Delighted, Huang Xiaolong, like with the Azura Ring, dripped a drop of blood onto each blade. As the blood merged with the blades, they shone brilliantly, lifting into the air and embedding themselves into his arms. Upon his skin, the images of the 2 Azura blades manifested as tattoos, resembling elongated blades. Afterward, he stored the parchment and the Azura Sutra within the Azura Ring and prepared to exit the chamber. Upon reaching the door, he paused and glanced back at the cold jade bed, deciding to take it with him as well. Once outside, Huang Xiaolong explored the cave briefly, ensuring there was nothing else of value before departing. However, he left the water avoidance pearl behind. The cave and Appo's seclusion would serve him well for future training. Emerging from the cave, he swam across the verdant lake and returned to the shore, donning his clothes and placing the sun fruit into the azure ring. Just then, the soul-devouring purple monkey, having absorbed the essence of the sun fruit, awakened and scampered to Huang Xiaolong, chattering joyfully. Noticing the monkey and Apos' glossy fur and lively eyes, Huang Xiaolong smiled at the little creature. "I must return now, but I will come to see you again," he said, bending down. However, just as he turned to leave, the monkey leaped onto his shoulder, settling comfortably. Startled, Huang Xiaolong chuckled, "You wish to accompany me?" The monkey nodded eagerly. Taken aback by the monkey's decision, Huang Xiaolong contemplated for a moment before grinning. "Very well, let us go." Together, they ventured out of the valley. As they traversed the grassy expanse and passed the countless bones, Huang Xiaolong wondered if these were the victims of Renhua Quan. Upon exiting the valley, he made his way back to Huang family village. By the time he arrived, it was afternoon. As Huang Xiaolong approached his small courtyard, he encountered his younger sister, Huang Min, emerging from it. "Brother, where have you been?" she inquired, her eyes widening as they fell upon the soul-devouring purple monkey perched on his shoulder. Clapping her hands in delight, she exclaimed, "What an adorable little monkey! Where did you get him?" Chapter 10. Where to acquire the Millennium Heartgrass. Huang Xiaolong listened to his sister Huang Min and Apos' exuberant exclamations and could not help but smile and shake his head. A rare spirit beast like the soul-biting purple monkey was not something that money could procure. Screech. Upon being called a little monkey by Huang Min, the soul-biting purple monkey suddenly bared its teeth and let out an indignant cry, startling Huang Min, who was about to reach out to pet it. After recovering from her surprise, she glared back at the monkey, and thus, a staring contest ensued between the girl and the beast. After a while, Huang Xiaolong managed to send his sister away, letting out a sigh of relief as he watched her depart. Returning to his chamber, he asked the soul-biting purple monkey to climb down from his shoulder and retrieve the cold jade bed from the Shura ring, settling down upon it to practice the first layer of the Shura art. Not long after commencing his cultivation, an icy aura, seemingly hailing from the depths of the abyss, descended from the void behind him, continually being devoured by his twin-headed serpent spirit, and flowed into Huang Xiaolong and Apos' meridians. As this frigid energy surged within him, Huang Xiaolong felt a jolt, akin to plunging into a 1,000-foot ice cavern. Startled, he focused his mind and began to refine the chilling energy slowly. The cold essence flowed sluggishly through his meridians, each movement evoking the sensation of his blood nearly freezing. Gritting his teeth, Huang Xiaolong persevered, cycling through the first layer of the Shura art repeatedly. At long last, the cold energy was gradually refined and transformed into pure fighting spirit. Upon this transformation, Huang Xiaolong discovered, to his delight, that within less than half an hour, his internal fighting spirit had increased significantly, tenfold compared to the effects of his previous cultivation of the Xianying art. This revelation filled him with joy. The blueprint was indeed accurate. Although the nether abyssal energy was challenging to refine, its benefits were immense once accomplished. The blueprint interspersed within the Shura art indicated that practicing the Shura art would allow one to communicate with the nether abyssal energy to temper the body. That chilling energy was undoubtedly the nether abyssal energy. It was the highest quality spirit energy among the world and Apos' natural essences. The higher the quality of the essence, the better the tempering of the body, resulting in stronger, transformed fighting spirit. This delineates the differences between high-level and low-level techniques. As time flowed by, a month swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Huang Xiaolong dedicated himself solely to cultivation, but unlike before when he practiced the family's Xianying art, he now focused on the Shura art. In addition to practicing the Shura art, he also consistently trained in the Jin Jing. After switching to the Shura art, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed accelerated remarkably. A month after returning from the valley, he reached the pinnacle of the late second stage, on the verge of breaking into the third stage. As night fell, adorned by a silvery moonlight, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged upon the cold jade bed. Streams of nether abyssal energy descended from the void, while his twin-headed serpent spirit opened its jaws wide, voraciously consuming the energy. The fighting spirit surged within Huang Xiaolong's meridians like a tidal wave, a sensation reminiscent of his previous breakthrough from the late first stage to the second. However, the barrier to breaking through to the third stage was thicker and offered greater resistance compared to the previous transition. Yet, Huang Xiaolong did not waver, relentlessly directing his fighting spirit to collide against the third stage barrier. After an indeterminate amount of time, a small fissure finally appeared in the barrier. Sensing the barrier's loosening, Huang Xiaolong rejoiced and urged his fighting spirit to strike even more fiercely, causing the fissure to widen until a faint rumble emanated from within him. The fighting spirit surged into the third layer of his meridians, jubilantly calling out. He had finally broken through to the third stage. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, unable to conceal his elation. With this advancement, the fourth stage was not far off. If he could ascend to the fourth stage, he would be able to practice combat techniques, and upon reaching that level, his spirit would undergo a transformation, granting him his innate soul skill. At the age of 7, his spirit had awakened, but it was merely in its nascent form. Only upon reaching the fourth stage could it undergo a transformation, becoming stronger and endowing its master with a unique soul skill. The higher the spirit's level, the more formidable the innate skill would be after transformation. However, the fourth stage was a watershed moment. Those with lower-level spirits, first, second, or third, often found it exceedingly challenging to breach the fourth stage due to innate limitations. Thus, many who possessed low-level spirits would never attain an innate soul skill, as their spirits could not undergo their first transformation. Descending from the cold jade bed, Huang Xiaolong exited his chamber. The night was still somewhat hazy under the moonlight. He swiftly flew out of Huang family village and made his way to the back mountain. Upon arrival, he activated the Shura art, his eyes gradually turning blood red, while his originally black hair stood upright, transforming into white. Black streams of murderous energy swirled around his figure. This was the manifestation of the Shura body acquired through practicing the Shura art, albeit only in its preliminary state. According to the blueprint, once Huang Xiaolong mastered the Shura art to its zenith, he could transform into a true Shura. After assuming the Shura body, Huang Xiaolong dashed forth, resembling a swirling black cloud under the moonlight. With a swift motion of his hands, he struck towards a tree large enough for a person to embrace. A palm print imbued with chilling power tore through the air, imprinting itself upon the tree trunk, then penetrating through to strike the second, third, and ultimately 4 trees in succession, each bearing a small palm print. Satisfied with the imprints on the trees, Huang Xiaolong nodded in approval. Having advanced to the third stage and harnessing the nether abyssal energy, his destructive power had increased approximately 3-fold. Now, with his current strength, he was capable of defeating a late third-stage expert. Of course, after advancing to the third stage and refining the nether abyssal energy, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's physique had also grown more robust and well-rounded. After practicing the Jin Jing for a while on the back mountain, dawn began to break, prompting Huang Xiaolong to return to Huang family village. Upon his return, Huang Xiaolong was summoned to the East Hall by his father, Huang Peng. "Father, mother, have you been looking for me?" Huang Xiaolong inquired as he seated himself. Huang Peng and Su Yin exchanged complex glances, hesitant to speak. "Yesterday, Huang Wei has ascended to the first stage," Huang Peng finally revealed. Realizing the reason behind his parents' summons, Huang Xiaolong understood their underlying concern for the upcoming end-of-year competition. However, it was surprising that Huang Wei had managed to reach the first stage in less than 2 months. Normally, even with a 10-level spirit like the three-eyed black tiger, it would be improbable for someone to achieve such rapid progress. "Your grandfather spent a fortune at the county auction to acquire a Millennium Heartgrass," Huang Peng continued. "A Millennium Heartgrass." Huang Xiaolong gasped in astonishment, followed by a cold chuckle. No wonder Huang Wei had ascended to the first stage in such a short time. It turned out that their grandfather, Huang Cheetah, had spared no expense to buy a Millennium Heartgrass for him to consume and cultivate. Such a precious herb must come at a steep price. Clearly, grandfather Huang Cheetah had high hopes for Huang Wei as the future of Huang family village, while he himself, as a fellow grandson, had not even received so much as a fighting spirit pill. Chapter 11. How did you ascend to the first rank? Even though Huang Wei possessed a level 10 martial soul, Su Yin expressed her discontent, saying, "Isn't it too biased for father to act this way? Are we truly going to let Xiaolong face this at the end of your competition?" Her eyes turned red at the thought. "I will speak to father about this," Huang Peng suddenly exclaimed, rising with agitation. "There and Appo's. No need, father," Huang Xiaolong interjected. "Do not seek out grandfather." Huang Peng and Su Yin turned to their son in surprise. Just as Huang Peng was about to speak, he noticed a radiant aura of battle energy emanating from his son. Battle energy. Is he releasing his battle energy? Both Huang Peng and Su Yin gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. Releasing battle energy means. A realization dawned upon them. Only by reaching the first rank could one release battle energy. Even if one successfully condensed battle energy, it would still be impossible. Xiaolong, have you truly ascended to the first rank? Huang Peng asked, his voice trembling. Even witnessing it firsthand, he found it hard to believe, fearing it might not be true. Indeed, father, mother, I have ascended to the first rank. Huang Xiaolong confirmed with a nod. He wished to alleviate his parents and Appo's worries about the upcoming competition, hence revealing part of his strength. Upon hearing their son and Appo's admission, Huang Peng and Su Yin finally accepted the reality before them, their faces lighting up with joy. Particularly, Su Yin was so overwhelmed with excitement that she rushed over and embraced Huang Xiaolong tightly. This is wonderful. My son has finally ascended to the first rank. Tears of joy streamed down her face. Su Yin and Appo's embrace was tight, leaving Huang Xiaolong feeling somewhat breathless. As he finally managed to break free, he couldn't and Appo's help but think it and Appo's merely the first rank. Must the reaction be so grand? Yet, he could distinctly sense the love his parents held for him. After a considerable time, Huang Peng and Su Yin gradually regained their composure. Xiaolong, how did you manage to ascend to the first rank? Huang Peng voiced his curiosity. Given Huang Xiaolong and Appo's level 7 martial soul, it typically took about a year to achieve the first rank. Su Yin also looked at her son, clearly sharing the same question. Huang Xiaolong did not respond immediately. Instead, he reached into his robe and, under the curious gazes of Huang Peng and Su Yin, pulled out 2 radiant red fruits. These are sun fruits. Huang Peng and Su Yin exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Huang Xiaolong smiled. I stumbled upon them in a valley on the back mountain a month ago. There were 5 in total, and I have already consumed 3. The revelation of 3 consumed fruits left Huang Peng and Su Yin exchanging knowing glances, finally comprehending the true reason behind their son's ascension. Haha, Xiaolong, I never expected you to encounter such a fortuitous event. These sun fruits are extraordinary treasures of nature, their effects rivaling those of the 1,000-year-old luo heart grass that your grandfather purchased for Huang Wei. Huang Peng laughed heartily, elated. Moreover, they will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Su Yin also beamed with joy. Father, mother, these 2 sun fruits are for you. Please consume them and enhance your cultivation, Huang Xiaolong offered. The smiles of Huang Peng and Su Yin faltered momentarily as they were about to refuse, but Huang Xiaolong interrupted. I have already consumed 3. Taking these 2 will yield minimal effect for me. They will be far more beneficial for you. Both Huang Peng and Su Yin remained silent. After a moment, Huang Peng nodded, saying very well. He accepted the sun fruits from Huang Xiaolong, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Having been stagnated at the late stage of the 6th rank for over a year, this sun fruit would allow him to reach the pinnacle of the 6th rank within 2 months. He truly needed this fruit. Su Yan's expression mirrored Huang Peng's as she contemplated the sun fruit in her hand. As she stood at the peak of the late 6th rank, this fruit offered her hope of breaking through to the 7th rank. Xiaolong, for now, keep your ascension to the first rank a secret, Huang Peng advised, regaining his composure. Additionally, although you consumed the sun fruits to ascend, you must continue to cultivate diligently and aim for the mid-stage of the first rank by the end of the year. In Huang Peng and Appo's view, if his son could reach the mid-stage of the first rank by then, even if Huang Wei attained the late stage of the first rank, he would not be able to harm his son. Father, mother, rest assured, I will not let you down, Huang Xiaolong vowed. Huang Peng and Su Yin felt a sense of comfort in their hearts at his words. After a while, Huang Xiaolong left the East Hall and returned to his small courtyard. Once there, he resumed his cultivation. Following his breakthrough to the 3rd rank, he operated the Shura technique, and the speed at which his twin-headed snake martial soul devoured the 9 nether miasma increased dramatically, enhancing his internal battle energy. Almost every day, Huang Xiaolong's battle energy grew stronger. His small courtyard was located in the easternmost corner of the Huang family estate, so apart from his parents and sister Huang Min, few passed by, allowing him to cultivate without interruption. Amidst his relentless training day and night, Huang Xiaolong's battle energy and internal strength surged at an astonishing pace. He advanced from the initial peak of the 3rd rank to the mid-stage, then the mid-stage pinnacle, and finally to the late stage of the 3rd rank. 3 months later, Huang Xiaolong reached the late stage of the third rank, on the verge of breaking through to the fourth rank. With only 10 days remaining until the family annual meeting. However, the fourth rank represented a significant threshold, its barrier much thicker and more formidable than that of the previous second and third ranks. The difficulty of breaking through to the fourth rank was incomparable to that of the second and third ranks. Some disciples within the Huang family, possessing level 7 martial souls, had stagnated at the late stage of the third rank for 2 years without breaking through to the fourth rank. Even some level 8 martial soul holders typically required a year to ascend from the late stage of the third rank to the fourth rank. 10 days swiftly passed. As the family annual meeting approached, a festive atmosphere enveloped the Huang family estate. With the annual meeting coinciding with the new year, decorations adorned every corner. In contrast to the lively surroundings of the estate, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's small courtyard felt solitary and quiet. The annual meeting was tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong stepped out of his room, realizing that despite his weeks of arduous training, he had still stagnated at the late stage of the third rank. It seemed his breakthrough to the fourth rank was not a matter of mere days or weeks. As he strolled from his small courtyard, he overheard guards discussing. Tomorrow marks the family annual meeting. Did you hear? The old patriarch will be attending this time. This year marks Huang Wei and Appo's first participation in the family annual meeting following his martial soul awakening, so the old patriarch will certainly be present. Moreover, I heard that the old patriarch has invited the elder of the Li family as well. Does that mean the elder of the Li family will also be attending? The Li family and Huang family were the two dominant forces in Kanglin County. The elder of the Li family, Li Mu, had always maintained a good relationship with Huang Xiaolong and Appo's grandfather, Huang Qida. Listening to the guards and Appo's conversation, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The next chapter, the family annual meeting begins. Chapter 12. The annual meeting commences at this family gathering. Grandfather Huang Qida unexpectedly invited the elder of the Li family, Li Mu, seemingly with great intention. Huang Xiaolong mused to himself. However, the invitation extended by grandfather to Li Mu was likely laden with complexities. As Huang Xiaolong made his way to the East Hall, he was greeted by a number of brightly adorned guards and maidens who paused to acknowledge him. Young Master Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded in response. Yet, as he walked on, he sensed the peculiar gazes of the guards and maidens behind him. Evidently aware of the rumors surrounding the upcoming gathering, particularly regarding Huang Wei and Appo's intention to cripple him. Upon reaching the East Hall, Huang Xiaolong found both Huang Peng and Su Yan present. Father, mother, he greeted as he entered. Xiaolong, you have arrived, Su Yan said, beckoning him to sit beside her before inquiring. The family meeting is tomorrow. How has your training progressed? Huang Peng and Appo's gaze was equally fixed upon Huang Xiaolong. With a smile, he assured them, do not worry, I will not disappoint you both tomorrow. To his surprise, Su Yan exclaimed, Xiaolong, have you reached the mid-phase of the first rank? She had misunderstood his statement to refer to his recent advancement. Huang Peng chimed in, well done, my son. You have indeed not let your father down. Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong chuckled inwardly, wondering if the mid-phase of the first rank was truly the pinnacle of expectation from his parents. Father, I heard from the guards that elder Li Mu is also attending this family gathering? Huang Xiaolong inquired. Huang Peng nodded, indeed. I have heard that he is bringing his granddaughter, Li Lu, along. His granddaughter, Li Lu? Huang Xiaolong responded with surprise, then joked, surely. Elder Li is not intending to bring her for a matchmaking endeavor? However, Huang Peng clarified, your grandfather and elder Li likely have such plans, after the family gathering. They intend for Huang Wei and Li Lu to become engaged, thus uniting our families. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. I have heard that Li Lu possesses exceptional talent, with a top-tier martial spirit known as the Dark Divine Sword. Su Yan continued. The notion of Li Mu and Appo's granddaughter possessing the Dark Divine Sword, a peak weapon martial spirit, was unexpected for Huang Xiaolong. In the world of martial spirits, there are numerous classifications: beast spirits, weapon spirits, plant spirits, and even natural spirits like thunder, wind, water, and fire. The Dark Divine Sword is a type of weapon spirit. Most martial spirits, however, tend to be beast spirits, such as Huang Wei's three-eyed black tiger, Huang Qida's six-winged golden monkey, and Huang Xiaolong's mutated two-headed serpent. After a while, Huang Xiaolong returned from the East Hall and resumed his practice of the Shura technique. As night fell, he concluded his training and made his way to the back mountain, standing motionless atop the peak, not for meditation, but to gaze serenely at the vast ocean before him. To be frank, Huang Xiaolong never truly regarded Huang Wei as a threat. He summoned his two-headed serpent martial spirit, which floated above him. Having reached the pinnacle of the late phase of the third rank, Huang Xiaolong felt an even deeper sense of the power his martial spirit held, an experience only he could fully appreciate. It appeared he would need to seek an opportunity to visit the library to ascertain the true nature of his martial spirit, he pondered. However, access to the Huang family library was restricted to disciples who had attained the fourth rank, so he needed to expedite his breakthrough. The moonlight elongated Huang Xiaolong's slender silhouette. As the night gradually faded, dawn broke, and he remarked to himself, the family gathering is finally about to commence. With a sudden burst of energy, Huang Xiaolong dashed back to Huang and Appo's estate, heading towards the East Hall. Upon his arrival, Huang Peng and Su Yin led him towards the front hall of Huang and Appo's estate. The front hall was twice the size of the martial arts hall, capable of accommodating 1,000 individuals. At its center stood a martial arts stage, surrounded by seats designated for the elders and officials of Huang and Appo's estate, while the other disciples had to stand in the open space behind the seating area. As Huang Peng and Su Yin brought Huang Xiaolong in, many elders and officials were already present. Second Patriarch. The elders, officials, and disciples all paid their respects. Huang Peng nodded, and with Su Yin, they took their seats in the front row to the right. As Huang Xiaolong settled in, he felt a chilling gaze fixated upon him. Looking up, he met the eyes of Huang Wei, who sat directly across from him. In that moment, their gazes clashed. Huang Wei and Appo's expression was one of arrogance, condescension, provocation, and smugness. Beside Huang Wei sat Huang Ming, whose expression remained as lifeless as ever. Since the incident in the North Hall, the two brothers had not exchanged a word, their relationship now akin to that of strangers. Not long after Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the hall. At the sound, everyone rose to their feet. Huang Xiaolong turned to see grandfather Huang Qida approaching with a broad smile, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with silvery hair and a spirited demeanor, who Huang Xiaolong recognized as elderly Mu. Following him was a charming girl with her hair styled in 2 braids and bright, sparkling eyes. Old Patriarch, elderly. The crowd hurriedly greeted them. After the formalities, Huang Ming and Huang Peng stepped forward. Father, elderly. Huang Wei and Huang Xiaolong followed suit. Huang Qida chuckled warmly, nodding in acknowledgement, before gesturing towards Huang Wei, saying, "This is my grandson Huang Wei." Notably, he did not mention Huang Xiaolong. Li Mu examined Huang Wei with an appreciative expression, exclaiming, "Excellent. Qida, I have heard your grandson has advanced to the first-rank warrior in less than 2 months. I took over 5 months for my own advancement." Huang Qida laughed heartily. "You flatter me, Li Mu. I hope you will continue to guide him in the future." Naturally, Li Mu replied with a smile. After a while, everyone returned to their seats. Then, the chief steward, Qining, stood up to deliver a speech for the annual gathering. Once he concluded, he turned to Huang Qida, awaiting his nod before announcing loudly, "Now, the annual meeting begins." As Chen Ying's voice echoed through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. According to tradition, the first to take the stage were the disciples who had awakened their martial spirits this year. All eyes turned to Huang Wei, as it was widely known that Huang Qida and Appo's primary purpose for attending this annual meeting was to showcase Huang Wei, who was destined to be the center of attention. "Huang Wei, step forward and demonstrate the fruits of your labor over the past 5 months for everyone to see." Huang Qida encouraged his grandson with a twinkle of pride in his eyes. "Yes, grandfather," Huang Wei responded loudly, then leaped into the center of the stage. Upon landing, he activated his cultivation technique, unleashing his fighting spirit. As he did so, his 10th-level martial spirit, the 3-eyed black tiger, materialized beside him, emanating a formidable aura. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the palpable energy radiating from Huang Wei. Having trained for only 5 months, he had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the late phase of the first rank. Chapter 13. Unrecognizable even to your father, a small climax. In the late stages of the first rank's pinnacle, Li Mu gazed at Huang Wei, his own eyes wide with astonishment. He had initially presumed that even with a 10th-level martial soul, Huang Wei would only reach the late first rank at most after 5 months. Yet, here he stood, having achieved the pinnacle of the late first rank. and it seemed he could break through to the second rank at any moment. Huang Wei had truly surprised him. Li Mu's lingering doubts about the prospect of a marriage alliance vanished entirely. Observing Huang Wei on the stage, his satisfaction grew with each passing moment. Huang Qida, noticing Li Mu's expression, felt a swell of pride. Over the past 5 months, he had devoted himself to nurturing his grandson, Huang Wei, who had not disappointed him. Like Li Mu, Huang Qida found increasing contentment as he watched Huang Wei on the stage. In contrast, Huang Peng and Su Yan exchanged worried glances. If Huang Wei was not merely at the late first rank, but had reached its pinnacle, what did that mean for their son? On the martial arts stage, Huang Wei reveled in the astonished murmurs surrounding him, his heart swelling with pride. He turned to Huang Qida and declared, "Grandfather, I have heard that Xiaolong has been diligently training in seclusion these past few months. I wish to challenge him to a sparring match." At his words, the crowd's expressions varied. All eyes suddenly fixated on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Qida was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded with a smile. "Very well. Let it be a friendly contest, with no serious harm." Huang Xiaolong remained impassive. If his martial soul truly was only at the 7th level, he would undoubtedly be unable to break through to the first rank after 5 months. Therefore, stepping onto the stage would only lead to embarrassment. Yet, Huang Qida seemed oblivious to this fact and readily agreed. Huang Wei, upon receiving his grandfather and Appo's consent, turned to Huang Xiaolong with a grin. "So, Xiaolong, are you afraid to come up? Don and Amp. Appo's, T worry, I and Amp. Appo's, LL let you use both hands." Huang Wei and Amp, Appo's smile was radiant. Huang Peng and Su Yan exchanged anxious glances at their son. But Huang Xiaolong simply shook his head, reassuring them, before calmly standing and making his way to the martial arts stage, positioning himself before Huang Wei. Huang Wei looked at Huang Xiaolong, a flash of bloodlust igniting in his eyes. "Are you regretting not kneeling and begging me back then?" Huang Xiaolong and Appo's expression was icy. "You talk too much." Just as Huang Wei was about to retort in anger, Huang Xiaolong suddenly turned to Huang Qida on the podium. "Grandfather, according to the rules of the annual contest, ISN and Amp, Appo's, it true that no one else is allowed to intervene during the sparring?" Huang Qida was taken aback, not understanding the intent behind Huang Xiaolong's question, but nodded nonetheless. "Indeed." As the crowd and Huang Qida pondered Huang Xiaolong's words, the latter flashed a grin at Huang Wei. "Prepare yourself. I shall strike you so hard that even your father won't recognize you." The crowd was taken aback, then chuckled in disbelief. Li Mu, seated beside Huang Qida, remarked, "Qida, has your grandson lost his mind? He must be that Huang Xiaolong with the 7th level martial soul. How can he be so arrogant without the strength to back it up? I find such a child unappealing." Huang Qida felt a pang of embarrassment, awkwardly smiling as he glanced at his son Huang Peng. It seemed it was time for his second son to discipline his child to prevent such reckless words from being spoken in important situations, thereby preserving the family and Appo's dignity. On stage, Huang Wei laughed derisively. "What did you say? I must have misheard. You plan to strike me so hard that my father won and Appo's, recognize me?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure flickered, and Huang Wei was startled as a massive fist hurtled towards his left eye. He had no time to evade, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, the fist collided with his eye, eliciting a scream as he staggered back, stars exploding in his vision. The crowd, who had initially mocked Huang Xiaolong and Appo's audacity, fell silent, their eyes wide in shock as they beheld Huang Wei clutching his eye and howling in pain. Li Mu frowned. At such a tender age, he has already learned the art of ambush. If he continues to grow, he may well become a treacherous individual. Huang Qida shared his concern, furrowing his brow as he observed Huang Xiaolong. You actually ambushed me," Huang Wei shouted angrily, lowering his hand from his left eye to glare at Huang Xiaolong, revealing a dark bruise around his eye, resembling a panda. Huang Xiaolong remained silent, his form flickering as he approached Huang Wei once more, delivering a punch to his right eye. The punch landed with a resounding impact, and Huang Wei screeched in agony. Li Lu, seated beside her grandfather Li Mu, could no longer suppress her laughter, revealing her charming dimples. Li Mu shot her a disapproving glare. Li Lu struggled to contain her laughter, though it was a difficult task. The crowd wore expressions of bewilderment. "Huang Xiaolong, I will kill you." Huang Wei roared in a fit of rage, unleashing his battle aura as he hurled a punch at Huang Xiaolong's chest. As Huang Wei's fist approached, Huang Peng and Su Yan felt their hearts race, gasping in alarm. Huang Wei was at the pinnacle of the late first rank. How could their son withstand such a blow with his slender frame? Yet, on the podium, Huang Qida made no move to intervene. In his view, it would be beneficial for Huang Wei to teach Huang Xiaolong a lesson. Just as Huang Wei and Appo's punch was about to connect with Huang Xiaolong and Appo's chest, the latter suddenly evaded, his form a blur. Clenching his right fist, he released his battle aura and struck Huang Wei's back, causing him to scream and tumble forward, landing face first on the ground. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Battle aura released. A warrior at the first rank. Everyone stared in astonishment at Huang Xiaolong, unable to believe their eyes, including Huang Qida, Li Mu, and Huang Ming. In just 5 months, Huang Xiaolong had also reached the first rank. Huang Wei, sprawled on the ground, awkwardly rolled over and stood up, his face flushed with fury. In contrast to the astonished expressions around him, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage, his eyes bloodshot as he lunged at Huang Xiaolong once more, fists flying. Die! As Huang Wei charged at him. Huang Xiaolong and Appo's gaze remained cold. This time, instead of retreating, he raised his fists, channeling his battle aura to the pinnacle of the late first rank. Meeting Huang Wei and Appo's fists head-on. Their fists collided with a thunderous crash, sending Huang Wei reeling backward while Huang Xiaolong feigned a retreat. What? This is impossible. The elders of the Huang family, who had just been astonished by Huang Xiaolong and Appo's breakthrough to the first rank, leapt from their seats in shock. Huang Qida, Li Mu, and Huang Ming stood in disbelief, as did Huang Peng and Su Yan, their eyes wide in astonishment. Isn't our son at the mid-first rank? Moments later, Huang Peng felt a mix of surprise and bitter amusement wash over him. This boy had hidden his strength well. Even he had been unaware that his son had reached the pinnacle of the late first rank. Chapter 14. The Second-Tier Warrior, Climactic Advancement, the pinnacle of the late first tier. Su Yan and Huang Peng shared a similar reaction, yet her heart brimmed with joy. As she gazed upon her son on the stage, her eyes suddenly glistened with emotion. This boy, she smiled, for she finally comprehended the meaning behind her son's earlier words about not letting them down. It turned out he had achieved the pinnacle of the late first tier. No wonder he had been so fearless. Huang Wei, having been knocked back by Huang Xiaolong's fists, gradually regained his senses from his frenzy, repeatedly exclaiming, "Impossible! Impossible! You cannot have also broken through to the pinnacle of the late first tier." He possessed a level 10 martial soul, yet he, a prodigy, had consumed 1,000-year-old Luo Xian grass and had worked diligently for 5 months to reach the late first tier pinnacle. And Huang Xiaolong? His martial soul was merely level 7. Huang Qida, Huang Ming, and others bore expressions of confusion akin to Huang Wei and Appo's. At that moment, Huang Peng approached Huang Qida and explained, "Father, over 4 months ago, Xiaolong discovered 5 yang fruits in a valley on the back mountain." "What? Yang fruits?" Huang Qida and the others gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Huang Peng nodded. Later, Xiaolong consumed 3 for cultivation, while the other 2 were given to me and Su Yan. I have now reached the pinnacle of the late 6th tier. With that, he released the energy of his 6th tier pinnacle. 3 yang fruits for cultivation. Huang Qida stared at Huang Xiaolong on the platform, at a loss for words. In the Grand Hall, the Huang clan members finally understood the true reason behind Huang Xiaolong reaching the pinnacle of the late first tier. 3 yang fruits, each one equated to 1,000-year-old Luo Xian grass. They were astonished that Xiaolong had such fortuitous encounters. This was indeed a blessing. Huang Qida chuckled, though his smile was somewhat forced. Had those 3 yang fruits been consumed by Huang Wei, he likely would have already broken through to the 2nd tier. Even Li Mu felt that it was a colossal waste for Huang Xiaolong, with a level 7 martial soul, to have consumed 3 yang fruits. After a moment, the crowd regained their composure and slowly returned to their seats. On the stage, Huang Wei glared at Huang Xiaolong with jealousy and hatred, muttering, "I knew it. You had the good fortune to consume 3 yang fruits to reach the pinnacle of the late first tier." Huang Xiaolong replied with a cold smile, "So, your breakthrough to the late first tier wasn't due to that 1,000-year-old Luo Xian grass." Huang Wei's face flushed with anger as he charged at Huang Xiaolong. Throwing a fierce punch, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to meet it, sending Huang Wei staggering backward. He swiftly closed the distance and delivered a kick to Huang Wei and Appo's abdomen, reminiscent of how Zhou Xuedong had fared months prior. Huang Wei screamed as he doubled over, propelled several meters away, clutching his abdomen. Huang Wei felt as though his insides had been rearranged, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. Huang Xiaolong approached him, sneering, 5 months ago, didn't you say you would cripple my hands at the annual meeting? With that, he brought his foot down toward Huang Wei and Appo's face. Huang Wei cried out once more. Crippled hands? Huang Cheetah furrowed his brow, glancing at his eldest son Huang Ming, who was unaware of this incident and averted his gaze. Just then, Huang Wei's screams echoed again, and Huang Cheetah looked over to see Huang Xiaolong's foot descending again. He opened his mouth to intervene, but recalled that Huang Xiaolong had previously asked if others were forbidden from intervening during their duel, and he hesitated, bitterly smiling. Now, he finally understood what his grandson had meant by that inquiry. Huang Xiaolong repeatedly stomped down, and Huang Wei's once decent face was transformed into a grotesque visage. Huang Ming watched, realizing his son was being beaten to the point of being unrecognizable, his hands clenched in anger, icy fury flashing in his eyes. However, Huang Cheetah remained silent, and Huang Ming dared not disrupt the proceedings. After being stomped thrice, Huang Wei let out a primal roar, akin to a mad beast, his aura surging violently as an unfamiliar energy erupted from him. This sudden transformation left the audience stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Perceiving the shift in his son's energy, Huang Ming's anger dissipated, replaced by elation. Huang Wei, the young master, had actually broken through. Second tier. This is the aura of the second tier, exclaimed some elders of the Huang clan in awe. Huang Peng and Su Yan felt their hearts tighten upon witnessing Huang Wei's breakthrough. If he had advanced to the second tier, what would that mean for their son? Wonderful. Huang Cheetah laughed heartily, reveling in Huang Wei's unexpected breakthrough during this annual competition. Huang Xiaolong stepped back a few paces, surprised by Huang Wei's transformation. A second-tier warrior? His expression remained calm. Huang Wei slowly rose from the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Feeling the surge of power within him, now doubled, he intoned slowly, "You will kneel and lick my toes later. Only then can you wash away the humiliation you have inflicted upon me. Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong replied indifferently. Huang Wei roared in rage, instantly closing the distance to Huang Xiaolong, his fists blazing with energy as he struck. With the breakthrough to the second tier, his strength and speed had increased dramatically. Huang Peng and Su Yan felt a pang of anxiety and were about to cry out when suddenly, Huang Xiaolong raised his hands, his aura surging dramatically as he countered with his fists. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Huang Wei was sent reeling back. What? Impossible. How can this be? A second-tier warrior. This is the power of a second-tier warrior. The elders of the Huang clan, who had only just settled back into their seats, leaped up in disbelief, staring at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Cheetah and Li Mu stood in shock, their eyes wide. What in the world is happening? This boy's luck is simply astounding. Huang Cheetah turned to his son Huang Peng, who, equally astonished, could only manage a wry smile. Father, I too am at a loss. My son, oh my son, how deeply you have concealed your true strength. I never imagined your Real foundation was not the pinnacle of the late first tier, but the second tier. The second tier. Huang Peng gazed at his son on the platform, trembling with excitement, feeling an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace him in tears. A swell of pride surged within him. This son had achieved the second tier after merely 5 months of cultivation. Su Yan stood by, her eyes reddened, sharing a similar expression to her husband. No, it cannot be. This cannot be real. Huang Wei, still reeling from the impact, shook his head in disbelief as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. Chapter 15. A momentary slip. Observing Huang Wei, who was screaming frantically, Huang Xiaolong sneered and slowly approached him. As Huang Xiaolong drew nearer, Huang Wei, in a state of panic, halted, his eyes wide with terror, and began to retreat. Just as he was about to concede defeat, a shadow flashed, and Huang Xiaolong delivered a punch that struck Huang Wei's left cheek, causing him to scream in agony and stagger backward. Following the initial blow, Huang Xiaolong pressed closer and unleashed another punch. After several strikes, Huang Wei was left dazed and disoriented, unable to discern his surroundings. His face, already resembling that of a pig, now appeared even more grotesque. Onlookers, including Huang Ming, witnessed his son's unfortunate state and felt a surge of anger, prompting Huang Ming to turn to Huang Cheetah and exclaim, "Father, do you see this?" Huang Cheetah hesitated before responding. "Enough, Xiaolong. Upon hearing his grandfather's voice, Huang Xiaolong delivered one final kick before ceasing his assault. You! Huang Ming glared furiously. Huang Xiaolong disregarded his uncle's wrath and smiled. Uncle, my slip of hand was unintentional. I hope you can forgive me. A slip of hand. The crowd looked at Huang Wei, now resembling a battered pig, with expressions of disbelief. Li Lu, standing beside Li Mu, couldn't help but giggle once more. Huang Qide regarded Huang Xiaolong with a furrowed brow, but chose not to speak further. He recognized that Huang Xiaolong had not inflicted any life-threatening harm, and Huang Wei's injuries were merely superficial. Huang Ming was seething with fury, nearly choking on his rage. At that moment, Huang Wei finally found his voice and cried out, "Father, he hit me. He hit me." He pointed at Huang Xiaolong, tears streaming down his face. At just over 7 years old, Huang Wei was reduced to a pitiful sight, drawing sympathetic glances from the elders of the Huang family. Huang Ming's embarrassment was palpable. Thus, the match between Huang Xiaolong and Huang Wei concluded with Huang Wei's humiliation. Following this, other disciples took their turns in sparring, but their bouts appeared lackluster in comparison. Several hours later, the annual gathering came to a close. As the event ended, the members of the Huang family exchanged glances filled with mixed emotions. Realizing that the once coveted Huang Wei had become the subject of ridicule, while the previously overlooked Huang Xiaolong had emerged as the star of the occasion. In the North Hall, Huang Wei bellowed. If it weren't for Huang Xiaolong's sheer luck in swallowing 3 yang fruits, how could he possibly have broken through to the second stage with his 7th-level martial soul? I refuse to accept this. Huang Xiaolong, I will take revenge. Next year at the gathering, I will repay this humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. His face, marred and swollen, twisted in rage. Huang Ming sat silently, his expression inscrutable, yet flashes of cold fury flickered in his eyes. This year's gathering had utterly humiliated him. In stark contrast, the East Hall resonated with laughter. Good son, you have not disappointed your father. Huang Peng laughed heartily. What a delight. I can hardly contain my joy at seeing my brother Huang Ming and Amp Appo's sour expression. Xiaolong, come here. Let me have a good look at you. Su Yin beckoned, pulling Huang Xiaolong closer for inspection. You should have informed us of your breakthrough to the second stage. We worried for so long. Huang Xiaolong smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. If his parents were to discover that he was not merely at the second stage, but rather at the pinnacle of the third stage, their reactions would be unfathomable. Yet, he decided to keep his true strength concealed for the time being. Revealing his peak third-stage prowess would undoubtedly stir suspicion. While he could attribute his current second-stage status to the consumption of 3 yang fruits, manifesting his peak third-stage abilities would certainly raise eyebrows. If it were discovered that he possessed a super martial soul, it might spell disaster for the Huang family. After being subjected to his parents and Amp Appo's lengthy admonishments in the East Hall, Huang Xiaolong finally returned to his small courtyard. As he entered, a small figure rushed towards him. Not bothering to evade, he chuckled, "Little one, where have you been these past few days?" The figure was none other than the soul-devouring purple monkey. After half a year, the monkey's form remained largely unchanged, though its eyes sparkled with an enchanting azure brilliance. Squeak, squeak. The soul-devouring purple monkey leaped onto Huang Xiaolong's shoulder, gesturing animatedly. "You wish for me to accompany you to the back mountain?" Huang Xiaolong inquired, having grown accustomed to the monkey's body language over their time together. Squeak, squeak. The monkey's face lit up with excitement, nodding eagerly. "Very well, let us go." Huang Xiaolong agreed, sensing no immediate obligations. He followed the monkey as it led him to a mountainous area behind the Huang residence. Once they arrived, Huang Xiaolong was taken aback to find a massive, 10-meter-long flowered python coiled before him. Seeing the great python, Huang Xiaolong inhaled sharply, realizing that the monkey had brought him here for a fight. As they approached, the python raised its head, fixing its gaze upon both Huang Xiaolong and the monkey, its long tongue flicking out as it lunged toward them. Huang Xiaolong and Appo's expression grew serious. He recognized that this python was likely a 4th-level magical beast. Although it was only of the 4th tier, it posed a significant threat to Huang Xiaolong, who was merely at the peak of the 3rd stage. However, just as he narrowly evaded the python and Appo's strike, the soul-devouring purple monkey let out a shrill cry and leaped from Huang Xiaolong's shoulder, soaring above the python's head and bringing its paws down with force. The python recoiled in pain, letting out a monstrous shriek, twisting its body and opening its massive jaws wide to engulf the monkey. Huang Xiaolong and Amp Amp, Apos, S heart raced. But in that moment, the monkey deftly slid back several meters, narrowly avoiding the python's deadly bite, allowing Huang Xiaolong to breathe a sigh of relief. Channeling the Shura technique, a dark stream of murderous energy surged through Huang Xiaolong, his eyes turning crimson and his hair standing on end. Yet, he refrained from attacking immediately, instead observing the fierce battle between the monkey and the python with cold, blood-red eyes. As the python twisted its form yet again, Huang Xiaolong suddenly sprang into action, soaring into the air, appearing like a dark cloud against the sun. In an instant, two Shura blades materialized in his hands as he descended towards the python and Apos' head. Swinging the blades with ferocity, the python let out a pained howl, blood spraying forth as it writhed on the ground, eventually coming to a halt. Huang Xiaolong and Apos' eyes and hair gradually returned to normal as he retracted the Shura blades and approached the soul-devouring purple monkey. Chapter 16. Breaking through to the fourth level as the spirit-eating purple monkey arrived before the corpse of the great flower python. It leapt atop the python's head, deftly slicing open a gaping wound and extracting a small, earthy yellow orb. Upon seeing this orb, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment. Was it a demon core? Generally, the probability of a mid-level demon beast forming a demon core is merely 1 in 10,000, while high-level beasts above the 7th rank achieve this with certainty. To discover such a core within the body of a 4th-level great flower python was astounding. A 4th-level demon core, if sold in the market, would fetch no less than 200 to 300 gold coins. At that moment, the spirit-eating purple monkey approached the python and Apos' belly, using its claws to unearth 2 thumb-sized, somewhat repulsive green objects. Snake gall. Huang Xiaolong's eyes gleamed. The gall from a 4th-level demon beast like the great flower python is a potent tonic. Consuming it not only enhances one's combat energy, but also strengthens the body. After retrieving the galls, the monkey presented them to Huang Xiaolong. Then, with a mischievous grin, devoured the 4th-level demon core whole. It ate it. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. The demon core, being a concentration of the demon beast and Apos' energy, is typically not suitable for direct consumption by cultivators. Its chaotic energy could lead to explosive consequences. Yet, this little creature managed to consume it without any ill effects. Huang Xiaolong was left speechless. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, he turned his gaze towards the several hundred-pound corpse of the great flower python and decided against further action, opting instead to return to Huang family village with the spirit-eating purple monkey. Upon returning, Huang Xiaolong instructed the guards to procure some wine. Then he split open the snake gall and mixed it with the wine before consuming it. As it entered his stomach, a chill was swiftly followed by a warm surge of energy. Huang Xiaolong promptly began to cultivate using the Shura technique to refine the medicinal properties of the gall. A night passed. When Huang Xiaolong awoke, his eyes sparkled with joy. His combat energy had significantly increased during the night, the effect of a single snake gall equating to half a month of arduous training. He sensed that a breakthrough to the 4th level was imminent, the barriers growing thinner by the moment. Rising from the cold jade bed, he had just put it away in his Shura ring when he heard the voice of his younger sister, Huang Min, calling from outside the courtyard. Elder brother, elder brother. Surprised, Huang Xiaolong stepped out, noting the early dawn. What brings you here so early? He inquired. Hurry, father and mother want you to come to the main hall. Huang Min replied. To the main hall. Huang Xiaolong felt a twinge of confusion. Such gatherings typically occurred only for significant family discussions. Exiting the courtyard, he arrived at the main hall to find his parents already present, along with his uncle Huang Ming, Huang Wei, and several elders of the family. As Huang Xiaolong entered, all eyes turned towards him. Each expression varied. Huang Wei regarded him with a venomous glare. Father, mother, Huang Xiaolong greeted as he approached Huang Peng and Su Yan, taking a seat beside them. His parents looked at him with warmth and approval. At that moment, Huang Qida and Li Mu entered, the latter accompanied by his granddaughter Li Lu. Upon seeing them, Huang Xiaolong began to piece together the situation. Sure enough, after taking his seat, Huang Qida surveyed the hall and announced with a smile, I have called everyone here today to discuss an important matter. Our Huang family village and the Li family will be entering into a marriage alliance. A murmur of surprise rippled through the hall, though it was not entirely unexpected, as rumors had circulated prior. Huang Wei and Apos' expression brightened momentarily upon hearing this. But then Huang Qida continued, Indeed, It is a betrothal between Huang Wei and the Li family and Apos, Li Lu. The elders stood in unison, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the old village chief." However, suddenly a voice rang out, breaking the moment of celebration. "No, I disagree." It was Li Lu, seated beside Li Mu, and her declaration left everyone in stunned silence. "Lu, are you?" Li Mu began to admonish, but Li Lu interjected, "No, Grandpa, I don't like Huang Wei." She then pointed directly at Huang Xiaolong, declaring, "If there is to be a betrothal, it should be with him." The hall fell into a heavy silence, and expressions shifted dramatically. The smiles of Huang Ming and Huang Wei turned to stone, their faces contorted with rage, especially Huang Wei, whose complexion flushed crimson as he glared at Huang Xiaolong with a look that could kill. Huang Xiaolong, equally astonished, stared at the audacious girl who had pointed at him. "What nonsense!" Li Mu exclaimed in disbelief. Li Lu pouted defiantly, her eyes resolute. "Grandpa, I and Apos am not being foolish. I mean it. I like him." She gazed at Huang Xiaolong, adding, "He looked so impressive when he fought." The absurdity of the situation was not lost on Huang Xiaolong and the others. This infatuation stemmed from his actions during the previous day's gathering. Li Mu was at a loss for words, while regardless of his reprimands, Li Lu remained steadfast in her preference for Huang Xiaolong over Huang Wei. "Brother Cheetah, what is to be done?" In the end, Li Mu looked to Huang Cheetah, somewhat helpless. What had been a predetermined arrangement was now in disarray. After pondering for a moment, Huang Cheetah responded with a chuckle. "Then let us wait 2 years and discuss it again." Li Mu could only nod in agreement. Huang Wei, seething with resentment towards Huang Xiaolong, shot him a venomous glare, while Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent to the animosity directed at him, fully aware of Huang Wei and Apos' contempt but choosing to disregard it. Eventually, the gathering dispersed. After parting ways with his parents, Huang Xiaolong returned to his courtyard, resuming his cultivation with eager anticipation for the new soul abilities that awaited him upon breaking through to the 4th level. Days swiftly passed, and that night, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, channeling the Shura technique. The 9 nether chi surged forth from the void, and his twin-headed serpent martial spirit voraciously absorbed it. The 9 nether combat energy roared through his meridians, relentlessly assaulting the 4th level barrier. As he persisted, the barrier finally yielded a crack, which rapidly widened. The breakthrough to the 4th level was at hand. However, just as he achieved this milestone, an explosive surge of light erupted from behind him as his twin-headed serpent martial spirit transformed. A cacophony of blue and black light shot skyward, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a dragon and Apos' roar, yet distinctly not. The serpent and Apos' head split apart, morphing into a blue serpent and a black serpent. No, it was more than just a blue and black serpent. As they divided, for claws sprouted from their underbellies, and their scales transformed into dragon-like armor. Chapter 17. Huang Wei enters cultivation. Huang Xiaolong sensed the changes in his martial spirit and was deeply astonished. This wasn't an Apos' two-headed snake. It was an ancient divine dragon. 2 of them. He realized they were twin martial spirits. In the world of martial spirits, possessing twin martial spirits was exceedingly rare, and those who did were paragons of talent. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' twin martial spirits were super martial spirits, although their forms were still far from those of ancient divine dragons. This was only the first transformation. When he broke through to the 7th level, his martial spirits would undergo a second transformation, fully morphing into divine dragons. After the initial shock, a surge of elation flooded Huang Xiaolong and Apos' heart. He had Apos' anticipated that his martial spirit transformation would result in twin super martial spirits. What innate soul skills would awaken? Astonishingly, there were 2. A new memory entered Huang Xiaolong and Apos' mind, the inherited innate soul skills of the black and blue dragons. While others gained 1 innate soul skill after their first martial spirit transformation, Huang Xiaolong, with his twin martial spirits, received 2. Reciting the innate soul skills, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' body, seated on the jade bed, blurred and vanished. After about 6 breaths, his body gradually reappeared. This was his first innate soul skill, spatial concealment. Spatial concealment allowed him to vanish into the void, becoming invisible and intangible. It was exceptionally formidable. Imagine, in the midst of battle, Huang Xiaolong could disappear and reappear behind his opponent, delivering a fatal blow. It was an assassin's ultimate skill. Although he could only maintain the concealment for 6 breaths currently, the duration would increase with his cultivation level. If spatial concealment was his first innate soul skill, what was the second? Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong's body floated off the jade bed, moving like a phantom out of the room and into the courtyard. His second innate soul skill was shadowing swiftness. After activating it, Huang Xiaolong's speed increased by about a third. In a battle between equals, speed was crucial. Combining his second innate soul skill with spatial concealment made him an exceptionally formidable opponent. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath, exuding a sense of heroism and dominance. After a while, he regained his composure. Abruptly, he soared into the air, his hands moving swiftly, sending palm imprints into the night sky. Compared to before his breakthrough, Huang Xiaolong felt his agility had doubled. Each attack unleashed a ferocious burst of physical power, especially from his resilient tendons, which was absent at the peak of the 3rd level. From the 1st to 3rd levels of warriorhood, martial energy tempered the muscles, making them full, solid, and stronger. After breaking through to the 4th level, martial energy tempered and strengthened the tendons as well. Huang Xiaolong struck a half-meter stone in the corner of the courtyard and landed. As the night wind blew, the stone gradually turned into dust, scattered by the wind. From the 1st to 3rd levels, each level added a stone and Appo's worth of power. After breaking through to the 4th level, his power doubled. Now, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's strike carried the force of 6 stones. As dawn broke, the rising sun cast a golden glow on Huang Xiaolong. He stood in the courtyard until the sunlight warmed him before leaving for the East Hall. However, his father, Huang Peng, was not there, only his mother, Su Yan. Did father go to the main hall? Huang Xiaolong asked. Su Yan nodded. Your grandfather summoned him this morning, along with Huang Ming and the elders. I don't know what they're discussing. Huang Xiaolong waited in the East Hall for his father to return. Inside the main hall, Huang Qida, seated in the main seat, surveyed the crowd and announced, Tomorrow, we will open the spirit pool for Huang Wei to cultivate in for a month. The elders exchanged glances, then looked at Huang Peng. Huang Qida founded Huang family manor, and no one dared to oppose his decisions. However, according to the established rules, the disciple who won the annual competition during the martial soul awakening ceremony could cultivate in the spirit pool for a month. This year, Huang Xiaolong had clearly won, so he should be the one to enter the spirit pool. Huang Peng was stunned and angered by his father and Appo's decision. He stood up and protested. Father, this ISN and Appo's fair. Xiaolong won the competition against Huang Wei. Why should Huang Wei cultivate in the spirit pool? Huang Qida was embarrassed, knowing his decision was unjust. However, he didn't Appo's want to scold his second son. He hesitated before replying. Although Xiaolong won the competition, it was an anomaly. In terms of talent, Huang Wei is far superior. Xiaolong only broke through to the 2nd level by consuming 3 yang fruits. The rule about the annual winner entering the spirit pool meant the disciple with the best talent should cultivate in it. Huang Peng was furious. Nonsense. The disciple with the best talent? Why didn't you say that before? Now that Xiaolong has won, you changed the rules? Huang Qida was at a loss for words. Huang Ming interjected. Second brother, is father the manor lord, or are you? You can and Appo's question his decisions. Huang Peng clenched his fists and glared at Huang Ming. But he knew Huang Ming was right. No one could change his father's decisions. Elder Zhou Guang added, Second manor lord. The old manor lord's decision is for the good of Huang family manor. Everyone knows that young Master Xiaolong's talent is inferior to young Master Huang Wei's. Letting young Master Xiaolong cultivate in the spirit pool would be a waste of its spiritual energy. Huang Peng pointed at Zhou Guang and roared, Shut your dog mouth. You have no right to speak here. Zhou Guang fell silent, his face flushed, but he dared not say more. After a moment, Huang Peng suppressed his anger and turned to Huang Qida. Fine, father. If you say this was an anomaly, what if Xiaolong wins the next annual competition? Huang Qida paused. Huang Ming scoffed. Do you think Xiaolong can get lucky again? Fine. If Xiaolong wins the next annual competition, I will give you 100 martial energy pills and apologize to you. 100 martial energy pills were equivalent to a month of cultivation in the spirit pool. Good. Huang Peng stared at Huang Ming. Remember your words today? Without asking Huang Qida for permission, he turned and left the main hall. Chapter 18. Cultivating Combat Techniques. Huang Ming gazed coldly at Huang Peng, who had turned to leave, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. He had no faith that Huang Xiaolong would again be fortunate enough to triumph over his son at the next annual meeting. Thus, the notion of 100 chi pills was utterly implausible. As for an apology, that was even less likely. In the great hall, the elders exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Meanwhile, in the east hall, Huang Xiaolong had only just taken a seat when he saw his father, Huang Peng, storming back from the north hall. His face a mask of fury. "Father, what happened?" Huang Xiaolong inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Su Yan also rose to greet him. Huang Peng, upon seeing his son, felt a pang of guilt. He remained silent, taking his seat in the great hall while lowering his head. His anger only intensified as he recalled the disdainful gaze of his elder brother, Huang Ming, and their father's favoritism towards Huang Wei. Unable to suppress his rage, he slammed his palm against the adjacent chair, shattering it into pieces. Startled, Su Yan exclaimed, "Penggu, what's wrong? What has happened?" Huang Peng looked up at his wife and son, sighed heavily, and eventually recounted the events that had transpired in the main hall. He expressed his fury that their father, Huang Qida, had granted the opportunity to enter the spirit pool for cultivation to Huang Wei instead of Huang Xiaolong. In a fit of anger, he struck the nearby chair again, sending it flying. This is sheer favoritism. He only has eyes for that grandson, Huang Wei. Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief and anger. Does he not consider our Xiaolong as his grandson at all? Huang Xiaolong remained silent, a cold smile playing on his lips. Although he had triumphed over Huang Wei at the annual meeting days prior and revealed his second-tier strength before his grandfather, Huang Qida still did not truly acknowledge him. In his grandfather's eyes, Xiaolong and Appo's advancement to the second tier was merely a stroke of luck, and he felt certain that his achievements would never compare to those of Huang Wei. Furthermore, that Zhou Guang had the audacity to proclaim that Xiaolong's entry into the spirit pool would be a waste of its medicinal powers. Su Yan fumed, that sycophant. If it weren't for the backing of his elder brother Huang Ming, he would dare not speak this way. Although Zhou Guang held the title of elder, his status in the Huang clan was merely marginally above that of high-ranking guards. Ultimately, he was still a servant. "I am sorry, my son." Huang Peng looked at his son, his voice tinged with melancholy and guilt. "It is my inadequacy. I could not secure the qualification for you to enter the spirit pool, and it was instead taken by Huang Wei." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaolong smiled faintly. "Father, mother, do not worry. At the next annual meeting, not only will I defeat Huang Wei so thoroughly that even his father will not recognize him, but I shall make him unrecognizable to his grandfather as well." Since grandfather Huang Qida was so biased and placed such importance on his precious grandson Huang Wei, Xiaolong, possessing a 7th-tier martial soul, would ensure that Huang Qida would see his fortune flourish and his strength grow ever greater. He vowed to transform Huang Wei into a formidable prey at each subsequent annual meeting. Huang Peng and Su Yan interpreted Xiaolong's words as mere attempts to comfort them, wishing to alleviate their concerns. Huang Peng felt even more guilt-ridden. In their perspective, their son, possessing a 7th-tier martial soul, would inevitably find the gap, with Huang Wei widening over time. After a year, Huang Wei would likely break through to the 3rd tier or even higher, while their son, with a 7th-tier martial soul, would typically require around 2 years to advance from the 2nd to the 3rd tier. Would their son truly be able to defeat Huang Wei at the next annual meeting? Unless their son could consume 3 more spirit medicines akin to the yang fruit. Huang Peng sighed internally, pondering the improbability of such an abundance of fortuitous encounters. Seeing the expressions on his parents' faces, Huang Xiaolong understood their disbelief in his ability to defeat Huang Wei at the next annual meeting. "Father, mother, I wish to cultivate on the back mountain," he proposed after some thought. This would also facilitate his practice of the easy muscle scripture, as the constant back and forth was somewhat cumbersome, and he did not wish to reveal his training in the Shura technique. "No." Su Yan immediately shook her head in opposition without a second thought. Huang Peng followed suit, saying, "Xiaolong, I understand that you wish to cultivate in peace, but you are only at the 2nd tier. It is far too dangerous." Anticipating their disapproval, Huang Xiaolong remained calm, fully aware that as a mere 7-year-old, no parent would feel comfortable allowing their child to venture away from home for cultivation. "Father, mother, I will only remain at the outskirts of the back mountain. There is no danger as long as I do not venture deep inside," Huang Xiaolong reassured them. However, despite his entreaties, Huang Peng and Su Yan remained resolute in their refusal. "But what if I can defeat Huang Wei at the next annual meeting?" Huang Xiaolong stated with a hint of desperation, shifting his tone. Defeat Huang Wei. Huang Peng and Su Yin exchanged glances with their son. If at the next annual meeting, you truly can defeat Huang Wei, then I shall permit you to cultivate on the back mountain. Huang Peng pondered for a moment before adding, however, that will only come after you have bested Huang Wei. Very well. Huang Xiaolong accepted, knowing he would have to wait another year. It was simply unavoidable. At that moment, in the North Hall, Huang Wei beamed with delight upon hearing from his father Huang Ming about grandfather Huang Chida's decision made in the main hall. Grandfather is indeed wise. Allowing that brat to cultivate in the spirit pool would be a waste. Returning from the main hall, Huang Ming was in high spirits and remarked with a smile, since your grandfather has granted you this opportunity to enter the spirit pool for cultivation, do not let him or me down. Although your talent is exceptional, you must still strive diligently in your training. Rest assured, father, I will surely break through to the third tier within a year of entering the spirit pool, Huang Wei declared, his eyes filled with malice. At the next annual meeting, I will make that little dog kneel before me, and I shall cripple both his hands and feet. Upon returning to his courtyard from the East Hall, Huang Xiaolong did not continue his training in the Shura technique. Instead, he retrieved the scroll detailing the techniques from the Shura technique. Now that he had broken through to the fourth tier, he was ready to learn combat techniques. The scroll contained 2 sets of combat techniques, the Shura sword technique, designed to complement the Shura blade, and the Shura ghost claw. The Shura sword technique comprised 18 moves, each divided into 3 postures, while the Shura ghost claw had only 5 moves. After reviewing both techniques, Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell upon the first illustration of the Shura sword technique. He resolved to begin his training with it. Exiting his room and stepping into the courtyard, Huang Xiaolong summoned the Shura blade. He recalled the attacking postures and the flow of energy from the first illustration of the Shura sword technique. With a swing of the Shura blade, dozens of blade lights appeared from thin air, slowly rotating to form 2 whirlwinds that spun and rolled within the courtyard. The first move of the Shura sword technique, Hell's Wind. Chapter 19. The fourth stance of Jin Jing, however, the vortex of hellish wind did not last long. It swirled about the small courtyard for roughly 4 breaths before dissipating. After delivering a strike, Huang Xiaolong did not swing his blade again, but instead sought to comprehend the hellish wind formed by the earlier attack of the Shura blade. He stood still, his mind filled with images of the swirling hellish winds, their trajectory vividly etched before his eyes. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong suddenly moved, unleashing the Shura blade once more. This time, a total of 18 blade lights manifested from thin air, stirring within the space, creating whirling air currents and forming 2 larger vortices than the last. After the strike, Huang Xiaolong again stood motionless, reflecting on the trajectory and direction of the hellish wind. Another half hour passed before he executed another strike with the Shura blade, repeating this cycle endlessly. Each time after an attack, Huang Xiaolong would remain in contemplation for half an hour before launching another assault, from morning to noon and into the evening. As the last rays of sunlight began to fade, Huang Xiaolong unleashed the Shura blade once again. The 2 vortices of hellish wind spun continuously, emitting a haunting wail that seemed to resonate from the depths of hell itself, and they now persisted for 5 breaths. Listening to the faint sound emanating from the hellish winds, Huang Xiaolong exhaled slowly. According to the diagram, if the first move of the hellish wind could produce the sound of hell, then he had indeed made significant progress. If the first master of the Shura sect, Ren Wuquang, were to witness Huang Xiaolong achieving this in a single day, he would undoubtedly be left speechless with astonishment. When Ren Wuquang stumbled upon this technique, it had taken him over 2 months to manifest the sound of hell after practicing the first move of the Shura blade. And here was Huang Xiaolong, who had accomplished it in just 1 day. Mastery of combat techniques is independent of martial spirits. It requires innate comprehension and talent. In his past life, Huang Xiaolong was a prodigious genius in martial arts. The similarities between martial arts of that life and this one allowed him to cultivate the first move of the Shura blade to a minor accomplishment in merely a day, which was not surprising. As night fell, Huang Xiaolong ceased his practice of the Shura blade and returned to his chamber, sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed to cultivate the Shura art. Since his breakthrough to the 4th rank, his 2-headed snake martial spirit had not only evolved into a dual super martial spirit, but had also grown significantly in size. When his martial spirit first awakened, it was merely the size of 2 palms, but now each spirit measured half a meter. The black and blue twin dragons coiled behind him, voraciously devouring the dark energy of the 9 underworlds that cascaded from the void. Following his breakthrough, this energy had become even darker, denser, and purer. A faint aura of dragon might radiated from the twin dragons. Time passed swiftly, and soon a month had elapsed. Throughout this time, Huang Xiaolong dedicated his days to practicing the Shura blade in the courtyard, alongside his cultivation of the Shura art and Jin Jing. After a month, when he wielded the Shura blade, the blade lights had multiplied to over 40, and the vortices of hellish wind had grown to twice their previous size. One night, Huang Xiaolong ventured to the back mountain to test the power of the hellish wind. With a swing of the Shura blade, the wind surged forth, sweeping and rolling, snapping all trees within a tenjong radius. The trunks bore numerous blade marks, as if they had been struck hundreds of times by a sword. Observing the broken trees, Huang Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction. The Shura blade and Apos' offensive power was indeed formidable, far surpassing the demon-slaying sword technique of his former family. However, at this rate, it would likely take another 6 months to master the hellish wind completely, Huang Xiaolong mused. Despite a month of rigorous training, the power of the hellish wind was still far from the level depicted in the diagram. If he could cultivate it to full mastery, he would be able to direct the 2 vortices at will with his thoughts. After practicing the Shura blade for a while on the back mountain, Huang Xiaolong gradually focused his mind, spreading his feet apart, raising both palms above his head, and drawing in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The surrounding energy surged into him, transforming into internal force and gathering in his dantian. Not long into his practice, a flash of golden light erupted from his dantian, followed by a radiant glow enveloping his body. The air currents swirled outward as waves of internal strength emanated from him. Slowly retracting his palms, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes. He had finally cleared the meridians for the internal force of the 3rd stance of Jin Jing. He could now proceed to practice the 4th stance, star plucking and star shifting. Recalling the 4th stance, Huang Xiaolong stepped forward with his right foot, aligning it diagonally with his left. Bending his knees as his body sank slightly, he raised his right palm high above his head, palm facing downward, with his head tilted slightly to the right while his left arm bent behind him, beginning to breathe rhythmically as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth flowed into him. As night gave way to dawn, Huang Xiaolong finally retracted his right palm and left arm, returning to an upright posture as he concluded his practice of the 4th stance of Jin Jing. After stopping, he exhaled, practiced the soft palm technique once, and then returned to Huang family village. By the time he arrived, the sun was fully risen, and as he strolled into the eastern hall, he found his parents, Huang Peng and Su Yin, present. However, the atmosphere in the hall felt slightly off, prompting Huang Xiaolong to inquire, "Father, Mother, what is the matter?" "Ren Wei has emerged from the spirit pool," Huang Peng replied, his voice low. "It is said he has already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd rank and Apos' initial stage." Huang Xiaolong recalled that it had been a month since the spirit pool was activated. The pinnacle of the 2nd rank and Apos' initial stage? It seemed the results of a month in the spirit pool were indeed remarkable, he thought with a cold smirk. "Father, Mother, there is no need to worry about the annual meeting next time. In fact, I reached the pinnacle of the 2nd rank and Apos' initial stage yesterday as well," Huang Xiaolong declared, releasing his combat aura. The pinnacle of the 2nd rank and Apos' initial stage. Huang Peng and Su Yin exchanged astonished glances, their faces alight with joy. "Xiaolong, how is this possible?" Huang Peng glanced at his son, wondering if his child had encountered some extraordinary opportunity. It was inconceivable that he could reach this level so rapidly. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "Father, Mother, you need not inquire further about this matter." Huang Peng and Su Yin exchanged looks, realizing their son harbored a secret. However, since he did not wish to elaborate, they refrained from pressing him. "Very well, Xiaolong. As long as you can break through to the 3rd rank by the end of the year, even if you cannot defeat Ren Wei, I will permit you to train on the back mountain," Huang Peng said, looking at his son with earnestness. Chapter 20. Li Mu and Apos' grand birthday. As long as you break through to the 3rd rank by the end of the year? Huang Xiaolong's expression was peculiar upon hearing his father's words. Observing his son's countenance, Huang Peng assumed the demand to reach the 3rd rank by year's end was too arduous. He offered a comforting reassurance. "Actually, your mother and I are aware that it and Apos is quite challenging for you to break through to the 3rd rank by the end of the year. So Don and Oppose, T put too much pressure on yourself, Xiaolong. After a moment of hesitation, Huang Peng added, reaching the late stage of the second rank by the end of the year will suffice. The late stage of the second rank. Huang Xiaolong and Oppose's expression turned even more peculiar. Indeed, Xiaolong. If you can and Oppose, T reach the late stage of the second rank, we and Oppose, LL still be delighted if you attain the late stage of the second rank, his mother. Su Yan chimed in. Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless, a wry smile playing on his lips. Third rank. Late stage of the second rank. Late stage of the second rank. Father, mother, I'll head back to my courtyard first, Huang Xiaolong said, rising to his feet. He feared that further discussion would lead his parents to lower the bar to the peak of the second rank's middle stage. He worried he might be unable to resist revealing that their son had already reached the early peak of the fourth rank. Oh, Xiaolong. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to depart, Huang Peng recalled something and said, in a few days, it will be the 80th birthday of the old clan leader, Li. The old clan leader is hosting a grand birthday banquet and has invited our Huang family village. However, that young lady, Li Lu, has been clamoring to the old clan leader that she wants you to attend as well. Clamoring for me to go? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Could it be that this little imp had taken a fancy to him? Was it because his display of pummeling Huang Wei into a pig and amp, Oppose's head at the annual meeting was particularly dashing? Father, mother, is it possible to decline? Huang Xiaolong asked tentatively. What do you think? Su Yan retorted, her eyes widening. Huang Xiaolong was crestfallen, realizing he had no choice but to attend. Observing her son and amp, Oppose's expression, Su Yan playfully teased, don't be ungrateful, young man. That Li Lu is the old clan leader's most beloved granddaughter, possesses a 9th grade martial soul, and is bound to blossom into a captivating beauty. Huang Xiaolong was further rendered speechless. If his mother knew her son possessed a super martial soul, and a pair of them at that, she likely wouldn't amp, Oppose, to think this way. At that moment, Huang Peng joined in with a chuckle. Indeed, Xiaolong, your mother is right. In fact, if you were to truly marry the old clan leader and amp, Oppose's granddaughter, Li Lu, then your mother and I. However, Huang Peng was cut short by Huang Xiaolong, who interjected, all right, father, I understand. I'll go when the time comes, all right? When do we depart? Will you take me there? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Oh, is our son feeling shy? However, she didn't and Oppose. T continue the teasing, saying, we and Oppose, LL leave the day after tomorrow. However, besides you and your father, your grandfather, your uncle, and that Huang Wei will also be attending. Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow and nodded. All right, I understand. If they're and amp, Oppose, nothing else, I and amp, Oppose, LL head back now. Huang Peng and Su Yan nodded. Huang Xiaolong turned and departed. Gazing at her son and amp, Oppose's departing figure, Su Yan sighed wistfully. If only our Xiaolong could truly marry Li Lu in the future, that would be wonderful. Huang Peng shook his head, given Li Lu and amp, Oppose's status and talent. She wouldn't truly take a liking to our Xiaolong. Li Lu is just an 8-year-old child now. She'll understand when she grows up. Huang Xiaolong didn't hear his parents' conversation. Upon returning to his courtyard, he resumed his cultivation of the Azura tactics. Soon, 2 days had passed, and the day of departure arrived. Huang Xiaolong arrived at the East Hall and was led by his father, Huang Peng, to the main hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, his grandfather, Huang Qida, his uncle, Huang Ming, and Huang Wei, along with his father, had already arrived. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong's arrival, Huang Wei's face was filled with resentment. It seemed that if Huang Qida weren't present, he would have already pounced on him. Father, grandfather. Huang Xiaolong and his father arrived before Huang Qida, disregarding Huang Wei and Oppose's ferocious gaze, and paid respects to Huang Qida. Huang Qida nodded and smiled. Since everyone has arrived, let and Oppose's depart now. With that, he took the lead, and Huang Xiaolong and the others followed closely behind. Although Huang family village and the Li family were both major forces in Kanglin County, the distance between them was not short. The Li family resided in Kanglin County, while Huang family village was located several hundred miles away from the county seat. Therefore, by the time Huang Xiaolong and his group arrived in Kanglin County, it was already afternoon, nearing dusk. Brother Qida, you and amp, Oppose, VE traveled far to attend my humble birthday celebration. I Haven and Oppose, been able to greet you from afar. Please forgive me. Upon arriving at the county seat, the old clan leader of the Li family, Li Mu, greeted them with a hearty laugh. He had already led his people to wait there. "Brother Li Mu, you're too kind." Huang Qida responded with a hearty laugh. Huang Xiaolong observed that the young girl, Li Lu, was standing behind a round-faced middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was somewhat stout, with small eyes, and appeared amiable. "Is this Li Mu's only son, Li Cheng, the little imp, Li Lu's father?" Huang Xiaolong mused inwardly. At that moment, Li Lu, who was behind Li Cheng, playfully stuck out her tongue at Huang Xiaolong, giggling, her expression exceedingly adorable. Huang Xiaolong rolled his eyes, ignoring her. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong's expression, Li Lu pouted. This scene did not escape the notice of Huang Wei, who was standing nearby. His heart seethed with anger. Although his engagement with Li Lu at the annual meeting had been ruined by Huang Xiaolong, in his heart, Li Lu was already his destined wife. Now, his wife was openly flirting with Huang Xiaolong right before his eyes. After a round of pleasantries, they entered the city, heading towards the Li residence. The Li residence was not located in the central area of the county seat, but rather in the southern region. When Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the Li residence, they saw that the street in front of the Li residence, which was over 20 meters wide, was bustling with activity, adorned with lanterns and decorations, and extremely lively. For Li Mu's 80th birthday celebration, in addition to the arrival of Huang family village. Many of the clan leaders of the various families in Kanglin County had already arrived. However, the grand birthday celebration was to be held the next day, so some clan leaders had not yet arrived. After arriving at the Li residence, Li Mu personally led Huang Xiaolong and his group to the arranged courtyard. "Brother Cheetah, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to instruct the guards in the residence. If there are any shortcomings in the hospitality, please forgive me," Li Mu said to Huang Cheetah with a smile. Huang Cheetah waved his hand and said with a laugh, "You and Amp, Oppos, re too kind. All right, you go ahead and attend to your matters. Tomorrow, we brothers will have a good drink together." Li Mu chuckled, "Definitely." With that, he bid farewell and departed. However, much to Huang Xiaolong and Oppos' dismay, not long after Li Mu left, the little imp Li Lu came over. After greeting Huang Cheetah, Huang Ming, and Huang Peng, she approached Huang Xiaolong and said in a coquettish voice, "Xiaolong, is this your first time in the county seat? Come on, I'll take you out for a stroll." Without waiting for Huang Xiaolong to reply, she grabbed Huang Xiaolong's hand and walked straight out of the courtyard. Huang Wei stared intently at Li Lu holding Huang Xiaolong's hand, then looked at Li Lu and Huang Xiaolong as they walked out of the courtyard, his expression extremely unsightly. Huang Ming and Amp, Oppos' expression was naturally not pleasant either. Huang Cheetah opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't know what to say. Only Huang Peng stood there, his heart already filled with delight. Chapter 21. The disciple of the Shura sect Huang Xiaolong was pulled out of the courtyard by Li Lu, and with a frown, he remarked, "I say, little girl, do not tug at me like that. Someone might misinterpret the situation." Li Lu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a playful giggle, revealing two delightful dimples on her cheeks. "What if they misunderstand? I am your wife. It is entirely normal for a wife to hold her husband's hand. I am not afraid of any misunderstandings. Also, do not call me little girl anymore. I have grown up." She said this while puffing out her modest chest. Huang Xiaolong felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Wife, grown up? He glanced at Li Lu and Amp, Oppos' still developing figure, unable to suppress a bitter smile. It appeared more like a flat plane than anything else. Noticing Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Oppos' gaze lingering on her chest, Li Lu and Amp, Oppos' face flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her voice. "If you keep looking at me like that, I will feel embarrassed, especially with so many people around." Huang Xiaolong was left speechless, opting for silence as he withdrew his hand and turned to exit the Li residence, eager to explore the bustling streets of Kanglin County for the first time. "Xiaolong, wait for me." Li Lu pouted as she saw him pull away, quickly catching up to him. This time, however, she did not hold his hand but linked her arm with his, resembling a doting little wife. A faint, youthful fragrance wafted into Huang Xiaolong's nostrils. He sidestepped slightly, saying, "You should head back. I can manage on my own." Li Lu pursed her lips, and suddenly her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Fine. I will go back and tell my grandfather that you are bullying me." Huang Xiaolong quickly interjected, feeling a headache coming on. "All right, let us go. But you must promise not to cling to me." Li Lu's expression brightened, and she nodded eagerly. With that, Huang Xiaolong felt a weight lift from his heart as they began to stroll. Li Lu walked patiently by his side, her round eyes occasionally glancing at his profile. The two maintained a comfortable silence as they wandered around. Just as they were about to return to the Li residence, they noticed a gathering of townsfolk ahead, animatedly discussing something. Curious, Huang Xiaolong and Li Lu approached the crowd. In the center lay a middle-aged man, disheveled and filthy, unconscious and clad in tattered clothing, with several small pools of blood around him, presumably from injuries he had sustained. Huang Xiaolong scrutinized the man for a moment, hesitated, then stepped forward to lift him. With his recent breakthrough to the 4th stage, he possessed considerable strength, making the task effortless. Seeing Huang Xiaolong lift the injured man, Li Lu was taken aback. "Let us go," Huang Xiaolong said as he passed by her, noticing she remained rooted in place. Once she regained her senses, she hurried after him, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Xiaolong, why are you taking him back?" "You wouldn't understand," Huang Xiaolong replied without turning back. "You wouldn't understand?" Li Lu's lips puffed out in frustration, yet she wisely refrained from pressing further. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong inquired about the back entrance of the Li residence, and upon arriving, he settled the injured man in a secluded room. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Xiaolong activated his inner energy and pointed decisively at the man's chest, swiftly tapping several vital points. After completing the sequence, he was left panting, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Li Lu stood behind him, watching with a puzzled expression. "Have someone bring a set of clothes for him and help him clean up," Huang Xiaolong instructed after catching his breath. "Okay," Li Lu replied, snapping back to attention. Shortly thereafter, servants from the Li residence arrived with clothing and assisted in cleaning and changing the unconscious man, yet he remained unresponsive. "You should head back now," Huang Xiaolong suggested, noticing the man's continued unconsciousness. Although Li Lu wanted to stay and keep him company, she acquiesced to Huang Xiaolong's resolute gaze. "All right then," she consented. Not long after Li Lu departed, the man, Fei Ho, slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness. He propped himself up and scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on Huang Xiaolong with a look of confusion. "Young brother, did you save me?" "Indeed," Huang Xiaolong affirmed with a nod. "Where's this place?" "You are in the Li residence of Kanglin County." Fei Ho struggled to rise from the bed, furrowing his brow. "Kanglin County? I do not recall this place." "Young brother, thank you for saving me. I must leave at once," Fei Ho declared as he attempted to exit the room, but was suddenly struck by excruciating pain within, causing him to cough violently, spewing blood onto the floor. Huang Xiaolong reacted swiftly, supporting him back to the bed. "Your injuries are severe. Your meridians are ruptured. I have temporarily stabilized your condition by applying the soul return finger to your vital points. If you move recklessly," he trailed off, leaving the implied warning hanging in the air. "Soul return finger? Vital points?" Fei Ho questioned, bewildered by Huang Xiaolong and Appo's terminology. Without elaborating, Huang Xiaolong shifted the conversation. "Are you a disciple of the Shura sect?" He had noticed the distinct Shura ghost head tattoo on Fei Ho's left arm earlier, a hallmark of the sect's disciples, prompting him to bring the man back. "What? Who are you? How do you know I am a disciple of the Shura sect?" Fei Ho exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm and suspicion. Huang Xiaolong remained silent, lifting his left hand to reveal a dark ring adorning his finger. The Shura ring. Fei Ho stared at the ring in shock, his expression one of disbelief and exhilaration. Observing Fei Ho's reaction, Huang Xiaolong recalled the diagram that indicated the Shura ring was a symbol of the sect's leader, and any disciple would instinctively bow in reverence upon seeing it. After regaining composure, Fei Ho knelt before Huang Xiaolong, bowing deeply. Disciple Fei Ho pays respects to the sect leader. The sect leader is invincible. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong relaxed. Had Fei Ho reacted poorly, his Shura blade would have swiftly dealt with him, as the man was already gravely injured and would have posed no threat. "Fei Ho, you may rise," Huang Xiaolong instructed. "Yes, thank you, sect leader." Fei Ho stood, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Huang Xiaolong discerned that Fei Ho's deference was genuine, not merely a fade. "How did you sustain your injuries?" Huang Xiaolong inquired after a moment's thought. To answer the sect leader, "I ventured into the Silver Moon Forest intending to hunt a 10th-stage ghost eye spider to refine its demon core into elixirs. However, I was unaware that there was a male and female spider," Fei Ho admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. "So you were ambushed?" Huang Xiaolong mused, recognizing Fei Ho's impressive fortitude in escaping the clutches of two 10th-stage beasts. He seemed to be decidedly stronger than his grandfather, Huang Cheetah. Perhaps it is prudent to have another skilled ally by my side for the time being. Chapter 22. Does a servant deserve qualification? Upon hearing Fei Ho and Appo's response, Huang Xiaolong finally comprehended the reason behind Fei Ho and Appo's grievous injuries. His meridians had been shattered. Sit down. I shall tend to your wounds first, Huang Xiaolong said after a moment of contemplation. Although he yearned to learn more about the Asura sect, Fei Ho's severe condition necessitated immediate stabilization of his injuries. My meridians have been shattered, Fei Ho said, momentarily taken aback, before continuing with hesitation. Generally, shattered meridians cannot be repaired unless one can procure some legendary sacred medicine. Do not fret, Huang Xiaolong reassured him, waving his hand. I am capable of reconnecting your meridians, though it will take approximately 6 months. You can reconnect my shattered meridians? Fei Ho exclaimed, astonished. He was not skeptical of Huang Xiaolong's words, but found it somewhat incredulous. Could it be that the sect master possessed the fabled sacred medicine? Sit down now, Huang Xiaolong urged. Though Fei Ho harbored doubts, he dared not disobey and respectfully complied, settling down. As he did, Huang Xiaolong placed his palms against Fei Ho's back, channeling his internal energy into him. Instantly, Fei Ho felt a warm current coursing through his back, prompting him to focus his mind and guide the warmth to nourish his entire being. After more than an hour, Huang Xiaolong withdrew his hands, his complexion slightly pale. Although he had cultivated the Jin Jing to the 4th stance, his internal energy remained somewhat inadequate. Nonetheless, after over an hour of infusing his internal energy, Fei Ho was now able to self-guide the healing process. After a while, Huang Xiaolong observed Fei Ho, who was still seated on the bed, practicing his cultivation, and then exited the room, making his way back to his own courtyard. Upon seeing his son return with a fatigued expression, Huang Peng felt perplexed. Recalling that his son had gone out shopping with Li Lu. Xiaolong, are you all right? Huang Peng inquired. Huang Xiaolong smiled at his father's concerned gaze. Father, I am fine. Huang Peng relaxed, then asked, has Miss Li Lu returned? Huang Xiaolong nodded. Suddenly, Huang Peng chuckled in a somewhat peculiar manner, fixing his gaze on Huang Xiaolong, teasing. ISN and Appo's, Miss Li Lu and Appo's hand very soft and delicate? ISN and Appo's, had a delightful experience to hold hands with a beauty? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback, then forced a smile. Father, what are you saying? There's truly nothing between me and Miss Li Lu. Huang Peng laughed. All right, I understand you and Miss Li Lu are not involved. But there is something between her and you. His expression brightened as he continued. You should have seen Huang Wei and Appo's face when Miss Li Lu held your hand. It looked as though he had bitten into something unpleasant. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and chuckled. However, Xiaolong, you should be cautious of Huang Wei in the future. Huang Peng's tone shifted, his expression turning somber. I understand, father, rest assured, there's nothing to worry about. I shall return to my room now, Huang Xiaolong replied. Huang Peng nodded. Very well, go rest. Once back in his room, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the cold jade bed from the Asura ring and sat cross-legged upon it, commencing his practice of the Asura art. As night passed and dawn approached, he ceased his cultivation, feeling utterly rejuvenated, stretching his limbs with an unprecedented vigor. Exiting his room, Huang Xiaolong made his way to Fei Ho and Appo's quarters, just as Fei Ho emerged from his room. Greetings, sect master. Unrivaled in the world, Fei Ho exclaimed upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, hastening to pay his respects. Following the healing Huang Xiaolong had provided the previous night, Fei Ho and Appo's demeanor towards him had grown increasingly reverent. Rise, Huang Xiaolong replied with a nod. Fei Ho stood respectfully. From now on, in the presence of others, you may address me as young master, Huang Xiaolong instructed after a moment's thought. Also, refrain from calling me unrivaled in the world in the future. The title unrivaled in the world felt disconcerting to Huang Xiaolong. He knew it had been established by Rin Mo Kuang in the past. Fei Ho hesitated before saying, Young master, that title was set by the former sect master. Would it be appropriate to dismiss it? Huang Xiaolong waved his hand. I understand it was established by my master, but rules are made by people. Now that I am the sect master, this rule shall be abolished. Master? Fei Ho, who had originally been puzzled about Huang Xiaolong's connection to the former sect master, now understood. It made sense. Who else, aside from the former sect master's direct disciple, could succeed the position of sect master? Thus, Fei Ho respectfully declared, As you command, young master. How is your injury recovering? Huang Xiaolong inquired, reporting to the young master. My injuries have recovered about 60 to 70%. In 3 days, I should fully recover, though my internal meridians. Fei Hou trailed off. Do not worry about your internal meridians, Huang Xiaolong reassured him. Now, tell me about the current situation in the Azura sect. Upon hearing this, Fei Hou and Appos' expression turned troubled. What is it? Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow. Realizing Huang Xiaolong had misunderstood, Fei Hou quickly clarified, Young master, it is not that I am unwilling to report. Rather, I am not fully informed. Not fully informed. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Indeed, Fei Hou nodded, explaining that he had joined the Azura sect nearly 20 years ago and had never visited the sect and Appos' headquarters. 2 decades prior, he had met his master, who had taken him as a disciple. Since his master was an elder of the Azura sect, he was able to join. But his master had not shared much information about the sect. His master and Appos' name was Yu Ming. However, my master did mention that since the disappearance of the former sect master 50 years ago, the Azura sect has split into 2 factions vying for the position of sect master, Fei Hou stated. Split into 2 factions. Huang Xiaolong's brow furrowed. Where is your master Yu Ming now? 3 years ago, I parted ways with my master and have not seen him since. At that time, he mentioned he was going to the capital of the Mo Kingdom for some matters, Fei Hou replied. The Mo Kingdom? Huang Xiaolong recognized the name. It was quite distant from the Luotong Kingdom, where the Huang family resided. Traveling from Luotong to Mo required traversing through numerous kingdoms. It seemed that acquiring detailed information about the Azura sect would be impossible for now. At that moment, Li Lu came running from afar. Upon spotting Huang Xiaolong, her face lit up with joy. Xiaolong, I knew you would be here. Come, the banquet is about to begin. Let us go. Huang Xiaolong felt a headache upon seeing Li Lu and turned to Fei Hou. You will accompany me. Yes, young master. Fei Hou replied respectfully. While Li Lu was puzzled by Fei Hou and Appos' address of Huang Xiaolong as young master, she thought little of it. She rushed to Huang Xiaolong and Appos' side, taking his hand and leading him to the front hall, as if it had become a habit for her to hold his hand. Huang Xiaolong attempted to withdraw his hand, but this time, the girl held on tightly, preventing him from doing so. He could only allow Li Lu to lead him to the front hall. Upon their arrival, they encountered Huang Peng and 4 others coming from the courtyard. Huang Wei and Appos' expression upon seeing Li Lu holding Huang Xiaolong and Appos' hand was quite telling. While Huang Peng offered Huang Xiaolong a peculiar and ambiguous smile, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Observing his father's gesture, Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Upon entering the grand hall, everyone took their seats. Huang Qida and Huang Peng naturally accompanied Li Mu at the main table. However, as they settled down, Li Lu insisted on sitting beside Huang Xiaolong, while Fei Hou automatically positioned himself behind him. Huang Qida and Huang Peng noticed Fei Hou standing behind Huang Xiaolong. Since Fei Hou referred to him as young master, they assumed he was a new servant purchased from the slave market during Huang Xiaolong's outing the previous night, and thus they did not inquire further. Fei Hou, you may take a seat over there, Huang Xiaolong instructed. Upon noticing Fei Hou standing behind him, Huang Xiaolong gestured towards an empty seat at the adjacent table, acknowledging that Fei Hou, as a 10th-tier powerhouse, deserved to sit rather than stand. At that moment, Huang Wei's piercing voice cut through the air. Sit? Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? Today is the grand birthday celebration of Elder Li, and you, a newly acquired servant, think you have the right to sit here? Chapter 23. A humiliating scene. Huang Xiaolong gazed coldly at Huang Wei and remarked, if he lacks the qualifications to be here, then your standing is even more questionable. What? Huang Xiaolong, you dare? Huang Wei seethed with anger. Possessing a level 10 martial soul, he was destined to be the future master of the Huang clan. How could Huang Xiaolong suggest he was lesser than a mere servant? At this moment, Huang Qida interjected, enough. We are in the Li residence, attending the grand birthday banquet of Elder Li. Huang Wei, upon hearing his grandfather's words, shot a resentful glance at Huang Xiaolong and refrained from further comment. Huang Qida then turned to Huang Xiaolong and said, is this person your newly acquired servant? He truly has no right to sit here. Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow, realizing that his grandfather was still biased in favor of Huang Wei. Since the awakening of their martial souls, Huang Qida had consistently favored Huang Wei. Had it not been for Li Lu insisting that Huang Xiaolong attend, Huang Qida would undoubtedly have only brought Huang Wei. Huang Qida continued, "Tell your servant to leave and wait in the courtyard." Leave. Huang Xiaolong felt a surge of anger. Was his grandfather implying that Fei Ho lacked even the right to stand here? Xiaolong, did you not hear your grandfather? Tell your servant to scram. Huang Ming chimed in, his tone laced with reprimand. This is Elder Li's birthday banquet. Bringing a servant here is a disgrace to us. Scram? Huang Xiaolong and Appo's fury boiled over. He retorted with a cold laugh. Even if Fei Ho is my newly acquired servant, it is not your place to dictate his actions. Uncle, you. Huang Ming was taken aback by Huang Xiaolong and Appo's audacity in such a situation, his eyes widening in shock. Enough, Xiaolong, Huang Peng interjected. Listen to your grandfather and have him return to the courtyard. Although Huang Peng felt that both Huang Qida and Huang Ming and Appo's remarks were excessive, he too believed it was somewhat inappropriate for his son to bring a servant to such an occasion. Huang Xiaolong paused, suppressing his anger, and finally nodded to Fei Ho, saying, Fei Ho, please return and wait for me. Fei Ho remained composed throughout, replying, Yes, young master. After bowing, he turned and departed. Huang Wei watched Fei Ho leave, feeling triumphant. Meanwhile, Li Lu, seated beside Huang Xiaolong, glared fiercely at Huang Wei, displeased by his smug demeanor. At that moment, hearty laughter echoed from outside the hall. It was Elder Li Mu, accompanied by Li Cheng and other esteemed guests, entering the grand hall amidst a throng of experts. Upon their arrival, all stood in respect. However, just as Li Mu and his companions entered with smiles, a sudden, urgent shout pierced the air. Elder, trouble. A grave matter has arisen. The abruptness of the voice silenced the jubilant hall. Li Mu's expression transformed into one of astonishment as he and the others turned to look. A guard from the Li residence rushed in, panic-stricken, breathless, and pointed toward the entrance, trembling as he spoke. Elder, out there, out there, out there, what has happened? Li Mu felt an ominous foreboding and demanded an explanation. Tension gripped the hearts of the onlookers. There is a large coffin outside. The guard gasped, regaining his breath. What? A large coffin? What is going on? All the clan leaders and experts present were taken aback, murmurs of confusion rippling through the hall. Li Mu's heart raced, his expression grave. Let us go, he commanded, and with that, he and his son Li Cheng hurried toward the entrance, followed closely by the experts of the Li residence. We should also go and see, Huang Qida declared, stepping out of the grand hall alongside Huang Xiaolong and the others. Li Lu trailed behind Huang Xiaolong, her youthful face betraying her anxiety. Though she did not fully grasp the significance of a coffin being placed at the entrance during her grandfather's birthday celebration. As Huang Xiaolong followed his grandfather out of the Li residence, he beheld a striking scene. A large red coffin was positioned in the street, directly facing the entrance of the Li residence. Blood stained the coffin, the metallic scent of blood wafting strongly, an overwhelming stench that filled the air. The bizarre sight startled everyone. Li Mu approached the coffin, his expression turning icy as he bellowed. Who dares to disturb the Li residence? Show yourself. His voice unleashed a wave of energy, forming a colossal lion in the sky that roared thunderously. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions a mix of awe and respect. Huang Xiaolong and Appo's eyes gleamed. His father had once mentioned that Li Mu practiced a mid-level Xian grade martial technique known as the Heavenly Lion and Appo's roar. After a moment, the giant lion in the sky dissipated, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Suddenly, a mocking laughter echoed from the void, coming from all directions. Elusive and difficult to pinpoint. Old man Li, today marks your 80th birthday, and we have brought you a grand gift. You should be pleased, not angry. Those who are easily angered often have short lives. The crowd scanned their surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice. Soon, both Li Mu and Huang Qida and Appo's gazes fell upon a courtyard across the street. Li Mu leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful strike, his palms sending forth a flurry of swirling energy that formed a massive storm, clouds gathering ominously above. The storm surged forward, crashing into the courtyard ahead. Suddenly, a ghastly green fist surged through the air, colliding with Li Mu's palm strike, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Two eerie green figures soared into the sky from the courtyard, hovering above. Huang Xiaolong and the others observed in astonishment as the two figures revealed themselves. Their bodies covered in serpent-like scales, with dark eyes and green stripes adorning their faces, complemented by tails resembling serpents. Soul transformation. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. Upon reaching the 7th stage of warrior, one could undergo a second transformation of their martial soul, merging one's essence with the soul. This ability, known as soul transformation, allowed one to inherit certain innate abilities from their martial soul. Clearly, these two individuals possessed a serpent-type martial soul, likely of the venomous variety. Haha, old man Li. Your wind and cloud palm is nothing extraordinary. We shall spare your life for now, but within 3 years, we will claim your life. Open the coffin and see the gift we have brought for your birthday. The two figures sneered coldly, enveloped in a ghastly green aura, swiftly vanishing from view. Li Mu, evidently unprepared for their sudden escape, attempted to pursue them but was too late. Father. After a moment, Li Cheng approached Li Mu and glanced at the sealed coffin. Should we open it? Li Mu turned to him, taking a deep breath. Yes, let us open it. Chapter 24. Protecting loved ones. Upon hearing the words, Li Cheng approached the grand coffin, his heart racing with anxiety. He struck the coffin lid with a palm, sending it flying. Inside lay a figure, a lifeless body, a boy of about 16 or 17 years. The youth's entire form was a ghastly shade of green, tinged with darkness. As Li Cheng discerned the boy's features, a tremor coursed through him, his eyes reddened, and tears fell. Fenger, my Fenger, he exclaimed, lifting the boy from the coffin and holding him tightly. You cannot die, my Feng. Li Cheng's cries were filled with profound sorrow. Li Mu, upon recognizing the boy's visage, was instantly overcome with tears, standing before the crowd, unable to contain his grief. Brother, brother. At that moment, Li Lu, standing beside Huang Xiaolong, rushed forward, collapsing beside the boy, shaking him with desperation. Brother, what has happened? Wake up. I do not want you to die. Please, wake up. Her voice was choked with sobs. The guards, maids, and numerous masters of the Li residence knelt, mourning together, their cries echoing through the air. The deceased boy was none other than Li Lu's elder brother, Li Feng, the sole son of Li Cheng. Li Feng possessed exceptional talent, sharing a pinnacle 9th-level martial soul with Li Lu. 3 years prior, he had been chosen by the renowned Chu Yun sect of the Luotong Kingdom, becoming an inner disciple. Tragically, during Li Mu's 80th birthday celebration, he had been murdered and presented as a grim gift. The heads of the visiting clans and esteemed masters shook their heads in disbelief. They had never anticipated such a calamity would mar the celebration of the venerable elder of the Li family. Feng and Amp, Oppos. It was your grandfather who brought this upon you. Li Mu knelt, trembling as he caressed his grandson and Amp, Oppos' face, tears falling upon the motionless body. Yet, his grandson could no longer respond to his calls. Rest assured, grandfather will avenge you. I swear it. Li Mu and Amp, Oppos' eyes gleamed with determination. From a distance, Huang Xiaolong observed, his eyes also reddened. The crowd remained enveloped in silence. After a lengthy pause, Li Mu gathered his grandson in his arms and returned to the Li residence, followed by the mourners. The once vibrant decorations of the birthday celebration now felt painfully jarring. The festivities were abruptly brought to an end. Soon, the heads of the visiting clans and masters took their leave, leaving the once lively Li residence shrouded in desolation. Ultimately, only Huang Xiaolong and his companions remained. Brother Li, please accept my condolences, Huang Cheetah said as he approached Li Mu, offering words of comfort. Should you require any assistance in the future, the Huang family will undoubtedly come to your aid. Huang Cheetah, taken aback by the tragic turn of events, felt it best to depart. Thank you, Brother Huang. Li Mu replied, his voice heavy with grief. Huang Cheetah nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and prepared to leave with Huang Xiaolong and the others. Just then, Li Lu dashed over, embracing Huang Xiaolong and weeping. Xiaolong, please do not go. All eyes turned to Huang Xiaolong. His expression faltered for a moment, but he gently patted Li Lu's shoulder and reassured her, I will visit you often. Rest assured, I shall avenge your brother. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles, dismissing his words as the innocent musings of a child. Even Li Mu himself held little confidence in defeating their foe, let alone an 8-year-old boy. Then you must come to see me often, Li Lu implored, her eyes glistening with tears. Huang Xiaolong could only nod in agreement. Li Mu personally escorted Huang Xiaolong and his companions out of the Li residence. Once they had vanished from sight, he returned inside. As evening fell, Huang Xiaolong and his friends arrived back at Huang family village. That night, instead of practicing the Shura technique, Huang Xiaolong stood atop the mountain, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky. A few meters behind him, Fei Hou stood watch. Fei Hou, do you think that when a person dies, they become stars in the night sky? Huang Xiaolong suddenly inquired. Fei Hou was momentarily taken aback. Stars in the night sky? I did not expect such a question from you. In my hometown, it was said that when a person passes away, they transform into stars to watch over their loved ones. Huang Xiaolong said wistfully. Transforming into stars to guard loved ones. Fei Hou chuckled and shook his head. In this world, only immense power can protect and safeguard one's family. Immense power, Huang Xiaolong pondered. Indeed, only formidable strength can shield and defend those we cherish. He clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with resolve beneath the night sky. He must grow stronger, relentlessly stronger. Only then could he protect and safeguard his loved ones. An invisible aura radiated from Huang Xiaolong, startling even Fei Hou. Let us return. After a while, Huang Xiaolong retracted his aura, shifting his tone as he turned to descend the mountain towards Huang family village, with Fei Hou closely following. Once back at the village, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Hanyu bed and sat cross-legged, channeling the Shura technique, as the 9 nether demonic qi surged down from the void. Time passed swiftly. 10 months swiftly flew by. After returning from the Li family's birthday celebration, Huang Peng noticed that his son was more fervent in his training than ever, hardly leaving the small courtyard. Observing his son's intense dedication, both Huang Peng and Su Yan felt a pang of concern and frequently visited Huang Xiaolong. During these 10 months, Huang Xiaolong's fighting spirit advanced at an astonishing rate. Upon returning from the Li family, he was at the peak of the 4th stage's initial phase. After half a month, he broke through to the 4th stage's mid-phase. A month later, he reached the peak of the mid-phase. 2 months later, he progressed to the late phase. After 10 months, not only did he break through to the 5th stage, but he also attained the peak of the late phase. On one bright morning, as the sun shone brilliantly, Huang Xiaolong unleashed his Shura blade, conjuring over 100 blade lights that manifested in the air. 2 colossal whirlwinds, each 5 meters high, whirled and spun, and as the hellish wind swept through, all the trees in their path snapped into over 100 pieces. The 2 whirlwinds suddenly shifted direction, first rotating left, then right. In just 10 months, the power of the hellish wind had increased tenfold, and Huang Xiaolong had gained complete control over its attack direction. After rolling for a dozen breaths, the hellish wind would finally dissipate. The hellish wind has reached its pinnacle. Now, only its power remains to be perfected, Huang Xiaolong mused, surveying the fallen trees. He had thoroughly grasped the essence of the hellish wind, and as his fighting spirit continued to rise, its might would only grow stronger. The scroll had mentioned that someone once wielded the hellish wind to sweep across 100,000 miles, exterminating all life within that expanse, leaving not a blade of grass behind. In just over 20 days, the next annual meeting will commence. Huang Xiaolong retracted the Shura blade into his arm, contemplating. The next chapter will be the annual meeting, and the climax is about to unfold. Brothers, any recommendations? After dedicating some time to mastering the Azura swordplay in the mountain seclusion, Huang Xiaolong transitioned to practicing the demon-subduing swordplay. Despite lacking the Azura swordplay and Appo's overbearing nature, its power was formidable, making it a suitable technique for Huang Xiaolong to employ in ordinary combat. The demon-subduing swordplay unfolded with each strike, creating layers of sword shadows, intensifying with each rotation, culminating in a display of prowess capable of vanquishing demons and obliterating malevolent entities. After a period of practice, the sun and Appo's radiant rays became intense, prompting Huang Xiaolong to cease his training and return to Huang Estate. Upon arriving at his courtyard, he found Fei Hou awaiting him. Sect leader. Fei Hou greeted respectfully, anticipating Huang Xiaolong and Appo's return from his daily training. Huang Xiaolong acknowledged with a nod as he entered the courtyard, inquiring, "How is your Arhut swordplay progressing?" 5 months prior, Fei Hou and Appo's meridians had been fully restored, and Huang Xiaolong had imparted the Arhut swordplay to him. Reporting to the sect leader, "I have mastered the 10th move." Fei Hou replied reverently, expressing his gratitude. Huang Xiaolong had not only completely restored his meridians, but had also bestowed upon him the advanced combat skill, Arhut swordplay. Since his recovery, Fei Hou's cultivation had experienced a resurgence. The 10th move, Huang Xiaolong mused, acknowledging Fei Hou's commendable progress in mastering the Arhut swordplay in less than 6 months. Suddenly, a diminutive figure darted through the air. landing on Huang Xiaolong's shoulder, the spirit-devouring purple monkey. Despite the passage of a year, the spirit-devouring purple monkey's size remained unchanged. However, its strength had increased at an alarming rate, surpassing even Huang Xiaolong's. While Huang Xiaolong had reached the late-stage peak of the 5th level, he could not harm the spirit-devouring purple monkey without resorting to the Azure swordplay. Little one, have you been hunting demonic beasts again these past few days? Huang Xiaolong inquired, observing the spirit-devouring purple monkey perched on his shoulder. The spirit-devouring purple monkey's rapid progress was attributed to its habit of hunting demonic beasts every few days, consuming their demonic cores to enhance its cultivation. Even with his twin supreme martial souls, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but envy the spirit-devouring purple monkey's ability to directly consume demonic cores for cultivation. In response to Huang Xiaolong's query, the spirit-devouring purple monkey gesticulated excitedly, gleefully showcasing its recent hunting exploits. Amused by the spirit-devouring purple monkey's endearing demeanor, Huang Xiaolong chuckled, all right, little one. I know you're formidable." The spirit-devouring purple monkey raised its head, as if to say, "Of course." Huang Xiaolong shook his head, allowing the spirit-devouring purple monkey to frolic as he engaged in a sparring match with Fei Ho, employing the demon-subduing swordplay. During their exchanges, Fei Ho suppressed his combat chi to the late-stage peak of the 5th level. Over the past 2 months, Huang Xiaolong had enriched his combat experience through sparring sessions with Fei Ho, a 10th-level expert. However, their practice was interrupted when the spirit-devouring purple monkey, who had been playing nearby, suddenly leaped into the fray, launching an attack on Fei Ho. Consequently, the sparring match between Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho evolved into a chaotic melee involving both individuals and the monkey. At times, Huang Xiaolong would target the spirit-devouring purple monkey, while the spirit-devouring purple monkey would assail Fei Ho, who in turn would confront Huang Xiaolong. On occasion, Huang Xiaolong and the spirit-devouring purple monkey would join forces to challenge Fei Ho. The courtyard became a whirlwind of sword shadows and monkey claws. The spirit-devouring purple monkey and Appo's claws were exceptionally sharp, rivaling divine weapons. Even with his suppressed combat chi, Fei Ho would occasionally wince upon being struck. Thanks to the presence of the spirit-devouring purple monkey and Fei Ho, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's training days were far from monotonous, filled with fulfillment and joy. Soon, another 20 days had elapsed. The year's end approached. Within Huang Estate, festive decorations adorned the premises, and guards, maids, and servants bustled about, creating an atmosphere of jubilation. "The family's annual gathering is upon us once more," Huang Xiaolong exclaimed, standing in the courtyard, observing the descending snowflakes. The snow was pristine, and as he extended his hand, the flakes settled on his palm, imparting a cool sensation. It had been 3 years since the last snowfall. Huang Xiaolong cherished both the sun and Appo's warmth and the snowy days, when the world was cloaked in white, seemingly concealing all that was unsightly and impure. Fei Ho stood 2 meters behind Huang Xiaolong, maintaining his vigil. "I wonder what Li Lu is doing now?" Huang Xiaolong mused. Since returning from the Li family and Appo's birthday celebration, Huang Xiaolong had visited Li Lu twice with his father, Huang Peng. Since the banquet, the young girl had become more reserved, immersing herself in cultivation like Huang Xiaolong. The snow continued to fall, gradually accumulating on Huang Xiaolong and Appo's person. Huang Xiaolong shook his body, dispersing the snow, before turning and departing the courtyard, accompanied by Fei Ho, heading towards the East Hall. However, before reaching their destination, Huang Xiaolong overheard his mother, Su Yan, sobbing. Intrigued, he quickened his pace, entering the hall to find his mother embracing his younger sister, Huang Min, and younger brother, Huang Xiaohai, her eyes red and swollen, indicating recent tears. His father, Huang Peng, stood nearby, his face contorted with anger. Red and distinct handprints marked Huang Min and Appo's cheeks, while Huang Xiaohai and Appo's lip was split and bleeding, his eyes blackened. "Who did this?" Huang Xiaolong demanded, his gaze fixed on his siblings. "Besides Huang Wei, who else could it be?" Su Yan sobbed. "Huang Wei." Huang Xiaolong and Appo's eyes flashed with coldness. As expected, it was him. Within Huang Estate, no one else would dare to strike his siblings. At that moment, Huang Min cried, "Xiaohai and I were playing in the estate and Appo's west garden today. On our way back, we encountered Huang Wei and Zhou Xuedo." Huang Wei claimed we were obstructing his path and attacked us. Su Yin continued, sobbing. Moreover, after severely beating Min and Amp, Oppos, in Shaohai, Huang Wei stripped them of their clothing. What? Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in fury, a murderous intent surging within him. On such a cold, snowy day his siblings, who had not yet cultivated combat chi, could have frozen to death without their clothes. Big brother, Huang Wei told me to inform you that he will make you regret it at tomorrow and Oppos' family gathering. Huang Min sobbed. Make me regret it? Huang Xiaolong suppressed his murderous intent. Since the gathering was tomorrow, he would allow Huang Wei to revel in his arrogance for one more day. The night passed. The snow had ceased. The sky gradually brightened, but without the sun and Oppos' radiance. Huang Xiaolong concluded his training and, accompanied by Fei Ho, left the courtyard, heading towards the East Hall, where he joined his parents and proceeded towards the main hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, Huang Xiaolong observed that many elders, stewards, and disciples of Huang Estate had already gathered. His gaze swept across the room, spotting Huang Ming and his son, Huang Wei, seated in their designated positions. Chapter 26, Fear? Climax erupts. At that moment, Huang Wei and Oppos' gaze converged with Huang Xiaolong and Oppos'. A sneer played on Huang Wei and Oppos' lips, his eyes radiating disdain and intense animosity. Since returning from the Li Estate's birthday celebration, Huang Wei's hatred for Huang Xiaolong had intensified daily. The memory of Li Lu reaching for Huang Xiaolong's hand in his presence, and her subsequent tearful embrace, begging him not to leave, fueled an insatiable desire to tear Huang Xiaolong limb from limb. Their eyes met, then drifted apart. Huang Xiaolong, accompanied by his father Huang Peng and mother Su Yan, took their seats opposite Huang Ming and Huang Wei. Shortly after, grandfather Huang Qida arrived. Huang Xiaolong understood that his grandfather's presence at this year's assembly was motivated by his desire to see Huang Wei triumph over him and reclaim his lost prestige. Huang Qida and Oppos' arrival prompted everyone to rise and pay their respects. Very well, be seated, Huang Qida said with a smile, gesturing with his hand. The assembly commenced with the chief steward, Chen Ying, delivering the opening address. Upon receiving a nod from Huang Qida, he announced, "Let the annual assembly begin." A brief hush fell over the hall as the disciples who had awakened their martial souls this year took to the stage for their sparring matches. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong, Huang Wei, and others who had awakened their martial souls in previous years had to wait until the current year and Oppos' disciples had completed their demonstrations. The audience watched the proceedings with feigned interest, their minds preoccupied with the anticipated clash between Huang Xiaolong and Huang Wei. Huang Qida, seated on the dais, shared in their anticipation. Soon, the current year and Oppos' disciples concluded their sparring matches. A strange silence descended upon the hall, as all eyes turned towards Huang Wei and Huang Xiaolong. Unlike the previous year, Huang Xiaolong rose first and strode towards the center of the arena. His unexpected move caught everyone off guard. Reaching the center of the stage, Huang Xiaolong fixed his gaze on Huang Wei and said, "What in Oppos' the matter? Afraid to come up?" Huang Wei leaped onto the stage, landing before Huang Xiaolong. "Afraid? That and Oppos' preposterous. Huang Xiaolong, you ambushed me last time and won by a fluke. Do you think you and Oppos' be so fortunate this time?" Huang Wei and Oppos' words were met with silence. The audience exchanged bewildered glances. Ambush. Won by a fluke? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback by Huang Wei and Oppos' audacity. Ignoring the crowd and Oppos' reaction, Huang Wei turned to Huang Qida. "Grandfather, according to the assembly's rules, no one is allowed to interfere in the disciples' matches, correct?" He then cast a pointed look at Huang Peng, implying his fear that Huang Peng might intervene if he were to inflict serious harm on Huang Xiaolong. "Indeed, no one is permitted to interfere," Huang Qida affirmed resolutely, his tone brooking no argument. Huang Peng and Su Yan were incensed by Huang Qida and Oppos' implied warning, but their primary concern was for their son and Oppos' safety. Reassured by Huang Qida and Oppos' guarantee, Huang Wei turned his attention to Huang Xiaolong, his eyes blazing with bloodlust. The pent-up hatred of the past year was about to erupt. "Huang Xiaolong, I and Oppos' show you the difference between my 10th grade martial soul and your 7th grade martial soul. I and Appos, LL show you the terrifying extent of my current power, Huang Wei said in a low voice, as his battle chi surged forth, revealing his strength to all. His martial soul, the three-eyed black tiger, materialized behind him. Compared to the previous year, the tiger had grown larger, its black fur shimmering with power. A primordial aura emanated from the beast. What formidable battle chi! Third order, no? Mid-stage third order. Huang Wei and Appos' talent is simply heaven-defying. He and Appos' advanced from second order to mid-stage third order in just 1 year. The elders and stewards of the Huang estate were astounded, some rising from their seats. Huang Cheetah beamed with pride as he witnessed the shock and awe on the faces of the elders and stewards. Huang Ming, too, wore a smile, nodding approvingly at his son. Huang Wei, exuding his mid-stage third-order battle chi, sneered at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, are you terrified? It's only natural to be afraid, and no one will mock you for it. Do you finally understand the gulf between our talents? The difference between us can and Appos, be bridged by mere luck and 3 young fruits. Fear? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Is that all you and Appos V got? Make your move. This time, I and Appos, LL beat you so badly that not even your father will recognize you, and your grandfather will disown you. The audience shook their heads in disbelief. They couldn't imagine Huang Xiaolong defeating the mid-stage third-order Huang Wei. Huang Cheetah was infuriated by Huang Xiaolong's insolence. Is that so? Huang Wei said coldly, his eyes flashing with ferocity. He lunged towards Huang Xiaolong, unleashing a full-force attack with both fists. Xiaolong, Huang Peng, and Su Yan cried out, rising to their feet. Huang Cheetah, still incensed by Huang Xiaolong's words, released his aura, locking onto Huang Peng. Anyone who interferes will be punished according to family law. Suddenly, Huang Cheetah noticed a strange atmosphere in the hall. The elders, stewards, and disciples were staring at the arena with gaping mouths. Puzzled, Huang Cheetah followed their gaze and saw that Huang Wei's fists, which had been aimed at Huang Xiaolong, were now being held at bay by Huang Xiaolong's hands. Huang Xiaolong looked at Huang Wei with a cold expression. Since you insist, I'll show you a fraction of my current power. Chapter 27. A true display of impartiality. Climax continues, a modicum of strength? As the assembly grappled with Huang Xiaolong and Appos' cryptic words, a surge of battle aura erupted from him, dwarfing Huang Wei and Appos' tenfold. Ascending to the very rafters of the hall, a collective astonishment seized everyone, their bodies trembling as if witnessing a specter. They stared agape at Huang Xiaolong. The elders and stewards, previously seated, leaped to their feet as if ignited. A fourth order. He had actually broken through to the fourth order. An apparition? Nay, not an apparition. Why dost thou pinch me? Cries of pain echoed as disciples verified the unbelievable. The entire hall was plunged into unprecedented shock, with some trembling from sheer exhilaration, as if on the verge of release. Huang Peng, Su Yan, and Huang Ming shared the collective astonishment. Huang Cheetah, however, was petrified, his mind reeling. Nay, it is impossible for thee to breach the fourth order, impossible for thee to be blessed by such fortune. On the dais, Huang Wei, consumed by terror, raved with madness. He simply could not fathom that Huang Xiaolong had once again been favored by fortune, breaking through to the fourth order. Huang Xiaolong, with glacial eyes, regarded the raving Huang Wei in silence. He unleashed his battle aura, sending Huang Wei crashing onto the stage with a wretched cry. In a swift motion, Huang Xiaolong stood over Huang Wei, his foot descending with brutal force. Huang Wei, his eyes wide with terror and fury, roared, I cannot accept this. I am the family and Appos' prodigy. Why does a cur favored by fortune always surpass me? A prodigy? A cur? Huang Xiaolong, his gaze unwavering, brought his foot down once more. Simultaneously, he kicked Huang Wei and Appos' abdomen, sending him rolling to the edge of the stage. Huang Wei shrieked in agony. Only then did the stunned audience fully awaken. Huang Ming, witnessing his son's plight, clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with chilling intent, yet he restrained himself. Huang Cheetah, jolted back to reality, scrutinized his grandson Huang Xiaolong, his eyes flickering with suspicion. Could it be true, as Huang Wei claimed, that he had devoured some miraculous elixir to attain the fourth order? Huang Wei, staggering to his feet, glared at Huang Xiaolong, his eyes burning with animosity. I shall fight thee to the death. With that, he lunged at Huang Xiaolong, like a wounded beast. Huang Xiaolong and Appos' eyes flashed with cold resolve. As Huang Wei approached, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' hands shot up, striking Huang Wei and Apos' arms. A sharp crack echoed as the bones shattered. Before Huang Wei could utter a cry, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' feet lashed out, shattering Huang Wei and Apos' legs in turn. But the assault was not yet complete. Channeling his battle aura into his palms, Huang Xiaolong struck Huang Wei and Apos' chest. With a resounding thud, Huang Wei and Apos' garments exploded, leaving him completely bare as he crashed to the ground from the stage, a grotesque spectacle. Wei and Apos' Huang Ming roared in anguish. Leaping to catch his son, Huang Wei, bleeding profusely from the mouth, had suffered grievous injuries to his limbs. Huang Ming, consumed by grief and rage, entrusted Huang Wei to Elder Zhou Guang, commanding, "Attend to the young master." He then soared onto the stage, his face contorted with murderous intent as he approached Huang Xiaolong. "Thou art merciless." Huang Xiaolong met his gaze with cold indifference. Had Huang Ming not witnessed his son and Apos' attempt to cripple Huang Xiaolong? Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had spared Huang Wei during the previous annual gathering, yet Huang Wei had retaliated against Huang Xiaolong and Apos' siblings. This time, Huang Xiaolong would show no leniency. Huang Xiaolong, addressing his grandfather Huang Qida on the dais, declared in a chilling tone, "The annual disciples and Apos' contest prohibits interference. Violation shall be met with the family and Apos' penal code." "Grandfather, were those not your words?" Huang Qida remained silent, his face inscrutable. Huang Xiaolong scoffed with derision. "What? When my father attempted to intervene, you invoked the family and Apos' penal code. But now that Huang Ming seeks to harm me, grandfather turns a blind eye?" A true display of impartiality. The assembled elders and stewards remained silent. "Thou art insolent," Huang Qida rebuked, slamming his hand on the armrest. Huang Ming, buoyed by his father's stance, fixed his gaze on Huang Xiaolong. "Thou hast broken my weir's limbs. Now, I shall break thine." He unleashed his seventh-order battle aura and lunged at Huang Xiaolong, his hands aimed at his limbs. "Xiaolong!" Huang Peng exclaimed in alarm, preparing to intervene, but a figure moved with greater speed, shielding Huang Xiaolong and meeting Huang Ming and Apos' attack. With a sickening thud, Huang Ming spewed blood and crashed to the ground, overturning benches. "What?" The audience stared in disbelief at Huang Ming, struggling to comprehend the events. Their eyes then turned to the figure protecting Huang Xiaolong. "It is he. It cannot be." The members of Huang family manor recognized the newcomer with astonishment. It was the very servant Huang Xiaolong had purchased. Huang Qida, Huang Peng, and Su Yan stared in disbelief. To send Huang Ming flying with a single blow signified eighth-order strength. Eighth order. Fei Ho turned to Huang Xiaolong, bowing respectfully. "Young master, art thou unharmed?" Huang Xiaolong nodded. "I am well." He then turned his gaze to Huang Ming, who was struggling to his feet, his eyes filled with terror and hatred. "Father," he croaked, his voice hoarse, before spewing another mouthful of blood. Huang Qida, regaining his composure, landed on the stage and glared at Fei Ho. "I did not expect thee to be such a formidable expert. However, thou hast shown a flagrant disrespect, daring to harm my son before my very eyes." Huang Qida conveniently ignored the fact that Fei Ho and Apos' intervention was provoked by Huang Ming and Apos' violation of family rules. He now shifted the blame onto Fei Ho. Fei Ho remained silent, his face impassive, as he retreated behind Huang Xiaolong, standing guard. Huang Qida, infuriated by Fei Ho's lack of response, roared, "Speak. What is thy purpose in infiltrating my Huang family manor? Reveal thy intentions, and I may spare thy life. Otherwise, thou shalt face a fate worse than death." Despite Fei Ho and Apos' feat of injuring Huang Ming, Huang Qida remained unconcerned, believing Fei Ho to be no more than a late-stage 8th-order expert. Chapter 28. The pinnacle of the late stage of the 10th rank. Still at the climax, it is difficult to even contemplate death. Fei Ho regarded the enraged Huang Qida with indifference, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. Huang Qida, witnessing Fei Ho and Apos' blatant disregard, felt an intense fury swell within him, accompanied by a murderous intent. His entire body surged with fighting spirit, golden patterns sprawling across his form. Remarkably, His arms expanded to twice their original size, adorned with a golden fur reminiscent of a monkey, his face reflecting the same transformation. Soul transformation. The martial spirit of Huang Qida, the six-winged golden monkey, fused with his essence, causing him to grow half a meter taller, his eyes glowing a fierce gold red, radiating a violent and formidable aura. Clearly, the repeated dismissal by Fei Hou in front of the Huang family had pushed Huang Qida to the brink of fury, prompting him to unleash his soul transformation without hesitation. Beast's absolute palm. Huang Qida's voice resonated deeply as he charged toward Fei Hou, striking with both palms, unleashing a blinding surge of fighting spirit. The clash echoed with the despairing roar of a ferocious beast. The beast and amp. Oppo's absolute palm, a high-level mysterious martial technique, was one of the three signature techniques of Huang family village. As Fei Hou stood protectively behind Huang Xiaolong, the intensity of Huang Qida's assault naturally posed a threat to Huang Xiaolong. Should he be struck, he would sustain severe injuries. Witnessing his grandfather and Oppo's reckless intent to harm Fei Hou, disregarding his own grandson and Oppo's safety, Huang Xiaolong and Oppo's anger ignited. Recognizing Huang Qida as Huang Xiaolong and Oppo's grandfather, Fei Hou hesitated momentarily. However, at that instant, Huang Xiaolong's icy command rang out. Strike with all your might. Fei Hou paused, quickly grasping Huang Xiaolong's intent. Resolutely, he shed any reservations, unleashing an overwhelming aura that eclipsed even that of Huang Qida. The force surged forth like a tidal wave, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon all present, an intensity absent in Huang Qida, who was merely in the early stage of the 10th rank. With eyes sharp as blades, Fei Hou unleashed his fists. Shattered Heart Fist. The punch tore through the air, accompanied by a fierce whistle. Colliding with Huang Qida and Oppo's beast and Oppo's absolute palm. The impact unleashed a terrifying energy that swept through the hall, causing the surroundings to tremble. Elders and attendants alike recoiled in shock, their seats sent flying by the force of the clash. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Huang Qida staggered backward, retreating over a dozen steps until he steadied himself at the edge of the platform. With a gasp, he felt warmth in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Qida, the foremost expert of Huang family village, had been utterly defeated. The shock rippled through the assembly. Father, old village chief. After a brief pause, the crowd reacted, rushing to Huang Qida and Oppo's side, exclamations echoing throughout the hall. Huang Qida waved his hand, signaling that he was unharmed, his gaze fixed on Fei Hou, eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and fear as he murmured, "The pinnacle of the late stage of the 10th rank." The members of Huang family village turned towards Fei Hou, their expressions a blend of shock and trepidation. Huang Ming's body stiffened, trembling as fear consumed him. A breakthrough beyond the 7th rank signifies a monumental shift in power dynamics. Although Huang Qida was a 10th rank warrior, being merely at the early stage rendered him vastly inferior to the pinnacle of the late stage. Thus, even if Fei Hou had not unleashed his martial spirit, he could easily overpower Huang Qida. After repelling Huang Qida, Fei Hou refrained from pressing the attack further, retracting his aura and returning respectfully behind Huang Xiaolong. The onlookers shifted their attention to the 8-year-old boy, who had previously been overlooked. It was evident that Fei Hou could not possibly be a mere subordinate of Huang Xiaolong. Why then did a pinnacle warrior of the late stage of the 10th rank address an 8-year-old as young master with such reverence? Furthermore, how had Huang Xiaolong achieved such an extraordinary breakthrough to the 4th rank? Surely, even the rarest of spiritual fruits could not propel one from the 2nd to the 4th rank within a year. Huang Xiaolong had previously claimed that this was only a fraction of his true power. What, then, was his actual strength? If Huang Xiaolong had not merely experienced serendipity, what terrifying talent did he possess to reach such heights in just over a year of cultivation? The crowd was left pondering myriad questions. Huang Peng and Su Yin were equally filled with countless inquiries. Huang Xiaolong, you have commanded outsiders to injure your grandfather. How audacious! At that moment, Huang Wei, having been revived, shouted at Huang Xiaolong, his voice trembling with indignation. Do you hold no regard for Huang family village? Do you not see your grandfather as your kin? The crowd shifted uneasily at Huang Wei and Oppo's unrestrained words, astonished that he dared to reproach Huang Xiaolong. Huang Ming, in a fit of urgency, turned to scold his son. Huang Wei, cease your insolence. But Huang Wei only grew louder. Father, what is there to fear? What of the pinnacle of the late stage of the 10th rank? Can the thousands of us in Huang family village truly be intimidated by one person? Huang Wei shouted, addressing Huang Qida, grandfather. A descendant as rebellious as Huang Xiaolong should have all his cultivation stripped and be expelled from Huang family village according to our clan and Appo's rules. Before Huang Qida could respond, Huang Ming bellowed, silence. In his fury, he struck out with the palm. Huang Xiaolong, listening to Huang Wei and Appo's accusations, chuckled coldly. Fixing his gaze on Huang Wei, have I not regarded him as my grandfather? Has he regarded me as his grandson? He pointed at Huang Qida. Last year, I claimed first place, yet when the spirit pool opened, I allowed you to enter for cultivation. This year, during the competition, Huang Ming disregarded the rules to cripple my limbs, yet Huang Qida turned a blind eye. Just moments ago, had it not been for Fei Ho's formidable strength, both he and I could have faced grave injuries or worse at his hands. Huang Xiaolong coldly enumerated each grievance. Huang Qida, upon hearing this, lowered his head. Unable to meet Huang Xiaolong's gaze, the hall fell into silence. At that moment, Huang Wei once more raised his voice. Huang Xiaolong, what right do you have to speak of grandfather? I possess a 10th level martial spirit, while yours is merely 7th level. Grandfather favors me, training me diligently for the future of Huang family village. What is wrong with that? You are simply envious of my position. Be silent. Huang Qida struck out with force, reprimanding him. Previously, it had been his father who struck him, and now, Huang Wei could hardly believe that even his grandfather, Huang Qida, would strike him, tears welling in his eyes as he felt wronged. He had said nothing amiss. Within the hall, the elders and officials of Huang family village shook their heads at Huang Wei and Appo's illogical reasoning. Father, mother, let us depart. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong addressed Huang Peng and Su Yan, and without heeding the gazes of those around him, turned to leave with Fei Ho. The family gathering had lost its purpose. Although the family rules dictated that no one was to leave until the meeting concluded, no one dared to voice objections. Huang Qida gazed at Huang Xiaolong's departing figure, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Thanks to Peterx's, Fatty, and many other readers for their rewards and blessings. Tomorrow, Huang Xiaolong will leave Huang family village to embark on his training. And what follows will be even more thrilling. Chapter 29. The second move of the Azura sword technique. For an extended period, the grand hall remained shrouded in silence, as no one dared to speak after Huang Xiaolong's arrival. Father, do you see? After a long while, Huang Ming glanced at Huang Qida's expression and whispered. Huang Qida let out a deep sigh, then waved his hand. Everyone disperse. This annual meeting concludes here. With that, he turned and departed, his figure appearing somewhat hunched and desolate. Concludes here. The elders, managers, and disciples of the Huang family exchanged bewildered glances. Disperse. Once Huang Qida's silhouette vanished, Huang Ming gestured, and with the assistance of Elder Zhou Guang and others, he left. Shortly after, the elders, managers, and disciples of the Huang family gradually exited. This marked the first time in the history of Huang family manor that an annual meeting had ended abruptly. After leaving the main hall, Huang Xiaolong returned to his small courtyard. Not long after his return, Huang Peng and Su Yan approached. Sensing the multitude of questions in his parents' and Appo's hearts, Huang Xiaolong began, Father, Mother, I understand your curiosity regarding my breakthrough to the 4th tier. However, there are certain matters I cannot explain at this moment. Huang Peng and Su Yan exchanged glances. Little dragon, who is that elder Fei Ho? Huang Peng hesitated before asking. Elder Fei Ho. Huang Xiaolong pondered for a moment and replied. I have taken a remarkable individual as my master. Fei Ho is a subordinate to my mentor. Hence he refers to me as young master. He refrained from disclosing his mentor's involvement with the Azura sect. Huang Peng and Su Yan's hearts were filled with realization and subsequently immense joy. They never anticipated that their son could have such an extraordinary master. If Fei Ho were a peak-level expert at the 10th tier, then what could be said of their son's mentor? The mere thought left them exhilarated. Little dragon, has your strength now reached the mid-4th tier? Su Yan inquired. Her gaze filled with hope alongside Huang Peng and Appo's. During the annual meeting, Huang Xiaolong had mentioned that the initial 4th tier was merely a fraction of his true strength. Mid-4th tier? Huang Xiaolong paused momentarily but ultimately nodded, acknowledging his mid-fourth tier prowess. After all, the peak of the late fifth tier was simply too daunting. Huang Peng and Su Yin rejoiced at their son's admission, yet were even more astonished. Mid-fourth tier. It was indeed true. Father, mother, after the New Year celebrations, I intend to leave Huang family manor to undergo training. Huang Xiaolong declared thoughtfully. What? Training? Huang Peng and Su Yin were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, no. Huang Xiaolong reassured them, I understand your concerns, but with Fei Ho by my side, I will face no danger. Little dragon, I know your desire to leave Huang family manor stems from matters regarding your grandfather, but he is still your grandfather. Do not harbor resentment in your heart. Furthermore, you are still very young. Why not wait for 2 more years before venturing out? Huang Peng suggested, adopting a conciliatory tone. Although a 10th tier expert accompanied Huang Xiaolong, he was still under 9 years old, and Huang Peng and Su Yin could not quell their anxiety about allowing their son to leave for training at such a tender age. Enough, father, mother. I have made my decision. I will depart after the new year, Huang Xiaolong insisted, shaking his head with determination. He recognized that his motivation for leaving Huang family manor was not solely to avoid seeing his grandfather Huang Qida and uncle Huang Ming, but also to strengthen himself through training and to explore the broader world outside, filled with more formidable opponents. Seeing the resolute glint in their son and Appo's eyes, Huang Peng and Su Yin sighed inwardly, realizing that further persuasion would be futile, as thoughts of their son's soon departing filled Su Yin and Appo's heart with sorrow. Her eyes turned red. Little dragon, when you leave this time, when will you return? Huang Xiaolong felt warmth in his heart and smiled. Mother, do not worry. I will certainly return before the next annual meeting. The next annual meeting? Su Yin felt somewhat reassured, and she began to impart numerous pieces of advice to Huang Xiaolong, urging him to take care of himself, to be wary of the dangers posed by others, and to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Huang Xiaolong could only nod repeatedly, acknowledging her concerns. After more than 2 hours, Huang Peng and Su Yin finally left the small courtyard. Fei Ho, in 2 days, after the new year, we shall depart. Please assess what preparations are necessary, Huang Xiaolong instructed Fei Ho after his parents had left. Yes, master. The night passed without incident. On the cold jade bed, Huang Xiaolong halted his practice of the Azura technique, gazing at the gradually brightening sky outside. He stepped out of the room and into the courtyard, where he practiced the hellish wind for a while. Having mastered this technique, he only needed to enhance his fighting spirit to reach the next level. Next, he would practice the second move of the Azura sword technique. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong paused his practice of the hellish wind, contemplating. He retrieved the scroll and examined the diagram for the second move of the Azura sword technique. Second move of the Azura sword technique. Tears of the Azura. Tears of the Azura? The name was indeed peculiar. Huang Xiaolong studied the diagram detailing the flow of fighting spirit and the attacking posture, committing it to memory before stowing the scroll back within the Azura ring. His hands wielded the Azura blade, which had appeared unbeknownst to him, and he leapt into the air. As he attacked, a cascade of blade light fell from above, reminiscent of tears dripping from the sky. Unlike the first move, Hellish Wind, which could be executed from the ground, the second move, Tears of the Azura, required one to be airborne. After the initial strike, Huang Xiaolong descended gently to the ground, reflecting on the attacking posture and the diagram. After half an hour, he soared into the air once more, executing the attack again. This time, the blade light became softer, as if lacking any force, like a fine drizzle. After another half hour, Huang Xiaolong repeated the process, just as he had done when he first began practicing the hellish wind. He stood still for half an hour to meditate after each strike. As Huang Xiaolong practiced, the sky gradually darkened. Following another attack, he floated down to the ground, standing in the courtyard, and shook his head inwardly. Though the power of the second move, Tears of the Azura, had significantly increased since its inception, it had yet to reach the threshold of minor success. According to the diagram, only after the attack produced a sound resembling the weeping of Azura tears would it be considered minor success. While Huang Xiaolong practiced, Fei Ho stood guard outside the courtyard. In truth, both the Azura sword technique and another technique, the Azura ghost claw, could only be mastered by those who practiced the Azura technique. So Huang Xiaolong had no worries about Fei Ho or anyone else attempting to steal his knowledge. Just as Huang Xiaolong finished his training, a sudden commotion outside the courtyard caught his attention. He looked up to find his grandfather Huang Qida and uncle Huang Ming approaching, accompanied by his father Huang Peng. Huang Xiaolong's brow furrowed. Chapter 30. Departing from Huangjikan when Huang Qida and Huang Ming arrived outside the small courtyard, they were halted by Fei Ho, who stood guard there, allowing only Huang Peng to enter. Huang Qida and Huang Ming exchanged awkward glances, their faces betraying their frustration, yet they dared not express it. Huang Ming forced a smile. Addressing Fei Ho, "Senior Fei, we mean no harm. We merely wish to speak with Xiaolong." His strained grin was a ghastly sight, resembling a corpse more than a living being. Fei Ho remained unmoved, maintaining his position. At that moment, Huang Peng stepped forward and said to Huang Xiaolong, "Xiaolong, what do you think?" Huang Xiaolong nodded at Fei Ho, who then stepped aside, granting them passage. A sense of relief washed over Huang Qida and Huang Ming as they thanked Fei Ho with a nod, particularly Huang Ming, who appeared exceedingly respectful. They entered the courtyard and approached Huang Xiaolong. "What brings you here?" Huang Xiaolong inquired with a cold demeanor. "If I recall correctly, this is your first visit to this courtyard." Indeed, Huang Qida and Huang Ming had never set foot in this place since Huang Xiaolong could remember. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, their faces reddened, though the dimming light of dusk concealed their discomfort. "Xiaolong, your grandfather and uncle have come to invite you to the family banquet," Huang Peng interjected, providing an escape for Huang Qida and Huang Ming. Each year, after the end-of-year competitions at Huangjiakan, a grand family banquet is held the following evening, attended only by the elders and the most exceptional disciples of the Huang family. Logically, since Huang Xiaolong triumphed over Huang Wei the previous year, he should have received an invitation to the banquet. Yet, no one had informed him, while Huang Wei, who lost to him, was granted entry, just as he had been given the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool last year. "Yes, Xiaolong, we have come to extend the invitation for you to attend the banquet," Huang Peng added, with Huang Ming following suit, his demeanor suggesting that Huang Xiaolong was the master of the estate, and they were merely humble disciples seeking his presence at the feast. The fact that both the elder and the master of the estate were simultaneously inviting someone to the banquet was a rare honor in the 40-year history of Huangjiakan, reserved solely for Huang Xiaolong. However, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' expression remained indifferent. "No need, I must continue my cultivation." The smiles on Huang Qida and Huang Ming and Apos' faces froze. "Xiaolong, you," Huang Peng exclaimed in alarm. "Enough, father, you know my disposition," Huang Xiaolong replied. Huang Peng found himself at a loss for words, inwardly sighing at his son and Apos' stubbornness. Once he set his mind on something, neither he nor his wife could sway him. At that moment, Huang Qida gestured to Huang Peng, his expression earnest as he turned to Huang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, I acknowledge my past errors. I was biased, and I hope you can forgive me. Regardless of what you desire in the future, I will fulfill your requests." Huang Xiaolong remained silent, aware that his grandfather and Apos' humble invitation to the banquet stemmed from his remarkable talent and the presence of the formidable Fei Ho at his side. Otherwise, Huang Qida would hardly have behaved in such a manner. Huang Qida, sensing the silence, did not grow angry but sighed instead. "I heard from your father that you plan to venture out for training after the new year?" Huang Xiaolong glanced at his father, who was about to speak. But Huang Qida continued, "Do not blame your father. I overheard it by chance." He then shifted his tone, stating, "Xiaolong, I do not ask for your forgiveness. I merely wish for you to know that whenever you return, both I and Huangjiakan will welcome you back. This place will always be your home." With utmost sincerity, Huang Qida produced a jade vial. This is a 4th-grade spirit pill, the Longhu Xianyuan Dan, refined by a renowned alchemist. It will significantly enhance your combat energy cultivation. Huang Ming gasped upon seeing the vial. The Longhu Xianyuan Dan was a rare 4th-grade spirit pill, treasured by his father for over a decade. And now he was offering it to Huang Xiaolong. 4th-grade spirit pill? Huang Xiaolong hesitated before accepting the vial. Huang Qida beamed with joy, as if Huang Xiaolong had gifted him the pill instead of the other way around. However, just as Huang Qida was basking in his delight, Huang Xiaolong unexpectedly handed the vial to Huang Peng. "Father, you should take this Longhu Xianyuan Dan for your cultivation." The radiant smile on Huang Qida and Apos' face vanished, leaving both Huang Ming and Huang Peng in shock. "Xiaolong, this." Huang Peng began to refuse, but Huang Xiaolong waved his hand, insisting, "Father, you are at the peak of the 6th stage. This Longhu Xianyuan Dan is vital for your progress. No arguments, you should keep it." With that, he presented the jade vial to his father. Huang Peng, feeling helpless, accepted it. Turning back to the now somber Huang Qida, Huang Xiaolong said, "Since you have given me this Longhu Xianyuan Dan, it is only fair that I give it to my father. You have no objections, I trust?" "Of course not. It and amp, oppos, s the same either way. Your father consuming it will yield similar results," Huang Qida replied, forcing a smile even as his heart ached for the precious fourth-grade spirit pill he had cherished for so long. Shortly after, Huang Qida, Huang Ming, and Huang Peng departed from the courtyard. Ultimately, Huang Xiaolong chose not to attend the banquet. The banquet was held in the front hall of Huangjiakan. Bustling with excitement and laughter, yet Huang Qida, seated in the main seat, wore a bittersweet smile. While the festivities thrived in the front hall, Huang Xiaolong meditated upon the cold jade bed in his room, practicing the Shura technique and absorbing the ethereal energies descending from the void. Now, Huang Xiaolong had cultivated the Shura technique to its second layer. According to the diagrams, reaching the highest layer would allow him to open the Shura gate and enter the Shura realm. Whether this was true remained to be seen. 2 days passed swiftly, and the new year arrived. This year, the Eastern Hall was more vibrant than ever, filled with joy. Huang Xiaolong spent the time with his parents, sister, and brother, their laughter echoing in the air, knowing that after the new year, he would not see them for another year. Once the New Year festivities concluded, the following day, Huang Qida, Huang Ming, and all the elders of Huangjiakan stood in the square outside the main gate, all gathered to bid Huang Xiaolong farewell. Xiaolong, his mother, Su Yan, with tear-brimmed eyes, tightly embraced him. "You must take care of yourself out there." "I will, mother," Huang Xiaolong replied, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears as he turned to leave with Fei Ho. Chapter 31. The Silver Moon Forest under the watchful gaze of the villagers of Huangjia village. Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho ventured further into the distance until their figures eventually vanished. Huang Peng observed his wife, who remained motionless, staring blankly in the direction where their son had disappeared. He gently approached her and said, "Yinmei, let us return. Our son has gone far." He wrapped an arm around Su Yan's shoulder. Su Yan, bewildered, turned back and, with Huang Peng's support, made her way back into Huangjia village alongside the others. Meanwhile, after leaving Huangjia village, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho chose not to take the main road but instead ventured along mountain paths, heading deeper into the rear mountains. A few hundred miles further into the mountains lay the vast Silver Moon Forest, which stretched across multiple kingdoms and teemed with ferocious beasts. Huang Xiaolong planned to enter the Silver Moon Forest to hunt these creatures while also cultivating and making progress on their journey. The formidable fourth-tier flower python that Huang Xiaolong had encountered in the rear mountains had emerged from this very forest. 3 days later, they arrived at the edge of the Silver Moon Forest. Huang Xiaolong glanced up at the sky, noticing that twilight had begun to descend. "Let us rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow," he declared. "Yes, master," Fei Ho replied respectfully. The spirit-eating purple monkey perched on Huang Xiaolong and Appo's shoulder clapped its hands and chattered excitedly. Huang Xiaolong smiled at the little creature, saying, "Little one, go explore and see if you can find any fruits to bring back." The spirit-eating purple monkey nodded eagerly, leaped off Huang Xiaolong and Appo's shoulder, and quickly vanished into the surroundings. Fei Ho also searched for dry branches and tree bark to start a fire. After a while, the spirit-eating purple monkey returned, cradling a number of fresh fruits in its arms, with one still stuffed in its mouth. "Is that an ice fruit?" Fei Ho exclaimed upon seeing the translucent white fruit. Ice fruit, a rare spiritual fruit, although it did little to enhance one's fighting spirit, was known to strengthen the body. On the market, one ice fruit could fetch dozens of gold coins. Seeing Fei Ho's astonishment, the spirit-eating purple monkey puffed up with pride, placing 6 or 7 ice fruits on the ground before scampering off again. Soon, it returned with another handful of ice fruits. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, shaking his head at the amusing little creature. Over the past few days, every time this little one ventured out, it managed to bring back delicious fruits, ensuring that Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho had an ample supply of treats. Sitting by the campfire, they took out some dried rations and paired them with the ice fruits. The icy, fragrant fruit was delightful, and Huang Xiaolong found himself devouring 3 without feeling satiated. "What a pity we lack meat. If only we had some and perhaps a good bottle of wine, it would be perfect," Huang Xiaolong mused. In his previous life, he had been quite fond of tasting wines, yet he had yet to experience the flavors of this world and Appo's beverages. Fei Ho smiled at this, Master enjoys wine as well. I must say, for someone not yet 9, it and amp, oppos, s rather surprising. He continued, while we lack wine at the moment, meat will soon be available. Just as Huang Xiaolong pondered this, a strange sound echoed from a distance. Beasts were approaching, and judging by the sound, it was a creature of considerable weight. Moments later, a beast resembling a wild boar, complete with sharp tusks, emerged into view. A low-tier beast, the sandboar, exclaimed Fei Ho, rising with a grin. Though its hide is thick, the meat is exceptionally delicious. He moved to approach, but a figure darted forward even faster, swiftly arriving before the sandboar. A flash of cold light glimmered, and the beast let out a cry before collapsing. Fei Ho sighed, realizing it was the spirit-eating purple monkey that had struck the kill. After dispatching the sandboar, the little monkey dragged the massive corpse back to the campfire and pointed excitedly at it, chattering animatedly. All right, I know you're eager. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. He took out a sharp blade, skillfully skinning the sandboar and preparing it for roasting over the fire, applying seasonings as it cooked. The enticing aroma soon wafted through the air, while the spirit-eating purple monkey sat by the fire, gazing intently at the roasting meat, saliva pooling in its mouth. Huang Xiaolong smiled at the monkey and amp, oppos, s expression, reminiscing about how, a year prior, this little creature had relished his roasted meat. Fei Ho, sitting nearby, was equally fixated on the cooking meat, his expression mirroring that of the spirit-eating purple monkey. As the savory scent enveloped them, a sudden commotion arose from afar, accompanied by shouts and sounds of conflict. Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Master, Fei Ho spoke, as we venture into the Silver Moon Forest. Encounters with such battles will be frequent. Soon, it will be nothing out of the ordinary. It would be best if we simply ignore it. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. However, the sounds of fighting and shouting grew closer, becoming increasingly distinct, indicating that the confrontation was approaching their direction. Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow, and soon, he caught sight of the combatants making their way toward them. He observed a pair of young individuals, a man and a woman, being relentlessly pursued by a group of people clad in purple robes. The young couple bore several sword wounds, blood staining their clothing. Starry Sky Academy. The Purple Robe Sword Sect. Fei Ho and amp, oppos, s expression turned serious. Huang Xiaolong looked at Fei Ho, who explained, Young Master. Starry Sky Academy is the foremost academy in your Luotan Kingdom, as you might have heard. The Purple Robe Sword Sect is the premier sect of the Yunhai Kingdom. The young couple ahead belongs to the Starry Sky Academy, while the pursuers are from the Purple Robe Sword Sect. Starry Sky Academy. Purple Robe Sword Sect. Huang Xiaolong's gaze shifted toward the approaching figures. He had indeed heard his father speak of Starry Sky Academy, a prestigious institution where the most talented disciples from various families congregated. For any family in Luotan Kingdom, having a member enter Starry Sky Academy was a matter of immense pride. As for the Purple Robe Sword Sect, he had not heard much about it. But being the leading sect of the Yunhai Kingdom, its influence was undoubtedly formidable, rivaling that of the Starry Sky Academy. At this moment, both parties engaged in battle caught sight of Huang Xiaolong, Fei Ho, and the spirit-eating purple monkey, pausing in surprise. After a brief hesitation, the young couple from Starry Sky Academy approached Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, urgently calling out, Esteemed seniors, please help us. Fei Ho and amp, oppos, s brow furrowed. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but it seemed unavoidable now. Yet, he refrained from acting immediately, standing alongside Huang Xiaolong, awaiting his decision. The young couple, panting heavily, reached the campfire, their faces etched with fear as they looked back at the throng of pursuers from the Purple Robe Sword Sect. Chapter 32. Fei Ho and amp, oppos, s martial soul. A dozen disciples from the Purple Robe Sword Sect pursued, swiftly encircling Huang Xiaolong and his companions. Senior Brother Chung, what should we do? One disciple inquired of a middle-aged man with a noticeable sword scar on his left cheek. The scarred man, Zhang Hua, scanned Huang Xiaolong and his companions before his gaze settled on Fei Ho, his brow furrowing as he found it difficult to gauge Fei Ho's strength. Esteemed elder, we are disciples of the Purple Robe Sword Sect. We hope you will refrain from intervening in our affairs, Zhang Hua said after a moment's contemplation. As long as you do not meddle, we can ensure your safe departure. After all, we are within the territory of the Luotan Kingdom, not the Yunhai Kingdom, and I do not wish to escalate matters. Fei Ho turned to Huang Xiaolong, who remained impassive, staring back at Zhang Hua. So, what you mean to say is that should we involve ourselves, our safe passage would be in jeopardy. Although Zhang Hua and Apos, words appeared courteous, the underlying threat was unmistakable to Huang Xiaolong. Naturally, having been raised in the Luotong Kingdom, he felt a certain affinity for the disciples of the Starry Sky Academy when witnessing their persecution by foreign sections. It was akin to witnessing a fellow countryman being oppressed, where one and Apos' sympathies would naturally lean towards their own. Zhang Hua and Apos' expression darkened at Huang Xiaolong and Apos' retort. "You insolent brat! How dare you speak to senior brother Cheng in such a manner?" A disciple of the Purple Robe Sword sect was about to reprimand Huang Xiaolong when suddenly a figure darted past. The disciple screamed, clutching his face. My face! My face!" 10 bloody gashes marred both his cheeks, the assailant being the spirit-devouring purple monkey. After striking, the monkey returned to perch on Huang Xiaolong and Apos' shoulder, grinning mischievously at the injured disciple. "You wretched beast, you seek death." The wounded disciple seethed, enraged. Swinging his sword, he infused it with battle energy and aimed to strike at the spirit-devouring purple monkey. Witnessing their comrade's injury, 3 other disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect could not resist joining the fray. The air filled with the shadows of swords, enveloping Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Hua attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The 4 disciples and Apos' sword energies were about to strike Huang Xiaolong and the spirit-devouring purple monkey when, unexpectedly, the sword shadows vanished. The 4 assailants were flung backward, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed to the ground, lifeless. Fei Hou withdrew his hands, casting a cold glance at the fallen disciples before turning respectfully to Huang Xiaolong. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "I am fine." In truth, even without Fei Hou's intervention, the 4 disciples posed no threat to him. He recognized their mere 5th-tier strength. Zhang Hua and the remaining disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect stared in shock at the corpses of their fallen comrades, their expressions shifting from disbelief to rage. Zhang Hua's eyes glinted with cold fury as he turned to Fei Hou. "You dare to kill our disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect?" Fei Hou did not respond, his gaze icy as he regarded Zhang Hua. "Any who dare to harm the young master must die. This is the rule of the Shura sect. All who threaten the leader shall be eradicated." Zhang Hua's fury surged, his expression chilling. "Very well." He waved his hand to the remaining disciples. "We withdraw." And with that, he attempted to turn and leave. The others froze. "Leave? Who allows you to depart?" Huang Xiaolong's cold voice resonated. He discerned the hatred in the scarred man's eyes as he prepared to leave. Should they escape, retaliation was inevitable. The distance to Huang's village was not great, and if Zhang Hua discovered Huang Xiaolong's identity as a disciple of Huang's village, it could spell disaster for them. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong would not permit the disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect to flee. A fleeting murderous intent flickered in Huang Xiaolong's heart. In his previous life, he had taken the lives of numerous heinous criminals, so he was not one to show mercy. Zhang Hua and the remaining disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect's expressions shifted dramatically. Just then, Fei Hou moved again, soaring into the air as a river materialized behind him, a river shimmering with silver light, reminiscent of flashing sword energies. This was Fei Hou's martial soul, the Galaxy. The Galaxy was a mutated natural martial soul. Upon summoning it, Fei Hou instantly transformed, his body becoming soft and pliable, merging with the Galaxy. Resembling a flowing river that entwined around the remaining disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect. Those ensnared by Fei Hou's power screamed in agony, blood erupting from their bodies, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Within a few breaths, all disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect, including the scarred Zhang Hua, lay dead. The 2 young disciples from the Starry Sky Academy stood frozen in shock, terror etched on their faces as they gazed at Fei Hou. They were well aware of the strength of the pursuing disciples, especially Zhang Hua, a peak 7th-tier expert, alongside 2 others of the same rank. At that moment, Fei Hou retracted his martial soul, returning to stand behind Huang Xiaolong. The 2 young disciples finally regained their senses. "This brother, esteemed elder, thank you for your timely assistance. We shall repay you in the future," the young man from the Starry Sky Academy stammered, clasping his fists in gratitude before hurriedly departing with the young woman. Glancing back at Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou with fear in their eyes, seeing the pair flee in a panic after his aid, Fei Hou and Apos' expression turned cold as he turned to Huang Xiaolong. "Young master, shall we?" He gestured as if to silence them. Huang Xiaolong and Apos' gaze flickered before he ultimately shook his head. Let it be. Although their hasty retreat is distasteful, I understand their fear of meeting the same fate as the disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect. Huang Xiaolong was not concerned about the two revealing their encounter. After all, it would serve them no benefit to disclose such information. Let us depart as well. After the two had vanished, Huang Xiaolong expressed his desire to leave, as he had no intention of lingering any longer. Yes, master. Before departing, Feiho incinerated the corpses of the disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect. Thus, the trio, Huang Xiaolong, Feiho, and the spirit-devouring purple monkey, continued deeper into the Silver Moon Forest, with Feiho, a peak 10th tier expert, by his side. Huang Xiaolong felt no apprehension about encountering high-level beasts. A month later, in a certain part of the Silver Moon Forest, two blades of light flashed past, and a 6th tier black bear let out a mournful cry before crashing to the ground as Huang Xiaolong materialized from the air. Over the course of a month, through relentless hunting of beasts, Huang Xiaolong had mastered the simultaneous use of his innate soul skills, spatial concealment, and shadow pursuit, allowing him to effortlessly slay 6th tier beasts. The black bear he had just defeated was of the mid-6th tier. At that moment, the spirit-devouring purple monkey leaped down from Huang Xiaolong and Appo's shoulder, letting out a squeal as it swiftly extracted a demon core from the black bear and Appo's body, consuming it voraciously before retrieving a bear gallbladder and offering it to Huang Xiaolong. The gallbladder of this mid-6th tier black bear was worth far more than the 4th tier snake gallbladder Huang Xiaolong had previously consumed. Chapter 33. The Claw of the Azura Demon. Huang Xiaolong received the black bear gallbladder and extracted wine from the Azura ring. He broke the bear gallbladder and consumed it along with the wine, which he had obtained from a member of the evil ghost mercenary group he had slain a few days prior. Once the 6th tier black bear gallbladder entered his stomach, a series of warm currents began to flow through him. Initially subtle, these currents gradually intensified over the course of several breaths, transforming into fighting energy as Huang Xiaolong circulated the Azura technique to absorb them, causing the 9 nether fighting energy within his meridians to surge restlessly. For over a month, while hunting magical beasts in the Silver Moon Forest, Huang Xiaolong had been diligently cultivating, achieving a faster advancement in his fighting energy than during his frenzied training at the Huang family village. The beasts he hunted occasionally yielded treasures like the 6th tier black bear gallbladder, which greatly aided in his cultivation. However, breaking through the 6th tier barrier proved exceedingly challenging. Even those with top-tier martial souls typically required over a year to progress from the peak of the 5th tier to the 6th. Although Huang Xiaolong possessed a super martial soul, indeed, a twin super martial soul, he anticipated needing 4 to 5 months to reach the 6th tier. As Huang Xiaolong refined the 6th tier black bear gallbladder, the soul-devouring purple monkey gnawed on a mysterious purple fruit it had found, consuming beast cores without needing to meditate for refinement. Feiho stood 10 meters away, vigilant for any disturbances in their surroundings. After several hours, Huang Xiaolong fully absorbed the medicinal potency of the black bear gallbladder and stood up, feeling that his muscles had grown denser and stronger. His entire body was more resilient and his sinews more flexible, allowing for a significantly greater explosive power than when he had left Huang family village. Upon rising, Huang Xiaolong summoned the Azura blade and soared into the air. From his elevated position, he swung the blade downward, unleashing a torrent of dozens of Azura blades that descended like a rain of blades, enveloping a 10-meter radius. Everything within that space was reduced to dust. Amidst the rain of blades, a haunting wail echoed, more chilling than the sounds of hell itself. Huang Xiaolong descended from the air after a month of training. He had finally achieved minor success with the second move of the Azura sword technique, the Weeping Azura. However, despite his progress, he was still far from mastering it, as true mastery would allow him to control the ferocity and gentleness of the blade rain, making it as powerful as a celestial river or as subtle as a whisper. After halting his training on Weeping Azura, Huang Xiaolong retracted the Azura blade and, with a sudden motion, extended his hands like claws towards the corpse of the black bear. Dark gas began to waft from the bear and Appo's body and flowed into him. As the black gas continued to escape, Huang Xiaolong stood still, his body shimmering with a dark light, and then clawed at a large tree 10 meters ahead. 2 dark claw marks tore through the air, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. With a thunderous crash, the claw mark struck the tree, causing it to topple, surrounded by an aura of death. During the month he had spent cultivating the second move of the Azure Sword technique, Huang Xiaolong also began to practice another set of combat techniques depicted in his scrolls. The Claw of the Azure Demon. This technique comprised 5 moves, and when mastered, each move possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and earth. The move he had just executed was the first of the Claw of the Azure Demon, the wailing of 10,000 ghosts. When perfected, it would summon countless phantoms that would overwhelm all in their path. However, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's current execution failed to conjure even a single ghost. It was evident that he needed to enhance his training in the Claw of the Azure Demon. Huang Xiaolong understood that to train in this technique, he needed to absorb the essence of blood and souls, which could only be found in the bodies of beings that had recently perished. The dark gas he had drawn from the Black Bear and Appo's corpse was precisely that essence. This requirement had previously deterred him from practicing the Claw of the Azure Demon while at Huang family village. Just then, distant footsteps and vague voices reached his ears. Fei Hou swiftly moved behind Huang Xiaolong, and the soul-devouring purple monkey leaped down from a tree to perch on his shoulder. "We should take cover," Huang Xiaolong suggested. After a moment's contemplation, he and his companions soared to the top of a dense tree, concealing themselves. As they settled into their hiding spot, a group of individuals approached from the distance, and Huang Xiaolong was surprised to recognize them as disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect. Holding his breath, he listened intently. "Elder Chun, it has been a month and Brother Chung and the others have yet to rendezvous with us. Could something have gone awry?" One disciple remarked. Chen Feng and Appo's thick gray brows furrowed. It was indeed concerning that Chung Liang and his group had not yet arrived. "If anyone dares to harm our Purple Robe Sword sect disciples, they are courting death." Another disciple interjected with a cold snort. "If we discover who is responsible, we shall annihilate their entire clan." Chen Feng then turned to a nearby disciple and inquired, "Have we tracked down the whereabouts of those 2 Starry Sky Academy disciples?" A month prior, Chung Liang and his group had gone missing while pursuing those 2 disciples. If they could locate them, they would ascertain the fate of Chung Liang and his companions. Reporting to Elder Chun, "Our disciples have informed us that the 2 Starry Sky Academy disciples are currently near the Poison Fog Valley." The disciple answered respectfully. "The Poison Fog Valley." Chen Feng and Appo's brow furrowed, and he coldly commanded, "You will all accompany me to the Poison Fog Valley." "Yes, Elder Chun." Moments later, the figures of the Purple Robe Sword sect disciples vanished. Once they disappeared, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou descended from the tree. "Master, shall we head to the Poison Fog Valley as well?" Fei Hou asked. However, the Poison Fog Valley is one of the 3 most perilous locations in the Silver Moon Forest. The 3 perilous locations? Huang Xiaolong pondered briefly. "Let us follow and see." Thus, the 3 of them trailed behind the disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect towards the Poison Fog Valley. It was not far from their starting point. And after a day and Appo's journey, they arrived at the valley and Appo's entrance. Standing at the mouth of the Poison Fog Valley, they observed the grayish-green toxic gas wafting from within. Chen Feng waved his hand. "You all spread out and search for any discoveries." The disciples of the Purple Robe Sword sect responded respectfully and dispersed. Shortly thereafter, one disciple returned, addressing Chen Feng with reverence. "Elder Chun, we have found signs of a struggle ahead. Oh, let us investigate." Chapter 34, Framing Chen Feng. Accompanied by the disciples of the Z Sword sect, arrived at the location indicated by one of the disciples. The ground was marred with chaotic footprints and intersecting sword marks, and several trees had been uprooted by a powerful force. Following the traces of the battle, Chen Feng leaped forward, prompting the disciples of the Z Sword sect to closely follow him. After traversing approximately 20 miles, they heard the sounds of a fierce conflict ahead and quickened their pace. Before long, Chen Feng spotted 5 figures clad in black robes surrounding 2 young individuals in blue robes, the very people they were seeking, the disciples from the Starry Sky Academy. A surge of joy filled Chen Feng's heart as he and the disciples of the Z Sword sect advanced, swiftly encircling all 7 individuals. The 2 Starry Sky Academy disciples and the 5 black-robed attackers halted their skirmish, their faces filled with astonishment at the sight of the encroaching Z Sword sect disciples. Chen Feng stepped forward, casting a cold glance at the 7 individuals before suddenly pointing at the 5 in black. He commanded the nearby disciples, "You go ahead and deal with them." "Yes, Elder Chun," the disciples replied in unison. The black-robed attackers and oppos expressions shifted dramatically, and one of them exclaimed anxiously, "Wait, Senior, we are disciples of the highest sect. We have no enmity with the Z-Sword sect, do we?" "Enmity?" Chen Feng scoffed. "Do you think I need a reason to kill you? If you insist on one, then let it be known that I find you distasteful. That is reason enough." The black-robed disciples attempted to argue further, but at that moment, a fierce sword light surged forth as the Z-Sword sect disciples attacked. The 5 black-robed individuals could only respond in a panic, yet they were significantly weaker than their opponents. Before long, they lay defeated, their blood staining the ground around them. The remaining 2 Starry Sky Academy disciples were filled with terror. They had tried to flee twice, but were relentlessly forced back by the Z-Sword sect disciples stationed nearby. Chen Feng fixed his icy gaze upon them, stating, "Did you kill the 10 or so disciples of my Z-Sword sect?" The 2 Starry Sky Academy disciples and oppos expressions changed. The male disciple suddenly spoke up, "Senior, it and oppos a misunderstanding. We did not kill your disciples. With our strength, how could we possibly defeat your Z-Sword sect's disciples?" The female disciple hurriedly added, Yes. Senior, it was a powerful expert with an anomalous galaxy martial soul who killed them. We truly had nothing to do with it." Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. Anomalous galaxy martial soul? Hidden not far away, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho exchanged glances, their eyes turning cold. "Indeed, Senior, and that powerful expert has already taken the treasure map. It is no longer in our possession. We beg you to spare us." The male disciple continued. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. He had never anticipated that the 2 he had once rescued would now, in a bid for survival, not only reveal the events of that day, but also frame him and Fei Ho for the theft of a treasure map. They had never even laid eyes on such a treasure map. Chen Feng regarded the 2 disciples from the Starry Sky Academy with a sneer. "The treasure map is not in your possession? While it is possible that the disciples of the Z-Sword sect were indeed slain by that anomalous galaxy martial soul, I find it hard to believe that you do not have the treasure map. Senior, the treasure map truly is." The female disciple began to protest, but suddenly froze. Her gaze fixed behind Chen Feng. Confused, Chen Feng and the disciples of the Z-Sword sect turned around to see a child of about 8 or 9 years old standing beside a tall middle-aged man. A charming little monkey perched on the child's shoulder. "Senior, it was him. He is the one who killed your 10 disciples from the Z-Sword sect." The female disciple from the Starry Sky Academy exclaimed in delight, pointing at Fei Ho. Initially apprehensive that Chen Feng might not believe her, she was now overjoyed to see Fei Ho appear. "Indeed, Senior, the treasure map is with him. He was the one who took it." The male disciple chimed in, his eyes shining with excitement as he pointed at Fei Ho. Chen Feng scrutinized Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho as they approached. Under the gaze of Chen Feng and the others, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho stepped forth. "Are you the one who killed our 10 disciples from the Z-Sword sect?" Chen Feng glared coldly at Fei Ho. Fei Ho remained silent, instead locking eyes with Huang Xiaolong as they both regarded the 2 Starry Sky Academy disciples with disdain. Huang Xiaolong spoke coldly, "You 2 deserve to die?" The expressions of the 2 Starry Sky Academy disciples shifted dramatically. Yet, the male disciple quickly retorted with a sneer, "Kid, you've killed 10 disciples of the Z-Sword sect. I advise you to hand over the treasure map to this elder and then kneel to beg for mercy. Perhaps you might survive. Otherwise, haha." Though he recognized Fei Ho and Appo's formidable strength, he did not believe that Fei Ho could disregard a 10th-tier expert like Chen Feng. Should conflict arise, they could use the opportunity to escape. Seeing that Fei Ho remained silent while a mere child dared to declare that the 2 Starry Sky Academy disciples deserved death, Chen Feng felt utterly insulted. As an elder of the Z-Sword sect, he would be met with reverence by royal disciples and clan leaders in any kingdom or city. Yet now, he found himself disregarded by a mere child. Chen Feng and Appo's expression darkened, but he did not rush to act. He was confident in his strength. Yet the audacity of the other party indicated they had some form of assurance. This time, 2 elders from the Z-Sword sect had entered the Silver Moon Forest. Besides himself, there was another elder, Fu Yuan. They had a unique means of communication, and soon, Elder Fu Yuan would arrive. Chen Feng's gaze remained cold as he observed Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho. Soon, when Elder Fu Yuan arrived, he would relish the outcome. However, at that moment, Huang Xiaolong's eyes gleamed like blades as he glanced at Chen Feng, seemingly piercing through his thoughts. He instructed Fei Ho, Leave the Starry Sky Academy disciples to me and Shirling. You handle the Z Sword Sect disciples. Yes, young master, Fei Hou replied. In an instant, both Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou soared into the air. Huang Xiaolong quickly reached the two Starry Sky Academy disciples, while Fei Hou faced Qin Feng. With a swift movement, he unleashed a strike with his sword, executing the Arhut sword technique. Qin Feng was taken aback, twisting his body like a spinning top to narrowly evade Fei Hou's strike. Cold sweat trickling down his back. Just then, a scream pierced the air, and Qin Feng turned to see Fei Hou, with a swift motion, pierce the throat of a nearby Z Sword Sect disciple. Meanwhile, the two Starry Sky Academy disciples were initially stunned to see a mere child charging at them. However, after a moment of surprise, they felt a surge of confidence, believing that as mid-level 6th-tier practitioners, they could easily handle a child and a little monkey. Chapter 35. Soul Enhancement. In a moment of elation, the two members of the Starry Sky Academy soared into the air, charging towards Huang Xiaolong and the spirit-devouring purple monkey. Observing the joy etched on their faces, Huang Xiaolong smirked coldly. Summoning the Azura Blade, he swung it fiercely while intoning Hell and Appos' wind. Over 100 blades of light flickered, conjuring two immense whirlwinds that spiraled upwards. A sound, reminiscent of the very depths of hell, reverberated through the void, chilling the heart and soul of those who heard it. The expressions of the Starry Sky Academy members morphed into horror as they found themselves suspended in mid-air, panic-stricken and plummeting backward. Yet, they were too late. The Hell and Appos' wind engulfed them in an instant. Starfall sword technique. Endless stars. In a state of panic, the male warrior, seeing no escape, summoned his fighting spirit. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he thrust his sword forward. Beneath the stroke of his blade, countless stars erupted with a piercing cold light, colliding violently with the Hell and Appos' wind. The female warrior followed suit, fiercely striking down with her sword. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, it sounded as if dozens of strikes had been exchanged. Nevertheless, the Hell and Appos' wind did not cease its whirling. In a mere breath, it devoured the myriad stars and sword glows, crashing into the two warriors with tremendous force. Thud! The impact of the Hell and Appos' wind sent both warriors hurtling backward, crashing violently into a massive tree several dozen meters away, which toppled under the force, causing them to spit blood. When they hit the ground, their garments were shredded into countless pieces, their flesh mangled as if sliced by 100 blades, a sight too gruesome to behold. Their faces bore deep gashes, blood gushing from the wounds. Yet, they did not perish. Huang Xiaolong had deliberately spared their lives, for the Hell and Appos' wind would continuously corrode their insides, tormenting their vital organs with excruciating pain. He wished for them to experience this torment fully. The two writhed on the ground, howling in agony, their cries piercing the air. The surrounding disciples of the Purple Robe Sword Sect turned at the sound, their faces draining of color at the sight of the two in such a pitiful state. What? That little brat actually. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, shock and disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Huang Xiaolong, who wielded the Azura Blade. This child, appearing no older than 8 or 9, had effortlessly defeated two 6th-tier powerhouses. How could this be? Such a terrifying prodigy could not possibly exist in this world. Even the most formidable sect leader he knew was not so extraordinary at that age. Just as Qin Feng was reeling from disbelief, several more cries of despair echoed out. He turned in alarm to see that, taking advantage of the distraction among the Purple Robe Sword Sect disciples, Fei Hou had pierced the throats of 5 more individuals. Fury and shock surged within Qin Feng as he bellowed, "You fools! Quickly summon your soul weapons and form the Blood Wolf killing formation." With that, a brilliant light emanated from his body, and a colossal wolf appeared behind him. This beast, with blood-red eyes and silver-gray fur streaked with black stripes, was his beast soul, a celestial wolf. As Qin Feng summoned his celestial wolf, the remaining 7 disciples of the Purple Robe Sword Sect also called forth their beast souls, all of which were wolves as well. Some had golden eyes, others possessed 2 tails, while some were pitch black. Although these beast souls were not Qin Feng and Appos' celestial wolf, they belonged to the same lineage. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. The 7 disciples grouped around Qin Feng, their fighting spirits radiating outward, their beast souls converging towards Qin Feng and Appos' celestial wolf. 8 wolf souls glimmered with light, and a formidable aura emanated from Chun Feng and Apos, celestial wolf. Typically, souls of the same type could enhance one another through certain techniques or formations, resulting in varying degrees of power augmentation. The energy around the disciples and Chun Feng began to surge. Fei Ho, somewhat surprised, had not anticipated that all these disciples would possess wolf souls. Observing Chun Feng and the 8 forming a formation, he sneered as silver light burst forth from him like the sun, a galaxy coiling around his figure. With each twist, the silver light intensified, and his galaxy beast's soul expanded. Soul enhancement. Chun Feng's eyes widened in horror at the transformation of Fei Ho's beast soul. Indeed, soul enhancement. This was the signature soul technique of Fei Ho and Apos' Galaxy Beast Soul. Now, with this technique activated, the Galaxy Beast Soul could undergo 5 enhancements, each stacking upon the last. With each enhancement, the Galaxy Beast Soul would swell by half. After 5 enhancements, Fei Ho and Apos' Galaxy Beast Soul transformed into a silver river nearly 10 meters wide and several dozen meters long. Following the enhancements, Fei Ho instantaneously soul merged, his entire form becoming ethereal, as if he had become one with the galaxy, his muscles, skin, and bones seemingly vanishing. Attack! Chun Feng shouted in alarm, slamming his palm towards Fei Ho. A massive wolf head opened wide, ready to strike. The celestial wolf and Apos' paw. The howl of the wolf king echoed through the forest. The other 7 disciples of the purple robe sword sect also unleashed their attacks, each sending forth a wolf head, though these were half the size of Chun Feng's. Seeing this, Fei Ho and Apos' eyes turned icy. He raised his arms and unleashed a powerful strike. Heart-shattering fist. The force of his punches shattered the air, as if something were fracturing within the space itself. The 8 massive wolf heads exploded, sending Chun Feng and his companions reeling. Chun Feng managed to stabilize himself after being pushed back several meters, while the other 7 were flung several dozen meters away, crashing to the ground with explosive sounds. With each impact, their bodies trembled violently until they lay lifeless. Chun Feng felt resounding explosions within himself. With each burst, blood sprayed from his mouth. Terrified, he could not conceal the fear in his eyes. What kind of combat technique was this? Suddenly, he turned to flee. Seeing this, Fei Ho shimmered, flowing like the galaxy, and in an instant, he stood before Chun Feng, the spatial currents swirling around him, forcing Chun Feng back to his original position. Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then approached the 2 Starry Sky Academy disciples, who were still writhing on the ground, howling in pain. Their bodies drenched in blood and caked with dirt, their faces unrecognizable. "Please, spare us. I can give you the treasure map." The male disciple gasped, his voice hoarse as he beheld Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong remained silent, his gaze icy. With a flick of the Azura blade, the male disciple ceased his screams, his body falling still. The female disciple, her face etched with terror, opened her mouth to plead, but Huang Xiaolong swiftly reversed the blade, sending her on her way. After dispatching the 2, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Azura blade and found a map tucked within the male disciple and Apos' chest. To his astonishment, the map depicted a monkey. Gazing at the illustration, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but glance at the spirit-devouring purple monkey beside him. The resemblance was uncanny. Chapter 36. Luotong Royal City. The treasure map displayed an image of a monkey on its front. While Huang Xiaolong was taken aback by this revelation, the spirit-devouring purple monkey suddenly let out an excited screech. Observing the expression on the monkey's face only deepened Huang Xiaolong's curiosity. Could this treasure map be connected to the spirit-devouring purple monkey? At that moment, a chilling scream pierced the air. Huang Xiaolong turned to see Chun Feng, entangled in the grasp of Fei Ho, howling in agony as Fei Ho and Apos' fist struck his chest, causing a deep indentation. Soon after, a long sword shot forth from the galaxy, its blade gleaming ominously. Chun Feng closed his eyes and suddenly felt a searing pain in his throat. He looked down to find a sword piercing through his neck, blood oozing from the wound and dripping onto the ground, a vivid, crimson hue. As Chun Feng gazed at the sword wielder, Fei Ho, he opened his mouth, intending to lunge at him, but after taking just 2 steps, he collapsed. Fei Ho coldly regarded the corpse before returning to Huang Xiaolong and Apos' side. Noticing the treasure map in Huang Xiaolong and Apos' hand, his expression grew peculiar. He pondered aloud, Sect Master. This treasure map must have been left by a powerful being of the demon clan. A powerful being of the demon clan. Huang Xiaolong was momentarily stunned. Indeed. Look at the writing on the back of the treasure map. It is in the language of the demon clan, Fei Ho pointed out. Huang Xiaolong flipped the map over, revealing a strange mountain depicted on its surface, resembling a colossal elephant, with several lines of bizarre characters beneath it, those being the demon clan and Appo's script that Fei Ho had mentioned. At that moment, the spirit-devouring purple monkey pointed at the demon clan characters and chattered excitedly, gesturing with its hands. Little fellow, do you understand this writing? Huang Xiaolong inquired. The monkey nodded enthusiastically before shaking its head. However, despite Huang Xiaolong's persistent questioning, he could glean no further information. Ultimately, he resigned himself to storing the treasure map within his Shura ring, while the location of the mountain and the meaning of the demon clan's script remained a mystery. It was evident that the treasure map was intertwined with the spirit-devouring purple monkey. After securing the treasure map, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho proceeded to deal with the corpses of the members of the Purple Robe Sword sect. During this process, Huang Xiaolong discovered a martial arts manual on Chun Feng and Appo's S-body, the Black Moon technique, a high-grade Xian-level skill, along with a quantity of gold coins and elixirs. He collected everything into his Shura ring. Although the high-grade Xian-level skill held little value for Huang Xiaolong, it could fetch a handsome price at auction, especially since the Huang family village possessed merely a single high-grade Xian-level skill. Soon, 2 months had elapsed. During this time, the trio, Huang Xiaolong, Fei Ho, and the spirit-devouring purple monkey, ventured deeper into the Silver Moon Forest. After 2 months of relentless training, Huang Xiaolong had nearly crossed the threshold into the 6th rank. The barrier was thinning, and a breakthrough was imminent. The second move of the Shura sword technique, Shura's Tear, had significantly increased in power after 2 months of rigorous practice. Though he had yet to unlock the meridians for the 4th stance of the easy muscle technique, the star-removing stance. With 12 stances in total, the latter stages of the technique proved increasingly challenging. However, in his previous life, Huang Xiaolong had mastered the 9th stance, making his current practice considerably easier. On a moonlit night, the silvery light bathed the earth. Gazing up at the night sky from beneath the Silver Moon Forest, Huang Xiaolong raised his right hand above his head, bending his left arm behind his back, rhythmically breathing and circulating his inner energy within his body, gathering it in his dantian. In the distance, Fei Ho observed his master's peculiar posture with intrigue. Having never encountered anyone on the wind and snow continent practicing martial arts in such an unusual manner. As night gradually faded, the sun began to rise. Huang Xiaolong ceased his training, and the trio resumed their journey, embarking once more on a quest to hunt magical beasts while honing their skills. 5 days later, Huang Xiaolong, Fei Ho, and the spirit-devouring purple monkey found themselves at the foot of a mountain path on the outskirts of the Silver Moon Forest. After nearly 4 months of cultivation, Huang Xiaolong decided to exit the forest and explore the nearby city. The three continued along the mountain path, and after several hours, they finally beheld a colossal city. This magnificent city dwarfed the county seat of Kanglin, where the Huang family village was located. From a distance, the city walls soared to a height of 30 or 40 meters, with a massive gate and a protective moat encircling it. Upon seeing the grand city ahead, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's heart soared with excitement, and he quickened his pace. As he approached, he noticed the 4 characters inscribed above the city gate: Luotong Royal City. Luotong Royal City. Huang Xiaolong stared at the characters, momentarily stunned. This was the royal city of the Luotong Kingdom. Sectmaster, Fei Ho called out, bringing Huang Xiaolong back to his senses. Shall we enter the city? He inquired. Yes, let us proceed, Huang Xiaolong replied, his voice tinged with exhilaration. It felt reminiscent of his past life on Earth when he had suddenly arrived in the capital city, filled with a similar thrill and anticipation. However, before they could enter the city, the guards at the gate stopped them. After scanning Huang Xiaolong and the others from head to toe, one guard announced, "Entry fee, 10 gold coins per person. 10 gold coins, an amount sufficient for a lower-class family to sustain themselves for a month. Entry fee." At that moment, a young couple riding a 4th-rank flame beast sauntered past the gate. The guards not only refrained from stopping them, but also bowed respectfully, allowing them entry into the city without hindrance. Huang Xiaolong's expression darkened as he pointed at the couple. Why are they not required to pay the entry fee? The guard captain sneered. They are Miss Lin and young Master Lin from the Marquis estate, Nobility. Surely you understand the distinction? Nobles do not pay entry fees to enter the city, while you lowly outsiders must part with 10 gold coins each. It seemed the guards had categorized Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho as commoners based solely on their attire. Nobles were exempt from entry fees, while outsiders were charged a hefty sum. Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow in discontent. At that moment, the sound of thundering hooves echoed from the mountain path, and the ground trembled. Huang Xiaolong turned to see a group of individuals riding massive fourth-rank rhinos charging towards the city gate at breakneck speed. They were clearly intent on entering the city, and before long, they closed in on Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, who stood in the center of the path. At this rate, the group would collide with them within moments, sending them flying. The guard captain and Amp, Apos, S expression shifted as he recognized the young man in a yellow robe at the forefront of the group. He hurriedly stepped aside, exclaiming, "It and Amp, Apos, S young master Meng returning. Quickly step aside." His fear of the young man was palpable. Chapter 37. Notification to the Duke and Amp, Apos, S manner the captain of the guard. Witnessing Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho seemingly oblivious to his shouts, ceased calling out to them. To him, they were merely two commoners. Their demise would not be an uncommon occurrence in the city of Luotong. Suddenly, a young man clad in a yellow robe, Meng Xia, charged forth on his rhinoceros. As he spotted the two commoners obstructing the main road, a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. He pressed his legs against the beast, propelling it forward with increased velocity. Before the captain and the surrounding guards, Meng Xia, riding the rhinoceros, bore down upon Huang Xiaolong. Just as it seemed Huang Xiaolong would be trampled, Fei Ho sprang into action, brandishing a long sword that had appeared in his hand, unleashing a flurry of dazzling sword light. A series of anguished cries erupted as the charging rhinoceros abruptly halted, its legs giving way beneath it, collapsing to the ground in a spray of blood. Meng Xia was thrown from the beast's back. The rhinoceroses that had followed suit, upon nearing Huang Xiaolong, also succumbed, causing all the guards to be thrown aside. A cacophony of groans and screams filled the air, the ground finally settling into silence, leaving only the pained cries of Meng Xia. The captain and the guards stood in stunned silence, observing the convulsing rhinoceroses, their blood a vivid crimson upon the earth. The captain's throat felt parched as he turned to Fei Ho with a look of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Meng Xia, having risen from the ground, glared at his fallen mount, fury radiating from him. He pointed an accusatory finger at Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, shouting in rage, "You dare! You lowly peasants have killed my steed. You shall pay. Cut off their hands first, then their legs, and feed them to the dogs." The guards, recovering from their shock, drew their swords and charged forward, their intent clear, to sever the hands of Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho before proceeding to dismember their legs. Fei Ho and Apos, S eyes turned icy as he coldly snorted, standing firm. He raised his sword once more, and with every flash of its blade, a cry of agony rang out. In the astonished gaze of the captain and the nearby guards, the arms of the assailants suddenly severed from their bodies, soaring into the air in a grim ballet. My hand! My hand!" they shrieked in horror. The once arrogant Meng Xia and Amp, Apos, S fury faltered, replaced by sheer terror, as he watched the chaos unfold. Fei Ho approached him slowly. "You lowly peasants, what do you intend?" Meng Xia stammered, "I am the young master of the Duke's manor. If you dare lay a finger on me, you shall face a fate worse than death." This was no mere threat. He recalled a past incident where a single hair on his head had been harmed, leading to the annihilation of that person and Amp, Apos, S entire family. "Lay a finger on you?" Fei Ho's expression remained cold as he swung his sword, the blade flashing perilously close to Meng Xia's head. The young man screamed, trembling uncontrollably, and when Fei Ho withdrew his sword, a foul odor wafted through the air. Meng Xia and Amp, Apos, S trousers were damp, water trickling down his legs. Seeing such cowardice from a scion of the Duke, Fei Ho scoffed, "Fear not, I shall not kill you. You are not yet dead." Meng Xia dared to open his eyes, realizing his head remained intact, though his hair lay strewn around him, reduced to a bald scalp. A chill swept through him as the wind brushed against his exposed skin. The tension in his heart escalated, his pulse racing, drenched in cold sweat. "Should you dare to call me a lowly commoner again, I will peel your scalp layer by layer," Fei Ho warned, his gaze icy. Meng Xia stood frozen, unable to respond, his mind clouded from the fright he had just endured. Fei Ho returned to Huang Xiaolong's side. "Young master, are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Huang Xiaolong replied, nodding. Let us proceed into the city. As they approached the city gates, Huang Xiaolong turned to the captain of the guard with a cold demeanor. Do you still wish to enter the city? In a sudden fit of fear, the captain fell to his knees, his face a mask of terror, pleading, No, no, please. Spare me. Young master, grant me mercy. In his fright, he even resorted to calling Huang Xiaolong young ancestor. Huang Xiaolong continued, Am I a lowly commoner? The captain shook his head frantically, hands waving. No, no. You are of noble birth, a true noble. And what of him? Huang Xiaolong pointed to the still-dazed Meng Xia, whose pants continued to drip. The captain faltered, his face flushing with embarrassment, speechless. Fei Hou glared at him, causing the captain to lose control, releasing a loud flatulence in his fright. He is a lowly commoner. The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt as if he might perish from the weight of his own audacity. How could he, a captain of the guard, dare to label the Duke's young master as a lowly commoner? Surely, he would not escape the wrath of the Duke's manor, and his own life would be in peril. And you? Huang Xiaolong pressed further. I am a dog. I am but a dog. The captain stammered, his complexion as pale as death. Huang Xiaolong's expression remained unyielding as he and Fei Hou turned to enter the city gates. Once they were a distance away, the captain slumped to the ground, his face twisted in despair, more grotesque than stepping in excrement. The surrounding guards regarded him with pity, and after a moment, one approached cautiously. Captain, should we inform the Duke and Amp, Apos, S. Manor? At that moment, Meng Xia stood dazed, while the remaining guards with severed arms continued to wail. Inform the Duke and Amp, Apos, S. Manor? The captain sprang to his feet, a look of vengeance in his eyes as he glared at Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou and Amp, Apos, S. retreating figures. You lowly peasants dare to harm the young master of the Duke and Amp, Apos, S. Manor? I shall ensure you weep more than you laugh. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou had already passed through the city gates. Rest assured, young master, a mere Duke's manor poses no threat, Fei Hou reassured him. Huang Xiaolong nodded, understanding that Fei Hou's audacity to sever the arms of the Duke's guards and shave the young master's head indicated he possessed some form of confidence. Although Huang Xiaolong was unaware of the source of Fei Hou and Amp, Apos, S. courage, he felt assured by his words that they were indeed safe. Chapter 38. At the Exquisite Delicacies Restaurant, Huang Xiaolong, accompanied by Fei Hou and the Spirit Monkey, ambled along the thoroughfares of Luo Tong Royal City. The capital was indeed a sight to behold, bustling with activity and a vibrant atmosphere. The streets were expansive, some stretching 50 to 60 meters in width, teeming with carriages and pedestrians. In comparison, Kanglin County seemed like a rustic, impoverished backwater. Occasionally, individuals adorned in peculiar attire brushed past Huang Xiaolong. The Luo Tong Kingdom comprised over 30 prefectures, each further divided into scores of towns. Significant cultural disparities existed between certain prefectures, resulting in diverse sartorial choices among the common folk, reminiscent of the various ethnic minorities of ancient China on Earth. At that moment, a towering figure, easily exceeding 2 meters, with thick limbs and coarse, dense fur, his face adorned with whiskers akin to a tiger and Amp, Apos, S. strode past Huang Xiaolong. A beast man? Huang Xiaolong mused, observing the imposing figure. In the martial spirit world, alongside humans, existed numerous other races, beastmen being but one. In addition, there were demi-beasts, closely resembling beastmen, who were the progeny of human and beastman unions. Huang Xiaolong continued his leisurely stroll, the spirit monkey perched upon his shoulder, chirping excitedly. Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou meandered, their gazes flitting from one sight to another. Presently, as they passed an establishment named Exquisite Delicacies Restaurant, Huang Xiaolong paused. Fei Hou, let us partake in some victuals, Huang Xiaolong suggested. After months of cultivation in Silver Moon Forest, his palate craved variety. Although they had consumed the flesh of San Luo beasts and other creatures, the constant fare had grown tiresome. Huang Xiaolong resolved to indulge in a sumptuous repast. Upon hearing Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos, S. words, the spirit monkey clapped its tiny hands in glee. I knew your stomach was rumbling. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Entering the restaurant, they found it teeming with patrons, the ambience lively. The ground floor was entirely occupied. We shall ascend to the second floor, Huang Xiaolong declared. As he prepared to ascend, a waiter approached, politely intercepting him. Esteemed sirs, apologies, but the second floor is reserved for nobility. Nobility again, Huang Xiaolong muttered, his brow furrowing. He glanced at Fei Hou, who, understanding his intent, produced several gold coins and tossed them to the waiter. These are a token of appreciation from our young master. The waiter stared dumbfounded at the 5 gold coins in his hand. This is for me. His monthly earnings barely amounted to a dozen gold coins, and the noble patrons rarely tipped more than a few silver coins. May we proceed now? Fei Hou inquired calmly. Yes, of course, the waiter exclaimed, his face beaming. Please, sirs, this way. He bowed deeply and personally escorted Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou to the second floor. While the second floor ostensibly catered to nobility, it was not exclusively so. Patrons who could afford the prices were also welcome. Clearly, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou were perceived as affluent individuals. The waiter led Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou to a choice seat by the window. Sirs, what delicacies and beverages would you care to order? The waiter inquired obsequiously as Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou settled in. Bring us a dozen of your signature dishes and 3 jugs of your finest wine, Huang Xiaolong declared. A dozen? 3 jugs of the finest wine. The waiter gaped in astonishment. What? Are you still standing there? Fei Hou interjected, his brow furrowed. He produced a small pouch from his robes and tossed it to the waiter. The waiter caught it, his hands sinking under the weight. He opened the pouch and beheld a glittering array of 50 to 60 gold coins. Is this sufficient? Fei Hou inquired. The waiter snapped out of his stupor and nodded frantically. More than enough, sir. Much more. Keep the remainder as a gratuity, Fei Hou said. Now, hurry along and bring us our order promptly. Keep the remainder. The waiter and Appos' eyes widened at Fei Hou and Appos' words. He nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grain. Rest assured, sirs. I shall expedite your order. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, unsure whether it was from fear or elation, and scurried away. Soon, the waiter returned, laden with food and drink. A dozen dishes covered the table, their aromas tantalizing, making mouths water. Sirs, these 3 jugs contain our finest wine, Snow Moon wine. Specially brewed by our establishment, the waiter announced, bowing deeply. Snow Moon wine. Fei Hou nodded dismissively. Very well, you may leave. Yes, sirs. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me, the waiter said, bowing repeatedly before retreating. As soon as the waiter departed, the spirit monkey leaped from Huang Xiaolong and Appos' shoulder and onto a wine jug. With a swift flick of its paw, it removed the lid, releasing a fragrant aroma. The little creature's eyes gleamed as it lifted the jug and guzzled down several mouthfuls, then turned to Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou, chirping merrily. Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou exchanged amused glances. They each opened a jug and raised it in a toast before taking a hearty swig. The wine was cool and refreshing, its flavor rich and smooth. As Huang Xiaolong, Fei Hou, and the spirit monkey indulged in their meal. In the main hall of the Duke Meng residence in Luotong Royal City, Meng Xia, his head shaved bald by Fei Hou, was ranting furiously. Father, you must kill those wretched commoners. Sever their hands and feet. After their limbs are severed, I want to parade them through the streets, so that everyone in the royal city knows the consequences of offending our duke's residence. Meng Chun, witnessing his son's miserable state, was consumed by murderous rage. His son had been assaulted by 2 commoners before the very gates of the royal city. Moreover, the guards of his residence had suffered severed hands. This was an utter humiliation. Have they been located yet? Meng Chen demanded, turning to his head steward, Xie Fei. Before Xie Fei could respond, a guard who had been dispatched to investigate burst into the hall. Your Grace, the 2 individuals have been located. They are at the Exquisite Delicacies restaurant. The Exquisite Delicacies restaurant. Meng Chun rose abruptly, his eyes flashing with cold fury. Very well. They assault my son, injure my duke's residence guards, and then dare to feast openly in the royal city. They clearly hold the duke and Appos' residence in utter contempt. Summon all experts above the 7th rank within the residence and accompany me to the Exquisite Delicacies restaurant. Meng Chen commanded. Yes, Your Grace. Xie Fei responded respectfully, then hesitated. Should we also summon Grandmaster and Second Master? Meng Chen replied coldly, indeed. Regardless of their advantages, I shall ensure they suffer a most agonizing demise. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Hou were still enjoying their meal at the Exquisite Delicacies restaurant. After a while, Fei Hou paused, stood up, and said to Huang Xiaolong, Young Master, I am going to meet someone. He is in Luotong Royal City and is also a disciple of the Azura Gate. I will bring him to pay respects to you. He will be delighted to know that you are in Luotong Royal City. A disciple of the Azura Gate? Huang Xiaolong wondered. Was this Fei Ho and Amp, Apos, S confidence to beat the Duke and Amp, Apos, S son? Huang Xiaolong nodded. Very well, return swiftly. He did not inquire about the Azura Gate disciple and Apos, S status in the Luotong kingdom. He would learn that when Fei Ho brought him. Yes, young master. Fei Ho responded respectfully and departed. Shortly thereafter, Fei Ho stood before a grand mansion, above the gates of which were inscribed the words, Martial Residence. In the Luotong kingdom, there were countless generals, dukes, and marquises, but only one marshal. Chapter 39, Is the Marshal Absent? The marshal of the Luotong kingdom, Hao Yin, is a venerable figure, having saved the kingdom from peril on multiple occasions. His status is exceedingly esteemed, truly a king among generals. He is even privileged enough to stand before the king without bowing, possessing unparalleled prestige within the military. However, when Fei Ho arrived at the Marshal and Amp, Apos, S residence, he was halted by the guard stationed there. Who dares to intrude upon the Marshal's estate? They demanded. Fei Ho remained silent and produced a golden medal from his bosom. Upon seeing it, the soldiers' expressions shifted dramatically. Their arrogance vanished, and they all knelt in deference, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, my lord." This golden medal had been bestowed upon Fei Ho by Marshal Hao Yin over a decade ago. "Rise, I wish to see your marshal," Fei Ho commanded. The soldiers complied respectfully, but hesitantly replied, "My lord, the marshal has just been summoned to the palace by the king. He is not currently at the residence." "What? He is not here?" Fei Ho and Amp, Apos, S brow furrowed. "Indeed, my lord," the soldiers affirmed, lowering their heads. "You are to proceed to the palace and inform your marshal that his junior brother has come to visit. I shall be waiting for him at the delicacies restaurant." Fei Ho insisted. "Junior brother?" The soldiers were taken aback, not anticipating that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man before them was the marshal and Amp, Apos, S junior brother. However, the task of notifying the marshal made them hesitate. "Take my golden medal with you. Should anything occur, I shall bear the consequences. However, if you delay and something happens, your lives may be forfeit." Fei Ho tossed the golden medal into the hands of one of the soldiers, who caught it in a panic. "Yes, my lord," the soldier captain replied, not daring to refuse. As Fei Ho turned to return to the delicacies restaurant, Meng Chun led all the experts from the residence to the restaurant, forcefully breaking through the door. The patrons on the first floor were taken aback by the imposing presence of Meng Chun and his entourage, their faces filled with astonishment. "It is the Duke. What brings the Duke to our humble establishment?" the owner of the restaurant exclaimed, his expression shifting from surprise to a beaming smile upon seeing Meng Chun. However, Meng Chun ignored the owner and coldly inquired of a nearby guard, "Are they upstairs?" "Yes, your grace," the guard responded promptly. A glint of cold light flashed in Meng Chun and Amp, Apos, S eyes as he commanded, "Rush upstairs and surround the second floor completely. Also, secure the ground floor. I want not a single fly to escape." With that, he pushed past the restaurant owner and, along with the multitude of experts from the Duke and Amp, Apos, S household, ascended to the second floor. "Father, that S him. That S the brat." As soon as they reached the second floor, the bald Meng Xia spotted Huang Xiaolong sitting by the window and pointed, exclaiming loudly. Meng Chen glanced over, momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. "Where's the other one?" "Your grace, this is even better. Let us capture this brat first. The other one surely cannot escape." The steward, CFA, chimed in with a smile. Huang Xiaolong slowly rose from the table, coolly regarding the encircling experts from the Duke and Apos, S household. In truth, he had noticed Meng Chun and Apos, S approach from afar and did not flee. Even now, surrounded by formidable 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th tier warriors, he remained unperturbed, confident in his ability to depart safely. Since breaking through to the 4th tier, his innate soul technique, spatial concealment, had improved from being effective for 6 breaths to now 10. This duration, combined with Huang Xiaolong's current speed, would allow him to vanish entirely before Meng Chun and his company. Looking at the bald Meng Xia, Huang Xiaolong sneered. "I didn't expect you to dare show your face again. Are you not afraid that we shall peel your scalp away, layer by layer?" Meng Xia and the surrounding experts were momentarily stunned, not anticipating that this young boy would audaciously threaten him. After a moment of surprise, Meng Xia and Amp, Apos, S face twisted in fury, and he bellowed, "Sever this brat and Amp, Apos, S hands and feet." "Yes, young master." Several 7th tier guards rushed toward Huang Xiaolong, eager to seize him. Just as their blades were about to strike, a thunderous voice echoed from the distance. "Who dares to harm my young master?" The sound reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air, manifesting as arcs of lightning. The seventh-tier guards, struck by the electric force, felt their bodies go numb, momentarily immobilized. At that moment, Fei Ho, having returned from the marshal's estate, finally arrived. As he approached, Fei Ho unleashed a long-dormant sonic combat technique, Thunderfall. This technique, akin to the power of Li Mu and Amp, Appo's heavenly lion roar, was an advanced Xian grade skill, far surpassing the might of Li Mu and Amp, Appo's technique. As the seventh-tier guards were paralyzed by the lightning, the experts from the Duke and Amp, Appo's household suddenly witnessed a colossal celestial river sweeping towards them at lightning speed. "Duke, be cautious." Heavenly Serpent Sword Technique. Zhou Tian Fist. The Duke and Amp, Appo's two 10th-tier experts, Master Da and Master Air, shouted in unison, launching their attacks. A gigantic celestial serpent emerged, lunging at Fei Ho, while a square fist imprint spun towards him. However, to everyone in Appo's astonishment, when the massive serpent and the square fist struck the celestial river, it was as if they had collided with the ocean. The sword energy and fist power sank into the depths, leaving no trace of impact. The celestial river forged by Fei Ho continued unabated, swiftly ensnaring the Duke's seventh-tier guards, whose screams filled the air. In the blink of an eye, these guards fell to the ground, blood splattering, staining the floor of the restaurant and Appo's second level. This time, Fei Ho showed no mercy. Unlike before when he merely incapacitated his opponents, he appeared beside Huang Xiaolong, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed on Meng Xia standing beside Meng Chun. He had not expected that by sparing them last time, they would dare to retaliate. This time, however, Fei Ho's eyes grew cold as he focused on Meng Xia's scalp. "Father, it was him. He is the one who made me lose all my hair." Meng Xia exclaimed in terror upon seeing Fei Ho, retreating behind the two 10th-tier experts, Master Da and Master Air. The expressions of the two 10th-tier experts were grim. Despite their previous combined efforts, they had failed to stop Fei Ho. This indicated that he must be a peak 10th-tier expert. Duke Meng Chun, surveying the fallen 7th-tier guards, was filled with both astonishment and fury. "You dare to kill my Duke's guards." Chapter 40. Trouble for the Disciple. Fei Ho remained silent, while Huang Xiaolong let out a cold laugh. "Dare to kill the guards of your Duke's estate? Should we just stand here and let you slaughter us? We cannot even raise a hand, can we?" To Duke Meng Chun, it seemed that commoners like Huang Xiaolong were only fit to be victims of their wrath. Meng Chun's expression darkened considerably. "Boy, I do not care who stands behind you. Today, you have slain a guard of my Duke and Appo's estate, and no one can save you." His murderous intent was palpable as he commanded the two 10th-tier experts beside him, Mr. Da and Mr. Air. "Today, you must sever their hands and feet by any means necessary." "Rest assured, my lord." Mr. Da and Mr. Air exchanged glances, responding respectfully, while the other 8th and 9th-tier guards of the Duke and Appo's estate echoed their agreement. Duke Meng Chun and his son, Meng Xia, withdrew to the side. Although Meng Chun noticed that Huang Xiaolong, a mere child, had a 10th-tier guardian, implying a significant background, he felt no concern. As a duke, few could instill fear in him, no more than 10 individuals in the entire kingdom. Mr. Da and Mr. Air approached Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho. "We shall deal with him. You two focus on severing that child and Appo's hands and feet." Mr. Da instructed the other guards. "Yes, Mr. Da." As he spoke, Mr. Da suddenly moved, and a massive serpent materialized behind him. The serpent and Appo's head was large, while its body was slender, exhibiting a pale blue hue. His martial soul, the celestial serpent. This soul belonged to a rare breed, classified as an 8th-tier pinnacle martial soul. Upon summoning his martial soul, Mr. Da and Appo's form was instantly enveloped in a layer of serpentine scales, his eyes turning blood red as he lunged toward Fei Ho. Meanwhile, Mr. Air summoned an unusual plant-like martial soul resembling vines, dark purple in color and adorned with razor-sharp thorns, a toxic plant soul. Upon manifesting his martial soul, he too became enveloped in its essence and charged alongside Mr. Da toward Fei Ho. At that moment, the other guards of the Duke's estate also summoned their martial souls to attack Huang Xiaolong. "Young master, be careful," Fei Ho urged, his gaze fixed on the approaching assailants. Suddenly, the galaxy martial soul emerged, transforming into a river dozens of meters long that coiled protectively around Huang Xiaolong, while he continuously struck out, deflecting the guards' attacks. Perched on Huang Xiaolong and Apos' shoulder, the spirit-devouring purple monkey remained oddly quiet, its blue eyes fixed intently on Duke Mengchen and his son. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of energies sent shockwaves throughout the second floor of the tavern, reducing tables and chairs to dust as all the diners below had long since fled. Mr. Da and Mr. Air were taken aback that Fei Ho could withstand their combined assault single-handedly, their expressions darkening with fury. However, Fei Ho and Apos' strength exceeded their expectations, and his galaxy martial soul had reached a remarkable five-fold enhancement, an extraordinary feat for a 10th-tier expert, as typically, such a martial soul would not exceed fourfold. The guards of the Duke's estate were both astonished and enraged, launching another wave of attacks. Although Fei Ho was powerful, he ultimately struggled against multiple opponents, his body trembling and his complexion growing pale with each blow he absorbed. He had nearly reached the point of complete soul manifestation. Seeing this, smiles crept onto the faces of Mengchen and Mengxia. If you dare to harm my young master, you will live to regret it, Fei Ho retorted coldly. Enduring the onslaught, Mengchen sneered, regret? I, Mengchen, am not familiar with the concept of regret. Soon, I will not only sever your hands and feet, but after parading you before the public, I will behead you for all to see. I shall see who is able to save you. Just then, Marshal Haoyan, summoned by the king of the Lodo Kingdom to the palace, returned to his residence and sensed the surge of fighting spirit emanating from the delicious tavern, momentarily taken aback. Given the tavern and Apos' proximity to the marshal and Apos' estate and the fact that Fei Ho was at the pinnacle of the 10th tier, the fluctuations were palpable. The pinnacle of the 10th tier? Marshal Haoyan frowned. Although brawls were not uncommon in the royal city, such powerful individuals were exceedingly rare. Marshal, that energy seems to be coming from the delicious tavern. A guard beside him replied. At that moment, the captain of the soldiers stationed at the marshal's estate approached, bowing. Marshal, a man claiming to be your disciple has arrived, bearing your golden medallion. He produced the medallion for inspection. Disciple, Haoyan exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face as he recognized the medallion he had given to Fei Ho over a decade ago. Where is he? He asked, recalling that he hadn't and Apos' seen his disciple in years and looking forward to sharing drinks together. The soldier captain hesitated before reporting. After I informed him you were at the palace, he left, saying he would wait for you at the delicious tavern. The delicious tavern. Haoyan and Apos' expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the increasingly intense fighting spirit from that direction. Could it be? My disciple is in danger. Fei Ho is at the delicious tavern, and the escalating energy fluctuations cannot be mere coincidence. Something has happened to him. Haoyan concluded almost instantaneously. Why didn't you say so earlier? He shouted angrily at the soldier captain. The soldier captain trembled in fear. He had never witnessed such wrath from the marshal. Marshal I. He stammered, attempting to explain, but Haoyan cut him off, bellowing to the skies. Iron-clawed divine eagle. As his voice echoed, a piercing cry resounded from above as a massive gray-black eagle materialized. This fearsome creature stood 4 to 5 meters tall, its feathers glimmering like iron under the sunlight, and its talons formidable enough to rend a giant elephant asunder. Haoyan leapt into the air, landing upon the back of the iron-clawed divine eagle, soaring directly toward the delicious tavern. In the entire royal city, only Marshal Haoyan, apart from the king, possessed the privilege of riding formidable beasts through the skies. The soldier captain, witnessing the marshal summon his 10th-tier mount and rush toward the tavern, felt his body go limp with terror. He realized that by not notifying the marshal sooner about Fei Ho and Apos' arrival, he had potentially sealed his own fate should anything happen to the marshal and Apos' disciple. Chapter 41. Who dares to harm my junior brother? In the exquisite tavern of delicacies, the assault from the Duke and Apos' residence intensified, threatening to breach Fei Ho and Apos' defenses. Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to employ spatial concealment to eliminate the bald-headed Mengxia first. Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry resonated from the heavens, echoing like thunder, reaching every corner of the city. The citizens instinctively gazed upward, and upon hearing this familiar cry, Fei Ho and Amp, Appos, S face lit up with joy. His senior brother had finally arrived. Meng Chun, recognizing the cry, felt a twinge of familiarity but couldn't place it. Observing the joy on Fei Ho's face, he sneered. So, reinforcements have come. Perfect timing for a collective reckoning. I shall see who possesses the audacity to meddle in the affairs of Duke Meng Chun. He dismissed the matter, confident that even with a late-stage 10th-tier arrival, his forces could easily prevail over Fei Ho. However, Meng Xia, upon hearing the eagle's call, couldn't resist glancing back. As he beheld the enormous divine eagle and the figure atop it, his jaw dropped in shock, followed by a wave of terror that left him trembling uncontrollably. Father, father, he stammered, tugging at Meng Chen's robe, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Noticing his son's distress, Meng Chun furrowed his brow. What are you panicking for? If the sky were to fall, I would bear the brunt of it. He turned, casting a disapproving glance at his son, lamenting the boy's increasing ineptitude. Just as he raised his gaze, he too beheld the colossal divine eagle and the figure clad in golden armor, Marshal Haoyan, exuding an aura of authority without a hint of anger. Marshal, Meng Chen stuttered, his mind reeling as if the very heavens had collapsed upon him. At that moment, riding the formidable iron-clawed divine eagle, Marshal Haoyan soared to a distance of several hundred feet, witnessing a dozen individuals besieging one. Indeed, it was his junior brother, Fei Ho. A surge of righteous fury ignited within him. Who dares to harm my junior brother? He bellowed, his voice reverberating for miles, emanating a terrifying pressure akin to that of a king commanding legions. The citizens within miles heard his roar. Following this, Haoyan leaped from the eagle, traversing the air with the force of a tempest, crashing down upon the tavern's second floor with a single spear thrust, Heaven's Fury Spear. Countless spear shadows descended like falling meteors. Meng Chun nearly shattered under the weight of dread upon hearing the roar. S senior brother, the Marshal S junior brother, the Duke and Appos, S men, encircling Fei Ho, were struck with fear at the sight of the falling shadows, their retreat too late. A cacophony of screams erupted as they were hurled away, crashing violently to the ground, causing the tavern to tremble perilously. The two esteemed gentlemen, spitting blood and filled with terror, glanced around, realizing that besides themselves, all others had perished. With a single strike, 2 10th-tier warriors were gravely injured, and over a dozen 8th and 9th tier were slain. Such overwhelming power could only belong to. They looked in disbelief at the descending figure. Haoyan, the marshal. After sending the Duke's men flying, Haoyan landed before Fei Ho, his voice rich and resonant. Junior brother, I have arrived late. Are you all right? Fei Ho smiled at his brother. I am unscathed. At that moment, Haoyan's gaze shifted to Huang Xiaolong, who had been shielded by Fei Ho. Who was this child? Could he be the grandson of his junior brother? Just as he pondered, his attention was drawn to the dark ring adorning Huang Xiaolong's left hand. Upon seeing it, Haoyan was seized by shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be? He looked at Fei Ho, who nodded in affirmation. Haoyan, shaken, felt his face flush with emotion, about to kneel when a whisper halted him. He composed himself, bowing instead. Marshal Haoyan of the Luotong Kingdom pays his respects to the young master. Why young master? Meng Chun and his son, along with the 2 esteemed gentlemen, felt the ground shift beneath them, their senses reeling at the sight of their kingdom's marshal bowing to the child and addressing him as young master. The heavens had not merely shifted, they had collapsed entirely. Marshal Haoyan. Huang Xiaolong was equally astonished, realizing the venerable elder before him, appearing to be in his 70s, was indeed the renowned Marshal Haoyan of their kingdom. The implications were staggering. The Luotong Kingdom's marshal was also a disciple of the Shura sect and a senior brother to Fei Ho. What magnitude of power did the Shura sect truly wield? Young master. Fei Ho, noticing Huang Xiaolong's daze, gently prompted him. Huang Xiaolong, regaining his composure, extended a hand to assist Marshal Haoyan, saying, Marshal Haoyan, please rise. Haoyan, startled by the gesture, was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, young master. He quickly regained his posture, directing a cold gaze towards Meng Chun, Meng Xia, and the 2 esteemed gentlemen. Haoyan recognized the 2 Mengs. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Had they been solely besieging his junior brother, this matter might have concluded differently. But now, he approached them deliberately, and as he passed by the esteemed gentlemen, he suddenly struck with both palms, obliterating their chests in an instant. 2 10th-tier powerhouses, dead beyond recovery. And Marshal Haoyan, Meng Chun and Amp, Appos, S face blanched, trembling as he stammered, I am Duke Meng Chun. Even if you are a marshal, you cannot simply kill a duke. Haoyan and Amp, Appos, S voice was icy. I am aware you are Duke Meng Chun. Meng Chun felt a moment of relief. But before he could fully process it, Haoyan and Amp, Appos, S spear abruptly pierced his throat, withdrawing with lethal swiftness. Even if you are a duke, daring to harm the leader of the surest sect warrants death. Haoyan coldly regarded the fallen Duke Meng Chun. Chapter 42. The innate warrior. As Meng Xiao witnessed the blood gushing from his father Meng Chun and Amp, Appos, S throat, collapsing before him. He let out a scream that echoed throughout his life, his face paling to an extreme white, his eyes rolling back as he instantaneously wet his pants. Hao Tian swung his spear, piercing through the throat without glancing at the two, before retracting the long spear and returning to the side of Huang Xiaolong. Young master, I arrived late, and I have caused you distress. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. It is not your fault. If you had not arrived today, I do not know what would have happened to me and Fei Ho. At this moment, the generals and soldiers from the Marshal and Amp, Appos, S mansion finally reached the delicious restaurant. And upon seeing the bodies of Duke Meng Chun and Meng Xia, they were taken aback. Marshal, what is this? One general cautiously inquired. Hao Tian replied coldly. I killed them. Dispose of their bodies. The crowd gasped in shock. Execute him. Then, the Marshal Hao Tian pointed at one individual. The soldier captain who had received Fei Ho and Appos' golden order but failed to notify the palace. Marshal, spare me. I was wrong. Marshal, spare me. The soldier captain, terrified, immediately knelt and repeatedly bowed his head, but soldiers nearby dragged him away, and soon a shriek pierced the air. Young master, shall we return to the marshal's mansion now? Hao Tian respectfully asked Huang Xiaolong. Young master? The generals and soldiers of the Marshal and Amp, Appos' mansion looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Come forth and pay your respects to the young master. Hao Tian commanded the generals and soldiers. Salutations, young master. The generals and soldiers hurriedly approached and knelt. Please rise. Huang Xiaolong felt somewhat uncomfortable seeing the generals and soldiers bowing before him. These were generals of the Luotong kingdom. Even his grandfather Huang Qida would bow deeply in their presence. Once everyone stood, Huang Xiaolong pondered and said to Marshal Hao Tian, let us depart. Hearing the young master's consent to accompany him to the marshal's mansion, Marshal Hao Tian's face lit up with joy, and he respectfully replied, yes, young master, please. Thus, Huang Xiaolong, Fei Ho, Hao Tian, along with the generals and soldiers, made their way back to the marshal's mansion in grand procession. Shortly after Huang Xiaolong and the others entered the marshal's mansion, the news of Marshal Hao Tian's slaughter of Duke Meng Chun, Meng Xia, and several masters of the Duke and Amp, Appos' mansion spread like wildfire throughout the royal city. Almost simultaneously, every prominent family and noble in the royal city learned of the news, their expressions turning to shock. The murder of a duke within the royal city was unprecedented in the over 100 years since the establishment of the Luotong kingdom. It was said that Duke Meng Chun had led numerous masters to besiege the Marshal and Appos' disciple, inciting the Marshal and Appos' wrath, resulting in the death of Meng Chun and his entourage. Duke Meng Chun was truly unfortunate, provoking the Marshal. However, the Marshal and Amp, Appos' actions were seen as tyrannical and a blatant disregard for royal law, daring to kill a duke in broad daylight. The heads of families, dukes, marquises, and barons in the royal city murmured in astonishment. In the royal palace of the Luotong kingdom, King Luzha listened to the reports from his ministers, pondering for a while before waving his hand. I understand this matter. You may leave. The ministers were momentarily stunned and dared not speak further as they exited the grand hall. They realized that Duke Meng Chun and his son had died in vain, and now that the king had said nothing, it indicated that he would not pursue the issue. That night, under the hazy moonlight, Huang Xiaolong stood in the courtyard of the Marshal and Amp, Appos' mansion, gazing at the large, round moon, reflecting on the events of the day at the restaurant. The occurrences at the restaurant made him acutely aware of his current weakness. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the late fifth stage at just 9 years old, which was astonishing, it was still insufficient when faced with those at the 7th, 8th, and 9th stages. Furthermore, Marshal Hao Tian and Appos' descent, which allowed him to kill over a dozen 8th and 9th stage experts and wound 2 10th stage warriors. indicated that his strength was well beyond the pinnacle of the late 10th stage. What might lie beyond the pinnacle of the late 10th stage? Huang Xiaolong had never inquired of Fei Ho, and his parents had also refrained from discussing it back at Huang and Appo's village. After a while, Huang Xiaolong summoned Fei Ho. "Master, you called for me. What is your command?" Fei Ho approached respectfully. "Have a seat." Huang Xiaolong gestured to a stone chair in the courtyard and walked over to sit with Fei Ho, inquiring about his confusion. "What lies beyond the pinnacle of the late 10th stage?" Fei Ho paused before responding. "Master, after surpassing the pinnacle of the late 10th stage, we refer to that realm in the martial spirit world as the innate warrior." "Innate warrior," Huang Xiaolong echoed. "Indeed, Master," Fei Ho affirmed. "When our martial spirits absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into internal combat energy, the energy can refine our bodies. Stages 1 to 3 refine muscle. Stages 4 to 6 refine tendons, and stages 7 to 10 refine membranes. However, from stages 1 to 10, the combat energy cannot enhance our internal organs. Only when we break through to the innate state can the combat energy reinforce our internal organs and entire skeleton. Therefore, upon breaking through to the innate stage, we can continuously strengthen our bodies, enhancing our life essence. Generally speaking, a pinnacle late 10th stage warrior can live for about 100 years. But once they break through to the innate state, their lifespan significantly increases, with most innate warriors living up to 200 years. And some at the pinnacle of innate can live 3 to 400 years. 3 to 400 years. Huang Xiaolong was somewhat astonished. Fei Ho nodded. "Yes. Over 30 years ago, senior brother Hao Tian broke through to the innate state. Do not be deceived by his appearance of only being in his 70s. In reality, he is already over 110. Huang Xiaolong was surprised, not anticipating that Marshal Hao Tian was already over 110 years old. At that moment, Fei Ho continued, "When a warrior breaks through to the 7th stage, combat energy will form a sea of energy in the chest area. If we break through to the innate state, the combat energy will undergo a transformation, becoming liquid in form. Thus, innate combat energy possesses greater power, and the martial spirit, upon transformation, can condense into a physical entity." The martial spirit can condense into a physical entity? Huang Xiaolong and Appo's eyes widened. If the martial spirit can materialize, then could it be summoned to fight alongside me? "Indeed, Master." Fei Ho nodded. "The higher the innate level of the martial spirit, the stronger it will be upon materialization. For instance, senior brother Hao Tian's martial spirit is a top-tier level 10 martial spirit, the Black Abyss Lion. When summoned, its strength is comparable to his own." Comparable? That is equivalent to an innate warrior. Huang Xiaolong realized the true distinction between innate warriors and those at the late stages of the 10 levels. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong pondered a question. If he were to break through to the innate state and his dual dragon martial spirit materialized, could he not ride the black dragon with one foot and the blue dragon with the other, soaring through the skies? Furthermore, being a dual-born super martial spirit, how astounding would its power be upon breaking through to the innate state? Approximately 7 o'clock in the evening. With another update to follow. Chapter 43. The Empire of the Broken Blade, however, to transcend the innate realm is a formidable challenge. As Huang Xiaolong pondered the extent of his strength after breaking through the innate realm with his dual super martial spirits, Fei Ho shook his head and sighed, stating that generally, only those possessing martial spirits of level 10 or above could achieve such a breakthrough. The innate level of a martial spirit at the time of awakening predetermined a person and Appo's future accomplishments, which is why Huang Cheetah favored Huang Wei so greatly. Huang Wei possessed a level 10 martial spirit, ensuring his eventual transcendence unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Must one possess a martial spirit of level 10 or higher to transcend the innate realm? Huang Xiaolong inquired. Fei Ho reflected for a moment before replying, not necessarily. Individuals with a level 9 martial spirit can occasionally break through the innate realm, but the difficulty is magnitudes greater compared to those with a level 10 martial spirit. As for those with top-tier level 8 martial spirits, the probability is even slimmer. Out of 100,000 top-tier level 8 martial spirits, it is unlikely that even one would succeed in transcending the innate realm. Those with level 7 or 6 martial spirits, no matter how diligently they strive, cannot hope to break through the innate realm. Huang Xiaolong nodded. If his martial spirit were indeed level 7, it would be impossible for him to transcend the innate realm. regardless of his efforts. Fortunately, his martial spirit was not level 7. Is there a level beyond the innate realm? Huang Xiaolong gazed intently at Fei Ho. Fei Ho was taken aback, but soon shook his head and smiled. Indeed, there are stronger beings known as saints beyond the innate realm. It is said that upon breaking through to the saint realm, one's lifespan can exceed 1,000 years, becoming impervious to toxins and nearly indestructible. However, achieving such a breakthrough is almost as challenging as ascending to the heavens. More challenging than ascending to the heavens. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Fei Ho nodded. Transcending 10 stages of the innate realm is exceedingly difficult, akin to the case of Brother Haoyan, who broke through the innate realm over 30 years ago and has only recently achieved the second stage after more than 3 decades. Only those with super martial spirits hold any hope of breaking through to the saint realm, and even then, it is merely a possibility. Even considering our Luotan kingdom, not one saint exists among the hundreds of surrounding kingdoms. Fei Ho remarked. Not a single saint among hundreds of kingdoms. Huang Xiaolong and Apos, eyes widened. The Luotan kingdom alone likely boasted 200 to 300 million inhabitants, across hundreds of kingdoms that amounted to billions, yet not a single saint had emerged. Actually, 10 years ago, I encountered a saint. At this moment, Fei Ho and Apos' face lit up with nostalgia. Huang Xiaolong and Apos' eyes sparkled with interest. Fei Ho continued. I saw this saint in our Empire of the Broken Blade and Apos' royal city, though I only caught a glimpse. Admittedly, with my level 10 strength, I should not have had the privilege to meet a saint. I merely happened to witness that being flying over the royal city from a distance. The Empire of the Broken Blade. This was the first time Huang Xiaolong had heard of such an empire. At that moment, Fei Ho elaborated. The Luotan kingdom is one of over 1,000 kingdoms governed by the Empire of the Broken Blade. While there may be no saints in the hundreds of kingdoms surrounding us, the royal city of the empire is home to a saint. Our continent is known as the Frost and Snow Continent. Apart from the Empire of the Broken Blade, there are over a dozen other empires. And that is merely within our human race. Beyond us, there exist beast races, elves, dwarves, tree folk, golden giants, and more. Huang Xiaolong's heart surged with excitement. The Empire of the Broken Blade, the Frost and Snow Continent, beast races, elves, dwarves, tree folk, golden giants. This martial spirit world was vast, magnificent, and brimming with wonder. He was determined to train and grow stronger. One day, he would travel to the Empire of the Broken Blade to meet those legendary saints. Eventually, Fei Ho took his leave, while Huang Xiaolong remained seated, his mind racing with thoughts. It was only after some time that he began to calm down. For now, he resolved to focus on breaking through to the 6th stage. Rising to his feet, he chuckled softly. Concepts of saints and the innate realm felt distant and remote. His immediate challenge was to transcend to the 6th stage. Nevertheless, he sensed that the breakthrough to the 6th stage was imminent within the next few days. Upon returning to his chamber, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the cold jade bed from the Shura ring and seated himself upon it, circulating the Shura art. While his dual dragon martial spirits emerged, continuously devouring the ethereal energy of the 9 nether. After months of training since departing from the Huang family village, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' dual dragon martial spirits had evolved. The scales of the black-blue dragons had become more solid, and their claws had thickened considerably. As night passed, when sunlight streamed through the window, Huang Xiaolong concluded his training, stored away the cold jade bed, and exited his room. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Haoyan and Fei Ho entering from the courtyard. Salutations, master. Both knelt in reverence. Even though Martial Haoyan was a powerhouse of the innate realm, he was still required to perform this act of homage. Such was the regulation of the Shura sect. In the Shura sect, the master held supreme authority. This rule could not be disregarded, even by Huang Xiaolong, the current master. He allowed the two to rise only after enduring their bowing. I wish to take a stroll and also seek to purchase a residence. Once they stood, Huang Xiaolong spoke, expressing his desire for a place of his own in Luotong City, as residing in the Martial and Apos' estate was somewhat inconvenient for him. Upon hearing this, Martial Haoyan appeared somewhat anxious and hastily remarked, Master, has there been any inadequacy in the service of the guards or servants? I shall replace them at once. Huang Xiaolong shook his head with a smile. No, it has nothing to do with them. I simply wish to buy a residence for convenience. Upon hearing this, Haoyan sighed in relief. As Huang Xiaolong was the master, He dared not insist otherwise. Then allow me to accompany you to select a residence, Hao Yin offered. No need. Just send 2 individuals to accompany me along with Fei Ho, Huang Xiaolong suggested. He believed that having a marshal accompany him would draw too much attention in the royal city, and he preferred to keep a low profile. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately, Hao Yin replied respectfully, aware of his master's concerns. He had already instructed the generals and soldiers at the estate not to disclose Huang Xiaolong and Appo's identity, ensuring that the noble families in the royal city remained unaware of the young marshal and Appo's status. Shortly after, Hao Yin dispatched 2 guards from the estate, who, along with Fei Ho, accompanied Huang Xiaolong to the market to select a residence. Tomorrow, the exciting continuation awaits. Chapter 44. The theft at our auction before heading to the real estate market. Huang Xiaolong and his companions Fei Ho and 2 others made a stop at the martial arts and combat skills auction house. Although Huang Xiaolong had acquired a considerable amount of gold coins by eliminating mercenaries in the Silver Moon Forest, it was still insufficient to procure a residence in the royal city. Hence, he resolved to sell the advanced martial art, the Black Moon Technique, which he had obtained from an elder of the Purple Garment Sword sect. The Black Moon Technique is a high-level martial art of exceptional quality, and its value is substantial. Shortly thereafter, the 4 arrived at an auction house named Independent Peak. Upon entering, they found the trading hall somewhat desolate, perhaps due to the early morning hour. "What martial art are you looking to buy or sell?" inquired the hall manager as he approached them. "I wish to auction an advanced martial art of exceptional quality," Huang Xiaolong replied directly. An advanced martial art of exceptional quality. The manager and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. It was rare for someone to present such a martial art for auction. Indeed, Huang Xiaolong responded nonchalantly. "Please, come to the inner hall to discuss further." The manager and Appo's demeanor shifted as he invited them in, his face now beaming with enthusiasm. After seating them and ordering tea, he hastily departed to inform the higher-ups. Before long, a dignified elderly man in a brocade robe entered. He was Lin Yuan, an elder from the Independent Peak auction house, followed closely by the manager. Lin Yuan and Appo's gaze fell upon Huang Xiaolong, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. "Hello, I am Lin Yuan, an elder of this auction house. I hear you wish to auction an advanced martial art of exceptional quality," he greeted with a warm smile. Huang Xiaolong remained silent, feigning to reach into his robe, but instead retrieved a small black booklet from the Shura ring and placed it on the table. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he picked it up and flipped through its pages. "The Black Moon Technique," he exclaimed, astonished. He had heard of this technique, which grants the practitioner the power of lunar shadows, particularly potent at night. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuan smiled. "This is indeed an advanced martial art of exceptional quality. How would you like to proceed with the auction?" "I need money immediately. Please make an offer," Huang Xiaolong stated after a moment of contemplation. He realized that auctioning the Black Moon Technique would require a wait of 2 to 3 days before receiving payment, so he preferred to sell it directly to the auction house instead. Lin Yuan, recognizing Huang Xiaolong and Appo's urgency, feigned reluctance. "You know, selling directly will significantly lower the price." He then added, "Let us not haggle. I will offer you 50,000 gold coins." He raised his hand, fingers splayed. 50,000 gold coins? Huang Xiaolong scoffed inwardly, realizing that Lin Yuan underestimated him, thinking he could simply dismiss him with such a paltry sum. Typically, an advanced martial art would fetch around 300,000 gold coins at auction. Even a direct sale would yield at least 250,000 gold coins. Deciding not to engage further, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Black Moon Technique and stood up, addressing Fei Ho. "Let us leave." "Wait." Lin Yuan suddenly interjected as the group turned to exit. He swiftly moved to block their path, and at that moment, a dozen guards clad in the auction house and Appo's attire surged into the hall. Huang Xiaolong and Appo's expression hardened as he gazed at Lin Yuan. What is the meaning of this? Lin Yuan and Appo's earlier smile vanished as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. "Young brother, your eagerness to depart raises suspicion. Is there something amiss with the origins of this martial art?" Huang Xiaolong looked on with intrigue. "You suggest there is an issue with the origins of my martial art?" Lin Yuan sneered. "Indeed. Our auction house recently lost an advanced martial art, specifically the Black Moon Technique." Huang Xiaolong and Appo's heart was filled with cold amusement. It was clear that Lin Yuan was attempting to force a transaction under the pretense of accusation, insinuating that the Black Moon technique was stolen from the independent peak auction house. Such coercive tactics were not unfamiliar to Huang Xiaolong, having encountered similar situations in his past life on Earth. Very well, I shall not complicate matters for you. Lin Yuan continued coldly. Return the Black Moon technique to us, and we shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, you understand the consequences of stealing from our auction house. He had now abandoned even the pretense of offering 50,000 gold coins. The prospect of those coins filling his own pockets was tempting enough for him to act without concern. In the royal city, he recognized all the prominent families and noble youths, and Huang Xiaolong and Apos' unfamiliarity indicated that he was likely not from one of the esteemed families, emboldening Lin Yuan in his actions without fear of reprisal. Fei Ho, observing Lin Yuan and Apos' slanderous accusations, merely regarded him with curiosity, refraining from intervening. However, the two guards accompanying Huang Xiaolong could no longer contain themselves. One stepped forward, raising his hand to strike Lin Yuan across the face, exclaiming, "You blind fool! How dare you bully our young master?" With a resounding slap, Lin Yuan staggered back a few steps, a clear imprint of 5 fingers visible on his cheek. "You dare to lay a hand on me?" Lin Yuan roared, clutching his stinging face, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Unbeknownst to him, the two guards had not donned the martial and Apos' attire, appearing merely in plain clothing, leaving Lin Yuan ignorant of their true identities. "Kill them! Seize the Black Moon technique!" Lin Yuan shouted, launching himself toward Huang Xiaolong. However, as he approached, Fei Ho moved with swiftness, brandishing his sword, unleashing a flurry of blade blossoms that danced like snowflakes. Lin Yuan was taken aback, and as he attempted to retreat, the multitude of sword flowers pierced into his body, eliciting a scream as he was propelled backward, crashing against a pillar in the inner hall. The two guards from the marshal's residence moved with fluid agility, and with each turn, another guard from the auction house fell to the ground. These guards, dispatched by Marshal Haoyan, were formidable, though not at the 10th level. They were at the peak of the 9th level, far too powerful for the auction house's guards to withstand. Moments later, the two guards ceased their assault, leaving all of the auction house and Apos' guards sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain. "Young master, are you all right?" They inquired respectfully as they returned to Huang Xiaolong and Apos' side. "I am fine," Huang Xiaolong replied, shaking his head. He then approached Lin Yuan, who was propped against the pillar, terror etched across his face. "Young brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I must have mixed up my facts. The martial art we lost was not the Black Moon technique," he stammered. "My foolish mind. Truly, I am a fool." Chapter 45. Encountering Li Lu again. Misunderstanding? Huang Xiaolong chuckled coldly. "Are you now certain that the lost martial art from your auction is not the Black Moon technique?" In truth, Huang Xiaolong was aware that the other party and Apos' claims of memory lapses and missing martial arts were mere fabrications. There was no such occurrence at all. Lin Yuan and Apos' forced smile was more tragic than tears. "Indeed, it is certain that I must have misremembered." At that moment, an authoritative voice rang out from outside. "Who dares to cause trouble at my doofing auction house?" Following this, a flurry of footsteps approached, indicating that several individuals were coming. Lin Yuan's expression brightened. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and bushy eyebrows led a group of dozens into the main hall. The spacious interior did not feel crowded as the throng entered. Upon seeing the several guards lying on the ground and groaning, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. "President!" Lin Yuan, in a panic, rushed to the middle-aged man's side. "President, save me." This man was none other than Du Bei's, the president of the doofing auction house. "What is going on?" Du Bei's asked, his eyes icy. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, pointing at Huang Xiaolong and his companions. "President, while you were away, a high-grade profound martial art was stolen from our auction house by these individuals." "A high-grade profound martial art?" Upon hearing this, Du Bei's abruptly turned and slapped Lin Yuan away, sending him crashing into a corner of the hall with a pained cry. Silence enveloped the room, and Huang Xiaolong, Fei Ho, and the others were taken aback. Lin Yuan, trembling, managed to rise, blood spilling from his mouth as he covered his left cheek, incredulously staring at the president. "Why, you mean to say that they stole our martial art and came to auction it here?" Du Bei's coldly regarded Lin Yuan as he struggled to regain his footing. Only a fool would believe Lin Yuan and Apos' flimsy lies. Lin Yuan and Apos. S face flushed with embarrassment. President, do you think I am unaware of the recent acts of forceful acquisition you have committed while hiding them from me? Du Bei's and Amp. Apos. S gaze was sharp. Lin Yuan and Amp. Apos. S body trembled. His complexion paling as he stammered, President, this is enough. Do not speak any further. If it were not for your sister, I would have already crippled you. We will settle this later. Get out. Du Bei's waved his hand, commanding that Lin Yuan be taken away. Turning to Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, Du Bei said, I am Du Bei. I apologize for my lax management, which led to this unfortunate incident. It is of no consequence, Huang Xiaolong replied. Now that the matter has been clarified, it is settled. May I inquire what martial art you wish to auction, young brother? Du Bei asked, gesturing for the guards to withdraw. With misunderstandings resolved, Huang Xiaolong returned to his seat and produced the Black Moon Technique. A high-grade profound martial art, the Black Moon Technique. Du Bei exclaimed, mirroring Lin Yuan's earlier surprise. Indeed, Huang Xiaolong stated, I require money now, so I will not auction it, but sell it directly. What price can President Du offer? After a moment of contemplation, Du Bei replied, 350,000. What do you think of this price, young brother? 350,000. Huang Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback. If he had auctioned it, the Black Moon Technique might have fetched that sum. But now he was selling it outright, and Du Bei offered such a generous price. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong understood Du Bei's and Apos' intentions. The president sought to forge a connection with him through this high offer. Thus, Huang Xiaolong accepted without hesitation, selling the Black Moon Technique for 350,000. Shortly thereafter, Du Bei personally escorted Huang Xiaolong and his companions out of the auction house. President, although the Black Moon Technique is a high-grade profound martial art, is 350,000 a bit excessive? One elder behind Du Bei cautiously remarked. Moreover, they severely injured our guards. Du Bei gazed at the departing figures of Huang Xiaolong and his companions, his eyes profound. You do not understand, he replied, shaking his head. He could clearly discern that Huang Xiaolong and his companions were extraordinary. If he could establish a rapport with them now, he had a premonition that the returns for their auction house would be even greater in the future. After leaving the auction house, Huang Xiaolong and his companions proceeded directly to the marketplace. After several selections, Huang Xiaolong purchased a residence named Tianxian for 250,000 gold coins. This residence was not far from the Marshal and Apos' manor, merely 3 streets away, and it took only half an hour to travel between the two. The Tianxian residence was quite spacious, covering nearly 1,000 square meters. This was a significant reason for Huang Xiaolong's purchase, as he intended to cultivate and train his own forces from this point forward, necessitating ample space. Although he was now the leader of the Shura sect, it was not a power he had established himself. After acquiring the Tianxian residence, Huang Xiaolong took Fei Ho and the others to the slave trading market. With his own residence secured, it was only natural to acquire some servants to manage it. After a while, Huang Xiaolong and his companions emerged from the slave market with 16 servants. Among them were 4 beastmen, 2 elves, 2 hill dwarfs, and 8 humans. Fei Ho found it puzzling that Huang Xiaolong had chosen to purchase 2 dwarfs, as most people typically wouldn't opt for dwarves as servants. However, given Huang Xiaolong's status as the sect leader, Fei Ho refrained from questioning. With the 16 servants in tow, Huang Xiaolong and his companions did not return to the marshal's manor immediately, but headed to the Tianxian residence instead. Upon arrival, Huang Xiaolong inspected the premises, which included over a dozen large rooms, several courtyards, and a substantial back square. Overall, he was satisfied, though the residence had been neglected for some time, leading to some overgrown grass in the corners and courtyards. From the 16 servants, Huang Xiaolong selected a beastman named Boli to oversee the cleaning and tidying of the Tianxian residence. Once this task was complete, Huang Xiaolong led Fei Ho and the others back towards the Marshal and Apos' manor. However, as they were on their way back, a familiar voice called out from behind, Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback, turning around to see a graceful figure rushing towards him. It was Li Lu. ISN and Apos. T. Li Lu in Kanglin County? What brings her to Wang City? Xiaolong, is it really you? Li Lu exclaimed joyfully as she approached, her face radiant with happiness, before embracing Huang Xiaolong. A delightful fragrance enveloped him. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly, astonished to encounter Li Lu in Wang City. Xiaolong, what brings you to Wang City? Before Huang Xiaolong could respond, Li Lu eagerly asked. Are you also here to enroll in the Starry Sky Academy? As Huang Xiaolong pondered how to answer, Li Lu inquired further. Chapter 46. The Battle of the Imperial City. Enrolling in the Starry Sky Academy? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. At that moment, Li Cheng and several guards from the Li residence approached from a distance. This time, Li Cheng was accompanying his daughter, Li Lu, to the royal city. Uncle. Huang Xiaolong addressed Li Cheng, effortlessly extricating himself from Li Lu and Appo's embrace. Li Cheng looked at Huang Xiaolong with profound meaning in his eyes and smiled. Xiaolong, you've grown quite a bit since we last met a few months ago. During this time, my daughter Li Lu has been thinking about you constantly. Dad, what are you saying? Li Lu exclaimed shyly, stamping her small foot. Li Cheng chuckled and then turned to Huang Xiaolong and Appo's companion, Fei Ho, with respect, saying, Greetings, Senior Fei Ho. Having heard of Fei Ho and Appo's peak strength at the late stage of the 10th rank, which enabled him to defeat the elder of the Huang family with a single punch, Li Cheng naturally paid his respects. Fei Ho nodded calmly. Xiaolong, have you found a place to stay? If not, you could stay with us, Li Lu suggested. The Li family was engaged in a substantial silk business and owned a small shop and a modest estate in the royal city, although the estate, at only 200 square meters, paled in comparison to Huang Xiaolong's Tianxin mansion. Stay together? Huang Xiaolong glanced at Li Lu, hesitating briefly before replying, No, I have already found a place to stay. Oh, Li Lu pouted, somewhat disappointed, but her expression quickly brightened, revealing her two small dimples. The royal city is vast and far more entertaining than our Kanglan County. Let us go explore. With that, she took Huang Xiaolong and Appo's hand. Explore? Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of foreboding. Yet, in the end, he was pulled along by Li Lu for over an hour. After finally extricating himself, he brought Fei Ho and the others back to the Marshal and Appo's mansion. They had left in the morning, and by the time they returned, it was already afternoon. Upon returning to the Marshal and Appo's mansion, Huang Xiaolong summoned Marshal Haoyan. Master, Haoyan said respectfully as he entered. Huang Xiaolong gestured for him to rise, then addressed both Fei Ho and Haoyan. Please, take a seat. He indicated the chairs beside them. Once they were seated, Huang Xiaolong inquired, I would like to know more about the Starry Sky Academy. Haoyan paused, surprised that the master had summoned him to discuss the academy. It then dawned on him that Huang Xiaolong was considering enrollment. He proceeded to detail the history and regulations of the Starry Sky Academy for over 20 minutes, concluding with, Master, are you interested in enrolling in the Starry Sky Academy? Huang Xiaolong practiced the Shura technique and possessed Shura swordsmanship and Shura ghost claw combat skills. To him, whether or not he attended the academy was of little consequence. However, he did not deny Haoyan and Appo's inquiry. Haoyan continued, If you enroll in the Starry Sky Academy, it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Each year, the academy holds class competitions, grade competitions, and an academy-wide competition. The top performers in these competitions have the opportunity to enter the Dragon Flame Valley for training. This valley is a treasure trove for cultivation, capable of refining the body and enhancing the quality of one and Appo's fighting spirit. The Dragon Flame Valley, refining the body, enhancing fighting spirit. Huang Xiaolong was astonished. It was the first time he had heard of a place that could enhance the quality of fighting spirit. Indeed, Master, the valley lies atop a natural dragon vein, and training there can certainly refine the body and enhance the quality of fighting spirit. However, it is only effective for those below the 10th rank. Once one reaches that level, the benefits diminish significantly, Fei Ho added. A natural dragon vein. The Starry Sky Academy possesses such a resource. Huang Xiaolong and Appo's eyes gleamed. Although it was only useful for those below the 10th rank, it was still immensely powerful and beneficial for him at this stage. Moreover, each year, the top performers in the academy and Appo's grade and overall competitions are rewarded with medicinal pills. The first in the first year receives a 4th grade high-level spirit pill. The second year first receives a 5th grade low-level spirit pill, and the third year first receives a 5th grade mid-level spirit pill. The overall champion of the academy receives a 5th grade high-level spirit pill. Haoyan elaborated. 4th grade high-level spirit pill. 5th grade low, mid, and high-level. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened. The Starry Sky Academy was indeed generous, even offering 5th grade high-level spirit pills as rewards. Such rare pills could not be purchased with gold coins. Even in the kingdom of Luotong, Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos' grandfather, Huang Cheetah, had been reluctant to part with the dragon tiger Xin Yuan pill, which he had cherished for over a decade, and when Huang Xiaolong gave it to his father, Huang Peng, it was merely a fourth-grade high-level pill. Furthermore, winning the overall competition would grant the victor the opportunity to represent the Starry Sky Academy at the Imperial City of the Broken Blade Empire. Participating in the Battle of the Imperial City, Fei Hou remarked, to the Imperial City of the Broken Blade Empire to participate in the Battle of the Imperial City. Huang Xiaolong was astonished. Indeed, every year, the top academies from all kingdoms under the Broken Blade Empire compete in the Imperial City. Known as the Battle of the Imperial City, Haoyan explained, if one can stand out in the Battle of the Imperial City and place within the top 100, they will gain entry to the Broken Blade Empire Academy, becoming a disciple there. This is an immense honor for both the individual and their family or kingdom. Moreover, the rewards for the top 100 are substantial. Positions 11 through 100 receive 6th grade low-level spirit pills. Those in 2nd to 10th place receive 6th grade mid-level spirit pills. And the champion is awarded a 6th grade high-level spirit pill. Haoyan spoke with palpable excitement. A 6th grade high-level pill. Even for someone at my innate 2nd rank. It would be a coveted treasure. Fei Hou expressed his yearning. Huang Xiaolong swallowed hard. A 6th grade high-level spirit pill. If a peak 10th rank cultivator were to consume one, they might even hope to break through to the innate stage. After a moment, Huang Xiaolong slowly regained his composure. He then inquired about the enrollment procedures and requirements for the Starry Sky Academy. Enrollment begins the day after tomorrow. Given your age, Master, there should be no issue. However, in addition to being under 12 years of age, it is also required that one in Amp, Apos' martial soul be above the 9th rank, Haoyan replied. Above the 9th rank? Huang Xiaolong frowned. If they were to check martial souls, wouldn't his dual supreme martial soul be exposed? Actually, Master, if you do not possess a 9th rank martial soul, that is not a problem. I can arrange for you to enter the Starry Sky Academy regardless, Haoyan reassured. Having never seen Huang Xiaolong's martial soul and mistakenly believing it to be below the 9th rank. As the marshal of the kingdom, he had the capacity to facilitate someone and Amp, Apos' admission to the academy. Chapter 47. The sect leader and Amp, Apos' unrivaled supremacy, known 9th grade martial soul. Upon hearing Marshal Haoyan and Amp, Apos' misapprehension regarding the grade of his martial soul, Huang Xiaolong chuckled ruefully and demurred, explaining, actually, it and Amp, Apos' not that my martial soul ISN and Amp, Apos' 9th grade. I was merely concerned about its potential exposure. Haoyan and Fei Hou exchanged glances, puzzled. The sect leader was worried about revealing his martial soul? Typically, even at 10th grade. Top-tier martial soul Wuden and Apos' warrant such concern. As their bewilderment lingered, a radiant aura suddenly enveloped Huang Xiaolong. Subsequently, 2 miniature dragons, one ebony and the other cerulean, materialized above and behind him. An unsettling pressure emanated from the 2 dragons, followed by an aura of unparalleled dominance that exuded from Huang Xiaolong himself. The 2 men beheld Huang Xiaolong and Apos' martial souls, their bodies trembling with disbelief. Dual martial souls. Fei Hou exclaimed in a trembling voice. The sect leader actually possesses the legendary dual martial souls. Dragons? Dual dragons? Dual supreme martial souls. Marshal Haoyan stammered, his face flushed with excitement, rendered almost incoherent. Heavens! Dual supreme martial souls. The sect leader is actually blessed with dual supreme martial souls. Both men felt a surge of exhilaration that bordered on delirium. Abruptly, they rose from their seats and prostrated themselves before Huang Xiaolong. The sect leader is invincible. They chanted repeatedly, their voices filled with fervent devotion, completely overcome by their emotions. Huang Xiaolong watched in stunned silence as Marshal Haoyan and Fei Hou continued their fervent prostrations, their faces flushed with excitement. He couldn't and Amp, Apos' help but smile wryly, thinking, it and Apos' just dual supreme martial souls. Is there really a need to be this excited? Please, rise, Huang Xiaolong urged. However, the 2 men remained prostrate. Marshal Haoyan, his eyes brimming with tears, exclaimed, the sect leader and Apos' dual supreme martial souls are a blessing upon our Azura Gate. Our sect is destined to be restored and regain its former glory. Dual supreme martial souls. Such a rare talent is virtually unheard of, not just in the Duanren Empire, but throughout the entire wind-snow continent. In its 2 millennia of existence, the Duanren Empire has never witnessed the emergence of dual supreme martial souls. Feiho added, his words tumbling over each other in his excitement. It was several minutes before the 2 men finally stood up, their faces still flushed with elation. Do not reveal the existence of my dual supreme martial souls to anyone, Huang Xiaolong instructed once they were standing. Sect leader, rest assured. We would rather die than divulge the secret of your dual supreme martial souls. Fei Ho and Hao Yin replied, kneeling once more to pledge their loyalty. Huang Xiaolong nodded, knowing that he had only revealed his dual supreme martial souls to them because he trusted them implicitly. Their loyalty to the Azura Gate was unwavering. He gestured for them to rise, and once they were standing, he inquired, can you discern the grade of my dual supreme martial souls? Hao Yin and Fei Ho exchanged glances, hesitant to speak at first. Finally, Hao Yin ventured, generally, a black dragon martial soul is a 12th grade martial soul. However, I believe that the sect leader and Apos, black dragon is different from ordinary black dragons. It and Apos, a mutated black dragon. As for the blue dragon, there and Apos, no historical record of it. No record? Huang Xiaolong asked, surprised. Indeed, sect leader. No one on the wind-snow continent has ever possessed a blue dragon martial soul. While I can't ascertain the exact grade of your blue dragon martial soul, I'm certain that it's even more powerful than your mutated black dragon martial soul, Hao Yin affirmed. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. No one on the wind-snow continent had ever possessed a blue dragon martial soul. Was his the only one of its kind? Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong questioned the 2 men further about the black dragon martial soul. After a while, the 2 men excused themselves. Once they had departed, Huang Xiaolong sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. Although he couldn't and Apos, yet determine the exact grade of his 2 supreme martial souls, he was certain that they were both above 12th grade. His thoughts then drifted to the upcoming battle in the Duanren Empire's imperial city and the schism within the Azura Gate. Finally, his mind settled on Li Lu. Enough thinking. I should focus on cultivation, Huang Xiaolong muttered as he rose to his feet. He resolved to break through to the 6th level before entering Starcloud Academy. Upon returning to his room, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the cold jade bed and sat in a meditative posture. He activated the Azura tactics, and the 2 dragons behind him began to devour the nether energy of the 9 heavens. The nether battle energy roared and surged within Huang Xiaolong's meridians, constantly battering against them. Time seemed to slip away as Huang Xiaolong continued his cultivation. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound, audible only to him, echoed in the room, akin to an eggshell breaking. Huang Xiaolong and Apos' eyes lit up with joy. He had finally broken through to the 6th level. The nether battle energy flowed unhindered through his 6th level meridians, swirling and surging with newfound power. His 6th level meridians were significantly larger than his 5th level meridians, allowing him to store even more battle energy. The night passed swiftly. Huang Xiaolong emerged from his room the next morning, stretching his limbs. He then walked to the center of the courtyard and unleashed a palm strike against the iron stake that stood there. A palm print, an inch deep, instantly appeared on the stake, causing it to vibrate with a resounding hum. Having broken through to the 6th level, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' battle energy now possessed a force of over 10 stone, with each palm strike carrying a weight of nearly 2,000 caddies. He also noticed that the explosive power of his muscles had increased significantly, and his physique had become even more robust and refined. After testing his battle energy, Huang Xiaolong soared into the air, the Azura blade materializing in his hand. He unleashed a flurry of blade strikes, transforming into a torrential rain of light that enveloped the entire courtyard. The sound of the blades whistling through the air was akin to the roar of thunder. However, what was remarkable was that the flowers and grass within the courtyard remained untouched, as if Huang Xiaolong and Apos' attacks had never reached them. After the initial strike, Huang Xiaolong launched another attack, this time transforming the countless blade strikes into a fine drizzle, the sound of which was barely audible, like the buzzing of mosquitoes. Over the past few months, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' understanding of the Azura Tier's technique had deepened considerably. And so, 2 days passed quickly. During those 2 days, Huang Xiaolong remained almost entirely within the confines of his courtyard, dedicating his time to cultivating the Azura tactics and the I Ching Sutra. as well as practicing the Azura Tears technique. On this particular day, Marshal Haoyan personally delivered the recommendation letter from Starcloud Academy to Huang Xiaolong and Amp Appo's courtyard, entrusting it to him. With this letter in hand, Huang Xiaolong would be able to enter Starcloud Academy without undergoing a martial soul examination. Marshal Haoyan imparted some final words of advice to Huang Xiaolong before arranging for the two guards who had previously accompanied him to escort Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho to Starcloud Academy. Starcloud Academy was located in the northern part of the royal city and Amp Appo's central district, not too far from the Marshal and Amp Appo's residence. After an hour, the four of them arrived at the gates of the academy. However, Huang Xiaolong was somewhat taken aback to encounter Li Lu, who was also there to register. Just as he reached the academy gates, Xiaolong. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, Li Lu rushed towards him with the same exuberance as before. Chapter 48. Disqualification. Li Lu embraced Huang Xiaolong, drawing the attention of passers-by. Although they were merely children of 9, Huang Xiaolong felt a blush creep onto his face under the gazes. Uncle, Huang Xiaolong addressed Li Cheng, who stood behind Li Lu, before gently extricating himself from her grasp. The girl seemed to have developed a fondness for these embraces, bestowing one upon him each time they met. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel bemused that Li Cheng, as her father, didn't seem to intervene in his daughter's affections. Li Cheng offered Huang Xiaolong a genial nod before respectfully acknowledging Fei Ho as Senior Fei Ho. Having met previously, the group dispensed with lengthy greetings and proceeded toward the Starcloud Academy's entrance. Beyond the gates lay an expansive plaza, paved with rare starlight stones unique to this world. These stones exuded a faint aura of natural energy, invigorating those who stood upon them. Each stone was worth 1,000 gold coins, making the plaza and Appo's construction a testament to the Starcloud Academy and Appo's immense wealth. The plaza was already populated with hundreds of individuals, evidently prospective students arriving for registration. Huang Xiaolong's group surveyed the scene before making their way toward the registration area. There, they found a woman in her early 20s, with willow leaf eyebrows and phoenix eyes, her beauty striking and ethereal, yet her countenance was somewhat frosty. "Teacher, hello? We're here to register," Li Lu exclaimed, her dimples accentuating her charm. Xiong Meiqi looked up, her gaze softening slightly at the sight of Li Lu's endearing dimples. A faint smile touched her lips as she nodded. "Name, age." Li Lu provided the information, and Xiong Meiqi recorded it before handing her a wooden token. She instructed Li Lu to proceed to the inner hall for martial soul testing and other assessments. Although the Starcloud Academy stipulated a minimum of a 9th grade martial soul and an age limit of 12, additional evaluations were still required. Li Lu accepted the token and stepped aside to await Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong approached and produced a letter of recommendation from his possession. Upon seeing the letter, the fleeting smile that had graced Xiong Meiqi's face vanished, replaced by a frigid expression. Her eyes conveyed a palpable sense of disdain and antipathy. She harbored a deep aversion towards special admissions who lacked a 9th grade martial soul, but had secured a recommendation through their family's influence. "Name, age," Xiong Meiqi demanded coldly. "Huang Xiaolong, 9.5, Huang Xiaolong replied. Xiong Meiqi noted the information and then tossed a star-shaped badge, no larger than 2 thumbs and gleaming with starlight, onto the ground. "This is your student ID." The badge skittered across the ground, landing at Huang Xiaolong and Appo's feet, its presence jarring. Fei Ho and the 2 guards bristled with indignation, moving to intervene, but Huang Xiaolong subtly restrained them with a shake of his head. The 3 reluctantly held back. Fei Ho retrieved the badge. Huang Xiaolong fixed his gaze upon Xiong Meiqi, his expression impassive. "Where do I pay the tuition?" He saw no reason to extend courtesy to someone who treated him with such disrespect. "Are you mute? Can't you ask someone else?" Xiong Meiqi retorted with disdain. "Insolent." Fei Ho roared, incensed that she dared to imply the sect leader was mute. The aura of a 10th order expert surged around him. Xiong Meiqi, recognizing Fei Ho's strength, momentarily faltered but quickly regained her composure. "Trying to cause trouble?" she sneered, unleashing her own aura. A colossal butterfly materialized behind her. Xiong Meiqi's martial soul was, remarkably, a butterfly. However, unlike ordinary butterflies, this one was resplendent with iridescent colors, boasting 8 wings adorned with gold and silver. "A 7-colored butterfly," Huang Xiaolong exclaimed, surprised. The 7-colored butterfly was a rare martial soul. Although its grade was not exceptionally high, it was a top-tier 9th grade martial soul. Within each grade, Martial souls were further categorized into ordinary, superior, and top tier. At that moment, 3 figures soared through the air from other areas of the plaza, arriving with astonishing speed. Like Xiong Meiqi, they were clad in the Starcloud Academy and Appos as teacher robes, signifying their status as instructors. One of them possessed a fine line between his eyebrows, resembling a third eye, lending him an alluring and somewhat sinister appearance. Zhong Yuan, upon arriving, addressed Xiong Meiqi, "Meiqi, what an amp, Appos, as the commotion?" He then turned his attention to Fei Ho. Xiong Meiqi gestured toward Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, retorting, "Just a good-for-nothing with a recommendation letter. Relying on his family's influence to cause trouble. A good-for-nothing with a recommendation letter. Relying on his family's influence. Causing trouble." Huang Xiaolong's expression darkened. He had initially felt merely displeased with the woman, but now he was filled with intense resentment. Even if he had gained admission through a recommendation rather than his own merit, it was the Academy and Appos' prerogative. It was not the place of this odious woman to interfere. By directing her discontent at him, she had chosen the wrong target. So, a useless disciple relying on a recommendation to enroll. "Kid, you've chosen the wrong place to cause trouble. Do you even know where you are?" Zhong Yuan sneered at Huang Xiaolong. "Kneel down and apologize to Teacher Xiong, and we'll let it go. Otherwise." Typically, those who possessed recommendation letters came from influential backgrounds. Zhong Yuan believed that merely demanding a kneeling apology was a lenient concession. Otherwise, he would have immediately revoked their enrollment and sent them packing. Kneel down and apologize? Fei Ho and the 2 guards were incensed by the demand that Huang Xiaolong kneel. Huang Xiaolong, however, fixed his gaze upon Zhong Yuan, pointed at Xiong Meiqi, and retorted with a sardonic smile. "I and Appos, LL give you and this female bear an option. Kneel down and apologize to me, and we and Appos, LL let it go. Otherwise." As he spoke, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Since they were intent on accusing him of causing trouble, he might as well indulge them. The fact that no one had dared before did not mean that no one would dare in the future. By now, students from various families had gathered around the plaza. Drawn by the commotion, they were taken aback by Huang Xiaolong and Appos' audacity in demanding that 2 teachers kneel and apologize to him. This guy is too awesome. Xiong Meiqi and Zhong Yuan were stunned, their faces flushing crimson with rage. A useless disciple who had gained admission through a recommendation dared to demand that they kneel and apologize to him. Xiong Meiqi, quivering with fury, pointed at Huang Xiaolong, her chest heaving. "I and Appos am revoking your enrollment right now. Take your 3 lackeys and get out of here." Huang Xiaolong countered with a cold laugh. "You, as a mere teacher, don't have the authority to revoke my enrollment." He was correct. Only the Academy's dean or higher-ranking officials had the power to rescind the enrollment of special admissions like himself. Chapter 49. He must be executed. Xiong Meiqi was at a loss for words, her anger rendering her speechless. Indeed, according to the Academy and Appos' regulations, only the vice president or higher had the authority to revoke the enrollment qualifications of special students like Huang Xiaolong. In her moment of rage, she had forgotten this crucial detail when she spoke of canceling Huang Xiaolong and Appos' enrollment. At that moment, Zhong Yuan coldly remarked, "While we lack the authority to revoke your enrollment, we are entitled to recommend to the vice president that your qualifications be rescinded. Furthermore, as instructors of the Academy, we have the right to detain you and hand you over to the Academy and Appos' law hall." With that, Zhong Yuan summoned his martial spirit, revealing a towering mountain, a 3-eyed black mountain. The 3-eyed black mountain, like Fei Ho and Appos' galaxy martial spirit, this was also a natural martial spirit. Though Fei Ho and Appos' was a mutation of the river of nature, while this 3-eyed black mountain was a transformation of the mountain of nature. As Zhong Yuan summoned his martial spirit, it instantaneously transformed him, enveloping him in a layer of black earthen armor. He then unleashed a powerful punch towards Huang Xiaolong, who, if struck, would surely face severe consequences, if not death. Observing the impending attack, Huang Xiaolong and Appos' expression turned cold as he quietly commanded, "Kill him." "Yes, young master." Fei Ho, who had been waiting for Huang Xiaolong and Appos' orders, responded loudly, summoning his galaxy martial spirit, which also transformed, as he charged with a full-force punch to counter Zhong Yuan. Meanwhile, the 2 guards from the martial and Amp. Apos. S mansion confronted Xiong Meiqi and the other two instructors. A thunderous crash echoed as Zhong Yuan and Amp. Apos. S and Fei Ho and Amp. Apos. S fist collided. Zhong Yuan staggered backward, the black earthen armor dimming significantly. You are at the peak of the 10th stage. Zhong Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Having initially mistaken Fei Ho for an ordinary 10th stage practitioner, he had not anticipated that Fei Ho was at the pinnacle of the 10th stage, and moreover, possessed the galaxy martial spirit. While the Starry Sky Academy had a number of 10th stage experts, those at the peak of the 10th stage were exceedingly rare. Although Zhong Yuan was a third-year instructor at the Kingdom and Apos' foremost academy, he was only at the mid-10th stage. Ignoring Zhong Yuan and Apos' surprise, Fei Ho, having repelled his opponent with a punch, swiftly appeared in front of him, delivering a devastating blow known as the heart-shattering fist. A massive fist imprint tore through the air, fracturing space itself. Zhong Yuan, filled with dread, suddenly steeled his resolve. The fine line on his forehead split open to reveal a black vertical eye, his martial spirit and Apos' ultimate soul skill, the soul eye. A tremendous beam of black light erupted from the eye, forming into a black orb that radiated a haunting and formidable aura. The black light emanating from the orb collided with Fei Ho and Apos' heart-shattering fist. A resounding boom followed. As the orb and Apos' light produced a series of cracking sounds before bursting apart, a powerful gust sweeping in all directions. Zhong Yuan was violently shaken, retreating uncontrollably, while Fei Ho was also forced back a few steps, his mind ringing and his vision consumed by the overwhelming presence of the black orb. Zhong Yuan, witnessing Fei Ho and Apos' dazed eyes, couldn't and Apos' help but sneer in satisfaction. This was the power of his soul eye, capable of silently influencing the enemy and Apos' consciousness and creating illusions. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Zhong Yuan leaped into the air and aimed a finger at Fei Ho and Apos' forehead, executing the wind-piercing finger. The potent energy from his finger spiraled, conjuring a tempest, as it approached Fei Ho and Apos' brow. Suddenly, Fei Ho, whose eyes had been entranced, snapped them wide open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through. The galaxy martial spirit began to spiral around him, growing larger with each rotation. The soul eye? Allow me to unveil my ultimate soul skill, Fei Ho declared with a cold smile. With a sudden enhancement of 5 times, he unleashed his fists, dispersing Zhong Yuan and Apos' wind-piercing finger. His fists then struck Zhong Yuan and Apos' chest with tremendous force. Zhong Yuan let out a pained scream, being sent flying across the square, landing several dozen yards away. The surrounding enrollees, who had gathered to spectate, swiftly retreated, stunned into silence by the sight of Zhong Yuan being defeated by Fei Ho. Li Cheng and Li Lu were equally astonished. Li Cheng was bewildered by the presence of a recommendation letter from the Starry Sky Academy in Huang Xiaolong's hands, knowing that such a letter could not have been acquired by Huang's family patriarch. Even the local Duke of Tianfeng County could not secure a recommendation slot from the Starry Sky Academy. Li Cheng was also amazed by Fei Ho's strength and found it hard to believe that Huang Xiaolong had dared to let Fei Ho severely injure an instructor of the Starry Sky Academy. This was the Starry Sky Academy. What was Huang Xiaolong's backing? And how had 2 peak 9th stage experts suddenly appeared by his side? As the guards from the Marshal and Apos' mansion had arrived dressed in civilian clothing, no one recognized them. Meanwhile, Xiong Meiqi, who was locked in battle with the guards, was equally astounded to see Zhong Yuan defeated by Fei Ho. At that moment, Zhong Yuan staggered to his feet, gazing at Fei Ho with terror in his eyes. Martial Spirit Enhancement. Martial Spirit Enhancement was a formidable soul skill among the ultimate soul skills, and he had not anticipated that Fei Ho's ultimate skill would be this powerful. Just then, dozens of figures suddenly shot in from afar, their overwhelming presence filling the air. Huang Xiaolong turned to observe the approaching figures, his eyes narrowing as the experts from the Starry Sky Academy finally arrived. His gaze fell on the foremost figure, an elderly man in his 60s exuding a formidable aura, slightly stronger than Fei Ho but much weaker than Hao Yan, indicating he was a peak 10th stage expert nearing innate mastery. The vice president, Zhong Yuan, exclaimed with joy upon seeing the newcomer. Xiong Meiqi and Apos' face lit up with delight. Father! Father! To her surprise, The vice president of the Starry Sky Academy was none other than the bear's father. Huang Xiaolong and Fei He were both taken aback. At this point, the fighting ceased, and the two guards returned to Huang Xiaolong's side. Xiong Chu and the elite experts from the Starry Sky Academy arrived, surveying the scene. Upon seeing the injured Zhong Yuan, Xiong Chu furrowed his brow. What transpired here? Before Zhong Yuan could respond, Xiong Meiqi rushed forward, exclaiming, "Father!" This waste holding a recommendation letter brought his family and Appos guards to stir trouble in our academy. You must revoke his enrollment qualifications. Oh, Xiong Chu glanced at Huang Xiaolong. Realizing that in the academy and Appos over 100 years of history, it was unprecedented for anyone to dare cause a disturbance here. Vice President, merely revoking his enrollment would be far too lenient. At that moment, Zhong Yuan glared at Fei He with hatred. This person has severely injured an academy instructor. He should be executed. If this precedent is set, who would dare to cause trouble in the academy in the future? Chapter 50. After Zhong Yuan and Appos' exclamation, Xiong Meiqi added, "Indeed, father, he must be executed. Furthermore, not only should his 3 guards be killed, but this kind of scoundrel who relies on family influence to cause trouble in the academy," she said, pointing at Huang Xiaolong, "should also be detained. His family patriarch should personally retrieve him and publicly apologize to our academy." Huang Xiaolong listened with a sneer, remaining silent to observe the headmaster and Appos' response. Xiong Chu, after hearing his daughter and Zhong Yuan, calmly regarded Huang Xiaolong and his guards before turning to his daughter. "Fetch the letter of recommendation." Xiong Meiqi paused, then complied, handing over the letter Huang Xiaolong had given her. Xiong Chu received the letter, his eyes narrowing upon noticing a minute emblem at the bottom corner. Indeed, this recommendation originated from the dean. Each cohort of special admissions included 10 spots, typically managed by Xiong Chu. However, this time, there was an exception. The dean, who usually remained uninvolved, had personally requested a spot from him. This letter of recommendation was the one the dean had personally issued. Xiong Chu frowned, realizing that he couldn't and Appos easily deal with this matter. Only the dean had the authority to handle this supposed trash who was admitted with the dean and Appos' recommendation. Xiong Chu pondered, then addressed Huang Xiaolong, "Young man, if you and your 3 guards offer an apology, I am willing to overlook this matter." Overlook this matter? Everyone was taken aback, hardly believing it. An academy instructor had been severely injured, and all that was required was an apology? "Father!" Xiong Meiqi exclaimed, about to protest. But Xiong Chu raised his hand, silencing her. "Enough, say no more." Xiong Meiqi swallowed her objections, glaring resentfully at Huang Xiaolong. Just as everyone expected Huang Xiaolong to apologize, he interjected, "Why should we apologize? They should apologize to me." He pointed at Zhong Yuan and Xiong Meiqi. "What?" Everyone was stunned, staring incredulously at Huang Xiaolong. Was the boy mad? Hadn't an Appos he understood Vice Dean Xiong Chu and Appos' words? "What did you say? We should apologize to you?" Xiong Meiqi nearly exploded with rage. Her father had already infuriated her by merely asking the other party to apologize, and now they dared to demand an apology from her. "Father, you see, this good-for-nothing has no respect for our Star Academy." Xiong Meiqi turned to Xiong Chu. Xiong Chu and Appos' expression darkened as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. This wretch, relying on family influence and the dean and Appos' recommendation, was far too presumptuous. He had already shown great leniency by only requesting an apology, considering the dean and Appos' reputation. Yet the boy dared to push further. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong sneered at Xiong Meiqi. "You keep calling me trash and accusing us of causing trouble. In that case, bring out the plaza and Appos' recording orb and let everyone see how we caused trouble." Recording orbs were devices that captured images and recordings, and the Star Academy undoubtedly had them placed in the plaza. Xiong Chu's face turned grim. "Go, fetch the plaza's recording orb." "Yes, Vice Dean," an instructor respectfully acknowledged, hurrying away and soon returning with a crystal-like orb. "Activate the recording orb," Xiong Chu ordered. The instructor channeled his battle chi into the orb, and soon, images projected into the air, revealing the events that had transpired. The recording showed Xiong Meiqi throwing Huang Xiaolong's student ID card to the ground, followed by Zhong Yuan and his companions arriving and demanding an apology from Huang Xiaolong. Then, Zhong Yuan attacked Huang Xiaolong, and finally, Fei He retaliated, severely injuring Zhong Yuan. Xiong Meiqi and Zhong Yuan watched the unfolding images, their faces growing increasingly contorted. The family disciples who had come to register understood what had happened, and a low murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd. Xiong Chu's expression also darkened as he watched the recording. Once the recording ended, Huang Xiaolong spoke coldly. We didn't end Oppos, to cause any trouble, yet you kept accusing us of doing so. You tried to kill me, and my guard retaliated. Is that causing trouble? Should I have stood there and let him kill me to avoid causing trouble? He pointed at Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan stammered, unsure how to respond. Filled with anger and hatred, Huang Xiaolong looked at Xiong Chu and stated, everything is clear now. Since we didn't cause any trouble, I and Oppos, do you like to ask why we should apologize to them? Is it simply because they are instructors at your academy? Xiong Chu remained silent. Father, Xiong Meiqi began to object, but Xiong Chu abruptly silenced her. Enough. He turned to Huang Xiaolong and said, young man, how about this? All your registration fees for this year will be waived. Let and Oppos consider this matter concluded. All registration fees waived? Everyone was astonished, looking at Huang Xiaolong. Having severely injured an academy instructor, he would not only face no consequences, but also have all his registration fees waived. Huang Xiaolong met Xiong Chu and Oppos' gaze, slowly nodded, then said to Fei Ho and the others, let and Oppos go. With that, he led Fei Ho and his companions away. The crowd watched Huang Xiaolong depart. Their expressions varied. Xiong Chu left the plaza without a word, vanishing in a flash. The crowd slowly dispersed. Inside the Star Academy and Oppos' council hall, Xiong Chu sat, his body radiating a faint starlight, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Xiong Meiqi and Zhong Yuan stood behind him for a long time, afraid to speak. The child and Oppos' letter of recommendation was sent by the dean, Xiong Chu said after a long silence. Xiong Meiqi and Zhong Yuan were stunned. Sent by the dean? This. All right, you may both leave, Xiong Chu continued. As Xiong Meiqi was about to speak, Zhong Yuan tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to stop. They bowed and left the council hall. After leaving the Star Academy, Huang Xiaolong didn't and Oppos' returned directly to the Marshal and Oppos' residence but went to the Tianxian estate. Upon arriving, Huang Xiaolong inspected the premises. After 2 days of cleaning and clearing, the weeds and debris in the courtyard had been removed, and the dust in the rooms had been swept away. Huang Xiaolong summoned the 16 beast men, led by Boli, and inquired about the recent events at the Tianxian estate. After hearing their report, Huang Xiaolong gave Boli some gold coins, instructing him to purchase furniture and decorative flowers and plants for the estate. Huang Xiaolong intended to move to the Tianxian estate to live and cultivate after entering the Star Academy, as the estate was close to the academy, and students were not required to live in the academy dormitories. After completing these tasks, Huang Xiaolong returned to the marshal's residence with Fei Ho and the others. What? The Star Academy and Oppos' instructors dared to attack the young master? After the 2 guards reported the events at the academy to Marshal Haoyan, the marshal roared in fury, the shockwave shaking the entire residence. Chapter 51, An Incident Foreseen. Indeed, Marshal, one of the guards affirmed. Moreover, the woman declared her intent to revoke the young master and Oppos' enrollment eligibility. Revoke his enrollment. Marshal Haoyan and Oppos' aura surged, ascending skyward. Precisely. She further threatened to detain the young master, and the guard hesitated. And what? Speak. Marshal Haoyan commanded. Yes, Marshal. She intends to imprison the young master, compelling you to retrieve him and issue a public apology to the academy. The guard trembled as he relayed the message. In truth, Xiong Meiqi had intended to confine Huang Xiaolong, demanding his clan leader reclaim him and offer a public apology. Unbeknownst to her, Huang Xiaolong and Oppos' clan leader was none other than Marshal Haoyan. What? Marshal Haoyan rose in fury, pulverizing a nearby stone chair with a single strike. Furthermore, the man threatened to execute Senior Fei Ho as a public spectacle. Another guard added, execute my junior brother as an example. Marshal Haoyan, now beyond restraint, roared, issue my command. Assemble the 10 armies and march upon Star Sea Academy. 10 armies, a force of 100,000 soldiers. The 2 guards were aghast at the prospect of such a massive force descending upon the academy. Do you linger? Begone. Marshal Haoyan and Oppos' eyes blazed with fury. Yes, Marshal. The 2 hastily departed to carry out his orders. Iron Claw Divine Eagle. Martial Haoyan bellowed skyward. A colossal iron eagle materialized above the martial and Apos' manor, its piercing cry resonating for miles. The manor's guards and servants, witnessing the divine eagle, paled. A major event was imminent. Only during times of great crisis did the marshal summon his 10th Order mount. All guards of the 8th Order and above, assemble in the plaza. Marshal Haoyan's voice echoed throughout the manor. Yes, Marshal. Figures darted about as guards of sufficient rank converged upon the plaza before the marshal's residence. An oppressive atmosphere, akin to the eve of war, permeated the air. Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, within their courtyard, also heard Marshal Haoyan's summons. Let us observe, Huang Xiaolong said, leading Fei Ho to the plaza, where they beheld Marshal Haoyan preparing to lead his armies toward the academy. Instantly, Huang Xiaolong comprehended the marshal and Apos' intentions. Hold! Huang Xiaolong interjected. Young master, Marshal Haoyan, upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, dismounted and bowed. Haoyan, I wish to avoid escalating this matter, Huang Xiaolong stated. Recognizing the potential repercussions for both himself and the marshal, he understood that the letter of recommendation originated from the academy and Apos' dean, with whom Haoyan likely shared a cordial relationship. A military assault on the academy would undoubtedly strain their rapport, potentially igniting a conflict between the marshal's estate and the academy. Moreover, such an action in the royal city would be ill-received. Young master, Haoyan began, but Huang Xiaolong cut him off. This matter concludes here. Indeed, senior brother. Since the young master is unharmed, perhaps we should let it rest, Fei Ho added. Haoyan paused before conceding. As you command, young master. With a wave, he dismissed the guards and rescinded the military order. Shortly after, Huang Xiaolong, Fei Ho, and Marshal Haoyan reconvened in the manor's main hall. Once seated, Marshal Haoyan abruptly rose and knelt. My lord, as the master of the Azura Gate, you have faced repeated peril within Luotong Royal City. I implore you to punish my dereliction. Huang Xiaolong hastily assisted him. Haoyan, rise at once. I beseech you to punish me. Marshal Haoyan remained prostrate. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Fei Ho, who urged Haoyan, senior brother, if the young master bids you rise, then do so. Furthermore, the fault lies not with you. Haoyan hesitated before complying. I thank you, Lord. The Azura Gate adhered to strict regulations. In the past, any injury sustained by Huang Xiaolong within Haoyan and Apos' jurisdiction would have incurred severe penalties, potentially including the forfeiture of his cultivation. However, Huang Xiaolong remained unharmed. Once Haoyan was upright, Huang Xiaolong inquired, any news of Elder Yuming? He had tasked Haoyan with gathering information on Yuming, Fei Ho and Apos' master, who had journeyed to the Mo Kingdom. My lord, there is no word of the master. I suspect he has already departed from the Mo Kingdom, Haoyan replied respectfully. Huang Xiaolong was disappointed but unsurprised. Yuming's mission to the Mo Kingdom had commenced 3 years prior, rendering it unlikely that he would remain there indefinitely. Ren Wuquang, Huang Xiaolong's master, had left certain items for him at the Azura Gate headquarters, items crucial for his cultivation of the Azura arts. Huang Xiaolong sought to inquire about the headquarters location from Yuming, as Haoyan was unaware of its whereabouts. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong returned to his courtyard. As he entered, a small figure darted toward him. Little one, where have you been these past few days? Huang Xiaolong chuckled, bracing himself. The figure was none other than the spirit-devouring purple monkey, who had been conspicuously absent. Squeak, squeak. The monkey gesticulated wildly on Huang Xiaolong's shoulder. Huang Xiaolong smiled, for he alone could decipher the creature's gestures. In the world of martial spirits, only beasts that had surpassed the 10th level and achieved the innate stage could speak. The monkey would rely on its gestures for some time. Later, Huang Xiaolong allowed the monkey to frolic before retreating to his chamber. He seated himself upon the jade bed and commenced the cultivation of the Azura arts. Upon reaching the 6th level, his absorption of 9 nether energy had accelerated significantly. Behind him, the twin dragon martial souls had expanded, the black dragon emitting an incessant dark radiance, while the blue dragon pulsed with azure light. 3 days elapsed swiftly. Huang Xiaolong devoted himself entirely to cultivation, solidifying his 6th level strength. The 9 nether battle chi flowed seamlessly through his meridians. The day of the academy and Apos' commencement had finally arrived. Huang Xiaolong emerged from his room, greeted by the radiant morning sun. Today marked the opening of Starcy Academy. Shortly after, Huang Xiaolong, accompanied by Fei Ho and 4 guards from the Marshal and Amp, Apos, S estate, departed for the academy. In light of the recent events, Marshal Haoyan had assigned 2 additional 10th Order guards to Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos, S retinue. Before long, they arrived at the academy. However, as classes were now in session, only students bearing identification were permitted entry. Fei Ho and the guards could only escort Huang Xiaolong to the gates. Huang Xiaolong proceeded alone, inquiring among the students and faculty before making his way to his designated class. Chapter 52, Invincible in the World? Little Dragon. To Huang Xiaolong and Apos, S surprise. As he arrived at the classroom door, he heard the familiar call of Li Lu. Looking over, he saw Li Lu beaming with joy, waving at him with 2 sweet dimples adorning her face. Huang Xiaolong couldn't and Amp, Apos, help but smile wryly. Was he really in the same class as Li Lu? In truth, he was unaware that every new cohort at the Starry Sky Academy consisted of a single class, as there was but 1 class for each intake. However, his arrival sparked hushed murmurs among the new students. He was the infamous Waste. On the day of registration, he had injured an academy teacher while in the company of his guards, and not only did he escape unscathed, but he was also exempted from all registration fees. Truly remarkable. Remarkable. Yet, he remained a Waste reliant on family influence. Without a recommendation letter, would he even qualify for the Starry Sky Academy? I wager his martial soul is at best level 6. Many new students had witnessed the confrontation between Huang Xiaolong and Xiong Meiqi, as well as Zhong Yuan. On the day of registration, listening to the whispers, Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow. Little dragon, sit over here. Li Lu disregarded the murmurs and pulled Huang Xiaolong to sit beside her. He shook his head with a smile, reluctant to refuse her kindness in front of everyone. Before long, a child clad in a light golden robe, around 10 years of age with golden hair, entered the classroom. This golden-haired child was strikingly handsome, but bore an air of arrogance. Jiang Teng. Is that Jiang Teng? It was said that on the day of registration, his martial soul was the radiant Holy Tiger, an exceptional level 11 martial soul. In the over 100 years since the establishment of the Starry Sky Academy, no student with a super martial soul had ever been admitted, a fact that had even attracted the attention of the dean and vice dean, who personally sought to take him as a disciple. The honor of being accepted as a disciple by both esteemed leaders of the academy was unparalleled. Amid the murmurs, the golden-haired child made his way to an empty seat in the center of the first row. Huang Xiaolong, seated in the second row, gazed at Jiang Teng, astonished that he possessed a level 11 exceptional martial soul, the radiant Holy Tiger. Seemingly sensing Huang Xiaolong and Apos' gaze, Jiang Teng turned to meet his eyes for a fleeting moment. However, upon recognizing Huang Xiaolong, a flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Teng and Apos' face, reminiscent of the contempt Xiong Meiqi had shown when Huang Xiaolong presented his recommendation letter at registration. With a dismissive air, he turned away. Huang Xiaolong registered the disdain and contempt, feeling a cold smile form within him as his impression of Jiang Teng plummeted. Just then, a striking woman clad in a teacher and Apos' robe entered the classroom. It was Xiong Meiqi. Stunned, Huang Xiaolong thought, could this fierce woman be his homeroom teacher? Xiong Meiqi approached the podium and declared, I am your homeroom teacher, Xiong Meiqi, confirming Huang Xiaolong and Apos' suspicions. Upon finishing her introduction, Xiong Meiqi and Apos' gaze sharpened as she fixed a piercing look on Huang Xiaolong. He maintained an indifferent expression, choosing to ignore her. Noticing his response, she sneered coldly. She proceeded to outline the academy and Apos' rules, regulations, and the training curriculum they would undertake, concluding with an explanation of the advancement process. The Starry Sky Academy consists of only 3 grades. Those below level 6 are considered first-year students. Once a student surpasses the peak of level 6 and reaches level 7, they may participate in the second-year advancement assessment. Success in this evaluation grants them access to the second year, whereas to enter the third year, one must break through to level 9. Should a student fail to reach level 7 and pass the assessment by the age of 22, they would be expelled from the academy. Xiong Meiqi stated, for most, breaking through to level 7 by 22 is exceedingly difficult. However, for those endowed with a martial soul of level 9 or higher, it is not insurmountable. With the resources provided by the Starry Sky Academy, diligent training will generally allow one to achieve this before the age of 22. She paused, her tone shifting. Of course, I refer to those students with martial souls of level 9 or above. As for the wastes who merely possess recommendation letters, no matter how much the Academy invests in them, they are destined to remain as they are. Xiong Meiqi cast a pointed glance in Huang Xiaolong and Appo's direction. He furrowed his brow. The wastes who entered the Academy with recommendation letters often possessed martial souls at best level 7, 6, or even lower, such as level 5 or 4. No matter how hard they trained, even into their 40s, 50s, or 60s, they could never hope to reach level 7 for advancement to the second year. Thus, by the age of 22, they would inevitably face expulsion from the Academy. Seemingly still harboring resentment, Xiong Meiqi continued, her icy gaze fixed on Huang Xiaolong. The new students in the classroom all turned their attention to him, making him the center of focus. As Xiong Meiqi spoke, her demeanor transformed from cold to radiant with a smile as she announced, "Next, I would like to introduce our Academy's century-old prodigy, Jiang Teng." She gestured toward the golden-haired child. Jiang Teng possesses a level 11 exceptional martial soul, the Radiant Holy Tiger, and is the first student in over a century of our Academy's history to bear a super martial soul. Jiang Teng rose to acknowledge the class with a nod. His head held high. Xiong Meiqi led the applause, and the new students followed suit. Jiang Teng reveled in the admiration, basking in the envious and adoring gazes surrounding him. However, when he noticed Huang Xiaolong sitting there with an expression of indifference and no intention to applaud, his smile faded, replaced by a deeper disdain. Xiong Meiqi continued, "I have astonishing news to share. Jiang Teng is merely 10 years old and already a 4th-level warrior, standing at the pinnacle of the early 4th level." The revelation sent shockwaves through the classroom, with students gazing at Jiang Teng in awe and admiration. "Jiang Teng," Xiong Meiqi inquired with a smile, "I hear from the dean and vice dean that you have already begun training in combat techniques." "Yes, teacher," Jiang Teng replied with a grin. "Would you demonstrate for everyone?" Xiong Meiqi prompted. "Certainly." Jiang Teng nodded, striding confidently to the space in front of the classroom, where he summoned forth a radiant light, manifesting a colossal tiger that hovered behind him. The tiger, radiant and exuding fiery brilliance, let out a resounding roar, releasing an overwhelming pressure of a super martial soul. With a leap, Jiang Teng shouted, "Tiger Flame Palm," and unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one leaving a paw print in the air. The new students cheered and applauded, the classroom echoing with applause. Huang Xiaolong, however, shook his head in disapproval. While the Tiger Flame Palm was indeed a formidable advanced technique, Jiang Teng and Appo's execution was riddled with flaws and errors. As the applause rang out, Jiang Teng, fueled by the admiration, exerted himself even more, ultimately exclaiming with pride, "With the Holy Tiger unleashed, I am invincible in the world." Invincible in the world? At Jiang Teng's boastful proclamation, Huang Xiaolong could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. His sudden mirth silenced the classroom, all eyes turning to him. Xiong Meiqi and Appo's smile vanished as she coldly glared at Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, stand up." Chapter 53. The wager. Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow, but ultimately rose to his feet. Li Lu wore a worried expression. "What were you laughing at just now?" Xiong Meiqi snapped coldly. Huang Xiaolong replied with a calm smile, "I find it amusing that such abysmal martial arts are being praised by you all." "What?" Xiong Meiqi's face flushed with anger. "You, a mere waste who signed up with a recommendation letter, have no right to critique others and Appo's martial arts." Huang Xiaolong smirked. "No right to critique? And what makes you, a bear, qualified to label me as waste?" "Bears." The crowd was astonished that Huang Xiaolong dared to address Xiong Meiqi in such a manner, their expressions a mix of disbelief and intrigue. "You." Xiong Meiqi was nearly apoplectic, pointing at Huang Xiaolong, her chest heaving with rage. "Fine. Since you refuse to admit you're a waste, then in 3 days, there will be an assessment for new students. If you can place in the top 10, I will acknowledge that you are not a waste." The demand to place in the top 10 seemed rather excessive. Nonetheless, Huang Xiaolong retorted with a cold smile, "Do I need your acknowledgement to determine if I am waste? Very well, should I place in the top 10, I want you to kneel in the Academy Square and bark like a bear 3 times. Bark like a bear 3 times. Xiong Meiqi's eyes glinted with a chilling fury, as though she wished to devour Huang Xiaolong whole. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "And if you fail to place in the top 10? If I fail to place in the top 10, I will voluntarily withdraw and also kneel in the Academy Square to bark like a bear 3 times. Huang Xiaolong answered coldly. Xiong Meiqi's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. What, are you afraid? Huang Xiaolong taunted with a sneer. Good. Xiong Meiqi bit her lip, her eyes flashing with a fierce determination. She refused to believe that a waste who arrived with a family recommendation could achieve a top 10 placement. Seeing Xiong Meiqi grit her teeth in agreement, Huang Xiaolong felt a cold amusement within and then strode toward the classroom door. Stop. Where do you think you and Appos are going? Xiong Meiqi shouted angrily. Do I need to inform you where I'm headed? Huang Xiaolong paused, turned with a mocking grin, and exited the classroom. As he passed by Jiang Tong, he remarked, an arrogant fool. Jiang Tong's expression momentarily froze, and upon comprehending Huang Xiaolong's implication, his face flushed with indignation. A mere waste who came armed with a recommendation letter dared to call him a fool in public. His body radiated a luminous glow, eyes burning with fury as he glared at Huang Xiaolong's retreating figure. Xiong Meiqi, watching Huang Xiaolong disregard her and leave the classroom, was so enraged she could scarcely find words. Once outside the classroom, Huang Xiaolong made his way directly to the library. After all, attending class was of no consequence to him. He could peruse materials in the library instead. The library was not far from his classroom. Upon arriving, Huang Xiaolong presented his student ID, passed through the checks, and approached the section dedicated to martial spirits, casually taking a book titled Types of Martial Spirits to browse through. This book elucidated various martial spirits and their inherent characteristics and abilities. Huang Xiaolong possessed an excellent memory and perused the text swiftly. In just over an hour, he finished the book, gaining a deeper understanding of the types of martial spirits and their attributes. After completing Types of Martial Spirits, Huang Xiaolong picked up another book titled Levels of Martial Spirits, which mainly discussed differences among various levels of martial spirits and their classifications. As he flipped through the final pages, Huang Xiaolong was surprised to find an introduction to dual martial spirits. He scrutinized the information intently. Dual martial spirits, if of the same type, could merge into one entity or separate into two independent existences. Huang Xiaolong was astounded upon reading this. No wonder his martial spirit had initially manifested as a singular entity upon awakening. It was only after the fourth-tier metamorphosis that his dual dragon martial spirits split into two distinct forms. Continuing to read, his eyes brightened as he discovered methods for how dual martial spirits could merge and separate. After some time, Huang Xiaolong finished reading and felt a surge of joy. With this knowledge, he could merge his dual dragons into one and summon them without fearing exposure of his secret. He meticulously committed the methods for merging and separating dual martial spirits to memory before moving to the section on the language of the demon race. Referring to the demon treasure map he acquired in Silvermoon Forest, Huang Xiaolong diligently translated the demon script. Soon enough, he deciphered the text on the treasure map. Demon Race Sacred Land, Wuxiang Mountain, Windless Cave. Huang Xiaolong's brow furrowed. The location marked on the treasure map was, in fact, the sacred land of the demon race. In this world, the demon race was a formidable species, perhaps even stronger than the beast race. Furthermore, they harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. Reaching their sacred land would be an arduous task, if not impossible, for Huang Xiaolong at this moment. Having translated the demon script from the treasure map, it was now midday. Huang Xiaolong exited the library and, without returning to class, made his way out of the academy. Upon exiting the academy gates, Fei Ho and 4 guards from the martial and Appos' mansion spotted Huang Xiaolong and hurried forward. Young master. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Let us be off. He then led Fei Ho and the others back to Tianxian Mansion. Along the way, Fei Ho could no longer restrain his curiosity. Young master, why did you leave class early? The other 4 shared his inquisitiveness as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong explained. The woman bear from the registration day is my homeroom teacher. What? That woman bear is the young master's homeroom teacher. Fei Ho exclaimed incredulously. Then his voice turned grave. Young master, did she give you a hard time in class today? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Cold words and mockery were inevitable. He then briefly recounted the wager he made with Xiong Meiqi regarding the new student assessment in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Fei Ho couldn't and Appos help but laugh. Already imagining the scene of Xiong Meiqi kneeling in the square and barking like a bear 3 times. Before long, Huang Xiaolong and his companions returned to Tianxian Mansion. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, the Beastman Boli and others quickly approached to pay their respects. Huang Xiaolong bid them to rise and entered the hall. Inquiring about the recent happenings at Tianxian Mansion, Beastman Bully respectfully provided all the details. In recent days, they had acquired all the necessary furniture for the mansion, and the vacant spaces had been planted with flowers and greenery. Additionally, Bully had arranged for some old railings and walls to be refreshed. Huang Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction. Well done. You may leave now. Bully bowed deeply and, along with the other servants, departed. After they left, Huang Xiaolong dismissed the 4 guards from the marshal and Appo's mansion and turned to Fei Ho, asking, Fei Ho, do you wish to break through to the innate level? Break through to the innate level. Fei Ho was taken aback, then stammered, Master, do you have a method? Chapter 54. The Newcomer Test. Huang Xiaolong nodded. I can help you break through to the innate level within 5 years. 5 years. Fei Ho's expression was one of astonishment. Having just reached the peak of the late 10th stage, he knew that under normal circumstances, it would take at least 2 or 3 decades to achieve the innate level. Yet now, the sect master claimed that he could accomplish it in just 5 years. After the initial shock, Fei Ho's face lit up with excitement. Having followed the sect master for so long, he understood that such confidence was grounded in certainty. The sect master would never deceive him. Sit down, Huang Xiaolong instructed. I will impart a set of techniques to you. Techniques. Fei Ho was momentarily taken aback, then complied and seated himself. Huang Xiaolong proceeded to teach him a set of internal cultivation techniques, known as the Thunder Water Technique. Although this technique could not rival the muscle transformation scripture, it possessed formidable power when mastered, comparable to the highest grade techniques in this world. With Fei Ho and Appo's martial spirit being the galaxy martial spirit, integrating the Thunder Water Technique with his own combat skills would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation speed significantly, making the breakthrough to the innate level well within reach in 5 years. Thank you for your immense kindness, Sect Master. After committing the Thunder Water Technique to memory, Fei Ho knelt in gratitude. I vow to follow you to the death. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and assisted him to rise. He was well aware of Fei Ho and Appo's loyalty. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted him with such a technique. After you return to the Marshal and Appo's residence, summon Haoyan as well. I wish to teach him a set of techniques as well, Huang Xiaolong instructed. Your servant expresses gratitude on behalf of my brother. Fei Ho and Appo's face brightened as he bowed once more. After allowing him to rise, Huang Xiaolong shared some insights regarding the Thunder Water Technique. Once Fei Ho grasped the nuances, Huang Xiaolong revealed his intentions to acquire and train servants to cultivate his influence. Rest assured, this matter will be entrusted to Fei Ho, he said respectfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded and permitted Fei Ho to depart. Once Fei Ho left, Huang Xiaolong retreated to the courtyard to practice the tears of the Shura. After some time, he also revisited the martial arts from his past life, including the cotton palm, Fumo sword technique, and Arhut fist. He decided to skip the afternoon classes at the academy. His primary reason for enrolling in the Starry Sky Academy was the Dragon Flame Valley, which could refine the body and enhance the quality of combat energy. Along with the class tournaments, grade tournaments, and the coveted 4th and 5th grade elixirs awarded for first place. More importantly, the first place in the Academy and Appo's Grand Tournament allowed one to participate in the Royal City Battle of the Broken Blade Empire. As for attending classes, he considered it a mere waste of time. He would participate in the tournaments when they occurred. In the afternoon, Xiong Meiqi, infuriated by Huang Xiaolong's earlier dismissal and now his absence from the classroom, seethed with anger. That good for nothing. In 3 days, during the newcomer test, I shall see how you grovel in the square, barking like a bear, she thought, her frustration growing as she recalled Huang Xiaolong's mocking nickname for her. This moniker had spread among many newcomers and veterans alike. Later that afternoon, after practicing the martial arts from his past life at the Tianxian Mansion, Fei Ho returned with Marshal Haoyan. The marshal exhibited an extraordinary level of excitement. Clearly having been informed by Fei Ho about the techniques Huang Xiaolong intended to bestow upon him. Upon Haoyan and Appo's arrival, Huang Xiaolong imparted a set of techniques known as the 5 Suns Technique. This technique possessed power comparable to the Thunder Water Technique. Having taken over 30 years for Marshal Haoyan to advance from the first to the second innate level, it was expected that with the 5 Suns Technique, he would only require a little over a decade to reach the 3rd level. While a decade might seem lengthy, achieving such a breakthrough in that time frame was a remarkable feat, especially since even those with top-tier martial spirits took a similar span to progress. It could be said that the integration of the Five Suns technique would enable martial Haoyin to cultivate at a speed comparable to those with elite martial spirits. However, it was important to note that while the Five Suns technique would expedite his cultivation speed, it could not alter the inherent flaws of his innate martial spirit. The probability of a top-tier martial spirit breaking through to the sacred domain was exceedingly slim, while those with elite martial spirits had a far greater chance. Despite this, Martial Haoyin was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. Rest assured, Sect Master, Haoyin shall not disappoint your expectations. I will cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the third level as soon as possible. After memorizing the Five Suns technique, he bowed deeply to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded and helped him to his feet. Shortly thereafter, he instructed Martial Haoyin to return to the Martial and Amp, Apos, S residence and to bring the little creature, the soul-devouring purple monkey, back with him. Once Martial Haoyin departed, Huang Xiaolong seated himself upon the cold jade bed in his room, summoning forth his twin dragon martial spirits. Rather than training, he followed the method he had observed in the library earlier that day, channeling his combat energy to gradually fuse the twin dragon spirits. As Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos, S energy flowed, the black and blue dragons began to entwine, their colors pulsating and merging. Ultimately, a brilliant light erupted, and the twin dragons finally fused into a single entity, reverting to their original form during the awakening of his martial spirit. This time, however, they had transformed from a two-headed serpent into a two-headed dragon. After the fusion, the twin dragon martial spirit emanated an even more formidable aura, with their size doubling compared to their separate forms. However, in this combined state, the speed at which they absorbed the 9 nether ghost energy was slightly slower than when they were apart. Huang Xiaolong attempted to absorb the energy in this fused state and discovered that the cultivation speed was indeed reduced compared to their separate forms. After practicing the Shura technique for a while, Huang Xiaolong began to cultivate the muscle transformation scripture. He had a strong premonition that he would soon be able to unblock the meridians of the 4th stance, star plucking and dipper changing, and subsequently practice the 5th stance. If he succeeded in unblocking the 4th meridian and mastering the 5th stance, his internal energy would substantially increase. At that point, even without utilizing combat energy, he could defeat any opponent below the 6 stage's late phase. As time passed, 3 days quickly elapsed. During this period, Huang Xiaolong remained within the Tianqian mansion, diligently training, much to Xiong Meiqi and Amp, Apos, S annoyance. However, the thought of Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos, S impending failure to rank within the top 10 during the newcomer test brought her some comfort. On this day, Huang Xiaolong emerged from his chamber to stretch his limbs. Today was the day of the newcomer test. As he gazed at the brightening sky, he mused, indeed, this is something to anticipate. Upon exiting the courtyard, he was greeted by Fei Ho, who had been respectfully awaiting his arrival. Let us proceed to the academy, Huang Xiaolong instructed, allowing him to rise. Yes, Sect Master. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the academy, he found Xiong Meiqi and the other newcomers already gathered in the academy square. As Huang Xiaolong approached, all eyes turned toward him. Chapter 55. Challenging all newcomers, I never anticipated that a supposed good-for-nothing like you, admitted through recommendation, would actually dare to show up, sneered Xiong Meiqi. Her gaze fixed upon Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong remained composed, stating, why wouldn't I dare? If I secure a spot within the top 10 during the freshman assessment, I trust you won't renege on our agreement. Xiong Meiqi's eyes glinted with a frigid light. I, Xiong Meiqi, would never go back on my word. As Huang Xiaolong joined the assembled crowd, the blonde-haired Jiang Tung cast a look of undisguised scorn and animosity in Huang Xiaolong's direction, which Huang Xiaolong met with indifference. Li Lu approached Huang Xiaolong, her face etched with worry. Xiaolong, are you truly confident in achieving a top 10 ranking in the upcoming assessment? She was unaware of Huang Xiaolong's display of 4th stage initial level strength at the Huang Family Manor's annual gathering, where he decisively defeated Li Wei. Rest assured, Huang Xiaolong said, offering Li Lu a reassuring glance. Shortly thereafter, Xiong Meiqi, noting the arrival of all participants, commenced elucidating the particulars and format of the impending freshman assessment. The most effective means of gauging a freshman and Apos' capabilities involved engaging in combat trials. Consequently, the assessment would consist of mutual sparring matches. Each round would divide the participants into quintets, with opponents determined by lot. The victor from each group would advance to the subsequent round, ultimately culminating in the selection of the top 10 individuals and their respective rankings. The duels would be staged within the plaza. Given the significance of the freshman assessment, the plaza and Oppo's perimeter was thronged with upperclassmen from the first, second, and even third years. However, as Xiong Meiqi concluded her explanation of the assessment and Oppo's framework, a voice interjected. Teacher Xiong, this seems rather cumbersome. I propose that I accept the challenge of all newcomers. The longer one can withstand my assault, the higher their ranking. The assembly was taken aback, their gazes converging upon the speaker, Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong and Oppo's declaration ignited a flurry of excitement among the onlookers. Is that the prodigy with the super martial spirit, the luminous sacred tiger? How audacious! He intends to confront all the freshmen single-handedly. His bravado is justified. He possesses genuine strength. Xiong Meiqi was momentarily nonplussed. Jiang Tong defaced the entire freshman class. This year in Oppo's cohort comprised nearly 100 students. In a secluded corner of the plaza, two towering figures stood observing. One was none other than Xiong Chu, the vice-chancellor of Starry Sky Academy, while the other possessed unusually large eyes and ears, twice the size of an average person in Oppo's leaving a lasting impression. Chancellor, Jiang Tong and Oppo's youthfulness is evident, Xiong Chu remarked to the elder. Despite his considerable strength, this year in Oppo's freshman class numbers close to 100. How can he possibly endure such a challenge? The elder, Sun Zhang, the chancellor of Starry Sky Academy, responded with nonchalance, it matters not. Impetuosity is natural in youth. Moreover, Jiang Tong wields a super martial spirit. Do not underestimate the capabilities of the luminous sacred tiger. Despite the size of this year in Oppo's freshman class, Sun Zhang and Oppo's implication was clear. Jiang Tong and Oppo's current prowess would enable him to effortlessly overcome the challenges posed by nearly 100 freshmen. Xiong Chu was visibly astonished. You shall see, Sun Zhang said with a smile. As Xiong Meiqi hesitated, contemplating whether to permit Jiang Tong to undertake the challenge alone, she heard her father, Xiong Chu, in her ear. All eyes were on Xiong Meiqi, awaiting her decision. After a moment, Xiong Meiqi surveyed the crowd and nodded at Jiang Tong. Very well. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Xiong Meiqi had indeed sanctioned Jiang Tong's solo challenge against all freshmen. Xiong Meiqi stepped forward, demarcating a circular arena of 10 meters in diameter within the plaza. The duels would be confined within this circle. Stepping outside would constitute a loss. Jiang Tong leaped into the arena, landing gracefully, his hands clasped behind his back. He scanned the crowd, his voice ringing out. Who dares to be the first to face me? His demeanor was one of supreme arrogance. A brief silence ensued. I shall. A corpulent freshman bounded into the arena, his body radiating a sudden burst of light. Behind him materialized his martial spirit, a chubby, shallow beast-like entity with soft, drooping antennae sprouting from its head, a truly comical sight. Laughter rippled through the freshman ranks. Huang Xiaolong shook his head with a smile. The martial spirit's appearance was indeed amusing. However, Huang Xiaolong had perused the compendium of martial spirit types in the library and recognized the fat freshman spirit as a 10th grade top-tier martial spirit known as the Earth Dragon. Despite its name, the Earth Dragon was not a true dragon but possessed a trace of draconic blood, classifying it as a subdragon. The portly freshman, having summoned his martial spirit, charged toward Jiang Tong and unleashed a surprisingly potent punch. Huang Xiaolong noted that the freshman had attained the 3rd stage mid-level. However, the difference between the 3rd stage and the 4th stage was significant. Jiang Tong, observing the approaching freshman, casually raised his left hand, released his battle chi, and met the punch head-on. A muffled thud reverberated as the freshman was buffeted by Jiang Tong's battle chi, his corpulent frame quivering as he stumbled backward, teetering on the edge of the arena. Jiang Tong, remaining stationary, extended his hand and unleashed a palm strike, sending the freshman hurtling out of the arena. The freshman, possessing a 10th grade top-tier martial spirit and 3rd stage mid-level strength, had been defeated, and it had transpired in a mere 3 breaths. The crowd erupted in excited chatter. 6 more freshmen followed, each meeting a similar fate. The longest any of them lasted was 4 breaths, while the shortest was a single breath. After defeating the 7th challenger, Jiang Tong's body began to pulsate with light, gradually intensifying from his feet upward, restoring his vitality, which had been somewhat diminished by the 7 consecutive matches. Is that battle chi recovery? An older student exclaimed in astonishment. Battle chi recovery. Upon breaking through to the fourth stage, Jiang Tong's luminous sacred tiger had undergone a transformation, granting him the innate soul skill of battle chi recovery, an extraordinarily powerful ability. From afar, Xiong Chu watched in astonishment. He now understood why Chancellor Sun Zhong had asserted that Jiang Tong could effortlessly overcome the challenges of nearly 100 freshmen. With each victory, Jiang Tong could replenish his depleted battle chi, enabling him to easily defeat even more freshmen. Xiong Chu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Sun Zhong, equally pleased, watched Jiang Tong with satisfaction, remarking, in the century-plus history of our academy, no disciple has ever managed to secure a position within the top 100 in the Imperial City Battle of the Broken Blade Empire. Jiang Tong's emergence offers us hope. With our dedicated cultivation, he will undoubtedly reach the top 30 in the Imperial City Battle in 20 years. Xiong Chu responded enthusiastically. If Jiang Tong can achieve a top 30 ranking in the Imperial City Battle in 20 years, it would be a momentous achievement for Starry Sky Academy, bringing us immense rewards from Emperor Duanren of the Broken Blade Empire. Sun Zhong nodded, his face beaming. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong, standing among the freshmen, observed Jiang Tong, who, after defeating 7 opponents, was brimming with confidence. He did not rush to challenge him. Following Jiang Tong and Appo's defeat of the 7th challenger, Li Lu suddenly leaped into the arena. Jiang Tong, recognizing Li Lu and Appo's challenge, sneered. He was well aware of her close relationship with the good-for-nothing Huang Xiaolong, who had been admitted through a recommendation. He glanced at Huang Xiaolong in the distance before turning his attention to Li Lu, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Chapter 56. For breaths? A small climax. Jiang Tong glared at Li Lu, his voice icy. I apologize, but I have always despised those who rely on their family's power, as well as those who associate with such worthless individuals. When the time comes, I shall show no mercy. If you wish to place blame, direct it towards that worthless fool. With that, he pointed at Huang Xiaolong. The implication of Jiang Tong and Appo's words was unmistakable, and all eyes turned towards Huang Xiaolong. Some freshmen who had previously stood beside him instinctively took a few steps back, distancing themselves to avoid being caught in Jiang Tong and Appo's wrath. Seeing this, Jiang Tong and Appo's expression turned smug, and he swiftly pivoted, unleashing a powerful strike towards Li Lu. Tiger Flame Palm. A luminous, fiery tiger-shaped palm imprint descended upon Li Lu and Appo's chest, fully manifesting the 4th-tier fighting spirit. At this moment, Jiang Tong and Appo's aura had intensified significantly compared to before. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as onlookers were taken aback by Jiang Tong and Appo's prowess. Equally surprised that he had chosen to unleash the advanced Xian grade fighting technique, Tiger Flame Palm, upon Li Lu. Until then, Jiang Tong had defeated the previous 7 opponents without resorting to this technique, indicating the depth of his animosity towards Huang Xiaolong. The crowd shook their heads, pity evident in their gazes towards Li Lu, knowing that if struck by this palm, she would sustain severe injuries, likely confined to bed for 2 to 3 months. To suffer such misfortune due to the actions of a worthless individual was indeed tragic. Xiong Meiqi watched, her brow furrowed, as Jiang Tong and Appo's Tiger Flame Palm approached Li Lu and Appo's chest, yet she ultimately refrained from intervening. Li Lu and Appo's eyes were wide with fear, panic coursing through her. But with her recent breakthrough to the 3rd tier, evading the advanced technique was beyond her capability. Just as everyone believed Li Lu was about to be struck down by Jiang Tong and Appo's palm, a figure suddenly darted forward, embracing Li Lu and spinning away, narrowly evading the attack. Jiang Tong and Appo's strike met empty air, leaving the onlookers astonished, and they turned their gazes to the unexpected savior, none other than Huang Xiaolong. The very worthless individual Jiang Tong had dismissed. Even Xiong Meiqi was taken aback. Ignoring the stares from the crowd, Huang Xiaolong looked down at Li Lu, inquiring gently, "Are you all right?" The initially panicked Li Lu gradually calmed, revealing 2 charming dimples as she replied, "Xiaolong, I'm fine. You should step back. I'll handle this." Huang Xiaolong insisted. "No need to worry." He waved his hand and gently pushed Li Lu outside the danger zone, then turned his attention back to Jiang Tong. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the square, Sun Zhong observed Huang Xiaolong rescuing Li Lu from Jiang Tung's attack and inquired, "Who is this new student?" It was evident to him that Huang Xiaolong possessed considerable strength. Xiong Chu was momentarily taken aback, responding, "The director, this child came with your recommendation letter." "What? Him?" Sun Zhong exclaimed, astonished. Noticing Sun Zhang's surprise, Xiong Chu felt perplexed. Sun Zhong, recognizing the confusion in Xiong Chu's eyes, elaborated. "The recommendation letter I provided was intended for Marshal Haoyan." "Marshal Haoyan?" Xiong Chu gasped, stunned. "It is indeed Marshal Haoyan, the commander of 100 armies. A figure of immense authority." Xiong Chu began to sweat nervously, relieved that he had not made the grave mistake of rescinding Huang Xiaolong's enrollment or eliminating the 3 guards that day. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The Starry Sky Academy is the foremost institution in the kingdom, and only 2 individuals instill fear in its halls, King Wang Zhu and Marshal Haoyan. Had Xiong Chu known that one of the guards recommended for elimination was a disciple of Marshal Haoyan, he would likely have felt even colder. "Are you all right?" Sun Zhong asked, noticing Xiong Chu wiping the sweat from his brow. "I and Appos am fine, truly," Xiong Chu stammered, flustered. Sun Zhong dismissed the concern and turned his gaze back to Huang Xiaolong, who stood defiantly against Jiang Tung. "It appears that old Haoyan has taken a keen interest in this child. Their connection must be significant. Could he be a love child?" Despite being over 100 years old, a congenital powerhouse in Appos' fertility is not diminished by age. It is not uncommon for such individuals to father children even at 300 or 400 years of age, which explains Sun Zhong and Appos' speculation. "How long do you think that boy can withstand Jiang Tung and Appos' assault?" Sun Zhong queried, shifting his tone. Xiong Chu hesitated before responding, "Perhaps 3 breaths. So far, only one individual has managed to endure 4 breaths. If Huang Xiaolong can last 3, it is already commendable." He had recognized Huang Xiaolong and Appos' considerable strength, leading to his assessment. However, Sun Zhong shook his head in response. Xiong Chu, misinterpreting Sun Zhong and Appos' gesture, clarified, "Does that mean you believe Huang Xiaolong can only endure 2 breaths?" "No, I mean 4 breaths." Sun Zhong corrected him. "What? 4 breaths?" Xiong Chu struggled to comprehend this revelation. He had thought it remarkable if Huang Xiaolong could manage 3 breaths, yet Sun Zhong asserted it would be 4. If Huang Xiaolong truly could withstand 4 breaths, he would no longer be deemed worthless among the new students. His strength and talent would undoubtedly rank among the top 20. Unbeknownst to the crowd, as Sun Zhong and Xiong Chu conversed, Jiang Tung faced Huang Xiaolong, his voice dripping with disdain. "So, you finally decided to show yourself. I thought you were too cowardly to emerge. If that were the case, you and Appos' be not just worthless, but a spineless coward." Huang Xiaolong retorted with a smirk. "This world is rife with self-important fools." He recalled the day Jiang Tung had boasted in the classroom while demonstrating the tiger flame palm, mocking, "When the holy tiger appears, invincible across the world?" Jiang Tung and Appos' expression darkened, and his radiant fighting spirit surged forth, the luminous sacred tiger martial spirit behind him roaring into the sky, shaking the very heavens. With a fierce determination, Jiang Tung unleashed his full strength, his aura climbing even higher than when he had aimed at Li Lu. "Now, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that lies between a century and Appos' worth of genius at this academy and a worthless individual like you, who merely arrived with a family recommendation." With his eyes flashing golden, Jiang Tung launched himself into the air, instantly closing the distance to Huang Xiaolong, moving so swiftly that even some first-year students could barely follow his motion. The crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished by Jiang Tung and Appos' formidable display of strength, which rivaled that of some senior students. Chapter 57. What kind of extraordinary talent is this? Jiang Tung approached Huang Xiaolong, merely 2 meters apart, his eyes fierce and resolute. Without warning, he struck out a palm toward Huang Xiaolong and Appos' heart. As Jiang Tung and Appos' hand neared, Huang Xiaolong and Appos' expression remained cold. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of battle energy erupted from Huang Xiaolong, akin to a torrential flood or a dormant volcano awakening after millennia, so abrupt and astonishing that by the time anyone could react, Huang Xiaolong had unleashed a punch. Golden light radiating from his fist, which swiftly collided with Jiang Tung and Appos' heart. A dull thud echoed, followed by Jiang Tung and Appos' anguished scream as his small frame staggered backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth with each retreat until he finally came to a halt after several steps. All traces of his luminous power had been completely shattered, and even the radiant holy tiger behind him dimmed, resembling a bedraggled cat stripped of its majesty. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Time seemed to suspend as every student, whether a freshman or a seasoned upperclassman, fell into a daze, their minds blank. The once celebrated Jiang Tong, 100-year super genius with a level 11 supreme martial spirit, had been defeated. With a single punch. Impossible. How could this be? Wasn't Appos. He merely a waste of space who had come to enroll with a recommendation letter? How could he have bested Jiang Tong? Xiong Meiqi stood frozen, shaking her head in disbelief at the sight before her. In a distant corner, Sun Zhang, who had previously asserted that Huang Xiaolong would only last 4 breaths against Jiang Tong, was now gaping in shock, while Xiong Chu and Appos' jaw dropped, nearly dislodging itself. 4. The peak of the 4th stage. Xiong Chu and Appos' tongue stumbled over the words. Just moments ago, Huang Xiaolong had unleashed the battle energy of a peak 4th stage warrior. Jiang Tong, wiping the blood from his lips, stared at the crimson stain on his robe, incredulous. Is this my blood? Like the others surrounding him, he could not fathom that he had been injured. Huang Xiaolong, hearing his murmurs, couldn't and Appos, help but sneer. Blood flowing from your mouth, Isen and Appos. Yours? Is it mine instead? He then began to walk slowly toward Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong, confronted by the advancing Huang Xiaolong, was overcome with terror, instinctively retreating a step. The arrogance, disdain, and loathing that had once characterized him vanished, replaced entirely by an all-consuming fear. Yes, fear. The peak of the 4th stage. This so-called waste was actually at the pinnacle of the 4th stage. He repeated to himself, still not fully aware, clinging to the notion that Huang Xiaolong, who had come with a recommendation letter, was a mere nobody. A nobody? Huang Xiaolong, observing Jiang Tong and Appos' dazed mutterings, flickered forward and struck out with a palm. Jiang Tong and Appos' fear surged as he raised his hand to retaliate, but Huang Xiaolong and Appos' strike had already landed against his chest. A resounding crack echoed as the sound of breaking bones filled the air. Struck by Huang Xiaolong's palm, Jiang Tong felt as though his internal organs had been shattered. A terrifying force churned within him, gnawing and tearing at his insides. Just as he was about to scream in agony, Huang Xiaolong struck again, followed by a 3rd, 4th, and 5th blow. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong unleashed a barrage of strikes, each accompanied by the sharp crack of bones breaking. Jiang Tong, though not sent flying, felt his chest cave in, his body arching like a boiled lobster under the relentless assault. The horrific energy from Huang Xiaolong and Appos' strikes ravaged Jiang Tong and Appos' body. And in his excruciating pain, tears streamed down the face of the once mighty genius who had effortlessly defeated 7 opponents in succession, daring to challenge all newcomers. As the spectators watched Jiang Tong, bent and weeping from the pain, any thoughts they might have had dissipated, their throats dry and unable to swallow. This was no mere competition, it was a brutal beating. Some freshmen even turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Jiang Tong mustered all his strength to concede, but as he opened his mouth to surrender, Huang Xiaolong struck again, silencing him. Enough. Stop. I command you to cease. At that moment, Xiong Meiqi, finally coming to her senses, shouted in alarm. With a swift motion, she intervened, separating Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Tong. Once parted, Jiang Tong collapsed to the ground, convulsing, utterly limp, his face pressed into the dirt, blood pouring from his mouth. Jiang Tong. Xiong Meiqi rushed to support him. Panic etched across her face. Meanwhile, in a corner of the square, Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, witnessing Jiang Tong and Appos' crumpled form, jolted back to reality, their hearts sinking with dread. In an instant, they dashed forward to the group. Dean, Vice Dean. The crowd recognized Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, hastily offering their respects. Xiong Meiqi also stood, startled. Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, however, had no time for pleasantries. They each grasped one of Jiang Tong's arms, urgently channeling their battle energy into him. The crowd held its breath, tension palpable as they observed. Is this truly Sun Zhang, the dean of the Starry Sky Academy? Huang Xiaolong noted Sun Zhang and Appos' unusually large ears, twice the size of an ordinary person, and Appos' He recalled hearing from Marshal Haoyan that Sun Zhang and Apos' ears had not always been this way. They had transformed after mastering a particular Earth-grade combat technique. At that moment, Li Lu, who had been stunned by Huang Xiaolong and Apos' display of strength, approached him. Her delicate features marred by concern. "Xiaolong, do you think they will?" Jiang Teng was a disciple of both the dean and the vice dean. With Huang Xiaolong having reduced him to this state, what would their reaction be? Would they expel him? Huang Xiaolong, however, appeared unfazed. Casting Li Lu a reassuring glance, "It will be fine." As Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu withdrew their hands from Jiang Teng, halting the flow of their battle energy, they exchanged a glance, both astonished. When they had infused Jiang Teng with energy to heal him, they had detected a remarkably fierce and high-quality battle energy resisting their own, the very essence of Huang Xiaolong's power. After sharing a silent understanding, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Jiang Teng had not been utterly incapacitated. Otherwise, they might have been driven to despair. They simultaneously turned their gaze toward Huang Xiaolong, standing several meters away, their eyes gleaming as if they had discovered a treasure of immeasurable worth. The peak of the fourth stage. Huang Xiaolong was likely around the same age as Jiang Teng, yet he had already reached this formidable level. What kind of extraordinary talent was this? If Jiang Teng possessed a level 11 supreme martial spirit, could Huang Xiaolong perhaps be? The two men trembled with excitement, realizing he might possess a level 11 top-tier martial spirit. Chapter 58. Did you not comprehend my meaning? An 11th grade pinnacle spirit. The mere contemplation of Huang Xiaolong possessing an 11th grade pinnacle spirit intensified the avarice in Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu's gazes. Their stares made Huang Xiaolong feel like a lamb amidst a pack of ravenous wolves. Of course, the possibility of Huang Xiaolong's spirit being a 12th grade had crossed their minds. However, 12th grade spirits were exceedingly rare. Throughout the entire Broken Blade Empire, there were fewer than 10 individuals who possessed such a spirit. Was it plausible that Huang Xiaolong was one of them? Hence, they preferred to believe that Huang Xiaolong and Apos' spirit was an 11th grade pinnacle. From the perspective of the surrounding onlookers, Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu were fixated on Huang Xiaolong with an intensity that suggested impending misfortune for the young man. Just as these gleeful freshmen and veteran students anticipated Huang Xiaolong's downfall, Sun Zhang, with a sudden and radiant smile, addressed Huang Xiaolong. "You are Huang Xiaolong, correct? I am Sun Zhang, the dean of the Starry Sky Academy." His tone was exceedingly gentle, as if afraid that raising his voice would startle Huang Xiaolong. The crowd was taken aback, then dumbfounded, as they witnessed their dean's most effulgent smile to date. At that moment, Xiong Chu chuckled heartily. "I am Vice Dean Xiong Chu. We met a few days ago. Greetings." "Greetings." The invariably stern-faced and exceedingly strict Vice Dean Xiong Chu was actually greeting a freshman. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Sun Zhang continued with a smile. "Xiaolong, your attack just now was quite ruthless. Had you hesitated, Jiang Teng might have been crippled." "Xiaolong." A moment ago, he was Huang Xiaolong, and now he was directly addressed as Xiaolong. The crowd felt their eyes rolling back. Although Sun Zhang and Apos' words might suggest reproach, his tone was exceedingly courteous, devoid of any hint of blame. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen individuals flew over from a distance, with Zhong Yuan, a third-year teacher, leading the vanguard. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Yuan and his entourage arrived. Upon seeing Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, he promptly stepped forward to salute. After the formalities, Zhong Yuan reported, "Dean, Vice Dean, it is fortuitous that you are here. I just received a report stating that during the freshman competition, this Huang Xiaolong disregarded the rules and launched a sneak attack on Jiang Teng, causing serious injuries. I was just about to detain him and bring him before you for your judgment." As Zhong Yuan spoke, he turned his gaze towards Huang Xiaolong and waved his hand, instructing the dozen or so law enforcement officers who had accompanied him. "Go, seize this Huang Xiaolong." Jiang Teng was a personal disciple of both Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu. Now that he had been severely injured by Huang Xiaolong, Zhong Yuan saw this as an opportunity to ingratiate himself with the two deans. "Yes, Captain Zhong Yuan." The dozen or so law enforcement officers responded in unison. In addition to being a third-year teacher, Zhong Yuan also held the position of squadron leader in the Academy's law enforcement team. Just as the law enforcement officers were about to apprehend Huang Xiaolong, Sun Zhang's voice, laced with irritation, resounded. "Everyone, halt." Upon hearing Sun Zhang and Apos' command, the law enforcement officers abruptly ceased their advance. All right, all of you step back. We will handle this matter. Sun Zhang waved his hand, his radiant smile having vanished. However, Zhong Yuan evidently failed to grasp the meaning behind Sun Zhang's words. He assumed that Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu were enraged by Huang Xiaolong's severe injury to Jiang Teng and were therefore dismissing them to personally deal with Huang Xiaolong. Zhong Yuan chuckled. Dean, he is merely a freshman. There is no need for you to personally intervene. We can handle it. With that, he darted towards Huang Xiaolong, extending a claw-like hand in a personal assault. Just as Zhong Yuan reached Huang Xiaolong, a figure flashed, moving even faster than Zhong Yuan. With a swift motion, a palm struck Zhong Yuan, sending him staggering backward. The surroundings fell silent. Zhong Yuan, clutching his left cheek, stared in disbelief at Sun Zhang, who was now standing in front of Huang Xiaolong. The one who had just struck him was none other than their dean, Sun Zhang. At that moment, Sun Zhang's eyes were fixed on him with a sharpness he had never witnessed before, sending shivers down his spine. Did you not comprehend my meaning? Sun Zhang's expression darkened. Get out. By now, even the most obtuse individual would have realized that their dean, Sun Zhang, was seething with rage. Yes, dean. I will leave immediately. I will be on my way. Zhong Yuan stammered in terror. He turned to flee with the law enforcement officers, but at that moment, Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Appo's voice rang out. Hold on. Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Appo's sudden interjection caused everyone to turn their attention towards him. Huang Xiaolong stared coldly at Zhong Yuan, who was about to flee, and addressed Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu. Expel him, or expel me. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Huang Xiaolong to make such a demand. Huang Xiaolong had long harbored animosity towards Zhong Yuan. Of course, Huang Xiaolong knew that Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, if they possessed any sense, would not expel him. With his talent, any kingdom academy would eagerly vie for his enrollment. Expel me? Zhong Yuan paused, looking at Huang Xiaolong as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Huang Xiaolong ignored him and continued, addressing Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu. If I win first place in the year-end competition, then expel him. Huang Xiaolong was aware that even with his exceptional talent, it would be difficult for Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu to simply agree to expel a third-year teacher based on his demand. Moreover, after returning from the opening ceremony, Huang Xiaolong had asked Marshal Hao Tian to investigate Zhong Yuan and Amp, Appo's background. First place in the year-end competition, Sun Zhang, Xiong Chu, and the surrounding onlookers were all taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength at the late fourth order peak, he would undoubtedly win first place in his class competition. However, with only 5 months until the end of the year, there were many veteran students in other first-year classes who possessed late 6th order or even peak late 6th order strength. How could Huang Xiaolong possibly win first place? Perhaps in another 2 years, with Huang Xiaolong's talent, it might be possible. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan burst into laughter, looking at Huang Xiaolong with undisguised mockery. Boy, you say you will win first place in the year-end competition? Huang Xiaolong remained silent, looking at Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu. Very well. After a moment, Sun Zhang nodded. If you win first place in the year-end competition, in addition to the usual academy rewards, I will also impart to you an Earth-grade combat skill. Upon hearing that Dean Sun Zhang not only agreed but would also reward an Earth-grade combat skill, everyone was astounded. In reality, Sun Zhang agreed because he did not believe that Huang Xiaolong could win first place in the year-end competition. Therefore, agreeing would not cost him anything. In doing so, he could alleviate Huang Xiaolong's resentment and, of course, motivate Huang Xiaolong to cultivate diligently. Very well, Huang Xiaolong responded. Zhong Yuan, who was standing nearby, felt a surge of anger upon hearing the dean's agreement, but he dared not express it openly. Moreover, in his opinion, Huang Xiaolong had no chance of winning first place in the year-end competition. Not only him, but likely everyone else shared the same sentiment. At that moment, Huang Xiaolong turned his gaze towards Xiong Meiqi. With the strength he had displayed during the freshman test, he would undoubtedly win first place. It was time for this bear to fulfill her promise from their bet. The freshmen who were aware of Huang Xiaolong and Xiong Meiqi's bet also turned their gazes towards Xiong Meiqi with peculiar expressions. Chapter 59. Taking Huang Xiaolong as a disciple? Huang Xiaolong fixed his cold gaze on Xiong Meiqi and remarked, You have not forgotten the wager from the freshman assessment, have you? Xiong Meiqi trembled. Her eyes filled with panic as she could not meet Huang Xiaolong's gaze, her fair face paling. Wager? Just as Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu exchanged puzzled looks, Xiong Meiqi suddenly knelt before everyone, directly on the plaza's ground, and opened her cherry lips to bark, woof, 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 3 times in succession. Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu were left dumbfounded. As Xiong Meiqi, still kneeling, finished her strange performance, she abruptly stood up, covered her face, and fled, vanishing without a trace. The crowd remained in shock. Huang Xiaolong observed her disappearance and felt that she was not as detestable as he had perceived. At least she was brave enough to acknowledge her actions. He had expected her to concoct some excuse to deny the wager. Xiong Chu watched his daughter's fleeting figure and ultimately shook his head. With Xiong Meiqi's departure, the freshman assessment could not proceed any further. Huang Xiaolong and the others dispersed. Sun Zhang regarded Huang Xiaolong's silhouette, his eyes flickering with thought. It seems I must pay a visit to the Marshal and Apos' residence in the next few days to have a proper discussion with that old rascal Haoyan. Xiong Chu discerned the implication in Sun Zhang's words and chuckled, given the rapport between the dean and Marshal Haoyan, along with the dean's status and strength. If he wishes to take Huang Xiaolong as a disciple, Marshal Haoyan will undoubtedly agree. Sun Zhang nodded, confident in that regard, but he was curious about what kind of martial soul Huang Xiaolong possessed. That old fellow Haoyan should know, Sun Zhang mused. After a moment, he refocused his attention on the still unconscious Jiang Tong and said to Xiong Chu with a wry smile, "Let us stabilize this little one and Apos' injuries first." Xiong Chu nodded in agreement, and together, they vanished from the scene with Jiang Tong in tow. After leaving the plaza, Huang Xiaolong did not return to the classroom, but instead headed to the library. The first floor of the library was open to all academy disciples for reading, but the techniques and martial arts were only available on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, accessible only upon completing academy tasks and accumulating sufficient points. However, Huang Xiaolong did not visit the library to study the academy's martial techniques, despite having been in this martial soul world for nearly a decade. He was not well acquainted with it. Thus, he aimed to read more books to gain a deeper understanding of this realm. After perusing 2 books on martial souls, he found a volume titled Innate Soul Techniques. Innate Soul Techniques? Huang Xiaolong's interest was piqued as he picked it up, flipping through the pages, becoming increasingly engrossed. The book not only detailed various martial souls and their innate techniques, but also discussed some applications, revealing the strengths and weaknesses of certain techniques. Although not exhaustive, it opened Huang Xiaolong and Apos' eyes. After more than an hour, he returned the book and picked up another one. Meanwhile, the entire Shinkong Academy was abuzz with frenzied discussions. Rumor had it that during the freshman assessment, a new student named Huang Xiaolong had nearly incapacitated Jiang Tong, who possessed a super martial soul. It was an undeniable fact. I was present in the plaza. Huang Xiaolong suddenly unleashed peak 4th stage strength. Peak 4th stage. How old could he possibly be? Not even 10 years, right? That and Apos' terrifying. I also heard that Huang Xiaolong registered with a letter of recommendation from the dean, while Jiang Tong had previously labeled him a waste. In every corner of Shinkong Academy, students and teachers alike were astonished by the news, speculating about the nature of Huang Xiaolong and Apos' martial soul. As noon approached, when Huang Xiaolong exited the library, those who had witnessed the assessment recognized him, pointing and casting curious glances. Huang Xiaolong shook his head at the surrounding chatter. Surprised at how rapidly information circulated in this world, it had only been 2 or 3 hours since the morning and Apos' test. Amidst the murmurs, he exited the academy. "Young master." Fei Ho and 4 guards from the marshal's residence approached him as he emerged. Huang Xiaolong nodded and led the 5 back to the Tianxian mansion. "Young master, I heard you nearly incapacitated Jiang Tong today," Fei Ho remarked with a smile on the way back. "You all heard about it." Huang Xiaolong was taken aback and smiled wryly. The 5 of them chuckled, with Fei Ho saying, "Jiang Tong is the first disciple with a super martial soul in the history of Shinkong Academy, and a direct disciple of Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu. Your near incapacitation of him has caused quite a stir in the royal city. Even the royal city is in an uproar." Huang Xiaolong was astonished and frowned. But then he relaxed. Since the matter had unfolded this way, there was no use dwelling on it. If there was a commotion, so be it. Those with keen insight would soon discover his ambiguous connection with Marshal Haoyan. With Haoyan around, no one would dare to act against him. At least in Luotong Royal City, he was safe. Shortly thereafter, the 6 of them arrived at Tianxian Mansion. Once inside, Huang Xiaolong dismissed the 4 guards and inquired of Fei Ho about his recent practice of the Thunderwater technique. Fei Ho replied with evident delight. The technique you imparted has led to a rapid increase in my fighting spirit. At the current rate of improvement, I should break through to the innate level in about 4 years, well before 5. Huang Xiaolong nodded, then asked Fei Ho about his progress in acquiring servants and cultivating influence. Fei Ho reported that he had meticulously selected 26 servants from the slave market and had begun teaching them techniques and developing their abilities. Pleased with the report, Huang Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction. In a couple of days, I plan to venture into the Silver Moon Forest for training. I will return around the end of the year for the Academy and Oppos' annual competition. What? Young master, you intend to go to the Silver Moon Forest alone? Fei Ho's expression changed with concern. Young master, I should accompany you. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand, stating, there's no need for that. For the next 5 months, you will remain at Tianxin Mansion, training and developing them. Also, make sure to practice the Thunder Water technique daily. Fei Ho wanted to protest further, but Huang Xiaolong shook his head decisively. Enough, my decision is made. With my current strength, and coupled with my innate soul techniques of spatial concealment and swift shadow, I should face little danger as long as I do not delve too deeply into the Silver Moon Forest. Moreover, I do not wish to constantly rely on you and Marshal Haoyan. Seeing this determination, Fei Ho could only respectfully accept the order. Just as Huang Xiaolong resolved to head to the Silver Moon Forest in a few days, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Marshal's residence, Dean Sun Zhang of Shinkong Academy. After exchanging pleasantries with Marshal Haoyan, Sun Zhang stated his intention to take Huang Xiaolong as a disciple. What? You wish to take Huang Xiaolong as your disciple? Marshal Haoyan was taken aback, his tone becoming somewhat awkward, and then he resolutely shook his head. Absolutely not. What nonsense is this? Huang Xiaolong is the master of the Shura sect. How could a mere dean of Shinkong Academy have the audacity to take him as a disciple? Chapter 60. He is not your illegitimate child? What? Sun Zhang was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Marshal Haoyan. He had presumed that, given his status, personally requesting Marshal Haoyan to accept Huang Xiaolong as a disciple would lead to an affirmative response. Yet, he was met with outright refusal. Sun Zhang and Oppos' expression darkened. Seeing Sun Zhang and Oppos' countenance, Marshal Haoyan pondered for a moment and replied, Sun Zhang, in truth, I cannot make that decision. You cannot make that decision, Sun Zhang exclaimed, bewildered. Then Huang Xiaolong, he is not your illegitimate child? Illegitimate child? Marshal Haoyan's forehead immediately broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this old man actually believed the sect leader belonged to him. With a grave and serious demeanor, Marshal Haoyan stated, Sun Zhang, not only I, but even my master cannot make that decision. Your master? Even Senior Yu Ming cannot make that decision. Sun Zhang was utterly shocked. Yu Ming was a formidable innate 10th tier expert. How could even Yu Ming lack the authority? What, then, was Huang Xiaolong's true identity? Marshal Haoyan solemnly nodded in response. In fact, there was one more thing he had yet to reveal to Sun Zhang. Even his revered ancestor lacked the qualification to accept Huang Xiaolong as a disciple. However, voicing that would be too shocking, so Marshal Haoyan refrained from disclosing it. Though they were friends, Marshal Haoyan had never mentioned the Shura sect to Sun Zhang, who remained unaware that Marshal Haoyan himself was a member of the Shura sect. A while later, Sun Zhang exited the Marshal and Oppos' residence, glancing up at the sky where fluffy clouds drifted against the bright sun. He had not anticipated that the little fellow and Oppos' identity was so extraordinary. Sun Zhang mused. Could he be a prince from our Broken Blade Empire? He quickly shook his head. After leaving the Marshal and Oppos' residence, Sun Zhang returned directly to the academy. As night descended, the day and Oppos' heat gradually dissipated, replaced by a cool evening breeze. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed of Tianxin Mansion, his internal meridians circulating the 9 nether fighting qi. However, he was not practicing the Shura technique. For the past 2 days, he had been contemplating the possibility that since the twin martial spirits could merge and split, they should also be capable of being summoned individually. Now, he aimed to experiment with how to summon the twin martial spirits separately. Should he master the ability to freely control and summon them at will, he would no longer need to worry about others discovering his dual spirits. In ordinary battles, he could simply summon the Black Dragon martial spirit when necessary. Yet, every time Huang Xiaolong attempted to summon a spirit, both the Black Dragon and Blue Dragon appeared simultaneously, rendering individual summoning impossible. It was akin to trying to write two different characters with both hands at the same time, an almost unachievable feat, as one cannot focus on two tasks concurrently. Despite repeated failures, Huang Xiaolong remained undeterred, diligently practicing over and over. A night passed, and as dawn broke, although he had not yet succeeded, Huang Xiaolong found his control over the twin dragons had improved remarkably. Previously, summoning both spirits required 3 breaths. Now, he could do so in just 2. Stepping out of his room, Huang Xiaolong stretched his limbs and heard the sounds of morning exercises coming from the backyard. He strolled over and observed the courtyard where the servants purchased by Fei Ho were practicing the Luan fist, a martial art Huang Xiaolong had taught Fei Ho to pass on. Watching the servants' stances, Huang Xiaolong nodded approvingly. Though only a few days had passed, they had already made significant progress in their martial arts understanding, which was precisely what Huang Xiaolong had requested from Fei Ho, to cultivate loyalty and an inherent grasp of martial arts and combat techniques. Young master. Fei Ho rushed forward upon seeing Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded and pointed to the orc Boli, who was practicing the Luohan fist in the courtyard. He instructed Fei Ho, offer more guidance to Boli. Eventually, let him oversee and train them. This way, you can allocate more time for your own cultivation. Yes, young master. Fei Ho replied respectfully. Come, accompany me on a stroll, Huang Xiaolong said to Fei Ho. Having spent some time in Luotong City without truly exploring it, Huang Xiaolong intended to take a walk. Furthermore, in a couple of days, he would head to the Silver Moon Forest for 5 months of training, necessitating preparations and purchases. He also planned to visit Li Lu and Appo's silk shop to commission a few outfits, as he had grown significantly taller, now standing at 1.50 meters. Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, along with the 4 guards from the Marshal and Appo's residence, exited Tianqian Mansion and walked along the streets. The morning sun shone brightly. The air was fresh, and Huang Xiaolong took in the bustling streets filled with common folk and the gradually thriving shops, feeling quite content. Indeed, an ordinary life is a form of happiness. After traversing several streets, the 6 of them arrived at Li Lu and Appo's silk shop. Since classes had just begun, Li Cheng, who accompanied Li Lu to the city, had not yet returned to Kanglan County. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong and his companions, Li Cheng hurried out from the store. Xiaolong, Senior Fei Ho, Li Cheng greeted with a broad smile. Huang Xiaolong nodded, addressing him as uncle, while Fei Ho also acknowledged Li Cheng with a nod. Subsequently, Li Cheng ushered Huang Xiaolong and his companions into the main hall of the store, instructing the servants to prepare tea. This time, when they met, Li Cheng appeared somewhat uneasy in Huang Xiaolong's presence, even fidgeting with his hands as he sat down. Huang Xiaolong understood that Li Cheng had likely heard about the incident during the new student assessment when he nearly incapacitated Jiang Teng, and perhaps he had also caught wind of the rumors regarding his connections with Marshal Haoyin. The news of his association with Marshal Haoyin was no longer a secret in the city, and various conjectures circulated about the nature of their relationship. Uncle, I and Appo's VE come to order a few outfits, Huang Xiaolong stated after sitting down. Order a few outfits? Li Cheng was momentarily taken aback before quickly standing up to fetch the measuring tools for Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled and suggested that the servants handle it. But Li Cheng insisted on measuring him personally, leaving Huang Xiaolong feeling somewhat embarrassed. As he watched Li Cheng take his measurements, Huang Xiaolong could not help but reminisce about his parents, Huang Peng and Su Yin, from Huang Jiazhuang. How would they react if they knew that Li Cheng was personally fitting him for clothes in the royal city? After a while, once Li Cheng completed the measurements, everyone sat down, and Huang Xiaolong contemplated before addressing Li Cheng. Uncle, my parents are not yet aware of my presence in the royal city. I would prefer to keep it from them for now, so please do not mention it when you return. Li Cheng understood Huang Xiaolong and Appo's intent and promptly assured him, Xiaolong, rest assured, I will not speak of it. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Otherwise, when he returned to Huang Jiazhuang at the end of the year, his parents would undoubtedly bombard him with questions, which could become quite burdensome. At that moment, a cacophony of shouting and curses erupted from outside the shop. Huang Xiaolong frowned, recognizing the commotion as an indication of trouble brewing. Li Cheng and Appo's expression also soured upon hearing the disturbance. For the past few days, a group of people had been causing intentional disruptions at the store, and they had even injured several staff members. To his dismay, it seemed they had returned once more. Chapter 61. The Marshal and Appo's mansion annihilated? The clamor and shouts from outside grew increasingly intense. Li Cheng had no choice but to rise and address Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, saying, "Xiaolong, Senior Fei Ho, please remain seated. I must step out to handle this situation." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "Let us go together. Since someone is causing a ruckus at the Li family and Oppo's silk shop, it would be inappropriate to remain idle." Li Cheng felt a surge of joy at Huang Xiaolong and Oppo's willingness to accompany him. Thus, the seven of them exited the hall and made their way towards the front of the shop. Upon arriving at the front of the shop, they witnessed a dozen individuals clad in blue uniforms violently tossing and smashing the store and Oppo's goods. As they wreaked havoc, they loudly cursed, exclaiming, "What silk? This is nothing but filthy rags scavenged from a refuse heap. How dare they use such foul cloth to make clothes for us? Damn it! They must be tired of living. Smash it all harder." Some young workers who attempted to intervene were met with brutal force, and already 6 or 7 lay groaning on the ground, visibly injured. Seeing this, Li Cheng and Oppo's expression changed, filled with urgency and fury. "Stop! Cease this at once!" he shouted. However, the group in blue seemed oblivious to his commands, continuing their rampage with even more fervor. Just as Li Cheng was about to take action, one of the assailants leaped into the air, arms outstretched, launching a powerful claw strike towards him, exuding formidable energy, indicative of a late-stage 7th rank. Li Cheng was taken aback, ready to raise his hand in defense, when suddenly, a figure faster than he intervened, delivering a swift palm strike that sent the assailant crashing to the ground with a pained scream, curling up in a motionless heap, seemingly lifeless. The intervening figure was a 9th rank guard from the Marshal and Oppo's mansion. The sudden turn of events caused the previously rampaging blue-clad individuals to halt in their tracks and turn their gazes toward the scene. A burly middle-aged man, seemingly the leader among them, glanced at the fallen assailant with a grim expression before directing a glare at Huang Xiaolong and his companions. "Who are you?" "This is a matter for our Qingying gang. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling," he said, his voice low and threatening. With the disruption ceasing, all the blue-clad individuals gathered behind their leader. The Qingying gang, Li Cheng and Oppo's face blanched in shock. "The Qingying gang?" Huang Xiaolong echoed, puzzled. At this moment, a 10th rank guard from the Marshal and Oppo's mansion approached Huang Xiaolong and informed him, "Young master, the Qingying gang is one of the 3 major factions in the royal city, led by the 10th rank Master Jiang Wei, who maintains good relations with many nobles." "One of the 3 major factions?" Huang Xiaolong nodded. In essence, these so-called factions were akin to the notorious gangs of Earth. Given that the Qingying gang was one of the 3 major factions in the royal city, their influence appeared formidable. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Li Cheng, considering that the Li family shop should not have any grievances with the Qingying gang. Thus, the assailants must have been incited by someone else. "Indeed, we are the Qingying gang, one of the 3 major factions in the royal city," the middle-aged man proclaimed proudly, then turned his fierce gaze towards Huang Xiaolong. "Within this royal city, few dare to harm our members." Huang Xiaolong's expression remained indifferent. "Speak. Who sent you to cause trouble here?" The middle-aged man's face darkened at the question. "You little brat, which family do you belong to? Your actions may bring calamity upon your clan." His words were not mere bluster. Many families that had offended the Qingying gang in the royal city met with dire fates. Upon hearing this, the 4 guards from the Marshal's mansion exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Calamity upon a clan? A Qingying gang attempting to annihilate the Marshal's mansion? Huang Xiaolong chuckled, shaking his head. The middle-aged man and Oppo's face darkened further at the laughter from the guards. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong turned to the 4 guards from the Marshal and Oppo's mansion and instructed, "Apprehend them and inquire who sent them to create this disturbance." "Understood, young master." The expressions of the middle-aged man and the Qingying gang members shifted dramatically as they attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The 4 guards from the Marshal and Oppo's mansion moved swiftly, sealing off their escape routes and launching their attack. Cries of anguish filled the air. The members of the Qingying gang, generally at the 5th or 6th rank in strength, found themselves no match for the 4 guards, who were at the 9th and 10th ranks. Soon, the members of the Qingying gang lay sprawled on the ground. One of the 10th rank guards, Wang Ning, glared at the fallen leader of the Qingying gang and coldly demanded, "Our young master asks you, who sent you to cause trouble?" The middle-aged man glared back, spitting blood defiantly, refusing to answer. Seeing this, Wang Ning smirked coldly, extending his claws and seizing the man and Apos' arm, twisting it violently until it snapped. The middle-aged man let out a pained scream. If you Don and Apos, want me to break both your legs, you had better speak. Wang Ning warned icily. I will tell you. The middle-aged man stammered. His face drained of color. A few days ago, someone came to our Qingying gang and instructed our leader to do this, sending us to create a disturbance. An instruction? Huang Xiaolong and Apos' eyes gleamed. The ability to command the leader of the Qingying gang indicated that this person was of no ordinary status. Who could it be? And why target the Li family? However, the middle-aged man had no knowledge of the individual and Apos' identity, rendering Huang Xiaolong and Apos' inquiries fruitless. Turning to Li Cheng, Huang Xiaolong found him shaking his head in confusion, unable to fathom any deep-seated enmity the Li family might have incurred. Could it be them? Suddenly, Li Cheng and Apos' expression shifted, and he turned to Huang Xiaolong, exclaiming, Xiaolong, do you remember the day of my father and Apos' 80th birthday? As he spoke, a look of grief and outrage crossed his face. The 80th birthday? Huang Xiaolong recalled the events surrounding the celebration of the elder patriarch Li Mu and Apos' birthday, particularly the two mysterious individuals possessing poisonous serpent martial spirits. They had even delivered the corpse of Li Cheng and Apos' brother, Li Feng, as a morbid gift. Huang Xiaolong turned to Wang Ning, the 10th rank guard, and inquired, where is the headquarters of the Qingying gang? Were those two individuals with the poisonous serpent martial spirits responsible? Asking the gang leader Jiang Wei should provide clarity. Since the Huang and Li families were closely linked, Huang Xiaolong felt compelled to intervene. Reporting to young master, the Qingying gang and Apos' headquarters is located in the southern corner of the city, not far from here, Wang Ning promptly responded. I will accompany you, Li Cheng declared, rising to his feet. For over a year, the Li family had been pursuing the whereabouts of the murderer, and the thought of his son Li Feng and Apos' tragic demise filled him with sorrow and rage. Observing Li Cheng and Apos' anguished expression, Huang Xiaolong nodded, then turned to Fei Ho and Wang Ning, instructing, take him with us. We are heading to the headquarters of the Qingying gang now. He gestured towards the fallen middle-aged leader of the Qingying gang. Yes, young master. Wang Ning and the others responded respectfully. Thus, Huang Xiaolong, Li Cheng, and their companions exited the Li family shop and made their way towards the headquarters of the Qingying gang. Chapter 62, Venomous Blood Palm. Before long, Huang Xiaolong's party arrived at the Azure Hawk Gang's headquarters, nestled in a secluded corner of Wangqing's southern district. Though somewhat remote, the sprawling compound dwarfed even Huang Xiaolong and Apos' own heavenly profound manor. Two colossal jade-hued hawk statues stood sentinel before the main gate. Surprisingly, no guard stood watch, and an eerie silence permeated the air. Hold, everyone, exercise caution, Huang Xiaolong cautioned. Understood, young master. His retinue replied, the unsettling atmosphere not lost on them. As they crossed the threshold, Huang Xiaolong detected a faint, metallic tang, the unmistakable scent of blood. Deeper within the grounds, scattered droplets stained the flagstones. Yet, no Azure Hawk Gang disciples were to be seen, adding to the unsettling stillness. Huang Xiaolong and Apos' brow furrowed in consternation. Soon, they reached the main hall. An empty expanse dominated by a golden hawk throne upon which reclined a coarse-featured man in hawk regalia. The group exchanged uneasy glances. That's Jiang Wei, the Azure Hawk Gang leader. Wang Ning, a guard from the Marshal and Apos' residence, exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the figure on the throne. Huang Xiaolong and his companions hastened forward. Jiang Wei lay motionless, eyes shut, devoid of breath. His body bore no visible wounds or blood. A thought struck Huang Xiaolong. He raised his right hand, delivering a gentle palm strike to Jiang Wei and Apos' chest. The force shattered the man and Apos' garments, revealing a ghastly, viridescent palm print marring his flesh. The surrounding tissue had rotted, and wisps of dark green vapor emanated from the mark. A formidable poison palm. Someone gasped. It bears the hallmarks of the Earth-grade, low-level combat skill, venomous blood palm. Fei Ho declared. A collective shudder ran through Wang Ning and the others. 3 decades passed, a prince of our Luo Tong kingdom, along with his entire entourage of over 1,000 guards, perished by this very technique. It vanished from sight after that incident. I never imagined it would resurface. Chinyu, another 10th Order guard from the Marshal and Apos' residence, lamented. The assassination of a prince, akin to a provincial governor in ancient China, and his entire retinue sent shockwaves through the kingdom. Huang Xiaolong's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The situation was more intricate than he had surmised. Jiang Wei's demise at the hands of the venomous blood palm raised several questions. Could the assassin be the same individual who orchestrated the disturbance at the Li family and Apos' silk store? Was there a connection to the two individuals with serpent martial souls who appeared at Li Mu and Apos' birthday celebration years ago? Young master, what shall we do with him? Fei Ho inquired, gesturing towards the Azure Hawk Gang leader responsible for the silk store incident. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. The man pleaded. Terror etched upon his face. Huang Xiaolong paused, then declared, release him. His words elicited surprise. The two 9th Order guards from the Marshal and Apos' residence, however, complied, freeing the man. Thank you. Thank you. The Azure Hawk Gang leader stammered, bowing repeatedly before fleeing the hall. His escape was cut short by a blood-curdling scream. The group rushed outside to find the man lying dead, another venomous blood palm print emblazoned on his chest. Fei Ho, Wang Ning, and Chunyu scanned their surroundings, their senses on high alert. Fei Ho, survey the area. Huang Xiaolong commanded. Yes, young master. Fei Ho acknowledged, leaping onto the rooftops and vanishing in a blur. He soon returned, shaking his head. Young master, the assailant employed a movement technique of considerable skill. I could not match their speed. I estimate their strength to be at the late stage, 10th Order peak. Late stage, 10th Order peak. Huang Xiaolong and Apos' brow furrowed. Let us return for now. News of Jiang Wei and Apos' assassination spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir in Wanqing. The demise of a 10th Order expert and the leader of a gang numbering in the thousands sparked widespread speculation. As night descended, Huang Xiaolong sat in the main hall of the heavenly profound manor. He instructed Fei Ho to recount the day's events to Marshal Hao Tian, whose expression grew grave with each word. Hao Tian, assign some guards to protect Li Lu and Li Cheng, Huang Xiaolong instructed. Yes, sect leader, rest assured. I shall spare no effort in unmasking the perpetrator. Hao Tian replied respectfully. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, he continued, sect leader, your solo training in the Silver Moon Forest in 2 days seems precarious, especially given recent events. Perhaps Fei Ho and Wang Ning should accompany you. Huang Xiaolong demurred. That one and Apos' be necessary. Should a Xiantian realm expert appear, even Fei Ho and the others would be of little use. Moreover, their presence would be somewhat inhibiting during my training. He added, inform Sun Zhang at the academy of my departure. His 5-month sojourn in the Silver Moon Forest required notification. Marshal Hao Tian assented. Shortly after, Fei Ho and Marshal Hao Tian excused themselves. Huang Xiaolong returned to his chambers, where he resumed his attempts to independently summon the twin dragon martial souls while seated upon the cold jade bed. Time elapsed. 2 days passed. Fei Ho diligently prepared all the necessary provisions for Huang Xiaolong and Apos' 5-month training period. Li Cheng personally delivered several sets of clothing tailored by the Li family and Apos' silk store. Despite his continued inability to summon the twin dragon martial souls separately, Huang Xiaolong had identified certain techniques and remained confident that success was within reach. During those 2 days, Li Lu visited the heavenly profound manor with Li Cheng. Upon learning of Huang Xiaolong and Apos' impending 5-month training in the Silver Moon Forest, she was visibly disheartened. Yet, as she departed, she declared with unwavering resolve, Xiaolong, I will strive to cultivate diligently and become a worthy wife for you. She then swiftly kissed Huang Xiaolong on the cheek. Emerging from his chambers, Huang Xiaolong chuckled as he recalled Li Lu and Apos' words. That little rascal, he mused, touching the spot where she had kissed him. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong gathered his belongings into the Azure ring and departed the heavenly profound manor. He left Wanqing alone, heading towards the Silver Moon Forest. Although Fei Ho and the others did not accompany him, he brought along the soul-devouring violet monkey, ensuring that his 5-month training would not be entirely devoid of companionship. Chapter 63. The Giant Tree Beneath the Earth. 2 months later. Within a cavern in the Silver Moon Forest, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged, his aura shimmering with vibrant energy. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the space behind him, and a black dragon materialized. In an instant, the black dragon vanished, only to be replaced by a blue dragon that now hovered behind Huang Xiaolong. After 2 months of relentless training, he had finally mastered the ability to summon his dual dragon martial spirits independently. Indeed, he could summon them singularly. During his arduous 2-month practice in the Silver Moon Forest, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' aura had significantly strengthened compared to when he had departed from the Tianxin mansion, elevating his martial prowess from the early 6th stage to its pinnacle. As the moonlight bathed the surroundings in a serene glow, the cave was illuminated with alternating hues of black and blue. Over an hour later, the vibrant lights dissipated as Huang Xiaolong retracted his dual dragon martial spirits into his body, opened his eyes, and rose to exit the cavern. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the tranquil moonlight, yet the absence of the spirit-devouring purple monkey caught his attention. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, knowing that this little rascal had likely wandered off during his training. With a leap from the cave, he landed on the ground, summoning the Shura blade into his hand. He ascended into the air and swung the blade with vigor, releasing a cascade of radiant slashes akin to starlight, some fierce and thunderous, while others were almost imperceptible. The mournful cries of the Shura echoed like ethereal wails around him. After 2 months of diligent practice, the power of the Shura and Apos' tears had enhanced considerably. At this rate, Huang Xiaolong would undoubtedly master the technique within half a year. While he practiced the Shura and Apos' tears, the ground suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a series of resounding booms that echoed closer. Turning his head, he beheld a colossal gorilla, towering 10 zhong, pursuing a diminutive monkey merely half a meter tall. The gorilla and Apos' relentless pursuit was punctuated by thunderous slaps, yet each time the little monkey deftly evaded him, eliciting furious roars from the giant. Watching this comical scene, Huang Xiaolong, Kuden, and Apos' helped but laugh. The little monkey being chased was, of course, the spirit-devouring purple monkey, who had mysteriously disappeared moments before. Whenever Huang Xiaolong engaged in meditation, the mischievous monkey would scamper off, only to return shortly after, often with a gigantic creature in tow. Such antics were not uncommon, and they sometimes left Huang Xiaolong exasperated. Upon spotting Huang Xiaolong, the spirit-devouring purple monkey and Apos' eyes sparkled with delight as it waved its little hands, clearly indicating that there was more fun to be had. Just then, the enormous gorilla swung its massive hand down towards the monkey. With a thunderous crash, a deep crater formed where the little monkey had been, sending debris flying. The monkey, now hopping and rubbing its rear, screeched indignantly at the giant gorilla, which had nearly struck it. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled, his figure flickering as he soared into the air. He swung the Shura blade toward the gorilla, which was now several dozen meters away. Upon witnessing Huang Xiaolong's intervention, the spirit-devouring purple monkey halted its flight and teamed up with Huang Xiaolong to launch a coordinated attack. This immense gorilla, a beast known as the Iron Gorilla, possessed immense strength and formidable defenses, its skin resembling iron. Typically, encountering such a creature was rare, and Huang Xiaolong was curious where the monkey had encountered it. Fortunately, this Iron Gorilla had yet to reach the 7th stage. It was merely at the pinnacle of the 6th stage. Coupled with the Shura blade and Apos' ability to cleave through iron, it took only a few minutes for Huang Xiaolong to sever the gorilla and Apos' throat with a single strike. As the beast and Apos' blood gushed forth and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the spirit-devouring purple monkey climbed onto its corpse, beginning to reap the spoils of battle. With a swift claw, it tore open the gorilla's skull, extracting a demon core and promptly swallowing it. How the little monkey discerned such treasures was a mystery. Typically, demon cores were rare among beasts below the 7th stage, yet every creature it hunted seemed to possess one. After the spirit-devouring purple monkey consumed the Iron Gorilla and Apos' core, Huang Xiaolong approached, extending his hands in a claw-like gesture. He drew forth the blood-soul energy from the gorilla's body, channeling it into himself. Moments later, having fully absorbed the blood-soul energy, Huang Xiaolong leaped and clawed towards a great tree located 20 meters away. The surrounding moonlight vanished, plunging the area into darkness. 2 black claw marks appeared on the tree's trunk. With a resounding thud, Huang Xiaolong's claws stripped away 2 sections of bark, half a meter deep, leaving behind 2 black imprints that radiated a dark, ominous energy. The leaves of the tree began to wither, turning black and yellow. Satisfied with the demonstration of the Shura's ghostly claw technique, Huang Xiaolong nodded approvingly. In these 2 months of cultivation, not only had he mastered the independent summoning of his dual dragon martial spirits, but he had also significantly enhanced his Shura and Amp, Appos, tears, the wailing of the myriad ghosts, and the Shura art. Such rapid progress would have been impossible had he remained at the academy or within the Tianxian mansion. At that moment, the spirit-devouring purple monkey chirped excitedly. Did it find some treasures in the iron gorilla and Appos' lair? After some gestures, Huang Xiaolong understood and followed the monkey as it beckoned him to trace back the path of the gorilla and Appos' pursuit. After a 20-minute trek, the monkey led Huang Xiaolong to a dense forest, where they soon arrived at a massive cave. With an excited squeal, the spirit-devouring purple monkey dashed inside, and Huang Xiaolong followed closely behind. Upon entering the cave, an elusive fragrance wafted toward them. As they ventured deeper, the aroma intensified. Soon, Huang Xiaolong found himself in a vast underground chamber, over 1,000 square meters in size, with a height of 30 to 40 meters. At the center of this cavern stood a colossal tree, so large that it required several people to encircle it, its branches sprawling and many roots reaching toward the ceiling. Between the leaves of the great tree sparkled glimmers of light. Huang Xiaolong stared in awe, then erupted in exhilaration, unable to believe his eyes. Was this the iron tree? The iron tree bore a rare fruit known as the iron fruit, which, when consumed by those who cultivated martial arts, not only enhanced their energy but also tempered their bodies, strengthening every muscle and sinew. With prolonged consumption, one could attain a defense akin to iron, impervious to blades and swords, much like the iron gorilla itself. Suddenly, the spirit-devouring purple monkey scampered up the iron tree, plucking an iron fruit and gulping it down eagerly. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, sometimes doubting whether the little monkey possessed a nose sharper than that of a dog, for it seemed to find every rare and exquisite treasure within 100 miles. Beneath the colossal ironwood tree, Huang Xiaolong channeled his battle spirit, dislodging a single iron fruit. He caught it deftly, and upon piercing its skin with his teeth, a nectarous fluid cascaded into his mouth, sending rivulets of warmth coursing through his meridians. Seizing the moment, Huang Xiaolong adopted a meditative posture, invoking the Azura arts to transmute the fruit and Amp, Appos' essence. As the medicinal properties diffused, the netherworld battle spirit within his 6th meridian churned and surged. He keenly perceived the subtle emanations of the iron fruit permeating his muscles, sinews, and even his vital organs, fortifying his physique with each pulse. The twin dragons, one obsidian, the other azure, spiraled behind him, drawing in torrents of netherworld energy from the void. Ascending to the 6th rank, the dragon's consumption of this dark energy accelerated exponentially. As dawn's tendrils of light pierced the cavern's aperture, bathing Huang Xiaolong in a gentle warmth. He retracted his spirit and ceased his practice. Rising, he unleashed a pair of fists, the resounding impact echoing as twin imprints, a foot deep, materialized upon the cavern wall 20 meters distant. The wall shuddered, scattering fragments of stone. Huang Xiaolong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The iron fruit was indeed a treasure. A single night and Amp, Appos' cultivation had noticeably augmented his muscular strength, and his sinews now possessed an even greater capacity for explosive force. Continued cultivation in this vein would render his raw power and explosive potential twice that of his contemporaries. Retracting his hands, Huang Xiaolong surveyed his surroundings. The spirit-devouring purple monkey remained perched upon the ironwood's trunk, still immersed in the refinement of the fruit's essence. The creature and Amp, Appos' ability to consume demon cores without such meditative absorption was curious, yet perhaps it was for the best that the celestial fruits required a more deliberate process. Not wishing to disturb the monkey, Huang Xiaolong relocated to a clearing, summoning the Azura blade to commence his training in the Azura tears technique. Time ebbed away. Another month elapsed, the majority of which Huang Xiaolong spent within the subterranean cavern. By day, he honed his swordsmanship and Azura claw techniques, while at night, he ingested iron fruits, cultivating both the Azura arts and the tendon-changing classic. Occasionally, he and the monkey would venture forth to hunt demonic beasts. With daily consumption of the iron fruit, his muscles, sinews, and organs were continually nurtured and reinforced, more than doubling his strength compared to a month prior. Moreover, with the aid of the iron fruit and Appos' potency, He had finally broken through to the mid-stage of the 6th rank. The mid-stage of the 6th rank. For those with top-tier 10th grade martial spirits, such a progression typically required a year and a half. Yet Huang Xiaolong had achieved it in a mere 3 months. Over the past month, Huang Xiaolong and the monkey had consumed roughly half of the ironwood and Appo's bounty of over 100 fruits. One day, as Huang Xiaolong sat beneath the ironwood, immersed in his cultivation, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the cavern and Appo's entrance. He ceased his practice, his senses alert. A voice echoed, "The ironwood really grows in this subterranean cavern. It should be so. The treasure manual indicates its presence here, and the fragrant aroma must be that of the iron fruit." The footsteps drew nearer, indicating 2 individuals. Huang Xiaolong rose, the spirit-devouring purple monkey descending to his shoulder, its gaze fixed warily upon the approaching figures. Soon, 2 youths, both around 20 years of age, appeared before them. They were clad in light black attire, each bearing the emblem of a divine bird upon their chests, signifying their membership in the same sect. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong and the monkey, the youths paused, surprised to find a child and a simian in the cavern. However, their eyes soon fell upon the ironwood, and their faces lit up with elation. "Ironwood! It truly resides here," one exclaimed. "I told you the treasure manual was accurate, Wu Qian. With these iron fruits, we can break through to the 7th rank within 3 months. Indeed, by year's end, we'll be able to secure a top 3 position in the outer sect competition." The taller, leaner youth, Wu Qian, concurred, his laughter echoing. Their mirthful exchange disregarded Huang Xiaolong and the monkey entirely, as they already considered the iron fruit their own. Huang Xiaolong observed them with detached amusement, deducing from their attire that they belonged to the 9 Phoenix Valley, a prominent sect within the neighboring Tyrant Dragon Kingdom. After a time, the youths ceased their celebration and turned their attention to Huang Xiaolong. "What do we do with this brat?" Wu Qian inquired. "How did he find this place? Is he lost from his family?" His companion sneered. "It matters not. The existence of this place must remain a secret. This ironwood yields over 100 fruits annually. We shall return each year to cultivate, and within a decade, we shall undoubtedly reach the 8th rank." He approached Huang Xiaolong, drawing his sword. "Boy, you were fortunate to stumble upon this place. It seems you and Appo's already sampled the iron fruit, but your luck has run out. This place belongs to us now, and you must die." He lunged, his blade aimed at Huang Xiaolong and Appo's throat. "Fear not, it will be but a single strike, and you shall feel no pain." As the sword approached, it abruptly halted, its tip caught between Huang Xiaolong and Appo's fingers. The youth and Appo's face froze in disbelief. In that instant, Huang Xiaolong moved, a flash of cold steel arcing through the air. The youth remained standing, his eyes vacant, before collapsing to the ground. "You were right," Huang Xiaolong stated coldly. "It was but a single strike, and you felt no pain." As the youth fell, blood seeped from his neck, staining the ground crimson. "Li Wei!" Wu Qian cried, his face contorted in horror. He retreated frantically as Huang Xiaolong advanced. He could scarcely believe that his companion, a late-stage 6th rank warrior, had fallen to a mere child. Chapter 65. Return to the royal city. "Who are you?" Wu Qian asked in a panic, his eyes wide with terror as he observed the advancing Huang Xiaolong. "Who I am is of no consequence," Huang Xiaolong replied coolly, continuing his approach without hesitation. To Huang Xiaolong, Wu Qian's identity held little significance, as their paths were unlikely to cross again. Sensing the murderous intent in Huang Xiaolong's words, Wu Qian abruptly turned and fled, spinning like the wind towards the entrance of the underground tunnel. However, as he attempted to escape, a figure suddenly blocked his path. A fierce surge of energy rushed towards him, causing him to instinctively dodge in alarm. Upon retreating, he discovered that it was the little monkey that had thwarted his advance. The spirit-devouring purple monkey, having forced Wu Qian back, grinned and began to chatter. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but smile at the sight. Although the disciples of Jiufeng Valley might not comprehend the monkey's words, Huang Xiaolong understood perfectly. It was clearly declaring that escape would require the permission of the monkey lord. Though Wu Qian did not grasp the monkey's intent, he could perceive the mockery in its eyes, which filled him with rage. A surge of fighting spirit erupted from him as he summoned his martial soul. To Huang Xiaolong and Appo's astonishment, Wu Qian and Appo's martial soul manifested as a creature resembling a toad. Albeit with a tail, a unique variation. What kind of martial soul is that? Huang Xiaolong mused. Despite having studied numerous texts on martial souls in the Starry Sky Academy's library, he could not identify this particular one. The world of martial souls was vast and varied, with many aberrations, and even a seasoned expert might not recognize them all. With his martial soul summoned, Wu Qian brandished his sword, launching an attack at the spirit-devouring purple monkey. "Sunset River," he cried, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that fell like a gentle cascade, yet concealed an infinite killing intent. The spirit-devouring purple monkey merely smiled and charged forward, leaping into the air. With a fierce strike of its claws, it unleashed a barrage of sharp shadows that stirred the air around them. Huang Xiaolong remained still, aware that this Jufeng Valley disciple had yet to break through to the 7th stage. As long as he remained below that threshold, the monkey was more than capable of handling him. As anticipated, it was not long before the Jufeng Valley disciple was struck by the monkey's claws. Stumbling backward as blood seeped from his chest, Wu Qian, witnessing the wound, was filled with both shock and fury. "Beast, you seek death," he roared, swinging his sword in a furious arc, the energy radiating like a blazing sun, forcing the spirit-devouring purple monkey to retreat. In a flash, he attempted to flee through the tunnel entrance once more, but Huang Xiaolong would not allow him to escape. With a swift motion, Huang Xiaolong appeared before him. "Get lost," Wu Qian shouted, thrusting his sword forward. Huang Xiaolong regarded him coldly, summoning the blade of Shura to his hand. "Tears of Shura," he declared, soaring into the air as he unleashed a myriad of blade lights, transforming into a torrential downpour that engulfed Wu Qian in a cacophony of thunder. As Huang Xiaolong descended, retracting the blade of Shura, the blade lights vanished, and the thunder ceased. Wu Qian collapsed, his eyes wide with terror and despair, his body riddled with gaping wounds, as if pierced by countless drops of unyielding tears. The sight was horrifying, with hundreds of blood holes marking his demise. As Wu Qian lay lifeless, the mournful cries of Shura echoed within him, gradually fading after several breaths. Huang Xiaolong, observing Wu Qian's eyes filled with fear and despair, remarked coldly, "The taste of the iron fruit is indeed delightful, yet you shall never have the opportunity to savor it." Wu Qian and Appo's body fell still. In truth, even if Huang Xiaolong had not intended to eliminate them, he had no plans to let them leave. As they had earlier stated, the secret of the iron trees beneath this cavern must not be divulged. Though the power of a single iron fruit could not compare to the sun fruit Huang Xiaolong had consumed previously, this was an iron tree, one that bore over 100 iron fruits annually. The value of this tree far surpassed that of the sun fruit he had ingested in the past. With this iron tree, Huang Xiaolong could return annually to consume iron fruits for a month or two of cultivation. More importantly, with these iron fruits, his parents, Huang Peng and Su Yan, could achieve breakthroughs, and his sister, Huang Min, whose martial soul was beginning to awaken, would establish a stronger foundation for her cultivation. Even his disciple, Huang Xiaohai, would benefit. After a while, Huang Xiaolong meticulously dealt with the two bodies, during which he discovered some gold coins, fighting spirit pills, and a book titled Treasure Guide. Upon perusing it, he realized it was not a manual of techniques or martial skills, but rather a tome detailing the potential locations of various rare spiritual herbs and their properties. The book, however, only suggested possible locations without definitive guidance, necessitating personal exploration. Once he had disposed of their bodies, Huang Xiaolong did not linger in the cavern for further cultivation. He gathered all remaining iron fruits from the iron tree into his Shura ring and exited the cavern, continuing deeper into the Silver Moon Forest. A month passed. At a certain lake within the Silver Moon Forest, the water shimmered a pleasing green hue, and a small, radiant figure frolicked in the lake. It was Huang Xiaolong. Though merely 10 years old, his physique had begun to take on a more robust form. Over these 4 months, he had grown considerably, now standing over 1.5 meters tall. Suddenly, a monkey head emerged from the lake. It was the spirit-devouring purple monkey. With a playful chirp, the monkey splashed water towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, leaping aside to evade the spray and countering with a playful swipe of his hand. The boy and monkey engaged in spirited play. Half an hour later, they emerged from the lake, donning their robes once more. After 4 months of diligent training, it was time to return, Huang Xiaolong thought, realizing that he could return to Luotong Royal City just in time for the Academy's annual competition. Having diligently cultivated in the Silver Moon Forest for over 4 months, Huang Xiaolong had reached the pinnacle of the mid-6th stage, on the verge of breaking into the late 6th stage. Thus, Huang Xiaolong and the spirit-devouring purple monkey set off back to Luotong Royal City. Days later, they arrived at the grand gates of Luotong Royal City. Gazing at the characters inscribed above, Huang Xiaolong felt an indescribable emotion swell within him. Luotong Royal City. I have returned, he thought. Shortly thereafter, Huang Xiaolong and the spirit-devouring purple monkey entered the city, their figures gradually fading from view. However, Huang Xiaolong did not head directly to Tianxin Mansion. Instead, he made his way to the Starry Sky Academy. Chapter 66. A stalemate. Upon entering the vast square of the Starry Sky Academy, Huang Xiaolong encountered Li Lu. Xiaolong, Li Lu exclaimed joyfully from a distance, rushing toward him and embracing him as she had done in the past. Observing the curious gazes of the passing students and faculty, Huang Xiaolong could only manage a wry smile. All right, others are watching, he remarked. Only then did Li Lu release him. Months had passed since their last meeting, and Li Lu had grown taller, her delicate features becoming even more enchanting. Her smile revealed charming dimples, and her bright eyes sparkled playfully beneath her elegantly arched brows. Feeling Huang Xiaolong and Appo's gaze upon her, Li Lu and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head shyly. Xiaolong, the class and year competitions are tomorrow. Be cautious of Jiang Tong, Li Lu warned, lifting her gaze. After you severely injured him last time, the principal and vice principal healed him. He has been training fervently these past few months, and his strength has risen rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the late 4th stage. The pinnacle of the late 4th stage? Huang Xiaolong replied, somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Jiang Tong would reach such a level. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he spotted Jiang Tong approaching with a group of followers in the distance. Li Lu turned to see Jiang Tong, and her expression changed. She instinctively moved behind Huang Xiaolong, evidently wary of him. Observing her reaction, Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow. Jiang Tong approached, casting a glance at Li Lu before smirking at Huang Xiaolong. I just heard someone say you were back, and I didn't believe it until now. Tomorrow is the class competition, Huang Xiaolong, and this time, I will make you regret it, thoroughly regret it. He pointed at Li Lu, his eyes gleaming with malice. Tomorrow, I shall see if you can save her again like last time. His eyes glinted with a murderous intent, revealing the depth of his hatred for Huang Xiaolong. The last time they had stood here, Huang Xiaolong had defeated him before an audience, turning the so-called genius of the academy into a subject of ridicule. For 5 months, he had endured mockery and scorn, fueling his desire for revenge against Huang Xiaolong and everything associated with him. In his relentless training for the year-end class competition, he was determined to humiliate Huang Xiaolong before everyone. Unmoved by Jiang Tong's animosity, Huang Xiaolong replied coolly, tomorrow? There is no need to wait. Summon your feeble feline martial spirit now. The crowd accompanying Jiang Tong exchanged incredulous glances at his remark. Jiang Tong and Appo's face flushed with anger, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Very well, Huang Xiaolong. Since you insist, I shall not wait until tomorrow. I will cripple you now. With that, he unleashed a surge of radiant battle energy. Summoning his martial spirit, the radiant holy tiger. His aura intensified, climbing through the 4th stage, mid-stage, late stage, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the late 4th stage. Suddenly, his power surged once more, astonishingly breaking through to the 5th stage. The crowd gasped in disbelief, including Li Lu. While rumors had circulated that Jiang Tong had reached the pinnacle of the late 4th stage, none had known he had actually broken through to the 5th stage. Jiang Tong reveled in the shock and awe around him, having consumed a precious family herb to force his advancement, all to reclaim his honor in front of the academy. Huang Xiaolong, are you shocked that I have reached the 5th stage? Jiang Tong sneered. I do not believe you can also break through to the 5th stage. Typically, even with a top-tier martial spirit at level 11, it would be challenging for Huang Xiaolong to reach the 5th stage in just 5 months. Jiang Tong was convinced that Huang Xiaolong could only achieve such a feat by consuming rare elixirs, which seemed unlikely. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Jiang Tong declared, last time, you struck me 15 times. This time, I will return the favor, 30 times, no, 100 times. He leapt into the air, launching a strike at Huang Xiaolong, filled with the resentment he had harbored for 5 months. Tiger Flame Palm. The Tiger King emerges. A colossal tiger accompanied his palm strike, tearing through the air. In a distant corner, Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu observed in astonishment, having not anticipated Jiang Teng and Amp Oppo's breakthrough before the class competition. They had arrived earlier to witness the unfolding events, but had no intention of intervening. Jiang Teng has truly exceeded our expectations, breaking through to the 5th stage in just 5 months. I initially thought Huang Xiaolong would easily claim first place in the freshman competition, but now it seems uncertain, Xiong Chu remarked. Sun Zhang and Oppo's gaze deepened as he said, I have always been curious about what martial spirit Huang Xiaolong possesses. With Jiang Teng and Oppo's breakthrough, Huang Xiaolong will likely be compelled to reveal his martial spirit. Principal, who do you think will win this time? Xiong Chu inquired. Sun Zhang pondered for a moment before responding, it should be a stalemate. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong stood his ground, watching Jiang Teng and Oppo's palm strike approach with icy resolve. He made no move, merely pressing his palm against the air, countering with a soft yet powerful force that met Jiang Teng's tiger flame palm. Suspended midair, Jiang Teng suddenly sensed an overwhelming force crashing toward him like a tidal wave. With a thunderous explosion, he was sent reeling backward, crashing into the ground. Seizing the moment before Jiang Teng could land, Huang Xiaolong swiftly appeared above him, his eyes glinting coldly as he struck down with renewed force. Stop! Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu shouted in alarm, rushing forward, but they were too late. Huang Xiaolong and Oppo's palm struck Jiang Teng and Oppo's chest with a resounding thud, sending him plummeting to the ground. The entire square trembled, the surrounding starry stones cracking under the impact, leaving a shocking scene in their wake. Jiang Teng lay there like a defeated animal, twitching and gasping for breath. As Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu descended, their expressions changed drastically upon seeing Jiang Teng and Amp Oppo's pitiful state. They hurried to aid him, channeling their battle energy into his body as they had done before. The onlooking students and faculty stared at Huang Xiaolong in fear. Several of Jiang Teng's close companions fled in panic, unwilling to remain in the vicinity. After delivering a crushing blow to Jiang Teng, Huang Xiaolong landed gracefully, coldly regarding his opponent. This time, he had held nothing back. He intended to make Jiang Teng fully comprehend the chasm that lay between them, ensuring that he would no longer act arrogantly in his presence. Chapter 67. The grade competition begins on the side. Li Lu stood in a daze, watching Jiang Teng convulsing on the ground after being struck by Huang Xiaolong. For a long time, she remained unresponsive. Huang Xiaolong and Amp Oppo's strength had reached such an astonishing level. Over the past 5 months, she had diligently trained, thinking she had narrowed the gap between them, only to realize now that the disparity was far greater than she had imagined. At this moment, Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu ceased their input of fighting spirit and stood up, wiping the sweat from their brows. Fortunately, they reacted quickly this time. Otherwise, if Huang Xiaolong had unleashed a flurry of strikes like before, Jiang Teng would have truly been incapacitated. The two exchanged bitter smiles. Initially, they believed it would be a draw, yet unexpectedly, it was a single blow that decided the outcome. In front of Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Teng was defeated in an instant. A crushing defeat. Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu gazed at Huang Xiaolong with complex expressions. This young lad had provided them with an overwhelming surprise. Fortunately, their hearts were not too weak. Well, little dragon, your strikes are rather heavy-handed, Sun Zhang chuckled. Huang Xiaolong appeared indifferent. If they're and Amp Oppo's nothing else, I and Amp Oppo's take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away. Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu opened their mouths, wanting to say something to Huang Xiaolong, but ultimately found themselves at a loss for words, watching as he departed with Li Lu. Once Huang Xiaolong and Amp Oppo's figure vanished, the two exchanged a knowing smile. As Huang Xiaolong disappeared, Xiong Meiqi slowly stepped out from a corner of the square, her expression complex as she watched the direction he had taken. Like Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, she had actually arrived at the square long ago. After Huang Xiaolong and Li Lu left the academy, they made their way back to Tianxin Mansion. On the way, Li Lu, recovering from her shock, excitedly recounted the events of the past 5 months to Huang Xiaolong, sharing amusing anecdotes from the academy. Huang Xiaolong, observing the cheerful smile on Li Lu's face revealing her dimples, chuckled softly. He enjoyed seeing her joy. Before long, they arrived at Tianxin Mansion. Young master, you and Amp Oppo's back. Upon Huang Xiaolong and Amp Oppo's return, Fei Ho, who had just exited the mansion, was overjoyed to see him and hurriedly greeted him. Huang Xiaolong approached, patting Fei Ho and Appo's shoulder with a smile. "I'm back. Let us go inside and talk." Once in the hall, the three took their seats. Huang Xiaolong inquired about the happenings in Tianxian Mansion over the past few months, and Fei Ho responded in detail. According to him, during these 5 months, he had carefully selected several slaves from the market, including the orc Bolin. Now, there were a total of 68 servants in Tianxian Mansion, and under his guidance, each had developed a certain foundation in the Luohan fist taught by Huang Xiaolong. These servants were purchased with a basic fighting spirit. And after 5 months of training under Fei Ho, those with weaker abilities were comparable to 5th-tier warriors, while the strongest, the orc Bolin, possessed strength akin to that of a 6th-tier warrior. Huang Xiaolong nodded in satisfaction as he listened to Fei Ho and Appo's report. At this moment, Fei Ho hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young master, tomorrow is your academy and Appo's grade competition. I've gathered information. And the strongest in your first-year class is named Lu Kai. This Lu Kai is exceptionally strong. He reached the peak of the 6th tier over a year ago and is likely to have broken through to the 7th tier by now." "Lu Kai?" Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow. 7th tier? Below the 10th tier, there are 2 critical thresholds, the 4th tier and the 7th tier. Once one breaks through the 7th tier, their strength can change dramatically, far surpassing that of a peak 6th-tier warrior. If Lu Kai has indeed broken through to the 7th tier, the competition tomorrow could present some challenges. Indeed, little dragon. I've often heard our teacher Xiong Meichi speak of this Lu Kai. 3 years ago, after reaching the peak of the 6th tier, he has consistently held the title of first in our first-year class. For 3 years, he has never lost in the grade competition. Moreover, he is also the prince of the Luotong Kingdom. Li Lu added. "Oh, the prince of the Luotong Kingdom?" Huang Xiaolong expressed surprise. "Yes, young master." Fei Ho continued. "This Lu Kai is highly regarded by King Lu Zhou of Luotong. I've also heard that King Lu Zhou will personally attend the competition tomorrow." The fact that King Lu Zhou would personally attend the competition astonished Huang Xiaolong. It was clear that the king placed significant importance on his son. Fei Ho then remarked, "Moreover, this Lu Kai has a connection to you, young master. 5 months ago, you made a wager with Zhong Yuan. If you were to win first in the grade competition, Sun Zhong would expel him. And Lu Kai is the son of Princess Zhong." The son of Princess Zhong. Huang Xiaolong suddenly understood. Princess Zhong, who was Zhong Yuan's sister, meant that Lu Kai was Zhong Yuan and Appo's nephew, making Zhong Yuan Lu Kai and Appo's uncle. Lu Kai. Huang Xiaolong silently repeated the name. 7th tier? It seems that tomorrow and Appo's grade competition will be quite intriguing. Young master, it's worth noting that it and Appo's nothing to worry if you can and Appo's secure first place this year. You are only 10 years old, while Lu Kai is already 19. Fei Ho, seeing Huang Xiaolong deep in thought, offered words of comfort. Believing Huang Xiaolong was concerned about the upcoming competition. The master's talent was extraordinary, and his strength was formidable. But Fei Ho felt it would be quite challenging for Huang Xiaolong to defeat a 7th-tier warrior at this stage. At Huang Xiaolong and Appo's response, he chuckled and waved his hand, then inquired about Fei Ho and Appo's progress with the Thunderwater technique. Fei Ho provided detailed answers. "By the way, I have something for you." After a moment, Huang Xiaolong recalled and took out 10 iron fruits. "This is iron fruit." Fei Ho was taken aback as he looked at the iron fruits Huang Xiaolong had produced. While Li Lu's eyes widened in surprise. "Indeed, it is iron fruit," Huang Xiaolong smiled. "This little guy found it during our training in the Silver Moon Forest." At this moment, the spirit-devouring purple monkey squeaked excitedly, gesturing with its hands, clearly showing off to Fei Ho and Li Lu. Seeing the adorable antics of the spirit-devouring purple monkey, both Fei Ho and Li Lu couldn't and Appo's help but laugh. Finding iron fruits was indeed something to be proud of. Huang Xiaolong distributed 5 iron fruits each to Fei Ho and Li Lu. After a while, Fei Ho and Li Lu left the hall, while Huang Xiaolong returned to his small courtyard to practice the Shura sword technique and Shura ghost claw. Before long, Marshal Haoyan learned of Huang Xiaolong and Appo's return from the Silver Moon Forest and visited Tianxian Mansion. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, he expressed his concerns regarding Lu Kai, reflecting the apprehension shared by the Academy and Appo's teachers and students. as well as by Fei Ho and Hao Yin themselves. Regarding Huang Xiaolong and Appo's chances of claiming the top spot in the competition. After Marshal Hao Yin departed, Huang Xiaolong contemplated the situation. Night gradually descended, and the moonlight enveloped the earth. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, the twin dragons continuously devouring the ethereal nether miasma. As night passed, the sun rose, and the Starry Sky Academy finally welcomed its annual grand event. The year-end competition for all classes and grades had arrived. Chapter 68. King Lu Zhu on a sunlit day. As Huang Xiaolong emerged from his chamber, Fei Ho awaited him with utmost respect. Upon their arrival at the academy, accompanied by Marshal Wang Ning and others, they were greeted by a bustling crowd. Today marked the academy and Appo's class and grade competitions, a grand event for the institution, which had graciously permitted students to bring their families and servants to witness the contests, albeit limited to 5 attendees per individual. Upon entering, Huang Xiaolong and his companions made their way directly to the academy and Appo's sanctuary, where the annual competitions traditionally took place. The sanctuary of Starry Sky Academy was several times larger than the preceding square, accommodating tens of thousands without feeling crowded. Is that Huang Xiaolong, the new student of this cohort? I heard that Jiang Teng broke through to the 5th level, and just yesterday, he nearly incapacitated him. As Huang Xiaolong arrived, the hall buzzed with excitement. He was now a renowned figure within the academy, recognizable not only by freshers, but also by many seniors and instructors. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Huang Xiaolong proceeded to a corner of the hall. Xiaolong, a delighted voice called out, and he turned to see Li Lu rushing towards him, her face alight with joy. Huang Xiaolong smiled in return. I heard not only the king, but also Marshal Hao Yin will be attending the matches. Marshal Hao Yin too? They say that the extraordinarily gifted Huang Xiaolong is the illegitimate son of Marshal Hao Yin. I wonder if it's true. The crowd continued to speculate, and Huang Xiaolong, overhearing their discussions, could not help but smile wryly. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze upon him and turned to find Zhong Yuan in the distance. Beside Zhong Yuan stood a tall, striking young man of about 18 or 19, surrounded by sycophantic students and teachers. This young man was none other than Prince Lu Kai, reputedly the strongest student of the first year. As Lu Kai and Appo's gaze met Huang Xiaolong and Appo's, he spoke, "Is that him? The Huang Xiaolong?" "Indeed, that is he," Zhong Yuan promptly responded. Lu Kai nodded, his expression indifferent and composed. As time passed, the sanctuary filled to capacity, and soon, a loud voice echoed from outside. "The king, the marshal, and the dean have arrived." King Lu Zhe, Marshal Hao Yin, and Dean Sun Zhang entered together. The middle-aged man, clad in a light yellow dragon robe, accompanied by a retinue of royal guards, was undoubtedly King Lu Zhe, with Marshal Hao Yin and Dean Sun Zhang following closely behind. Upon the king and Appo's arrival, the crowd hastily bowed, their shouts resounding. Please rise, everyone." King Lu Zhe gestured for them to stand as he took his seat upon the grand dragon throne, with Hao Yin and Sun Zhang flanking him. Once seated, the other dukes and generals settled into their respective places. Not long after, Dean Sun Zhang stood and began outlining the rules and rewards for the class, grade, and academy competitions. When he mentioned the rewards, his voice rose. In addition to the usual prizes, the king has offered an additional 1 million gold coins and a set of beginner-level Earth-grade martial arts for each first-place student. 1 million gold coins. Earth-grade martial arts. The crowd erupted in excitement, their eyes alight with fervor. Even Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. 1 million gold coins was no trivial sum. And Earth-grade martial arts were virtually unattainable in Lutong City, even for the wealthy. Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes. If he were to secure first place in his year, combined with the Earth-grade combat technique that Sun Zhang had promised him, he would possess both an Earth-grade martial art and a combat technique. While he did not require them for himself, he could bestow them upon his parents and siblings. Of course, acquiring additional combat techniques would be advantageous for him. And now, let the competitions commence. Sun Zhang surveyed the assembly before declaring. As his words echoed, a brief silence fell over the hall, followed by the commencement of the contests across various classes. Starry Sky Academy comprised 3 grades, and the competitions were divided into 3 major regions. However, only the first-place winners from each class would qualify to compete for the grade championship, necessitating preliminary contests among the classes. The first-year classes numbered 14, with Huang Xiaolong and Appo's S class being the 14th class. The class competitions did not follow an elimination format. Instead, each class's homeroom teacher would nominate the 2 strongest students for the contests. The victor would be deemed the class champion, though any student could challenge the champion if they disagreed. In the 14th class, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Teng were widely acknowledged as the strongest. However, after Huang Xiaolong had nearly incapacitated Jiang Teng the previous day, the latter's injuries would take at least 10 days to heal. Consequently, Bear Meichi could only nominate Huang Xiaolong and another student named Chen Tong. Yet, Chen Tong had only just broken through to the 4th level and promptly conceded upon stepping onto the stage. The audience was astonished but not surprised, if even Jiang Teng, with his exceptional 11th level martial soul, had been nearly defeated by Huang Xiaolong. How could a mere 4th level student like Chen Tong stand a chance? Chen Tong and Appo's S concession was a testament to his self-awareness. With Chen Tong and Appo's S surrender, no freshman from the 14th class dared to challenge Huang Xiaolong, allowing him to claim the title of class champion without lifting a finger. When Bear Meichi announced Huang Xiaolong and Appo's S victory, she regarded him with a complex expression. Among the 14 first-year classes, Huang Xiaolong was the first to achieve this honor. The remaining 13 classes were still engaged in their competitions, and as the results were announced, many turned to glance in their direction, generating a low hum of conversation throughout the hall. On the dais, King Luzha also took note of Huang Xiaolong. Turning to Marshal Hao Yin with a smile, "Is that Huang Xiaolong? Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Hao Yin, when we were about 10 years old, weren't we only at the 4th level as well?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," Marshal Hao Yin responded with a chuckle. Luzha nodded, then glanced at his son, Lu Kai. His eyes filled with affection. "I've heard that Huang Xiaolong has wagered with Zhong Yuan to secure 1st place in the grade competition. Perhaps he will even contend with my son for the title." While Luzha spoke lightly, his demeanor suggested he did not genuinely believe Huang Xiaolong could rival his son. After the class competitions, the 1st place winners would be grouped by drawing lots for subsequent rounds, ultimately determining the grade champion. To Luzha, it seemed unlikely that Huang Xiaolong would have a chance to face his son, as he would likely be eliminated before they could meet. Marshal Hao Yin, perceiving the king and Appo's thoughts, simply smiled without comment. After some time, the 1st place from each of the 14 first-year classes was determined, and with the class champions established, the competition for the grade title was set to commence. Chapter 69. Not necessarily now. I invite the first representatives from each 1st grade class to draw lots for the competition, declared Vice Dean Xiong Chu as he stood up from the podium. Huang Xiaolong and 13 others stepped forward to draw their lots. Huang Xiaolong drew number 4, which meant his opponent was the 1st of class 4, a young man named Yang Mingwei. At 17 years of age, Yang Mingwei had entered the academy 8 years prior and had already reached the late 6th stage. 6th stage. Li Lu and Appo's S expression changed upon seeing Huang Xiaolong had drawn number 4. "Xiaolong, wait, perhaps you should," she said, her concern evident as she struggled to find the right words. "Don and Appo's, worry," Huang Xiaolong replied with a smile, fully aware of her apprehensions. After reassuring her with a comforting glance, he stepped onto the stage alongside Yang Mingwei. As they took their positions, Yang Mingwei, with his fair complexion and handsome features, looked at Huang Xiaolong and said, "So, you are Huang Xiaolong? I didn't and Appo's expect my first opponent to be you. I heard that yesterday. You nearly incapacitated Jiang Teng with a single palm, but you are still no match for me. You might as well concede. Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong replied nonchalantly. He could tell that Yang Mingwei meant well, advising him to concede out of concern. "Go ahead and make your move," he urged. Yang Mingwei hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Since you remain undeterred, very well, I shall strike now. Be careful." With that, he unleashed his full energy, his figure flashing forward as he delivered a powerful punch aimed at Huang Xiaolong and Appo's chest. In response, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and executed a Luohan fist. With a resounding impact, Yang Mingwei staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. The crowd fell into stunned silence. "You, 6th stage? How is that possible?" Yang Mingwei stared incredulously at Huang Xiaolong, shaking his right arm, which tingled from the recent impact. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, murmurs of astonishment rippling through the audience. Huang Xiaolong had reached the 6th stage at such a young age. Even Yang Mingwei had been forced back. Even on the podium, King Lu Jia, along with Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, wore expressions of shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu's eyes widened, their mouths agape in utter astonishment. Just yesterday, Huang Xiaolong had defeated Jiang Tong, leaving them in awe, but they had assumed Huang Xiaolong was merely at the peak of the late 5th stage. Now, he had actually repelled Yang Mingwei, who was at the late 6th stage. What did this mean? After their initial shock, Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu trembled with excitement, feeling an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace Huang Xiaolong. As the crowd processed the astonishing turn of events, Huang Xiaolong turned to Yang Mingwei and said, "You should use your full strength." He had noticed that Yang Mingwei had not fought with all his might. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily pushed back. Yang Mingwei regarded Huang Xiaolong with newfound seriousness. The earlier disdain completely vanished. "Very well, I retract my earlier statement. You have proven yourself worthy of being my opponent. Huang Xiaolong, I will unleash my full power against you, and I hope you will do the same." With that, Yang Mingwei summoned his martial soul, a towering figure clad in crimson golden armor, who sat cross-legged behind him. This was the manifestation of his martial soul, a being from an ancient race known as the Immovable King. It was said that many races were abandoned by the divine beings in ancient times, and the Immovable King was one of them. Racial martial souls are a class of martial souls, generally regarded as superior. Yang Mingwei's Immovable King was a top-tier martial soul of the 10th level. Of course, among the 14 first-grade classes, each class and amp, Oppos, S top student typically possessed a martial soul of the 10th level or higher. Otherwise, they would not have attained the top position in their class. As Yang Mingwei called forth the Immovable King, a golden circle materialized behind him. In an instant, he lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch toward Huang Xiaolong. In response, Huang Xiaolong swiftly countered, and their fists collided. The surge of energy sent shockwaves through the air. Once again, Yang Mingwei found himself pushed back several steps. The spectators gasped, taken aback by the display. Those with the Immovable King martial soul, once summoned, possessed superior physical strength and defense compared to others of the same stage. Yet Huang Xiaolong had still managed to push him back. Did this mean Huang Xiaolong's physical prowess exceeded that of Yang Mingwei? Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong had yet to summon his own martial soul. After forcing Yang Mingwei back again, Huang Xiaolong swiftly closed the distance, delivering a palm strike aimed at Yang Mingwei's chest. As Huang Xiaolong's palm connected, Yang Mingwei and Amp, Oppo's eyes glimmered with a flash of gold, and the golden circle behind him flared to life, spinning around him to form a defensive barrier. Huang Xiaolong's palm strike met the golden barrier with the force of an indestructible wall. "You cannot break through my defense," Yang Mingwei declared. "Only someone at the 7th stage can penetrate my Immovable King barrier." The Immovable King barrier was Yang Mingwei's signature soul technique, and with his current strength, only a 7th stage opponent could hope to breach it. Break through? Perhaps not, Huang Xiaolong replied, his expression unfazed. With a sudden thrust of his palm, an unexpected and powerful force surged through the Immovable King barrier, penetrating into Yang Mingwei and Amp, Oppo's body. Yang Mingwei and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in shock as his body jolted backward, retreating until he reached the edge of the stage, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The audience erupted in chaos. What kind of martial technique is this? How could you breach my Immovable King barrier? Yang Mingwei exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. This was the terrifying aspect of the Mian Palm. Even when separated by 2 walls, its power could still send an opponent flying without causing any damage to the barriers. Huang Xiaolong offered no response, his figure flashing again as he approached Yang Mingwei once more. He struck again, and Yang Mingwei, startled, attempted to evade but was struck by Huang Xiaolong's palm, sending him crashing down to the ground. Yang Mingwei has been defeated. The crowd stared in disbelief at the fallen figure, struggling to comprehend the outcome. After a moment, uproarious excitement filled the air. Yang Mingwei had lost. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had achieved victory with such ease, without even summoning his martial soul. Chapter 70. Unwilling to concede defeat, Yang Mingwei remained motionless on the platform for an extended duration, oblivious to the clamor of the surrounding crowd. His gaze fixated on the golden halo of the Immovable King that encircled him. His vaunted Immovable King halo had proven utterly ineffective against Huang Xiaolong, a reality he struggled to comprehend. Yang Mingwei and Oppo's countenance underwent a series of transformations. Huang Xiaolong had prevailed in this contest. It was only when the presiding instructor announced the verdict that Yang Mingwei regained his composure. He regarded Huang Xiaolong with a complex expression and declared, "I concede defeat for now, but I vow to vanquish you in the next year and Appos as competition." Next year? Huang Xiaolong responded with an air of indifference, shaking his head. Given Huang Xiaolong's rate of cultivation, he would likely ascend to the 7th level by the following year, thereby advancing to the 2nd grade. Consequently, Yang Mingwei, who would remain in the 1st grade, would have no opportunity to confront Huang Xiaolong. However, Yang Mingwei misinterpreted Huang Xiaolong's gesture, presuming it to be a sign of disdain for his challenge. "Huang Xiaolong, what do you mean by that?" Yang Mingwei retorted, incensed. Huang Xiaolong turned and descended from the platform, stating, "We shall see when you advance to the 2nd grade next year." Yang Mingwei was taken aback, staring blankly at Huang Xiaolong and Appos' departing figure. "Advance to the 2nd grade next year. Is that what Huang Xiaolong meant?" Yang Mingwei and Appos' eyes widened in astonishment. On the dais, King Luzhu observed Huang Xiaolong and Appos' silhouette and remarked to Marshal Haotian, "Huang Xiaolong and Appos' strength has surpassed my expectations. It is truly beyond my anticipation. I, too, am somewhat taken aback." Marshal Haotian responded with a smile. He was aware that Huang Xiaolong had broken through to the 6th level, but the power Huang Xiaolong had displayed earlier had startled him. He had initially anticipated that the sect leader would have to engage in a protracted and arduous battle to emerge victorious. But he was astounded by the ease with which he had triumphed. Huang Xiaolong's effortless defeat of Yang Mingwei had also surprised and astonished Fei Hou. Shortly after Huang Xiaolong's victory over Yang Mingwei, the results of the other 12 first-year students' contests were swiftly determined. However, as there were 7 participants in this round, one individual would advance to the next round without having to compete. This individual was not selected through a lottery, but rather by Vice Dean Xiong Chu's direct decision. Xiong Chu designated Lu Kai. Lu Kai was widely regarded as the most formidable student in the 1st grade, and Xiong Chu's decision to grant him direct passage to the next round was met with no opposition. Huang Xiaolong drew the number 6 in this round. Number 6, Hu Dong from class 6 of the 1st grade, was weaker than Yang Mingwei, possessing a mid-6th level peak cultivation. Hence, the outcome was predictable. Like Yang Mingwei, Huang Xiaolong easily defeated him. Standing beneath the platform, Lu Kai observed Huang Xiaolong and Appos' contest against Hu Dong with a serene expression that belied his inner thoughts. Beneath his composed exterior, he was equally astonished. Like his father, Lu Jia, he had initially believed that Huang Xiaolong would not have the opportunity to face him, as he would be eliminated along the way. However, even Yang Mingwei had proven no match for Huang Xiaolong. Lu Kai and Appos' emotions were complex. Among the dozens of princes in the Luotong kingdom, his talent was undoubtedly the most exceptional, and he was his father and Appos' favorite. However, the talent he had once taken pride in paled in comparison to Huang Xiaolong. Standing behind Lu Kai, Zhong Yuan and Appos' countenance was somber and unsightly as he watched Huang Xiaolong defeat Yang Mingwei and Hu Dong in succession. After a while, the 2nd round of contests concluded, and Huang Xiaolong and the other 2 advanced to the 3rd round, where they would draw lots to determine their matchups. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Huang Xiaolong drew number 3, Chen Chong, in the 3rd round, avoiding a confrontation with Lu Kai. However, Chen Chong was also a formidable opponent, widely recognized as the 2nd strongest student in the 1st grade, second only to Lu Kai. He possessed a late 6th level peak cultivation, and his martial spirit, like Yang Mingwei's, was a top-tier 10th grade martial spirit, a long-armed water ape. Although Chen Chong was significantly stronger than Yang Mingwei, Huang Xiaolong effortlessly defeated him without summoning his martial spirit. The sight of Chen Chong falling to Huang Xiaolong sent shockwaves through the crowd, who were stunned beyond belief. Ultimately, Huang Xiaolong and Lu Kai advanced to the next round, meaning they would vie for the title of 1st place in the 1st grade. No one had anticipated that Huang Xiaolong would be the one to contend for 1st place against Lu Kai. In the days leading up to the competition, students and teachers from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades had speculated about the 1st grade rankings, with everyone agreeing that only Chen Chong had the potential to challenge Lu Kai for the top spot. However, now it was Huang Xiaolong, a newcomer to the academy. Standing on the platform, Huang Xiaolong and Lu Kai faced each other. They stared intently at one another, neither uttering a word. Below the platform, Everyone felt a sense of inexplicable tension, and the hall fell silent. Li Lu fixed her gaze on Huang Xiaolong and Lu Kai on the platform. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, her palms damp with perspiration. "You have surprised me," Lu Kai finally said, breaking the silence. "However, you should also be aware that you cannot defeat me. Therefore, you should concede defeat." Huang Xiaolong responded calmly. "Earlier, Yang Mingwei also urged me to concede defeat. However, the result was his crushing defeat." Lu Kai understood the implication of Huang Xiaolong's words. He did not become angry but smiled and said, "However, I am not Yang Mingwei." As he spoke, he unleashed his full power without reservation, releasing an aura that was several times stronger than that of Yang Mingwei and Qin Chang, engulfing the surroundings. 7th level. Prince Lu Kai has indeed broken through to the 7th level. With Prince Lu Kai and Amp Oppo's 7th level strength, the first place in the first grade is undoubtedly his. I refuse to believe that Huang Xiaolong can still defeat Prince Lu Kai. If I were him, I would have conceded defeat upon witnessing Prince Lu Kai and Amp Oppo's 7th level strength. Huang Xiaolong is simply stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. The crowd below erupted in shock and discussion. Of course, some who envied Huang Xiaolong's talent could not resist making disparaging remarks. Ignoring the taunts of the crowd, Huang Xiaolong calmly observed Lu Kai, who was unleashing his battle chi. 7th level? However, Huang Xiaolong had anticipated Lu Kai's breakthrough, so he was neither surprised nor astonished. "What do you say? Do you still wish to fight?" Lu Kai asked, looking at Huang Xiaolong. "Begin," Huang Xiaolong said calmly. Lu Kai was taken aback. Even after witnessing his 7th level strength, Huang Xiaolong still dared to challenge him? Huang Xiaolong's strength was indeed formidable, but he and the others could see that Huang Xiaolong's battle chi was only at the mid-6th level peak. The 7th level was a watershed moment. Even the strongest 6th level expert could not defeat a 7th level expert. This was a universally accepted truth in the world of martial spirits. Did Huang Xiaolong intend to defy this universally accepted truth with his mid-6th level peak strength? Lu Kai stared at Huang Xiaolong. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Since you are unwilling to concede defeat, I shall take action myself." With that, he summoned his martial spirit. Chapter 71. Summon your martial soul. With radiant golden light shooting forth from Lu Kai, a colossal phantom materialized above him. A magnificent beast, resembling an eagle, a phoenix, and a dragon, emerged before the onlookers, exuding a formidable aura and pressure that swept through the air like a tempest. The Tianpeng. Prince Lu Kai's martial soul was, astonishingly, the Tianpeng, the very same martial soul possessed by the first king of our nation, Lu Tong. The crowd surrounding them was utterly astounded by Lu Kai's summoned martial soul. Huang Xiaolong was equally surprised. The Tianpeng was among the most powerful of the top-tier martial souls. It was said to be a descendant of the ancient heavenly dragon, bearing its bloodline. However, Huang Xiaolong noted that Lu Kai's Tianpeng was somewhat different from the legendary version. The traditional Tianpeng martial soul had but 2 wings, whereas Lu Kai's had 4, each adorned with glimmering golden flecks, a detail absent from the classic representation. A mutation. Huang Xiaolong's mind raced. Lu Kai and Oppo's Tianpeng martial soul was a mutated one. Originally a top-tier martial soul, a mutation elevated it to the realm of a super martial soul, potentially surpassing even the 11th tier. He could hardly believe that Lu Kai's martial soul was a mutated Tianpeng. As Lu Kai summoned his martial soul, his entire demeanor transformed, and a whistling sound akin to rushing wind enveloped him. The air around him shimmered with a greenish hue, a stark contrast to the usual colorless wind. Huang Xiaolong and Oppo's expression turned grave. He understood that Lu Kai and Oppo's next strike would be an onslaught akin to a thunderstorm. Huang Xiaolong, if you can withstand this strike, you may contend for first place. However, should you fail to endure it, you shall forfeit your right to compete. Lu Kai and Oppo's voice rang out coolly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. In that moment, both Huang Xiaolong and the surrounding spectators were struck by the sheer speed of Lu Kai. He moved with such swiftness that the space around him merely echoed a fleeting green shadow. Yet, just as Lu Kai and Oppo's fist connected with Huang Xiaolong, the latter flickered and glided across the stage, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Lu Kai's blow struck only the vacant air where Huang Xiaolong had just been. Lu Kai, brimming with confidence, was momentarily taken aback. As a 7th-tier powerhouse, even without fully manifesting his martial soul, his speed surpassed that of most in his rank. Yet, he had failed to land a hit on Huang Xiaolong. The astonishment was palpable. What technique had Huang Xiaolong employed to evade Lu Kai and Amp, Apos, attack? Was it his innate soul skill? Even those seated on the platform, the king, Lu Zhe, Marshal Haoyin, Dean Sunzhong, and others, were taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's speed, which seemed to match that of Lu Kai. Indeed, Huang Xiaolong had utilized his innate soul skill, Shadow Flicker. When he first broke through to the 4th tier, his martial soul underwent a transformation, allowing Shadow Flicker to enhance his speed by approximately 1/3. Now, at the pinnacle of the mid-6th tier, this technique elevated his speed by 2/3. Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos, prowess already surpassed that of a peak 6th-tier warrior, and with this enhancement, his agility rivaled that of the 7th-tier Lu Kai. Seeing his strike miss, Lu Kai, after a moment of surprise, did not immediately attack again. Instead, he regarded Huang Xiaolong with newfound respect. "You are stronger than I anticipated. Since you evaded my earlier strike, you now possess the right to contend for first place." He paused, then continued, "However, that is merely a qualification. Prepare yourself for the tempest of my assaults. Let us see how many times you can evade." With that, Lu Kai vanished once more, a streak of blue light darting through the air. His speed noticeably increased. He unleashed a punch that shattered the air, creating a blade of azure wind. Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos, gaze sharpened as he faced the incoming force. There was no time to evade. He was left with no choice but to meet it head-on. Channeling his inner energy, he executed a Buddha and Amp, Apos, fist, his 9 nether energies surging forth. The collision was explosive. Huang Xiaolong and Lu Kai were both jolted back by the impact, Lu Kai retreating 3 steps, while Huang Xiaolong staggered back 5. Lu Kai gasped in surprise, unable to believe that Huang Xiaolong had withstood his punch. The onlookers were equally astonished. The power of a 7th-tier warrior's energy was known to exceed that of even the strongest 6th-tier warriors by a significant margin. Yet Huang Xiaolong had managed to absorb Lu Kai and Amp, Apos, attack directly, though Huang Xiaolong had retreated further. The mere fact that he could withstand such force was nothing short of remarkable. Among the spectators, Chen Chang, previously regarded as the 2nd most powerful first-year student, felt his earlier disdain for Huang Xiaolong dissipate. Witnessing Huang Xiaolong withstand Lu Kai and Amp, Apos, punch made it clear to him that he could never have endured such a blow. Who would have thought Huang Xiaolong and Amp, Apos, physical strength to be so formidable, and his energy rank so high? King Lu Zhe remarked from the platform. The experts present quickly discerned that Huang Xiaolong and Apos' physical prowess exceeded that of peak 6th-tier warriors, and his energy rank was exceptionally high. Otherwise, he could not have withstood Lu Kai and Apos' punch. It appears that for Kai and Apos, to triumph over Huang Xiaolong, he must undergo soul manifestation, King Lu Zhe added. "Indeed, your majesty," a duke remarked, rising with a smile. "Once the prince manifests his soul, Huang Xiaolong will stand no chance against his attacks." Others echoed his sentiments. Marshal Haoyin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the duel unfolding before him. At that moment, Lu Kai transformed into a flurry of blue light, continuously attacking with relentless vigor. As he had proclaimed, the ensuing onslaught was indeed a tempest. Yet, much to everyone's astonishment, no matter how fierce Lu Kai's attacks became, Huang Xiaolong consistently managed to deflect or evade them. Despite appearing unable to counterattack, Huang Xiaolong's composure and tranquility sparked doubt in the minds of the spectators. After a relentless barrage of dozens of strikes, Lu Kai abruptly halted. Furrowing his brow, he realized that if he continued this way, it would likely take him half an hour to defeat Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, it is time for you to summon your martial soul," Lu Kai declared, fixing his gaze upon him. "Once I manifest my soul, you will find it impossible to withstand my assaults." Like the rest, he was curious about Huang Xiaolong's martial soul, wondering if it truly was the rumored top-tier 11th-ranked martial soul. Chapter 72. The martial soul of Huang Xiaolong. After Lu Kai finished speaking, the Tianpeng martial soul vanished, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his body, instantly transforming him. Upon this transformation, Lu Kai was enveloped in a layer of fur armor identical to that of the Tianpeng, his eyebrows gleaming with gold, while 4 wings sprouted from his back. With his soul transformed, Lu Kai's aura surged dramatically, reaching heights that threatened to breach the ceiling of the sacred hall. In an instant, as his four wings fluttered, a flash of azure light enveloped him, making it seem as though he had vanished from existence. Huang Xiaolong and Appo's eyes narrowed. He understood that Lu Kai had not truly disappeared, but rather his speed was so extraordinary that it created an illusion of absence. At that moment, the space before Huang Xiaolong trembled violently, followed by a thunderous roar, the sound produced by a formidable punch traveling at an incredible velocity. Without time for contemplation, Huang Xiaolong swiftly unleashed his innate soul technique, Shadow of the Wind, but he was a moment too late. Lu Kai's speed, now terrifyingly swift post-transformation, had already brought his fist crashing into Huang Xiaolong's chest. With a resounding impact, Huang Xiaolong staggered back, retreating several paces before regaining his footing, feeling a sharp, burning pain in his chest. This marked the first injury Huang Xiaolong had sustained since arriving in this world. Lu Kai, after landing the blow, did not follow up with further attacks. Instead, he gazed at Huang Xiaolong in astonishment, realizing that the latter had only been pushed back a few steps, seemingly only suffering surface-level wounds. Huang Xiaolong and Appo's physical defenses were astonishingly robust. Lu Kai, astonished, was mirrored by the reactions of those surrounding them. On the podium, King Lu Zhou and Appo's eyes flickered with contemplation. Meanwhile, Li Lu, though surprised, felt an intense tightening in her heart, her delicate features laden with worry. Huang Xiaolong, I warned you that after my transformation, you would be incapable of withstanding my assault. Lu Kai exclaimed, eyeing Huang Xiaolong. So what will it be? Are you not planning to summon your martial soul? All eyes turned to Huang Xiaolong, particularly those of Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, who were keen to discover whether Huang Xiaolong possessed a top-tier level 11 martial soul. Feeling the intense scrutiny from the crowd, Huang Xiaolong calmly regarded Lu Kai and slowly declared, since you were so eager to know about my martial soul, allow me to reveal it to you now. As he spoke, a profound silence enveloped the area, tension palpable in the air. Suddenly, a violent disturbance rippled through the atmosphere behind Huang Xiaolong, dark energies swirling forth. In a flash, a majestic black dragon hovered silently behind him, surveying the assembled multitude. An overwhelming aura of draconic power surged forth like a tempest. All present stood transfixed, gazing at the black dragon suspended behind Huang Xiaolong, motionless and silent, as if even their breaths had ceased. Whether it was King Lu Zhe, Sun Zhang, Xiong Chu on the podium, or Xiong Meiqi, Li Lu, and the previously defeated Qin Chang below, all were enraptured by the sight of the dragon's robust claws, its scales reminiscent of black iron, and its eyes radiating an air of immeasurable majesty. Lu Kai also stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on the black dragon. This is an ancient divine dragon, a true member of the dragon lineage, and a top-tier black dragon. A tremor of realization coursed through one of the academy's instructors, who spoke in a quivering voice. An ancient divine dragon, the pinnacle of the dragon clan. Instantly, the grand hall erupted in a cacophony of excitement, every onlooker expressing fervor, awe, and reverence towards the martial soul that existed only in legends, as though the black dragon belonged not to Huang Xiaolong, but to them. An ancient divine dragon. Even the weakest wind dragon is classified as a level 12 ordinary martial soul, while the black dragon stands as a premier member of the ancient dragon clan, categorized as a top-tier level 12. On the podium, Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu leapt to their feet, trembling with exhilaration. It is indeed an ancient divine dragon. The black dragon, Sun Zhang stammered. A top-tier level 12, not merely a level 11. The mere mention of a level 11 is astonishing. But to conceive of a level 12, what does that signify? As Xiong Chu contemplated the monumental accomplishments Huang Xiaolong could potentially achieve, his lips quivered as if he had consumed an immense quantity of chili peppers. In the over a millennium of history within the Duanjie Empire, Huang Xiaolong's talent could undoubtedly rank among the top 10. Moreover, it was evident to Xiong Chu and the others that Huang Xiaolong and Appo's black dragon martial soul was also a variant. The crowd was engulfed in shock and excitement. Except for two individuals, Martial Haoyan and Fei Ho. Is it possible that the master can independently summon dual dragon martial souls? They stared, wide-eyed, at the black dragon behind Huang Xiaolong, aware that he was a dual soul wielder, possessing not only the black dragon, but also a more formidable blue dragon. They exchanged glances. Realizing that Huang Xiaolong had just returned from training in the Silver Moon Forest and had not disclosed his ability to summon dual dragon martial souls. On the podium, after a prolonged state of astonishment, Lu Kai gradually regained his composure, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he regarded Huang Xiaolong, a potent jealousy brewing within him. I never imagined your martial soul would be an ancient divine dragon, the Black Dragon. Lu Kai suppressed his envy and spoke slowly. Yet, even so, it will not alter your inevitable defeat. Prepare yourself. I shall unleash my recently perfected martial technique, 100 Blade Slash. With that, Lu Kai slowly unsheathed the blade he had yet to employ, a resonant hum accompanying the motion. As the blade emerged, its surface gleamed with a chilling light. Adorned with the intricate carving of a fierce beast with blood-red eyes and formidable fangs, evoking trepidation. This was the royal family and Apos' heirloom, the Godslayer blade. Lu Kai raised the Godslayer blade, gripping it with both hands, and with a sudden flourish, he aimed a downward strike at Huang Xiaolong. 100 Blade Slash. The technique, a low-tier Earth-grade martial skill, unleashed a tempest of radiant blade lights, 100 in total, rushing towards Huang Xiaolong like a tidal wave, enveloping the space around him entirely. All onlookers held their breath. Under their watchful gaze, Huang Xiaolong suddenly wielded two perfectly balanced cold blades, which he brandished with a chilling command, Wind of the Abyss. Countless blade lights materialized from thin air, the air currents swirling, forming two spiraling whirlwinds. A wailing sound, reminiscent of the depths of hell, resonated clearly in the ears of the spectators, penetrating their minds and souls. Clash, clash, clash. The spiraling winds of the abyss tore through Lu Kai's 100 Blade Slash, obliterating the blade lights before surging towards Lu Kai, engulfing him in a tempest of power. Chapter 73. The conclusion of the academy competition. Lu Kai gazed in terror at the two surging tempests of hell that loomed towards him, their mournful wails sending shivers down his spine. In a moment of panic, he unfurled the four wings behind him, drawing them in sharply as he twirled like a flash of azure light, attempting to evade the impending doom. Yet, he was still a beat too slow. The twin whirlwinds of hell engulfed him, crashing into his form with a thunderous roar. With a resounding boom, the azure light dimmed, its speed faltering, gradually revealing Lu Kai's look of sheer horror. Ultimately, the light vanished, and the tempest swept through, forcing Lu Kai to stagger back until he reached the edge of the platform, where the winds dissipated before him. As he stood there, feeling the chilling remnants of the tempest recede, he felt his back prickling with cold sweat, his clothes thoroughly drenched. Just moments ago, he had sensed the breath of death, alarmingly close. Gasping for breath, he glanced at his right arm, only to find his sleeve and the right side of his robe torn to shreds by Huang Xiaolong and Apos' hellish winds, stained with blood, though fortunately, it was merely a superficial injury. In the wake of his terror, he cast a complex look at Huang Xiaolong, realizing that had Huang Xiaolong not shown restraint, his right arm would likely have been rendered useless. I concede. Lu Kai inhaled deeply, slowly addressing Huang Xiaolong. Upon uttering those words, it felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body, nearly causing him to collapse. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Prince Lu Kai had lost. He had voluntarily surrendered. Despite breaking through to the 7th level and possessing the mutated Tianpeng martial soul, he had been defeated by Huang Xiaolong, who was merely at the peak of the mid-6th level. The age-old myth that 6th-level fighters could never triumph over 7th-level opponents had finally been shattered by Huang Xiaolong. The spectators were enveloped in a haze of astonishment and disbelief. On the podium, the expression of King Lu Zhi reflected a myriad of thoughts. I never anticipated that even Kai and Apos' would not stand a chance against Huang Xiaolong. He turned to Marshal Haoyan with a gratified smile, adding, "What surprises me even more is that Huang Xiaolong's martial soul is the ancient divine dragon, the Black Dragon. I eagerly await the day he claims the top spot in the academy and competes in the imperial city battle of the Broken Blade Empire." King Lu Zhi spoke from the heart. He truly looked forward to witnessing Huang Xiaolong and Apos' participation in the imperial city battle. If Huang Xiaolong could secure a place among the top 10, it would not only be a glory for the Starry Sky Academy, but also for the entire Luotong Kingdom. Marshal Haoyan echoed the sentiment. I share the same anticipation as the king. This is not just the glory of the Starry Sky Academy, but also the honor of the Shura sect. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong's participation in the Imperial City battle is merely the beginning of his illustrious journey. After a considerable time, Sun Zhang rose from the podium, his face alight with excitement and complexity as he addressed Huang Xiaolong, proclaiming, "In this contest, Huang Xiaolong emerges victorious. First in the first-year rankings, Huang Xiaolong." As the announcement resonated throughout the hall, the crowd erupted in jubilation. Li Lu beamed, Fei Hou laughed, Marshal Haoyan smiled, and the guards of the Marshal and Apos' residence shared in the joy. The entire assembly was awash with elation, yet amidst the throng, Zhong Yuan stood pale and expressionless. His eyes filled with a mix of shock and resentment as he fixed his gaze on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong had triumphed. He had claimed the title of first in their year. What would become of the bet between him and Huang Xiaolong? Zhong Yuan felt a wave of darkness engulf him. Upon hearing Sun Zhang and Apos' declaration, Huang Xiaolong sighed with relief. After a grueling battle, he had finally secured the top position in his year. Before long, the results for the top students of the second and third years, as well as the overall academy champion, were revealed. The overall champion was a fellow named Chen Cheng, a student from the inner academy, who had reached the pinnacle of the late 10th level. In 2 months, he would represent the Starry Sky Academy in the upcoming Imperial City Battle of the Broken Blade Empire. The inner academy consisted of the most gifted third-year students selected by the Starry Sky Academy, with only 10 students admitted each year. With the results announced, King Luzia and Sun Zhang jointly awarded Huang Xiaolong and the other top students. During the award ceremony, both men offered words of encouragement to Huang Xiaolong. As he held his prizes, Huang Xiaolong felt a surge of excitement. 100,000 gold coins, a set of low-grade Earth-level cultivation techniques, and a set of low-grade Earth-level combat skills. Most importantly, he received a high-grade 4th-tier spirit pill, the Starshine pill. With this pill, combined with the Iron Fruit, his father Huang Peng's strength would surely see a significant enhancement. Huang Xiaolong, however, intended to reserve the Starshine pill for his father rather than consume it himself. With the end of the semester approaching, he would soon return to the Huang family village. The academy and Apos' year-end competition had finally concluded, and the crowd began to disperse. Yet, as they exited the grand hall, Lu Kai turned to Huang Xiaolong and remarked, "I hope that next year, we will have the opportunity to spar again." Next year? Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. Next year would bring their second-year competition. After the crowd had dispersed, Huang Xiaolong, accompanied by Fei Hou, the guards of the Marshal and Apos' residence, and Li Lu, left the academy and returned to Tianxian Manor. Upon arriving at Tianxian Manor, Li Lu, brimming with joy, excitedly chattered about how impressive Huang Xiaolong had been in defeating Lu Kai and Qin Chong on stage. Huang Xiaolong, watching her in delight, allowed her to prattle on for over an hour. An hour later, Li Lu finally departed from Tianxian Manor. After her departure, Huang Xiaolong summoned Fei Hou, revealing the prize of 100,000 gold coins and inquiring if it would be possible to purchase the surrounding estates of Tianxian Manor. With an increasing number of servants, the manor seemed a bit cramped and required expansion. Purchase the surrounding estates? Fei Hou, eyeing the 100,000 gold coins, nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, master. I will see to it immediately. As long as we have sufficient gold, I believe the owners of the surrounding estates will be willing to sell. I have also learned that several of these estates belong to the vassals of my senior brother Haoyan, so acquiring them should not pose a challenge." After Fei Hou departed, Huang Xiaolong retreated to his room to begin his training in the Shura arts. According to the customary practices of the Starry Sky Academy, the day following the year-end competition, the top students from each class would gather in the Academy Square, followed by the Dean, Sun Zhang, and Xiong Chu, who would lead them to the Academy and Apos' sacred site, the Dragon Flame Valley, for training. The thought of Dragon Flame Valley, which not only tempered the body but also enhanced the quality of combat energy, filled Huang Xiaolong with anticipation. Presently, as he practiced the Shura arts, his combat energy was of the 9 nether type, already among the highest echelons of energy quality. If he were to enhance it further, he wondered just how far he could elevate his strength. As night faded and sunlight streamed in, Huang Xiaolong concluded his training and stepped out of his room, feeling more revitalized than ever, the fatigue from the previous day and Apos' contest completely vanquished. "Master, I bring good news." As Huang Xiaolong entered the hall, Fei Hou rushed in with evident joy, exclaiming, "Senior brother has contacted our master. He has relayed your news. And our master is overjoyed and has hastened to the Luotong kingdom overnight. Chapter 74. The Dragon Flame Valley Training. Upon hearing the news, Huang Xiaolong was filled with joy. Indeed, master, Fei Ho replied respectfully. However, master is currently in the Mo kingdom and will take approximately 10 days to arrive. 10 days. Huang Xiaolong nodded. After waiting nearly 2 years, he was not bothered by this short span. In 10 days, when Yu Ming arrived, Huang Xiaolong would finally glean information regarding the headquarters of the Shura sect. Nevertheless, since Huang Xiaolong would be immersed in training at the Dragon Flame Valley for half a month, it meant that Yu Ming would have to wait a few additional days upon his arrival. Shortly after, Huang Xiaolong, accompanied by Fei Ho, made his way to the Academy Square. Many top students from various classes had already gathered, and Huang Xiaolong and Appo's arrival naturally drew their attention. While he might not recognize all of them, they certainly knew who he was. In the Academy's recent competition, Huang Xiaolong had outshined everyone, even overshadowing Chen Cheng, the top student of the Academy. With his 12th level pinnacle martial soul, Huang Xiaolong would forever be inscribed in the annals of the Luotong Kingdom and even the Duanjia Empire. Amidst the crowd, Lu Kai, whom Huang Xiaolong had defeated, gazed at him with a complex expression. As the top student in his class, he too was qualified to train in the Dragon Flame Valley. Just as the Academy competition concluded, Principal Sun Zhang had informed Zhong Yuan that he should no longer attend the Academy. Following his expulsion, Zhong Yuan had run to Lu Kai's mother, wailing for quite some time. Moments later, Sun Zhang and Vice Principal Xiong Chu arrived. Upon spotting Huang Xiaolong in the crowd, their expressions shifted, and both the principal and vice principal smiled broadly at him, even nodding in acknowledgement. This sight evoked a mixture of envy and jealousy among the onlookers, including Chen Cheng, who had never received such treatment. Then, Sun Zhang addressed Huang Xiaolong with a smile. Xiaolong, how did you sleep last night? Was it well? The question left everyone momentarily stunned, including Huang Xiaolong himself. It was fine, he replied with a nod. At that moment, Xiong Chu smiled warmly at Huang Xiaolong and remarked, "You are in a growth phase, so be sure to eat well and rest adequately." Growth phase? Eat well and rest. The crowd could only roll their eyes, gazing at Huang Xiaolong with a mix of envy and admiration. Now that everyone is present, we shall proceed to the Dragon Flame Valley, Sun Zhang announced, adopting a serious demeanor. Remember, once you enter the Dragon Flame Valley, do not wander about aimlessly. Huang Xiaolong's heart stirred at the warning. Was there danger lurking within the Dragon Flame Valley? Subsequently, he and Lu Kai followed Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu out of the square and toward the Academy and Appo's rear mountain, where the Dragon Flame Valley lay. After half an hour, they arrived at a valley before a towering stone, inscribed with the ancient characters, Dragon Flame Valley. I shall reiterate. Once you enter the Dragon Flame Valley, do not wander about. Sun Zhang cautioned again, his expression grave. The group nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu led the students into the valley. As they entered, Huang Xiaolong sensed a fleeting movement from within his dual dragon martial soul. Though it returned to stillness almost immediately, he dismissed it and continued onward with the others. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the temperature rose significantly, to the point where Huang Xiaolong felt a burning sensation against his skin. After several minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Upon entering, a wave of heat greeted them. The cave was approximately 6 to 7 meters wide, with smooth walls and bright luminous stones embedded at intervals. After traversing about 100 meters, they reached a stone door. Sun Zhang opened it, revealing a chamber of around 10 square meters, featuring a pentagram array at its center, devoid of any other furnishings. Zhang Yu, you may enter, Sun Zhang instructed. Zhang Yu, the top student of class 13, complied and stepped into the center of the array. Sitting cross-legged, Sun Zhang continued to guide the remaining students, allowing each top student to enter various stone chambers sequentially. Soon, all top students from the first year were settled, leaving Huang Xiaolong and 3 others from different years to be arranged in the stone chamber on the 4th underground level. Before they entered, Sun Zhang briefly explained the chamber's conditions. The deeper the chamber, the more potent and pure the dragon flame energy absorbed through the array, enhancing the training effects. Huang Xiaolong and his companions could train for half a month, while the others would only have 5 days. Upon entering the chamber, the stone door closed behind them. Huang Xiaolong took his place at the center of the array and began to circulate the Shura technique. Instantly, the array glowed brightly. and his dual dragon martial soul unexpectedly emerged from his body, swirling in midair and roaring. What is happening? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. For the first time, his martial soul acted independently of his will. At that moment, powerful flames surged from beneath, manifesting as small fire dragons that filled the chamber within mere breaths. Huang Xiaolong found himself enveloped in a sea of fire, and soon, his dual dragon martial soul opened its mouth to devour the fire dragons, absorbing their essence. As the flame dragon energy flowed into Huang Xiaolong's body, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him. While circulating the Shura technique, the flame dragon energy refined his flesh, meridians, and bones, causing the 9 nether battle chi within him to churn. What astonished Huang Xiaolong further was that his dual dragon martial soul seemed irresistibly drawn downward, as though something beneath the dragon flame valley compelled it. Chapter 75. The Pagoda. Soon, the twin dragon martial soul burrowed dozens of meters into the ground, with scorching air currents continuously surging forth from the depths. Since the twin dragon martial soul and Huang Xiaolong were one, whatever the twin dragon could perceive, Huang Xiaolong could too. At several dozen meters below, the earth glowed a fiery red, resembling molten lava. The twin dragon martial soul continued its descent, 70 meters, 80 meters, 90 meters, over 100 meters. Upon reaching over 100 meters, the soil had transformed into a deep crimson, as if it had been scorched to perfection by fire, with temperatures soaring to at least 1,000 degrees. Such heat would be enough to incinerate even the most formidable of innate experts. However, astonishingly, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's twin dragon martial soul remained unaffected. As they approached 200 meters, the twin dragon martial soul suddenly hovered over a sea of flames, which roiled beneath, revealing a torrent of molten rock. Waves of flame energy coalesced into fire dragons, each several meters in girth. Pure and immensely potent flame energy surged forth like colossal waves, crashing relentlessly. Within the magma, this flame energy converged, forming a massive dragon vein. Is this the natural dragon vein beneath the dragon flame valley? Above the magma, a magnificent pagoda floated. The pagoda shimmered with golden light, surrounded by countless fire dragons, each 10 meters thick. Huang Xiaolong was astonished to discover that streams of flame energy were continuously emanating from within the pagoda. Could it be that all the flame energy in the Dragon Flame Valley is expelled by this pagoda? Even the natural dragon vein below is formed from the flame energy emitted by this pagoda? What exactly is this pagoda? At that moment, the twin dragon martial soul, hovering above the sea of flames, suddenly roared with excitement. The black and blue dragons swiftly entwined around the pagoda. They spiraled around it, while the pagoda radiated a blinding brilliance, trembling with energy. The fire dragons surrounding the pagoda seemed to possess a will of their own, attempting to ensnare the black and blue dragons, as if to devour them. However, as soon as these fire dragons coiled around, the black and blue dragons consumed them entirely. After devouring the fire dragons, the black and blue dragons did not cease, but continued to feast upon the smaller fire dragons in the sea of flames. Each of these fire dragons, formed from flame energy and several meters thick, typically required years to manifest, while those 10 meters thick required decades. The purity of the flame energy was tenfold, even several dozen times greater than that which Huang Xiaolong absorbed through the formation. Before long, all fire dragons formed from the flame energy above the sea were devoured by the black and blue dragons. Upon completing this feast, the black and blue dragons ballooned in size, their scales growing denser, and their limbs becoming sturdier. The exterior of the black and blue dragons appeared to be enveloped in a fiery glow, radiating a more formidable dragon majesty. Once again, the black and blue dragons coiled around the pagoda. However, a layer of flame energy surrounded the pagoda, hindering the dragons from advancing within a few meters. Despite this, each time they spiraled and coiled, they diminished the flame energy barrier bit by bit. Over the course of an hour, the barrier finally dissipated. Then, entwined around the pagoda, the black and blue dragons ascended from the sea of flames and flew back toward the stone chamber where Huang Xiaolong resided. Shortly thereafter, they returned with the pagoda hovering above Huang Xiaolong and Appo's head. Instantly, torrents of pure and intense flame energy cascaded from the pagoda, roaring into Huang Xiaolong and Appo's body. He felt a violent jolt, as if he had plunged into molten lava, his internal organs scorched with excruciating pain. This overwhelming agony nearly caused him to faint. In alarm, Huang Xiaolong hurriedly activated the Shura technique, striving to refine the flame energy gushing from the pagoda. Again and again, Huang Xiaolong's face contorted in agony. While he endeavored to refine the flame energy within, the pagoda continued to expel it, leading Huang Xiaolong to feel as though he were being charred from the inside out. As he persisted in refining the flame energy, blackened impurities seeped from his pores, reminiscent of the time he consumed the yang fruit, which had similarly expelled impurities. However, the current impurities were more abundant, soon coagulating into clots upon his skin, rendering him akin to a figure emerging from a blood pool. After an hour, fueled by sheer will and the relentless operation of the Shura technique, Huang Xiaolong sensed a gradual alleviation of the searing pain within. More than 2 hours passed, and as the flame energy from the pagoda entered his body, Huang Xiaolong was unexpectedly enveloped in a warm, incredibly soothing sensation. With each surge of flame energy from the pagoda, he distinctly felt his internal organs, bones, and muscles fortifying incrementally. The black and blue twin dragon martial soul continuously entwined around the pagoda, consuming the flame energy it expelled. Just as the twin dragon martial soul brought the pagoda into Huang Xiaolong and Apos, stone chamber, Lu Kai, Qin Cheng, and others, who were cultivating in other chambers, noticed a slight diminishment in the flame energy they were absorbing through the formation. Although they found it peculiar, they did not dwell on it. 3 days quickly passed. The blood clots on Huang Xiaolong's skin gradually turned a fiery red, melting away piece by piece, only for more impurities to seep forth. Another 3 days elapsed, and once again, the impurities liquefied and fell away. After 3 such cycles, no more impurities emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body, and his skin appeared as smooth and luminous as mutton fat, exuding a subtle sheen. From within to without, Huang Xiaolong had undergone a remarkable transformation. Both his demeanor and physique had shifted significantly. 15 days later, Huang Xiaolong and Apos' cultivation level surged from the peak of the mid-6th stage to the pinnacle of the late 6th stage, just a step away from breaking into the 7th stage. Upon returning the twin dragon martial soul into his body after 15 days, the pagoda astonishingly followed suit, entering alongside the twin dragon martial soul. As the pagoda settled within him, it radiated a gentle flame energy, continuously refining Huang Xiaolong's essence. He was elated, realizing that he was effectively cultivating within the Dragon Flame Valley at every moment. If this continued, his physical strength and defenses would be infinitely enhanced, and the fighting spirit within his meridians would be infinitely fortified. What magnitude of power could he achieve? Taking a deep breath, Huang Xiaolong gradually quelled his excitement and joy, exiting the stone chamber to join Qin Cheng and the others on the 4th level as they left the cave. Outside, Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu had been waiting. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong and the others emerge, both Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu's gazes instinctively fell upon Huang Xiaolong, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 76. The headquarters of the Shura sect Yu are Huang Xiaolong. Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu stared wide-eyed at Huang Xiaolong, their expressions somewhat exaggerated. After spending half a month in the cave for cultivation, Huang Xiaolong had grown noticeably taller. Moreover, his skin, overall demeanor, and aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. In fact, had they encountered him elsewhere without a closer look, they might have failed to recognize him entirely. When Huang Xiaolong had just exited the stone chamber, Qin Cheng and the others had nearly failed to recognize him as well. Observing the astonished expressions of Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, Huang Xiaolong could only nod in acknowledgement. Feeling somewhat helpless, "Xiaolong, are you all right?" Sun Zhang approached Huang Xiaolong with a look of concern. After more than 10 days, the extent of Huang Xiaolong and Apos' transformation was startling. They were worried that something might have gone wrong, considering he was a treasured asset of both the academy and the kingdom. Me? What could possibly be wrong? Huang Xiaolong couldn't and Apos' help but smile wryly. At present, his physical condition was unparalleled. He felt capable of defeating even a 7th-tier monster with a single punch. That and Apos'. That's good to hear. Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu both sighed in relief. Thus, the two led Huang Xiaolong and the others out of the Dragon Flame Valley, where Lu Kai and the others had already departed 10 days prior. Upon leaving the valley, they swiftly returned to the square. Qin Cheng and the others bid farewell to Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, but just as Huang Xiaolong was about to leave, Sun Zhang called out to him, Xiaolong, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Huang Xiaolong halted and turned to face Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu. The two exchanged glances, and Sun Zhang produced a jade vial, saying, "This is a 5th-tier high-grade spirit pill. Take it." A 5th-tier high-grade spirit pill. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback, his eyes widening with excitement. Chen Cheng, who had secured first place in the Academy's grand competition, had only been rewarded with a single 5th-tier high-grade spirit pill. Such a pill was exceedingly rare, even for the Starry Sky Academy. Yet now, Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu were presenting one to him. Xiong Chu chuckled. "Indeed, this 5th-tier high-grade spirit pill is a personal gift from us. Xiaolong, we hope you will diligently cultivate and achieve a breakthrough to the 7th tier soon." Gratefully accepting the jade vial, Huang Xiaolong felt elated. With this 5th-tier high-grade spirit pill, his mother's strength would surely improve significantly. As for himself, he had no need for it. With a sincere expression, Huang Xiaolong said to Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu, "Rest assured, I will put in the effort to cultivate and strive for an early breakthrough to the 7th tier." Upon hearing this, Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu beamed with joy. Sun Zhang remarked, "With that 4th-tier high-grade spirit pill and this 5th-tier high-grade spirit pill combined, given your talent, Xiaolong, you should reach the pinnacle of the late 6th tier within 6 months, and perhaps even break through to the 7th tier within a year." If only Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu knew that Huang Xiaolong had already planned to have his parents consume the 4th-tier high-grade spirit pill awarded for his academic excellence along with this 5th-tier high-grade spirit pill, they would surely be astonished. Of course, even without consuming these two pills, Huang Xiaolong estimated that he would undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough to the 7th tier within 6 months. After a while, Huang Xiaolong departed from the academy, heading back to the Tianxian mansion. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Fei Ho, Marshal Haoyan, and a middle-aged man waiting for him. The middle-aged man possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, his hair slightly grayed at the temples. He stood there like an unsheathed sword, radiating an imposing presence that overshadowed Fei Ho and Marshal Haoyan, who stood beside him. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Huang Xiaolong immediately deduced his identity. Elder Yu Ming of the Shura sect. As Huang Xiaolong approached, the middle-aged man turned his gaze toward him, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding an invisible pressure that made it difficult to breathe. "Master." Fei Ho and Marshal Haoyan greeted Huang Xiaolong with joy, addressing the middle-aged man, "Master. This is the sect leader. The leader has returned." Yu Ming and Amp Appo's gaze fell upon the Shura ring on Huang Xiaolong and Amp Appo's left hand, and his expression transformed with excitement. All his previous imposing aura dissipated as he hurriedly approached Huang Xiaolong and bowed. "Elder Yu Ming of the Shura sect pays respects to the sect leader. The leader is invincible under heaven." Fei Ho and Marshal Haoyan quickly knelt as well. "Please rise," Huang Xiaolong urged as he helped Yu Ming and the others to their feet. Once they were standing, Huang Xiaolong said, "Let us discuss this further inside." Shortly thereafter, the four of them entered the hall, where Huang Xiaolong dismissed the guards from the marshal's residence, as well as the servants. "I understand from Haoyan and Fei Ho that you have been attending to matters in the Mo Kingdom?" Huang Xiaolong inquired of Yu Ming once they were seated. "Indeed, master." Yu Ming responded respectfully. 3 years ago, I sought to find a life-and-death herb for alchemy, and heard it was available in the royal city of the Mo Kingdom. So I went there." Huang Xiaolong nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Actually, the reason I had Haoyan and Fei Ho reach out to you was to inquire about matters concerning the Shura sect, as well as the location of the sect and Amp Appo's headquarters." "The headquarters of the Shura sect?" Yu Ming pondered for a moment before saying, "In truth, the headquarters is not situated on the Snowstorm continent." "What? Not on the Snowstorm continent?" Huang Xiaolong was astonished, glancing at Fei Ho and Marshal Haoyan, who were equally surprised, evidently not expecting that the Shura sect's headquarters was not on the Snowstorm continent. "Indeed, master," Yu Ming continued, "our headquarters is located on the Starry Cloud continent." "The Starry Cloud continent?" Huang Xiaolong and Amp Appo's eyes widened. In the martial soul world, was there not only the Snowstorm continent? Were there other continents as well? Previously, Fei Ho and Marshal Haoyan had not mentioned this to him. Beyond the Snowstorm continent, there are indeed other continents in the martial soul world, Huang Xiaolong pressed on. Yu Ming nodded, "Yes, master. The martial soul world comprises 3 continents: the Snowstorm continent, the Starry Cloud continent, and the 10 Directions continent. Both the Starry Cloud and 10 Directions continents are larger than the Snowstorm continent. Our Shura Sect's headquarters is located atop the Tianhuang Sacred Mountain in the central region of the Starry Cloud Continent, known as Zhongzhou. The Starry Cloud Continent, Zhongzhou. Atop the Tianhuang Sacred Mountain, Huang Xiaolong repeated, contemplating. Did the leader intend to visit the headquarters of the Shura sect? At this moment, Yu Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, if the leader were to go to the headquarters now, it might be what? Huang Xiaolong interjected. Be very dangerous. Yu Ming cautioned. 50 years ago, the former sect leader suddenly vanished, and Chun Tianqi, the Grand Domain Master, sought to seize control of the Shura sect, attempting to assume the role of sect leader. However, he faced opposition from left envoy Zhao Shu and right envoy Zhang Fu, along with several elders. As a result, the Shura sect has now split into two factions. Chun Tianqi, the Grand Domain Master. Huang Xiaolong gazed at Yu Ming, perplexed. Below the sect leader are the Grand Domain Master and the two envoys. Beneath them are the Domain Masters and Elders, Yu Ming explained. Chun Tianqi, the Grand Domain Master, is actually your senior disciple brother. My senior disciple brother? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Yu Ming nodded. Chun Tianqi was accepted as a disciple by the former sect leader over 200 years ago. Over the years, he has been inquiring about the whereabouts of the former sect leader and the Shura ring. If you were to travel to the headquarters now, Chun Tianqi would likely learn of it and, in his desire to claim the sect leader's position, would not hesitate to take action against you to seize the Shura ring. Chapter 77. Extraordinary Treasures. Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brow, surprised to discover that he had an elder brother. Chun Tianqi. The implication from Yu Ming was clear. The Shura sect was now divided into two factions. One faction, led by Domain Master Chun Tianqi, had loyal Domain Masters under his command, while the other was dominated by the left and right envoys, Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu. Many elders, like Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu, only recognized those possessing the Shura ring as the rightful leaders, much like Yu Ming himself and his disciples, Hao Yin and Fei Ho. There was no doubt about the loyalty of Yu Ming and his companions. Otherwise, Yu Ming, Hao Yin, and Fei Ho would have long since attempted to seize the Shura ring upon realizing Huang Xiaolong possessed it. If Chun Tianqi's faction were to learn of Huang Xiaolong's possession of the Shura ring, his situation would be perilous, even if he were far away in the kingdom of Luotong on the snowy continent. At that moment, Yu Ming spoke again. If Domain Master Chun Tianqi were to discover that you possessed the Shura ring, he would undoubtedly send someone to kill you, or perhaps even come himself. Huang Xiaolong pondered. What is Chun Tianqi's strength? Yu Ming shook his head. I am not entirely sure. For decades, no one has witnessed Domain Master Chun Tianqi in combat. However, when the former master departed, Chun Tianqi had already reached the 5th stage of the sacred domain. The 5th stage of the sacred domain. Huang Xiaolong felt a weight in his heart. That meant over 50 years ago, Chun Tianqi had already attained such strength. In that moment, Huang Xiaolong realized just how inadequate his own power was. Although he was remarkably gifted compared to his peers, he was still minuscule in comparison to those innate sacred domain experts. With Chun Tianqi's 5th stage prowess, killing him would require not even the slightest effort. Then Yu Ming continued. Domain Master Chun Tianqi possesses an extraordinary talent, with a top-tier 13th level martial soul, the 12-winged angel, renowned as the mightiest battle angel. A top-tier 13th level martial soul, the 12-winged angel. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. This was not surprising, for only a super martial soul, particularly a top-tier one, could endure the murderous intent of the Shura hell, allowing them to cultivate the Shura technique and become a disciple of Ren Wuquang. If that were the case, aside from Huang Xiaolong and Ren Wuquang, Chun Tianqi must also have practiced the Shura technique. Of course, despite practicing the Shura technique, Chun Tianqi did not possess the Shura blade, meaning he could not have mastered the Shura sword technique. Moreover, the blueprint stated only the master of the Shura sect could cultivate the Shura ghost claw, thus Chun Tianqi could not have mastered it either. Within the realms of heaven and earth, only Huang Xiaolong and Ren Wuquang had attained the Shura sword technique and the Shura ghost claw. Master, in fact, the young master's talent is not inferior to that of Domain Master Chun Tianqi. At this moment, Fei Ho spoke to Yu Ming. Previously, without Huang Xiaolong and Appo's permission, Fei Ho and Marshal Hao Yin had refrained from disclosing Huang Xiaolong's martial soul to Yu Ming, so he was unaware of Huang Xiaolong's dual super martial souls. Yu Ming, upon hearing this, turned to Huang Xiaolong, his expression one of disbelief. Could it be that the young master also possesses a 13th level top-tier martial soul? Domain Master Qin Tianqi is the most gifted individual in the Shura sect, and in the entire Xingyun continent, his talent undoubtedly ranks among the top. Not to mention 13th level top-tier martial souls. There are scarcely a few 13th level martial souls in the entire martial soul world, which explains Yu Ming and Apos' incredulity at the thought of Huang Xiaolong sharing the same caliber of martial soul as Qin Tianqi. At this moment, Fei Hou and Martial Haoyan both turned their gazes toward Huang Xiaolong. Yu Ming also looked at him. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong did not conceal the truth from Yu Ming and summoned his dual dragon martial souls. Immediately, a radiant light enveloped Huang Xiaolong, and a colossal black dragon coiled behind him. The ancient divine dragon, the black dragon. Yu Ming and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment. A 12th level top-tier martial soul. Such talent, though not on par with Domain Master Qin Tianqi, was still remarkable enough to qualify him as the master of their Shura sect. Just then, a blue light erupted from behind Huang Xiaolong, and before Yu Ming and Apos' astonished gaze, a blue dragon materialized, silently hovering alongside the black dragon. The black and blue dragons intertwined, their draconic might radiating in all directions. Yu Ming, initially shocked, now stood in stunned silence, his mind blank. Dual super martial souls. Furthermore, they were dual ancient divine dragon martial souls. The blue dragon. In the entire martial soul world, there had not been a single report of anyone possessing a blue dragon martial soul in thousands of years. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Yu Ming stammered, mirroring the reactions of Fei Hou and Martial Haoyan. He abruptly stood from his seat and then knelt down. The young master is invincible across the world, Yu Ming exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Huang Xiaolong urged him to rise, and after a considerable time, Yu Ming finally stood, still overwhelmed with emotion. When he looked at Huang Xiaolong again, his gaze had transformed entirely. Once Yu Ming regained his composure, Huang Xiaolong contemplated and said, "There is something I wish for you to observe." Under the watchful eyes of Yu Ming, Fei Hou, and Martial Haoyan, a resplendent golden pagoda materialized behind Huang Xiaolong, the very treasure he had acquired in the Dragon Flame Valley. As an elder of the Shura sect, Yu Ming was well versed in various artifacts, and Huang Xiaolong hoped to ascertain the true nature of this pagoda. Given the loyalty of Yu Ming and the others, Huang Xiaolong had no fear of them leaking news of the pagoda. Fei Hou and Martial Haoyan gazed at the pagoda with expressions of confusion, but Yu Ming suddenly trembled. His demeanor exceedingly exaggerated, mirroring his earlier reaction upon seeing Huang Xiaolong and Apos' black dragon martial soul. His lips quivered as he pointed at the pagoda behind Huang Xiaolong, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be the Linglong Pagoda? The Linglong Pagoda. Fei Hou and Martial Haoyan exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unaware of the significance of the Linglong Pagoda, as they observed their master Yu Ming and Apos' fervent excitement. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yu Ming, who seemed utterly captivated by the pagoda. The Linglong Pagoda, indeed, was the Linglong Pagoda. At this moment, it appeared as if Yu Ming and Apos' vision was solely fixated on that pagoda, his eyes burning with intensity, his breath growing increasingly rapid. Huang Xiaolong watched Yu Ming and Apos' dramatic reaction with a mix of bemusement and curiosity. It seemed that this so-called Linglong Pagoda was indeed a rare treasure. After a considerable time, Yu Ming slowly regained his composure, gazing at Huang Xiaolong with a hint of inexplicable envy, a sentiment he had not displayed even when Huang Xiaolong had summoned his dual dragon martial souls. Taking a deep breath, Yu Ming addressed Huang Xiaolong. In the world, there exists a category of treasures known as extraordinary treasures. Each one that surfaces incites fierce competition among various factions, plunging them into a sea of bloodshed. At this point, Yu Ming paused, glancing at the pagoda behind Huang Xiaolong, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. In the world, there are a total of 32 extraordinary treasures, and your pagoda must be the 9th-ranked Linglong Pagoda. Extraordinary treasures, the 9th-ranked Linglong Pagoda. Yu Ming continued, each extraordinary treasure possesses immense and miraculous effects, especially regarding personal cultivation, offering unimaginable benefits. You must be aware of the significance of possessing the Linglong Pagoda, and as your strength grows, its power will only amplify. Chapter 78. The first of the exotic treasures. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The Linglong Pagoda emanated the essence of flame dragons at every moment. and its energy was purer than that of Longyan Valley by tenfold, or even more. As Yu Ming had stated, the benefits of the Linglong Pagoda for Huang Xiaolong and Apos' future cultivation were beyond imagination. So, as my strength increases, the value of the Linglong Pagoda will also magnify? Huang Xiaolong inquired of Yu Ming. Yu Ming respectfully replied, I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding the Linglong Pagoda, but I have heard that it consists of 9 levels. As the Master's strength escalates, he will gradually unlock these levels. 9 levels in total. Huang Xiaolong was astonished. Although he had subdued the Linglong Pagoda, he was unaware of its multiple levels. Could it be that each level contains different treasures? At this moment, Yu Ming spoke. It is said that the first level of the Linglong Pagoda can produce a pearl known as the Flame Dragon Pearl. However, I am unclear about its specific functions. The Flame Dragon Pearl. A flicker of excitement sparked within Huang Xiaolong. This pearl was likely formed from the culmination of flame dragon energy, which could refine one's body and enhance the quality of combat energy. Therefore, the effects of consuming this pearl would be exponentially greater than that of the flame dragon energy, perhaps dozens or even hundreds of times more potent. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong pondered a critical question. Can others also consume the flame dragon pearl for cultivation? If others could partake in its benefits, then upon unlocking the first level, he could share the pearls with his family and friends, allowing them to continuously refine their bodies and strengthen their combat energy. Yu Ming paused, considered, and responded. That should be possible. However, it is rumored that the Linglong Pagoda must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to produce the Flame Dragon Pearl, meaning it can only generate one after a certain period. Furrowing his brow, Huang Xiaolong asked, Are there any other methods to expedite the creation of the Flame Dragon Pearl? Yu Ming shook his head. I am not aware of any. Huang Xiaolong nodded, realizing he would have to explore this further later on. Do you know what level of strength is required to unlock the first level of the Linglong Pagoda? He mused. It is said to be at the 7th stage of the acquired realm, while the second level requires the first stage of the innate realm, Yu Ming replied. However, I am unsure about the requirements for the third level, the 7th stage of the acquired realm. Huang Xiaolong felt a surge of joy. This meant he could unlock the first level of the Linglong Pagoda within 6 months. He was confident he could achieve the 7th stage in that time. Do you know what the first exotic treasure on the list is? Huang Xiaolong asked, intrigued by the fact that the Linglong Pagoda, such a remarkable treasure, was only ranked 9th. It is said to be a mountain, Yu Ming answered. A mountain? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. He had considered many possibilities, but never imagined the top exotic treasure was a mountain. Yu Ming nodded. Indeed, Master, it is a divine mountain known as Mount Shumi. Mount Shumi, Huang Xiaolong exclaimed. Legend has it that Mount Shumi can produce a substance called Earth Heart Buddha Milk, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Consuming it accelerates cultivation immensely, and those who possess Mount Shumi gain the power of the earth and formidable defensive capabilities. Yu Ming continued, additionally, Mount Shumi has a set of combat techniques known as Shumi Divine Skills, which are the strongest techniques in existence. Shumi Divine Skills, the strongest techniques. That would indeed make them the foremost techniques in the world. However, Yu Ming shook his head, stating that Mount Shumi had only appeared once tens of thousands of years ago and had not been seen since. Oh, why is that? Huang Xiaolong inquired. Only those with a super martial soul can subdue exotic treasures, and the higher the ranking of the treasure, the more formidable the martial soul required. For the top 10 exotic treasures, one must possess at least a level 13 martial soul. As for Mount Shumi, it requires a twin super martial soul of the same type. Unfortunately, the world of martial souls has not seen such a phenomenon for tens of thousands of years. Yu Ming explained, his face filled with reverence. Who would have thought, after all these years, that the master possesses a twin super martial soul? Huang Xiaolong was astonished and then elated. This meant that Mount Shumi was still unclaimed, and if he encountered it in the future, he would have the opportunity to subdue it. In fact, Master, your Linglong Pagoda also holds a set of inherited techniques called the Linglong Golden Body, Yu Ming added. This is a supreme body refinement technique of heavenly quality. Body refinement techniques. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with excitement. The Shura art was a combat energy cultivation method, and he was in dire need of a body refinement technique. Yet, how could he acquire the Linglong Golden Body from the Linglong Pagoda? Once the master breaks through to the 7th stage of the acquired realm and unlocks the first level of the Linglong Pagoda, he should be able to obtain the inheritance of the Linglong Golden Body, Yu Ming seemed to anticipate Huang Xiaolong and Apos' thoughts and smiled. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of relief wash over him. So that was how it worked. Meanwhile, Fei Ho and Marshal Haoyan sat nearby, silent and awestruck, absorbing the astonishing information Yu Ming had shared. Although they were formidable in their own right, they, like Huang Xiaolong, were learning about the existence of exotic treasures for the first time. Do you know of any other exotic treasures? Huang Xiaolong continued his inquiry with Yu Ming. Initially, Huang Xiaolong held little hope for further information, but Yu Ming responded, I have heard that within the Blade Empire and Apos' Blade Academy, there exists an exotic treasure known as the Soul-Severing Pearl, which ranks fourth on the exotic treasure list. The Soul-Severing Pearl ranked fourth on the exotic treasure list. Huang Xiaolong's eyes brightened. Yu Ming continued, in the past, the former master entered the Blade Academy in pursuit of the Soul-Severing Pearl, but before he could locate it, he was discovered by the Academy and Apos' guardians and ultimately had to retreat. Master Run Wuquang also had intentions regarding this Soul-Severing Pearl? Huang Xiaolong was somewhat surprised. Does the Soul-Severing Pearl also possess inherited combat techniques or body refinement methods? Yu Ming nodded. Indeed, all the top 10 exotic treasures possess such inheritances. The combat technique inherited from the Soul-Severing Pearl is known as the Soul-Severing Finger. It is said that when perfected, a single finger strike can pierce through even hell itself. It can pierce through hell itself. Huang Xiaolong was left in awe. As for any further information on other exotic treasures, Yu Ming admitted he was unaware. After a while, Yu Ming, Fei Ho, and Marshal Haoyan took their leave. Huang Xiaolong was left deep in thought. He had not anticipated that the Blade Academy and the Blade Empire would house the Soul-Severing Pearl, ranked fourth among exotic treasures. Since even Master Ren Wuquang could not seize it by force, the only viable option was to enroll as a student at the Blade Academy to seek out the location of the Soul-Severing Pearl and find an opportunity to claim it. The Blade Academy. In the Imperial City battle, only the top 100 can become students of the Blade Academy. Given Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed, he was confident he could secure the first place in the Academy and Apos' tournament within 10 years and subsequently participate in the Imperial City Battle of the Blade Empire. Chapter 79. Huang Xiaolong returns home. The Battle of the Imperial City. Huang Xiaolong's eyes gleamed with determination. He needed to swiftly enhance his strength and secure the top position in the Academy and Apos' Grand Competition to gain entry into the Imperial City of the Broken Blade Empire, thereby entering the Broken Blade Academy. Once he was in the Academy, even if Chun Tianchi were aware of his existence, he would not dare to confront him so brazenly. Over 50 years ago, Chun Tianchi had already reached the 5th level of the Sacred Domain, which intensified Huang Xiaolong and Apos' urgency to elevate his own power. However, the immediate priority was to break through to the 7th level and unlock the first tier of the Linglong Treasure Tower. After Yu Ming, Marshal Haoyan, and Fei Ho departed, Huang Xiaolong returned to his chamber and commenced his training in the Shura art. Sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed, the 9 nether miasma cascaded from the void like a surging river. Black and blue dragons opened their maws, continuously devouring the miasma, while the Linglong Treasure Tower floated above his head, shimmering with golden light. Waves of flame dragon chi surged into Huang Xiaolong and Apos' body, incessantly refining every corner of his being and fortifying the 9 nether battle chi within his meridians. Previously, the 9 nether battle chi within Huang Xiaolong's meridians had a pale gray hue, but after merging with the flame dragon chi, its color gradually transformed into a dark gray. The night grew deep, and the earth lay in tranquil silence. The moonlight flowed like water, enveloping Huang Xiaolong in a dark gray aura that flickered with flames. As dawn broke and sunlight streamed into Huang Xiaolong and Apos' courtyard, he concluded his training and stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air that accompanied the morning light. His gaze drifted toward the direction of the Huang family village in Kanglin County. With only half a month until the Lunar New Year, he planned to set off for the village today. If all went smoothly, he could return in 12 to 13 days. The thought of reuniting with his parents, whom he had not seen for a year, along with his younger sister Huang Min and brother Huang Xiaohai, filled Huang Xiaolong with uncontainable excitement. He wondered how his father and mother were faring. Suppressing his anticipation, he mused silently. Before departing, his father had ingested a high-grade 4th-tier spirit pill, the Longhu Xian Yuan Dan, for cultivation. Being at the pinnacle of the late 6th stage, he should now be capable of breaking through to the 7th stage. Although this was still a distance from Uncle Huang Ming and Amp Apos' late 7th stage, Huang Xiaolong believed he could help his father catch up to, or even surpass, Huang Ming within 5 to 6 years. As Huang Xiaolong exited his courtyard and entered the hall, he found Yu Ming, Marshal Haotian, and Fei Ho waiting for him. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, the three promptly stood and bowed respectfully. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong, Marshal Haotian, and Fei Ho departed from the Tianqian mansion, setting off for the Huang family village in Kanglin County. However, Yu Ming would not accompany them back to the village. Instead, he would leave the Luotong kingdom to report to the headquarters of the Shura sect regarding Huang Xiaolong and Amp Apos' affairs to inform the left envoy Zhao Shu and right envoy Zhang Fu, who would presumably dispatch a powerful sacred domain expert to ensure Huang Xiaolong's safety. Of course, Yu Ming and Amp Apos' return to the Shura sect to report to Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu was also with Huang Xiaolong and Amp Apos' consent. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take such initiative. However, before Yu Ming left, Huang Xiaolong instructed him that the fewer people who knew of his identity, the better. Besides Zhao Shu and Zhang Fu, he must ensure that no one else was aware. Yu Ming naturally accepted the command with utmost respect. 10 days passed. Huang Xiaolong, Marshal Haotian, and Fei Ho had returned to the county city of the southwestern district of Kanglin County. The journey from the county city back to Huang family village would only take 2 days. As Huang Xiaolong hastened toward the village, in the east hall of Huang family village, Huang Peng and Su Yin sat in the main hall, their faces marked with worry and anxiety. With only 4 days remaining until the Lunar New Year, Huang Xiaolong had mentioned returning by year and Apos' end, yet he had not arrived. Peng Gu, do you think Xiaolong might have encountered some danger? Su Yin voiced her concerns, her expression filled with trepidation. If something were to happen to him, what would we do? As she spoke, she anxiously rose from her seat and began pacing back and forth, unsure of what to do. Huang Peng, too, wore a furrowed brow. Xiaolong is accompanied by Senior Fei Ho. Rest assured, he will be fine. After all, there are still 4 days until the new year. He should return in a couple of days. Though he spoke with reassurance, he shared his wife's deep concern. While Fei Ho was indeed a peak 10th stage expert, unforeseen circumstances could arise, and it was impossible for him to guarantee their son and Apos' safety at all times. I heard that Li Lu returned from the Starry Sky Academy a few days ago, Su Yin suddenly remarked. Understanding his wife's thoughts, Huang Peng could not help but smile wryly. Miss Li Lu is now a student at the Starry Sky Academy, a prodigy in her own right. Although Xiaolong is impressive, I doubt she would truly take an interest in him. There are plenty of prodigies at the Starry Sky Academy. Since Huang Xiaolong had previously told Li Cheng that he did not want the villagers to know of his affairs in the imperial city, neither Li Cheng nor Li Lu had mentioned anything about him upon their return, leaving Su Yin and Huang Peng unaware that their son was also a student at the Starry Sky Academy. At that moment, Huang Min rushed into the hall, panting. Upon entering, she exclaimed, "Father, Mother, Huang Jun has just returned." Huang Peng and Su Yin were momentarily stunned. Huang Jun has returned. Huang Ming had 2 sons, the younger Huang Wei and the elder Huang Jun, who had joined the renowned Great Sword sect in the neighboring Baolong Kingdom and had not returned for 3 years. They were surprised that he had chosen to come back to Huang family village for the new year. Moreover, Brother Huang Jun has brought back a rather peculiar individual. Huang Min added. A peculiar individual? Huang Peng and Su Yin exchanged glances, speculating that it must be Huang Jun's fellow disciple. Although they found it strange that Huang Jun had brought someone back for the new year, they did not dwell on it. Meanwhile, in the North Hall, laughter and cheer filled the air. Huang Ming, typically stern-faced, wore a broad smile. Beside him sat a robust boy of around 15 or 16. With fierce eyes and pronounced brows, this was Huang Ming's eldest son, Huang Jun, accompanied by Huang Wei. However, seated in the main seat was not Huang Ming but an oddly dressed middle-aged man. Huang Jun's master, Lu Wei, the sect master of the Great Sword sect. Huang Jun, gifted with a 9th grade ordinary martial soul and possessing exceptional comprehension of martial arts, had diligently cultivated. It did not take long after joining the Great Sword sect for Lu Wei to recognize his talent and take him on as a personal disciple. Lu Wei had come to the southwestern district of Luotong Kingdom on business, and since Huang Jun was visiting home, he had agreed to stay for a few days at Huang Jun and Apos' request. Upon hearing that the man before him was the sect master of the Great Sword sect, Huang Ming was taken aback, and after recovering from his shock, he displayed utmost deference. His face contorted into an eager smile reminiscent of a servant. Lu Wei was not only the sect master, but also an innate expert. Elder brother, your return is timely. Huang Xiaolong and Amp Apos, as father and son, have become exceedingly arrogant. Last time at the annual meeting, Huang Xiaolong broke both my hands and feet. You must avenge this grievance for your younger brother. Huang Wei interjected. What? That brat broke all your hands and feet. Huang Jun and Apos' expression darkened. What happened? Chapter 80. Trouble in the East Hall. Over 2 years ago, that young man unexpectedly stumbled upon some fortuitous event and consumed several yang fruits. Huang Wei began, elaborating how Huang Xiaolong had ambushed him during the annual competition, disregarding their camaraderie, envious of his talents, and ruthlessly shattered both his hands and feet. Huang Wei embellished the tale further, recounting how Huang Xiaolong not only incapacitated him, but also incited his servant to injure both his father and grandfather. In the end, Huang Wei seethed with resentment. As for Huang Ming's disregard for the family competition rules by intervening and even attacking Huang Xiaolong first, Huang Wei chose to remain silent. What? His servant assaulted both father and grandfather. Huang Jun cast a frosty glance at Huang Ming, astonished. His grandfather, Huang Qida, was a formidable 10th-tier expert. How could Huang Xiaolong's servant possess such strength? Indeed, Juner, Huang Ming nodded. That servant of Huang Xiaolong is named Fei Ho. Recalling the humiliation of being struck off the stage by Fei Ho, he glowered. That despicable servant is at the peak of the late 10th tier. The peak of the late 10th tier, Huang Jun gasped, glancing at his master, Lu Wei, hesitantly saying, Master, what do you think of this? Lu Wei, with an indifferent expression, waved his hand dismissively. And what of a mere late 10th tier peak? Huang Jun's heart soared upon discerning his master's implication of support, prompting him to rise. Thank you, master. Huang Ming and Huang Wei also stood in delight, respectfully expressing their gratitude. We are grateful for your intervention, Elder Lu Wei. Huang Ming added, It is splendid that Elder Lu Wei is stepping in. That despicable servant Fei Ho will surely be no match for him. Indeed, when Fei Ho encounters Elder Lu Wei, he will be frightened to the core. Huang Wei concurred. Is Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho currently in the East Hall? Huang Jun inquired. No, Huang Xiaolong has been away from Huang family village for nearly a year. However, he mentioned returning by the end of the year, which should be in a couple of days, Huang Ming replied. Huang Jun smirked. That is well. We shall settle scores with that brat and that despicable servant when they return. For now, let us reclaim a bit of interest. Reclaim a bit of interest? Huang Wei looked at Huang Jun, puzzled. Elder brother, what do you mean? Exactly. Huang Peng and Su Yan's son committed violence, ignoring the rules of Huang family village. Even daring to injure both grandfather and father, they must be punished. He continued coldly. It has been years since I last saw Huang Peng and Su Yan. I am quite eager to pay them a visit. Huang Ming frowned, but ultimately said nothing. Moments later, Huang Jun and the others arrived at the East Hall. Upon entering, they found Huang Peng and Su Yan seated in the main hall, accompanied by Huang Min and Huang Xiaoai. Huang Peng and Su Yan were momentarily taken aback at the sight of Huang Jun, Huang Ming, and the others. Huang Peng nearly failed to recognize Huang Jun, who had transformed from a mere child years ago into a robust young man, standing over 1.7 meters tall. It is I, Huang Jun replied coldly. Huang Peng. During the family competition at the end of last year, you dared to incite violence, injuring both my father and grandfather. Huang Peng and Su Yan were momentarily stunned. Quickly understanding the intent behind Huang Jun and his companions and Apos' visit, Huang Peng surveyed Huang Ming and Huang Jun, knowing explanations were futile. His expression darkened as he replied sternly, And what of it? Huang Jun scoffed. What of it? Since your son and that despicable servant Fei Ho are absent, I have come to collect a bit of interest. Once your son returns in a few days, we shall settle the account. Huang Ming stood silently beside him, not uttering a word. Huang Peng glared. Settle the account? You impudent brat. Even if you have joined the Great Sword sect and become one of their disciples, it does not grant you the right to dictate terms in the East Hall. This is Huang family village, not the Great Sword sect. At that moment, an overwhelming force surged toward Huang Peng, catching him completely off guard. He was struck as if by a colossal flood, his body jolted, crashing against the wall of the hall, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Brother Peng, father, Su Yan, Huang Min, and Huang Xiaohai cried out in alarm. rushing to Huang Peng and Amp, Appo's side. Brother Peng, are you all right? Please, Don and Amp, Appo's tea scare me. Suyin helped him up, tears streaming down her face as she clutched him tightly, wailing. Father, father. Huang Min and Huang Xiaohai cried incessantly. Huang Peng gazed at Suyin, his voice hoarse. I am fine. Yet before he could finish, blood spurted forth once more. Huang Jun, Huang Ming, and Huang Wei were all taken aback. Huang Jun turned to Lu Wei, realizing that it was his master who had just struck. Master, this. Huang Jun hesitated. Although Huang Peng had spoken disrespectfully toward the Great Sword sect, was Lu Wei and Amp, Appo's response not excessively harsh? After all, Huang Peng was his uncle. Lu Wei and Amp, Appo's expression remained impassive. Those who showed disrespect to the Great Sword sect deserve death. He paused momentarily, then continued. However, in consideration of you, I shall spare his life. Rest assured, he will not die. At most, he will lie incapacitated for 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months? Huang Jun and Huang Ming breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. At that moment, the sobbing Huang Min suddenly stood, her eyes ablaze with fury, charging at Huang Wei. You bully my father. I will fight you. As she rushed forward, Huang Wei lifted his foot and kicked Huang Min away. Although she had also trained in combat energy, she was no match for Huang Wei, and with a painful cry, she was sent sprawling. Min and Amp, Appo's, Suyin cried out in despair at the sight. Just then, a commotion of footsteps echoed as several guards from Huang family village rushed in, halted by the sight of Huang Peng and Huang Min lying on the ground. Withdraw, this is not your concern, Huang Ming instructed the guards. The guards exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Did you not hear me? Withdraw. Huang Ming raised his voice, commanding them firmly. Yes, great patriarch. The guards trembled, complying as they stepped aside. Meanwhile, Huang Qida, who had just emerged from seclusion, was met with the steward Chun Ying's urgent report. Patriarch, trouble has arisen in the East Hall. Trouble in the East Hall? Huang Qida was taken aback. What has happened? Young Master Huang Jun has returned. He must have heard about the incident at the last annual meeting when Elder Fei Ho injured the Great Patriarch. He has just brought the Great Patriarch to the East Hall, Chun Ying explained. What? Huang Qida's expression shifted drastically. Come, we must head to the East Hall. Shortly thereafter, Huang Qida and Chun Ying arrived at the East Hall, only to find Huang Peng grievously injured and lying on the ground. Chapter 81. Father has been injured. Father. Grandfather. Upon the arrival of Huang Qida, Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and Huang Wei hurried forward. Huang Qida pointed towards the distant injured Huang Peng and angrily questioned Huang Ming. What happened? He is your brother. How could you inflict such severe harm? As Chun Ying had not informed Huang Qida of the events leading up to this moment, he mistakenly believed that Huang Ming was responsible for Huang Peng's injuries. Before Huang Ming could respond, Huang Jun interjected. Grandfather, this is my master Lu Wei, the leader of the Great Sword sect. He gestured towards Lu Wei, who stood beside him. Huang Qida, initially furious, was taken aback, staring at the peculiarly dressed Lu Wei, the leader of the Great Sword sect. Grandfather, just now, my second uncle spoke disrespectfully of the Great Sword sect and offended my master, which is why my master Huang Jun paused. The implication of his words hanging in the air. Lu Wei cast a cold glance at Huang Qida. So, you are Huang Qida? I was the one who injured him. What? Huang Qida, do you intend to direct your wrath at me? Huang Qida and Amp, Appo's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor oscillating between fear and composure, before he forced a smile. Oh, it is indeed a privilege to meet you, esteemed leader Lu Wei. What you say is quite correct. Huang Peng's disrespect towards the Great Sword sect warranted your intervention, and it was only fitting that you taught him a lesson. The contrast in Huang Qida's demeanor from his earlier arrival was stark. Lu Wei let out a scoff and addressed Huang Qida. Huang Qida, with a son like that, it would be wise to disown him, lest the Huang family suffers for his actions and faces extinction one day. Huang Qida's face paled in shock, rendered speechless. Suyin, embracing Huang Peng, listened to the exchange, her heart filled with both fear and anger. However, Lu Wei, having finished his remarks, swept away, followed closely by Huang Jun, Huang Ming, and Huang Wei. Huang Qida opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent, standing there with a fluctuating expression, lost in thought. Master, what do we do about the second master? After a moment, Chun Ying approached cautiously. Shouldn't we attend to his injuries? Huang Qida sighed deeply toward the heavens, nodded, and then turned to leave. After Lu Wei departed the East Hall, Huang Jun, Huang Ming, and Huang Wei personally arranged for Lu Wei's accommodations. Once settled, they respectfully took their leave and returned to the North Hall. Seated in the hall, Huang Wei said to Huang Ming, "Father, let us seize this opportunity to have grandfather expel Huang Peng from the Huang family. If we can cast him out, then surely the position of village leader will rightfully fall to you." Expel him from the Huang family? Huang Ming frowned. Is that truly wise? What is wise or not? Huang Wei pressed on. Father, you've said that those who aspire to greatness must not be bound by trivialities. Huang Ping remaining in the Huang family poses a constant threat to you. Ever since the last competition at your end, grandfather's attitude toward Huang Peng has shifted dramatically, as you have surely witnessed. Many elders have begun to rally around Huang Peng, and there are whispers that grandfather may pass the leadership to him in the future. At this moment, Huang Jun also chimed in, "What my second brother says holds merit. Father, let us use Huang Peng's offense against my master Lu Wei as an excuse to persuade grandfather to expel him from the Huang family." Huang Ming remained silent. Contemplative. Father, there's nothing to hesitate about. Huang Wei insisted. Huang Ming raised his gaze, assessing his two sons, and finally nodded. 2 days passed. With the arrival of the new year, the Huang family village, as was tradition, adorned itself with festive decorations, radiating joy. In stark contrast, the East Hall remained eerily quiet and solemn. Meanwhile, a few miles away from the Huang family village, several figures trudged through the snow, making their way toward it. Huang Xiaolong gazed at the increasingly familiar sight of the Huang family village, an uncontainable excitement swelling in his heart. At last, I have returned to the Huang family. Father, mother, your son has come home. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong found himself standing in the village square, staring at the grand entrance of the Huang family. He vividly recalled the previous year when he had departed, with his parents standing at this very spot to bid him farewell. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, brushing against him with a chill. "It's snowing again," he murmured, recalling the heavy snowfall from the previous year's end. Behind him, Marshal Haoyan and Fei Ho remained silent, standing guard. Suddenly, the spirit-biting purple monkey perched on Huang Xiaolong's shoulder let out a series of excited squeaks. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong had brought this little creature with him upon his return. His thoughts snapped back to the present as he turned to the monkey, chuckling. "Oh, I see you're eager for us to enter the Huang family village. Come, let us go home." Huang Xiaolong smiled and strode toward the village entrance, with Marshal Haoyan and Fei Ho following closely behind. However, upon entering the Huang family village, Huang Xiaolong noticed that many servants and guards quickly averted their eyes and distanced themselves from him, their expressions peculiar. This filled him with a sense of confusion. As he approached the East Hall, Huang Xiaolong spotted his younger brother, Huang Xiaohai, who was squatting in the courtyard, hitting a snowball with a stick while sobbing. "Xiaohai," Huang Xiaolong called out, moving closer. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Huang Xiaohai sprang to his feet and rushed toward him, throwing his arms around Huang Xiaolong and bursting into tears. "Elder brother, you've finally returned." Woo-woo. Huang Xiaolong's robes became soaked with his brother's tears. "Xiaohai, what happened? Did second sister Huang Min bully you?" he inquired, wiping away his brother's tears. Xiaohai did not respond, only weeping profusely. "What's wrong? Xiaohai, what transpired?" An unsettling feeling began to brew within Huang Xiaolong. Father, he." Xiaohai sobbed, his words fragmented. "Father has been injured, and second sister." Wiping away his tears, he began to cry out loud. "What?" Huang Xiaolong's face paled in shock as he hurried toward the East Hall. Marshal Haoyan and Fei Ho exchanged worried glances and quickly followed behind him. Upon bursting into the East Hall and entering their father Huang Peng's room, the door stood ajar. Huang Xiaolong rushed inside, calling out, "Father." Upon entering, he saw his mother, Su Yan, sitting on the edge of the bed. She turned to him, her eyes red from recent tears, and on the bed lay a frail figure, his father, Huang Peng. "Father." Huang Xiaolong dashed to the bedside, his heart aching as he called out, his eyes welling with tears. Huang Peng, pale as death, opened his eyes weakly upon seeing Huang Xiaolong. A faint smile crossed his lips as he hoarsely uttered, "Xiaolong, you've returned." "Father, who did this to you? Who was it?" Huang Xiaolong's fists clenched in fury, his heart throbbing with pain at the sight of his father's weakened state. Chapter 82. Come out. Huang Peng, hearing the words, managed a weak smile and attempted to speak, his voice barely a whisper. "Xiaolong, I and Amp, Oppos, am fine truly." Upon witnessing this, Huang Xiaolong felt a profound ache in his heart. Fine. How could one be fine after such grievous injuries? Mother, who is it that harmed father? Who? Tell me. Huang Xiaolong turned to Su Yan, his voice laced with urgency. Su Yan and Appo's eyes were red, her expression filled with hesitation. Xiaolong, you must leave. Leave Huang family village at once. Huang Peng suddenly interjected. Yes, Xiaolong, you should depart from Huang family village. Su Yan echoed, her tone frantic. Leave Huang family village. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Then a chilling thought struck him, his gaze turning fierce. Father, was it Huang Ming who did this? Huang Peng and Su Yan exchanged alarmed glances, remaining silent. It was indeed Huang Ming. Realizing his parents' expressions confirmed his suspicions, Huang Xiaolong was consumed by rage. A flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he prepared to turn away. Xiaolong. Suddenly, Su Yan grasped Huang Xiaolong's arm, shaking her head as tears streamed down her face. Do not go to the North Hall. Brother Huang Wei and Huang Jun have returned. Accompanied by his master, Lu Wei, the sect master of the Great Sword Sect. The sect master of the Great Sword Sect, Lu Wei. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed with intensity. Yes, it was indeed your father who was injured by Lu Wei, who is a congenital expert. Su Yan sobbed. A few days ago, when Huang Jun learned that you had broken Huang Wei's hands and feet at the annual meeting last year, and that Elder Fei had harmed Huang Ming, along with Huang Ming and Huang Wei, came to the East Hall. At this point, Su Yan paused, leaving the rest to the imagination. Your sister, Huang Min, was kicked by Huang Wei. As she recalled her daughter's suffering, her cries grew louder. Huang Jun, Huang Ming, and Huang Wei declared they would deal with you and Elder Fei properly upon your return. Xiaolong, you and Elder Fei must leave Huang family village at once. If Huang Jun and Huang Ming discover you are back, it will be too late. Huang Jun, Huang Ming, Huang Wei, and Lu Wei. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glinted with a menacing light. He turned to the Marshal Haotian behind him and asked, Are you familiar with Lu Wei, the sect master of the Great Sword Sect? Reporting to you, young master, while Lu Wei is indeed a congenital expert, he is merely at the first stage of congenital mastery, having broken through only a few years ago, Marshal Haotian replied. The Great Sword Sect is a major sect of the neighboring tyrannical Dragon Kingdom, and although Marshal Haotian had heard of Lu Wei, they had never met. First stage of congenital mastery, Huang Xiaolong sneered. At that moment, Huang Peng and Su Yan finally noticed Marshal Haotian. Young master? Could this be a new servant your son acquired? They thought, yet did not dwell on it. Huang Peng, with a face full of urgency, turned to Elder Fei, pleading, Elder Fei, I implore you to protect Xiaolong as he leaves Huang family village. You must hurry, otherwise, it will truly be too late. Meanwhile, in the North Hall, a Huang family guard reported Huang Xiaolong and Appo's returned to Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and Huang Wei. Upon hearing the news, Huang Wei burst into jubilant laughter. Ha! That little pup and Elder Fei have indeed returned. This time, let us see where they can run. He then turned to Huang Jun, saying, Brother, do not rush to kill Elder Fei. First, we shall cripple both him and Huang Xiaolong, and then systematically break every bone in their bodies. That little pup broke my hands and feet. I shall repay him tenfold. Huang Jun replied, Rest assured, we shall not allow Elder Fei to die easily. Once we incapacitate Huang Xiaolong and Elder Fei, how to deal with them will be left to you and father. Rising from his seat, he added, I shall go summon my master now. Nodding, Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and Huang Wei departed the North Hall to seek out Lu Wei. Meanwhile, Huang Qida had also learned of Huang Xiaolong and Elder Fei's return. Sitting in his chair, he sighed and said to Chen Ying, Let us go visit the East Hall. After a while, Huang Qida and Chen Ying arrived at the East Hall. Just as they entered, Huang Qida spotted Huang Xiaolong and his companions exiting the room. Upon seeing Huang Qida, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's eyes turned cold. Moments ago, he had heard from his mother Su Yan that Huang Qida had smiled ingratiatingly at Lu Wei after learning he had severely injured his father, suggesting that it was warranted. Huang Xiaolong and Appo's gaze was like a blade. Huang Qida, feeling the weight of Huang Xiaolong and Appo's stare, averted his eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Just then, a raucous voice erupted from outside the courtyard. Huang Xiaolong, little pup, I know you and Elder Fei have returned. Come out. It was Huang Wei and Appo's voice. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed in cold fury. He had intended to head to the North Hall, but it seemed Huang Wei and his father had arrived first. eager to confront him. Very well, Huang Xiaolong thought. This would save him the trip. He turned to Elder Fei and said, "Someone is calling for us to come out. Let us not disappoint those who are so eager to see us." "Yes, young master." Elder Fei and Marshal Haoyin replied respectfully. The three of them passed by Huang Qida and Chen Ying, exiting the courtyard. Huang Qida's expression shifted between light and dark. "We should also go out." After speaking, he and Chen Ying followed suit, leaving the courtyard. Upon exiting the small courtyard, Huang Xiaolong beheld Huang Ming, Huang Wei, and Huang Jun waiting outside. It had been 3 years since he last saw Huang Jun, yet he recognized him instantly. Aside from his height and build, Huang Jun's appearance had changed little. Standing before Huang Ming and the others was a middle-aged man dressed in peculiar attire. This must be Huang Jun's master, Lu Wei, the sect master of the Great Sword Sect. As Huang Ming, Huang Wei, and Huang Jun spotted Huang Xiaolong, Huang Wei sneered, "Huang Xiaolong, little pup, did you expect us to arrive so swiftly?" Elder Fei and Marshal Haoyin, incensed by Huang Wei's repeated insults, were about to step forward when Huang Xiaolong raised a hand to stop them. Addressing Huang Wei with a chilling voice, "Indeed, I did not foresee your eagerness to come to your demise." Furious, Huang Wei retorted, but Huang Jun interjected, "Huang Xiaolong, this is my master, Lu Wei. My master, Lu Wei, is the sect master of the Great Sword Sect and a congenital expert." He then turned his gaze to Elder Fei, mocking, "So this is the dog servant, Elder Fei? Do you think that just because you have a peak 10th stage dog servant by your side, you can act arrogantly and believe yourself invincible? Let me tell you, that dog servant is nothing but a mere insect before my master." At that moment, Huang Qida and Chen Ying emerged from behind Huang Xiaolong. Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and Huang Wei were taken aback, not expecting Huang Qida to also appear at the East Hall. Chapter 83. What is the Great Sword Sect? Father, grandfather. Upon seeing Huang Qida, the 3 Huang family members greeted him. Huang Qida nodded, a sigh escaping his lips. Although the 3 showed him deference in their address, it was devoid of the respect they once held. It was evident that their greetings were merely perfunctory and habitual. "Senior Lu Wei." Huang Qida approached Lu Wei, a respectful smile adorning his face. Lu Wei did not even nod in acknowledgement, merely grunting through his nostrils before turning his gaze towards Huang Xiaolong and the Marshal Haoyin. Along with Fei Ho, his eyes settled on Fei Ho. "You are Fei Ho? At the peak of the late 10th rank? I commend your arduous cultivation. Here's the deal. If you kneel and pledge your loyalty to me, to our Great Sword Sect, not only will I spare your life, but I shall also grant you the esteemed position of elder within our sect." Huang Jun, Huang Ming, and Huang Wei were momentarily taken aback. An elder of the Great Sword Sect. Master this. Huang Jun began hesitantly. Lu Wei and Apos' demeanor turned icy. "This is not your place to interject. Withdraw." Huang Jun trembled internally, hastily complying. "Yes, master. What is your decision?" Lu Wei turned back to Fei Ho. At that moment, Marshal Haoyin and Fei Ho exchanged glances and both began to chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Wei's expression darkened. Fei Ho looked at Lu Wei and coldly replied, "The Great Sword Sect? What is it to me?" As his words fell, Huang Ming, Huang Jun, Huang Wei, and even Huang Qida and Chen Ying were left in disbelief, unable to fathom what Fei Ho had just said. They even questioned if they had misheard him. "What did you say?" Lu Wei was also momentarily stunned. "Is there something wrong with your hearing?" Fei Ho retorted coldly, "I said, what is the Great Sword Sect to me? Kneel before you, and be granted the position of elder? You." Lu Wei and Apos' face flushed crimson, an overwhelming aura erupting from him like a surging wave, the terrifying killing intent causing Huang Qida and the others to recoil in shock. "Death, you seek death. If that is the case, I shall first cripple the 3 of you, then make you and your master wish for death." Lu Wei glared furiously, unleashing a powerful palm strike towards Fei Ho, Huang Xiaolong, and Marshal Haoyin. "Let you witness the unparalleled divine palm of our Great Sword Sect." Jin Jing Great Palm. 3 colossal golden palms tore through the air, instantly closing in on Huang Xiaolong, Marshal Haoyin, and Fei Ho. At that moment, Su Yin emerged from the courtyard, and upon seeing the impending attack, cried out in despair, "Xiaolong." Yet, Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and Huang Wei were filled with delight, especially Huang Wei, whose eyes sparkled with malicious glee. "Huang Xiaolong, just wait, I shall see how you meet your end." As the golden palms were about to strike, suddenly, a figure flashed forth, delivering a palm strike that met Lu Wei and Apos' Jin Jing Great Palm. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed. Countless air currents surged, shattering the surrounding stone slabs as Huang Ming, Huang Qida, and others were astounded and hastily retreated. Lu Wei, struck by the immense force, staggered backward, each step crushing the ground beneath him until he reached the corner of the courtyard wall, finally stabilizing himself. It was then that he realized it was not Fei Ho who had intervened. He stared in shock at Marshal Haoyan. You, a congenital master. The elderly figure in luxurious robes, who had been following Huang Xiaolong, was indeed a congenital master. Moreover, his strength was at the second tier of the congenital realm. After the initial shock, Lu Wei and Appo's expression darkened. Although he too was a congenital master, he had only recently ascended to that level, and the gap between them was substantial. Meanwhile, Huang Ming, Huang Jun, Huang Wei, Huang Qida, Qining, and the newly emerged Su Yin gazed at Marshal Haoyan in astonishment. A congenital master. The old man, who referred to Huang Xiaolong as young master, was a congenital master and even stronger than Lu Wei. How could this be possible? Huang Wei stammered. Huang Ming and Huang Jun, after recovering from their shock, were suddenly engulfed by a wave of intense unease and fear. Who are you? Lu Wei glared at Marshal Haoyan, his expression grim. There were only so many congenital masters in the kingdom of Luotong, and this elderly figure could not be an unknown entity. Without a word, Marshal Haoyan soared into the air, a long spear appearing in his hand as he thrust it fiercely towards Lu Wei. Divine Fury Spear. Countless spear shadows shot forth like falling meteors, instantly approaching Lu Wei. Alarmed, Lu Wei retreated hastily, his palm swelling to a vibrant green as a long sword materialized behind him, constructed from numerous smaller swords, resembling a whip. This was Lu Wei's weapon spirit, known as the Nine-Section Sword. Summoning the Nine-Section Sword, Lu Wei waved his hands, transforming it into a sword dragon that spiraled around him, unleashing sword energy that clashed with the spear shadows. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of strikes rang out. With every collision, Lu Wei was forced to retreat a step. At that moment, a massive black lion materialized behind Marshal Haoyan, its azure eyes radiating a formidable aura amidst swirling black mist. Upon witnessing the appearance of this black lion, Lu Wei and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, and without thinking, he exclaimed, "You are Marshal Haoyan of the kingdom of Luotong." In the entire kingdom of Luotong, only Marshal Haoyan possessed the black demonic lion as his weapon spirit. Marshal Haoyan, Huang Ming, Huang Jun, Huang Wei, Huang Qida, and Su Yin were struck by the revelation, their minds reeling in shock as they stared at the elderly figure in luxurious robes, realizing he was the Marshal Haoyan of their kingdom, the one who held authority over countless generals. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Marshal Haoyan swiftly closed the distance to Lu Wei, thrusting his spear once more, while the black demonic lion let out a thunderous roar, pouncing toward Lu Wei with its claws aimed directly at him, unleashing two terrifying black energy columns. Nine-section sword formation. Lu Wei shouted in terror, his weapon spirit soaring skyward, transforming into 9 sections to form a defensive array against the black demonic lion. As he simultaneously hurled his fists towards Marshal Haoyan. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Lu Wei let out a muffled cry of despair as he was sent flying backward, crashing against the wall of the courtyard. Marshal Haoyan's strength was inherently superior, coupled with his top-tier beast weapon spirit. His attack far outweighed Lu Wei's 9-section sword. Lu Wei stood no chance against Haoyan. Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and Huang Wei watched in horror as Lu Wei collided with the wall, their hearts sinking to the depths of despair. Chapter 84. The uncle realizes his mistake suddenly. Lu Wei, buried beneath the courtyard wall, soared into the sky. Rocks flying in all directions. His martial spirit, the 9-section sword, reconfigured into a dragon-shaped sword, upon which Lu Wei ascended. The sword dragon glided through the air, attempting to flee. Thinking of escaping? Marshal Haoyan observed this with a cold smile. His martial spirit, the black underworld lion, returned to him and instantly transformed, emanating a surge of dark energy that swept through the surroundings. With icy eyes, Marshal Haoyan opened his mouth and bellowed at Lu Wei, suspended in midair. Underworld lion and Appo's S9 roars. A colossal black lion materialized, rearing back to let out a deafening roar that resonated through the heavens. Huang Ming, Huang Qida, and the others felt their ears ring, momentarily losing their sense of hearing. This was the signature soul technique of Marshal Haoyan's martial spirit, the black underworld lion. Under their astonished gazes, the sound waves expanded with each successive roar, 9 in total, each wave doubling in intensity, culminating in a tsunami of sound that surged toward the fleeing Lu Wei. Lu Wei turned, his eyes wide with terror. Boom! The sound waves struck him like a tempest, sending him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and landing atop a rockery in a courtyard of the Huang family, scattering debris everywhere. With one roar, Lu Wei was brought down. Martial Haoyan flashed into the small courtyard and, just as Lu Wei attempted to rise, thrust his spear forward. Lu Wei hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow, yet still felt the spear pierce his shoulder. As Martial Haoyan withdrew the spear, Lu Wei coughed blood, staggering backward, visibly shaken. You! Lu Wei gazed at Martial Haoyan in terror, about to speak when Martial Haoyan appeared before him once again, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. Lu Wei felt as though his very organs had been obliterated. Martial Haoyan seized him and, soaring back, presented him before Huang Xiaolong, Fei Ho, and the others. Young master, how should we deal with Lu Wei? Martial Haoyan tossed Lu Wei at Huang Xiaolong and Apos' feet. At this moment, Lu Wei's robes were drenched in his own blood, his hair disheveled. He was no longer the proud and arrogant figure he once was. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lu Wei glared at Huang Xiaolong and sneered, "Boy, I am the sect master of the Great Sword Sect. Do you dare to kill me?" Huang Xiaolong replied coldly, "First, cripple his energy C." Lu Wei and Apos' expression changed dramatically. As a congenital expert, the energy C was the reservoir of his fighting spirit. If it were destroyed, all his cultivation would be rendered null, making recovery nearly impossible in the future. "Boy, you dare?" Lu Wei shouted in fury, glaring at Huang Xiaolong. "If you destroy my energy C, the experts of the Great Sword Sect will undoubtedly come for you and annihilate the Huang family." Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent, turning to Martial Haoyan. "Yes, young master." Martial Haoyan understood Huang Xiaolong and Apos' intentions, replying respectfully as he delivered a powerful blow to Lu Wei and Apos' heart, where the energy C resided. Bang! A faint sound akin to a balloon bursting echoed from Lu Wei and Apos' chest. A scream escaped him as he was sent sprawling, crashing against a stone table. Lu Wei struggled to rise from beneath the table, his expression one of madness as he screamed, "You destroyed my energy C." He looked up at Huang Xiaolong and Martial Haoyan with blood-red eyes filled with malice and hatred. "You will regret this, regret everything you have done today." "Regret?" Huang Xiaolong stepped closer, suddenly grasping Lu Wei and Apos' arms, twisting them with a brutal snap. The sound of breaking bones resonated as Huang Xiaolong dislocated his arms. With his energy C destroyed and his cultivation lost, Lu Wei stood before Huang Xiaolong without the power to resist. The sect master of the Great Sword Sect, a congenital expert, had been humiliated by a mere 10-year-old child. In agony, Lu Wei's eyes burned with hatred, wishing he could consume Huang Xiaolong whole. "I will kill you, you little dog." But before he could finish, Fei Ho struck him across the left cheek, sending him flying. Upon landing, his face was swollen like a pig and Apos' head. Huang Jun, Huang Ming, Huang Wei, and Huang Cheetah stood in the distance, paralyzed with fear, witnessing Lu Wei and Apos' pitiful state after having his energy C destroyed and arms broken. Their hearts raced, especially for Huang Jun, Huang Ming, and Huang Wei, whose faces went pale as if they had plunged into a freezing abyss, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lu Wei struggled to rise from the ground. This time, his eyes reflected not malice but terror. "Huang Xiaolong, spare me. If you let me go. The Great Sword Sect will not seek revenge. We will not retaliate against you or the Huang family." "Not seek revenge." Huang Xiaolong approached him, shaking his head as the Shura blade appeared in his hands. Upon seeing the blade, Lu Wei was engulfed in fear. "Please, don't kill me. I will do anything you ask." Huang Xiaolong and Apos' expression remained icy. "It is too late for such words. Had you known this would be the consequence, you would not have harmed my father just days ago. Please, don't kill me." Lu Wei sensed the murderous intent emanating from Huang Xiaolong, and in a moment of desperation, he fell to his knees. "You cannot kill me. I am a congenital expert." "A congenital expert?" Huang Xiaolong raised the Shura blade, slicing through the air with 2 arcs of light that swiftly severed Lu Wei's neck. Lu Wei lowered his head, clutching his throat, and collapsed, blood seeping through his fingers. The sect master of the Great Sword Sect, a congenital expert, had completely lost his breath. Lu Wei lay there, eyes wide open, likely unable to fathom that his journey to the kingdom of Luotong had become his final journey, nor could he have anticipated dying at the hands of a 10-year-old child. Huang Xiaolong looked coldly at Lu Wei and Appo's lifeless body before turning his gaze toward Huang Jun, Huang Ming, and Huang Wei, who stood in the distance. Seeing Huang Xiaolong and Appo's gaze upon them, the three were seized by an overwhelming fear, their faces paling to a ghostly hue. Xiaolong, I was wrong. I now realize my mistakes. Suddenly, Huang Ming knelt before Huang Xiaolong, weeping. For your father and Appo's sake, spare us. Let us go. Yes, Xiaolong, we were foolish. Huang Jun also knelt. We beg you to spare us. We will never dare to offend you again. Just let us leave the Huang family, and the position of patriarch will be handed over to your father. Chapter 85. A gift to me, spare you? Huang Xiaolong and Appo's expression was indifferent. At that moment, Huang Wei glared hatefully at Huang Xiaolong and said to Huang Ming and Huang Jun, Father, elder brother, there is no need to plead with this little dog. I simply do not believe that he dares to do anything to us. Huang Ming and Huang Jun and Appo's faces changed, kneeled down and apologized to Xiaolong. Huang Ming shouted in anger, standing up in fury, and struck Huang Wei hard across the face, leaving him dazed. This wretch, at such a time, still could not discern the truth and dared to refer to Huang Xiaolong as a little dog. Was he not courting death? Huang Xiaolong and Appo's eyes glinted coldly as he regarded Huang Wei. Just then, Huang Cheetah, standing nearby, implored, Xiaolong, Huang Wei is still young and naive. Grandfather begs you, for your father and Appo's sake, to spare him. I assure you, such incidents will not occur again. Not far away, Su Yin remained silent. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from the courtyard, and Huang Ping, gravely injured, struggled to emerge. Hearing the thunderous clash between Lu Wei and Marshal Haoyan, he disregarded his injuries, concerned for his son. Upon exiting the courtyard, Huang Peng immediately spotted Lu Wei lying in the distance, his neck bleeding and breath extinguished. Lu Wei, the Grandmaster of the Great Sword Sect, had actually perished. Huang Peng was astounded, unable to believe it. Lu Wei was a congenital expert. How could he be killed? Who was responsible for this? Peng Gu, why are you out here? Su Yin rushed to Huang Peng and Appo's side, supporting him with concern. Huang Peng shook his head, I am fine, and then approached Huang Xiaolong. He observed Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and their son kneeling before Huang Xiaolong. Although he did not know the precise circumstances, he could surmise a general understanding. Huang Peng, please ask Xiaolong to spare Huang Ming and the others. They acknowledged their mistakes. Huang Cheetah implored Huang Peng upon seeing him. Huang Peng turned to Huang Xiaolong, saying, Xiaolong, please spare Huang Ming and the others. Huang Xiaolong replied, Father, if you wish for me to forgive them, did they ever consider sparing you in the past few days? When Lu Wei struck you down, did grandfather ever plead with Huang Ming and the others for your mercy? Huang Xiaolong pointed at Huang Cheetah, who had not spoken up to plead for his parents' lives. Just moments ago, when Lu Wei intended to cripple me, did grandfather request Huang Ming to spare me? Huang Xiaolong continued, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Huang Cheetah. If he had not returned with Marshal Haoyan this time, it would undoubtedly have been Fei Ho who perished. Moreover, he would have been rendered powerless by Lu Wei. Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and Huang Wei would surely have devised ways to torment him, as Lu Wei had previously stated, unable to seek life, unable to seek death. Huang Cheetah, upon hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, lowered his head in shame, rendered speechless. Huang Ming and Huang Jun also remained silent. Huang Peng sighed and said, Xiaolong, despite all this, please grant them one more chance. Very well, I shall not kill them. Since father has interceded, I shall not disregard your wishes. However, we shall convene a family council at Huang Family Manor to handle this matter according to our ancestral rules. According to our ancestral rules, Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and Huang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over them, yet their faces remained pale. According to the rules, those who colluded with outsiders and harmed their kin must have their martial arts abolished and be expelled from Huang Family Manor. Night descended, and snow continued to fall. Huang Xiaolong stood in the courtyard, gazing at the pitch-black sky, allowing the snowflakes to drift around him. Earlier that afternoon, Grandfather Huang Cheetah had convened the family council, addressing the fates of Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and Huang Wei. Ultimately, due to Huang Peng and Appo's plea, they were only stripped of their martial arts and were not expelled from Huang Family Manor. It was grandfather Huang Qida who instructed the steward, Jin Jing, to carry out the punishment. Huang Xiaolong did not attend the council. He had just learned the outcome from his mother, Su Yin. At that moment, Marshal Hao Yin and Fei Ho approached Huang Xiaolong from behind. Master, do not blame the second manner, master. After all, Huang Ming is your uncle, Marshal Hao Yin remarked. Huang Xiaolong nodded, I understand. Although Huang Ming treated my father in that manner, I do not harbor any resentment toward him, given my father's persistent pleas. After a while, Huang Xiaolong emerged from the small courtyard, accompanied by Hao Tian and Fei Ho to his father and Appo's room. Both his father and mother were present. Thanks to Huang Xiaolong and Appo's Jin Jing internal cultivation treatment, Huang Peng and Appo's injuries had improved significantly. He no longer needed to remain in bed. Xiaolong, Huang Peng, and Su Yin stood up eagerly upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, Hao Yin, and Fei Ho enter. We greet the marshal. Huang Peng and Su Yin promptly greeted Marshal Hao Yin. Please, there is no need for such formalities. Marshal Hao Yin, slightly flustered by their reverence, quickly assisted Huang Peng and Su Yin to their feet, chuckling awkwardly, in the future. Simply call me and Fei Ho by our names. We are merely subordinates of the young master. How could we accept such deference from the second manor master and his wife? Despite his words, Huang Peng and Su Yin did not dare to address Marshal Hao Yin by name, as he was the marshal of the Luotong kingdom. In the past, they would not have had the privilege to bow before him. After a brief interval, everyone resumed their seats. Under the watchful eyes of Huang Peng and Su Yin, Huang Xiaolong produced 20 iron fruits. This is iron fruit. Huang Peng and Su Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. Huang Xiaolong nodded, smiling, indeed. These iron fruits are a fortuitous acquisition for me. Father, mother, please consume these to cultivate. Huang Peng and Su Yin were about to respond when Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Do not say anything. I have already consumed quite a few iron fruits, and I still possess more. Reluctantly, Huang Peng and Su Yin accepted the iron fruits just as Huang Xiaolong produced 2 jade vials, saying, Father, mother, these contain the 4th grade high-tier spirit pill, Starshine pill, and the 5th grade high-tier spirit pill, 7 Seas pill. You should also consume these for cultivation. The 4th grade high-tier spirit pill, Starshine pill, the 5th grade high-tier spirit pill, 7 Seas pill. Huang Peng and Su Yan's bodies trembled suddenly, looking incredulously at their son, Huang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, you mean to say these 2 vials contain? Huang Peng stammered, his voice quivering. Huang Xiaolong smiled. Indeed, father, mother. I am currently a student at the Starry Sky Academy, and I achieved 1st place in the recent grade competition. The Starshine pill was my reward, while the 7 Seas pill was a complimentary gift from Dean Sun Zhang and Xiong Chu. The revelation that Huang Peng and Su Yan's son was not only a student at the esteemed Starry Sky Academy, but also the champion of his class, bestowed with a 5th grade, high-level spirit pill by the dean himself, left them in a state of bewilderment. The implications of such honors were not lost on them. Yet the suddenness and magnitude of the news rendered them speechless. After a long interval, they gradually emerged from their reverie. Huang Peng exchanged a look with Su Yin, shaking his head in silent acknowledgement of their son's enigmatic nature. First, there was Fei Ho, a 10th-level late-peak warrior, inexplicably devoted to their son. And now even the marshal of the kingdom was under his command. In the end, they accepted the Star Radiance pill and the 7 Seas pill. As they held these treasures, Huang Xiaolong presented them with 2 tomes, announcing, these are a low-grade Earth-rank cultivation method and a low-grade Earth-rank combat skill. The words sent another wave of dizziness through the couple. Once again, they slowly regained their composure. Holding the Earth-rank manuals, they were at a loss for words. Father, mother, Huang Xiaolong said thoughtfully, after the new year, let us journey to Luotong Royal City together. Huang Peng and Su Yin hesitated. With Lu Wei gone, Huang family manor is no longer safe. Moreover, I have already acquired a residence in the royal city, Huang Xiaolong explained, knowing that the Great Sword sect would soon learn of Lu Wei's demise. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Peng and Su Yin harbored no objections to relocating to the royal city. However, the prospect of leaving their home of so many years filled them with a sense of melancholy, especially for Huang Peng, whose entire life was rooted in the manor. What about your grandfather? Huang Peng began, but Huang Xiaolong shook his head resolutely. No, father, say no more. Huang Peng sighed inwardly. He had hoped that his son would extend the invitation to Huang Qida as well. However, he understood that such a request was futile. Their son and Appo's leniency towards Huang Ming and his sons did not signify forgiveness, but rather a concession to his father and Apos' plea. Huang Peng could even envision the scene that would unfold when the Great Sword Sect and Apos' experts arrived at Huang family manor. Enraged by Lu Wei and Apos' death, they would undoubtedly seek retribution on the manor, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. 2 days passed, and the new year arrived. As the snow fell gently, the East Hall buzzed with activity. Huang Min and Huang Xiaohai, clinging to Huang Xiaolong, pleaded with him to play with them, and he acquiesced. Although Huang Min had suffered a kick from Huang Wei, her injuries were less severe than her father's, and she had nearly fully recovered thanks to Huang Xiaolong's Jin Jing treatment. In contrast to the joyous atmosphere of the East Hall, the rest of Huang family manor remained eerily silent, with the North Hall shrouded in an atmosphere of gloom. Soon, the New Year festivities came to an end. On the 3rd day of the New Year, Huang Xiaolong departed from Huang family manor with his parents, brother, and sister, heading towards Luotong Royal City. Huang Peng brought along 7 or 8 guards and servants, all of whom had served him faithfully since childhood. Huang Xiaolong did not object. "Brother, are there many fun places in the royal city?" Huang Min asked, her voice filled with excitement. The siblings were overjoyed at the prospect of visiting the royal city, and their chatter filled the air throughout the journey. "The royal city is indeed a wonderful place," Huang Xiaolong replied with a smile. "Brother, will we ever return to Huang family manor?" Huang Xiaohai inquired. Now 7 years old, Huang Xiaohai had awakened his martial spirit, revealing a talent for cultivation. "And you? Would you like to return to Huang family manor in the future?" Huang Xiaolong asked with a smile, evading a direct answer. "I never want to go back to Huang family manor," Huang Xiaohai declared, shaking his head. "I don and Apos, do you want to see that bad guy Huang Wei again?" Huang Peng and Su Yin remained silent. As they journeyed with their family, Huang Xiaolong and his group traveled at a leisurely pace. After leaving the southwest county, Marshal Hao Tian reported to Huang Xiaolong that Huang Qida, Huang Ming, and the rest of the Huang family had also abandoned the manor and sought refuge elsewhere. Huang Xiaolong nodded, unsurprised by this development. Soon, another 20 days had passed. With Huang Min and Huang Xiaohai and Apos' incessant chatter, the journey was far from dull. Along the way, Huang Hai and Huang Xiaohai became acquainted with the spirit-devouring purple monkey, and the 3 youngsters often frolicked together. One night, as the world lay in slumber, Huang Xiaolong and his entourage rested in a forest. Gathered around a bonfire, they roasted Sha Luo beast meat, its aroma filling the air. Huang Min, Huang Xiaohai, and the spirit-devouring purple monkey sat obediently by the fire, their eyes fixed on the sizzling meat. At that moment, Marshal Hao Tian approached Huang Xiaolong and whispered, "Young master, I have a matter to report concerning Huang family manor." Huang Xiaolong rose to his feet and moved away from the fire. "What is it?" he asked. "Young master, I have just received word that the Great Sword Sect has located Huang Qida and the others," Marshal Hao Tian reported truthfully. "Huang Qida is dead, and Huang Ming, Huang Jun, and Huang Wei have all been killed by the Great Sword Sect." Huang Xiaolong remained silent for a moment before nodding. "I understand," he said. Returning to the bonfire, "Xiaolong, is something wrong?" Huang Peng asked, sensing a change in his son and Apos' demeanor. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Hao Tian just reported that the Great Sword Sect has found the people of Huang family manor. He decided not to conceal the truth from his father. Chapter 87. Upon hearing this, Huang Peng froze, his body rigid with shock. Su Yin was equally stunned. Only the 2 children, Huang Min and Huang Xiaohai, remained fixated on the roasted sand loach beast meat, oblivious to the implications of Huang Xiaolong and Apos' words about the Great Sword Sect finding the Huang family village. The 7 or 8 guards and servants who had accompanied Huang Peng also appeared crestfallen. "Xiaolong, promise your father that you will obliterate the Great Sword Sect," Huang Peng finally managed to say, his voice choked with emotion and hoarse with suppressed anguish. "Rest assured, father, I will," Huang Xiaolong replied with a resolute nod. It was not merely for the sake of Huang Ming and his sons, but for his parents, sister, and brother. He would never allow the Great Sword Sect to jeopardize their safety. "Big brother, can we eat the roasted meat now?" Huang Xiaohai piped up, his stomach rumbling audibly. "I'm famished." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "All right, let's dig in." "Yay." The 2 children cheered, jumping for joy. As night gradually yielded to dawn, Huang Xiaolong's party resumed their journey. 2 days later, they arrived at the gates of Luotong Royal City. Standing before the majestic gates, Huang Peng, Su Yin, and the others were awestruck by the sheer scale of the city. The colossal gates instilled in them a profound sense of wonder. "Big brother, Is this our Luodong royal city? It and amp, Oppos, s so big, so big, so big. Huang Xiaolong exclaimed, his expression exaggerated with amazement. So big, indeed. Huang Xiaolong responded with a smile, amused by his brother and amp, Oppos, s endearing reaction. Let and amp, Oppos, s go, let and amp, Oppos, s enter the city. The two children eagerly darted towards the city gates, vying to be the first to cross the threshold. The guards stationed at the gates initially moved to intercept Huang Min and Huang Xiaolong, but upon recognizing Huang Xiaolong and Marshal Haoyan, they quickly retreated to the side, prostrating themselves in reverence. Greetings, Marshal, they exclaimed, recognizing Marshal Haoyan instantly. Rise, Marshal Haoyan acknowledged with a nod. The guards respectfully obeyed, scrambling to their feet and stepping aside. Huang Xiaolong and his parents led the way, followed by Marshal Haoyan, Fei Ho, and the rest of the group, as they proceeded through the city gates. Huang Min and Huang Xiaolong hooped with delight as they dashed into the city. Ultimately, Huang Min emerged victorious, crossing the threshold first, despite Huang Xiaolong and Appo's superior talent. His martial spirit had only recently awakened, making it impossible for him to outpace Huang Min, who had been cultivating her battle chi for 2 years. Both children were panting and wiping perspiration from their foreheads as they entered the city, while the city gate guards were likewise wiping cold sweat from their brows. Who is that young man? One guard whispered. Even Marshal Haoyan is following him? Yuun and Oppos, T no, another replied. Yuhaven and Oppos, T been in the royal city long enough. That and Oppos, S Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong? Who and Oppos, S Huang Xiaolong? Amidst the hushed whispers of the city gate guards, Huang Xiaolong and his entourage gradually disappeared into the bustling streets of the city. Once inside the city walls, Huang Min and Huang Xiaolong explored the bustling thoroughfares with boundless enthusiasm, their eyes wide with wonder. The spirit-devouring purple monkey, perched on Huang Xiaolong and Appo's shoulder, scampered down to join the children, darting around and chirping merrily, watching his younger sister and brother revel in their joy and innocence. Huang Xiaolong felt a surge of contentment within his heart. After strolling for over an hour, the group paused in front of the delicious wine restaurant. Huang Xiaolong turned to Huang Ping and Su Yan. Father, mother, shall we go inside and have a bite to eat? Having visited the royal city before, Huang Xiaolong recalled the delectable dishes and the exquisite snow moon wine served at the restaurant. Upon hearing his suggestion, the spirit-devouring purple monkey clapped its tiny hands and smacked its lips in anticipation, its mouth practically watering at the thought of the restaurant's culinary delights. Huang Ping and Su Yan exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. As Huang Xiaolong's party entered the restaurant, they were greeted by the same waiter who had served them on their previous visit. Recognizing Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, the waiter's eyes lit up, and he scurried towards them, bowing obsequiously. Despite the passage of a year, the waiter had not forgotten the incident when the delicious wine restaurant had nearly been demolished. Under the waiter's deferential guidance, Huang Xiaolong and his companions were led to the second floor of the restaurant. Shortly after they were seated, the restaurant owner arrived, panting and perspiring as if he had rushed from afar. He greeted Marshal Haoyan with utmost respect before personally attending to Huang Xiaolong and his party, even bringing out a vintage snow moon wine that had been aged for decades. Before the wine could even be uncorked, the spirit-devouring purple monkey leaped onto the table, seized a jar, and began gulping down the contents with gusto, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. The dishes arrived, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. Huang Min and Huang Xiaolong wasted no time in devouring the food, their chopsticks flying as they indulged in a veritable feast. As the group enjoyed their meal in a convivial atmosphere, a young couple approached, seemingly regular patrons of the restaurant. Huang Xiaolong recognized them as the young lady and young master from the Marquis estate whom he and Fei Ho had encountered at the city gates during their first visit to the royal city. He recalled that they had ridden into the city on fourth-order flame beasts and had been exempt from paying the entrance fee. Lin Ke, upon ascending to the second floor, cast a disdainful glance at Huang Xiaolong's table, wrinkling her nose at the boisterous children and the general commotion. She tossed a bag of gold coins to the waiter and pointed towards Huang Xiaolong's party. I'm reserving the second floor. Get rid of these lowly commoners and send them to the first floor. Lowly commoners. The diners at Huang Xiaolong's table turned towards the couple, their laughter abruptly ceasing. The waiter hesitated, unsure of what to do. Lin Gua, noticing the waiter's indecision, barked, "Didn't you hear me? We're reserving the second floor. Get rid of these lowly commoners and send them to the first floor. They're ruining our appetite." Marshal Haoyan and Fei Ho's expressions darkened. But before they could rise to their feet, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand, signaling them to remain seated. He beckoned to the waiter. "Come here." Although the waiter was not the same one who had initially served Huang Xiaolong, he had been instructed by the owner to attend to Huang Xiaolong and Apos' table with utmost care. He approached Huang Xiaolong with a respectful demeanor. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Huang Xiaolong tossed a bag of gold coins to the waiter and pointed towards Lin Ku and Lin Gua. "Idon and Apos, do you want to see those two in the delicious wine restaurant? Throw those dogs out of here. They and Apos, ruining my appetite. What did you say, you lowly commoner?" Lin Ku exclaimed, her fury ignited as she pointed at Huang Xiaolong. "How dare you utter such words to me?" Huang Xiaolong remained impassive. "Did my words escape your comprehension?" At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed from below. A dozen guards ascended the stairs. "Miss, what is the matter?" one of the guards inquired. They had been on the ground floor and hastened to the scene upon hearing the commotion. "This insolent commoner dared to insult me. Silence him. Silence him at once." Lin Ku and Apos' eyes flashed with malice. "Knock out every last one of his teeth, and anyone who dares to interfere shall suffer the same fate." "Yes, miss." The guards encircled Huang Xiaolong and his companions. One of them raised a hand, aiming a vicious blow at Huang Xiaolong's face. The guards of the Huang family manner tensed, ready to intervene. However, a figure moved with blinding speed, outpacing them all. The guard who had intended to strike Huang Xiaolong cried out in agony, as if struck by a meteor, and crashed to the ground, tumbling down the stairs to the floor below. A brief silence descended upon the surroundings. The assailant was Fei Ho. The other guards of the Marquis and Apos' mansion, taken aback, reacted with fury, drawing their blades. But Fei Ho unleashed a thunderous roar. "Begone!" A surge of sound and lightning erupted, manifesting the Xian-grade advanced combat skill, Thunderclap. The guards, whose strength peaked at the late 7th order, were no match for the onslaught of thunder. Struck by the force of the attack, they were sent hurtling backward, their bodies charred and smoking as they hit the ground. "You!" Lin Ku and Lin Guo were aghast. "Silence her." Huang Xiaolong's voice was cold. "As you command, master." Fei Ho replied. Instantly, 5 crimson fingerprints appeared on Lin Ku's left cheek. "Do you wretched people even know who I am? How dare you strike me?" Lin Ku screamed, her voice a mixture of shock and rage. Clutching her cheek, she glared at Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho. "You dare to strike me? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the daughter of Marquis Lin Xian. I will have you killed, you dogs. I will have you all killed." "Silence her again," Huang Xiaolong commanded. Once more, 5 crimson fingerprints marked Lin Ku's right cheek. Blood welled in her mouth, and a tooth was dislodged. Lin Ku stared at the fallen tooth, her eyes glazed over. Then, she burst into tears, her gaze filled with hatred as she looked at Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho. "You dare to strike me? You dare to strike me? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the daughter of Marquis Lin Xian. I must kill all of you." "Silence her," Huang Xiaolong said coldly. With 2 sharp slaps, Lin Ku staggered backward. This time, both cheeks bore the marks of 5 crimson fingerprints, and 2 bloody teeth were expelled from her mouth. "Sister, say no more. Let us return to the Marquis's mansion," Lin Guo urged, his voice a mixture of fear and anger. He could see that if she continued to hurl insults, she would soon lose all her teeth. Without waiting for her response, he seized his sister and fled down the stairs. Huang Xiaolong watched them go, a cold smile playing on his lips. He knew that Lin Ku, consumed by hatred, would not let this matter rest. It was likely that they would return with a group of experts from the Marquis and Apos' mansion. The waiter, who had been frozen in shock as he watched Lin Ku and Lin Guo flee and the Marquis and Apos' guards writhe on the floor, finally snapped out of his stupor and rushed to inform the owner. After Lin Ku and Lin Guo departed, Huang Xiaolong and his companions resumed their meal. Lin Ku and Lin Guo returned to the Marquis's mansion shortly after leaving the restaurant. Lin Ku sobbed and wailed all the way back. As they entered the main hall, Marquis Lin Xian was engaged in cheerful conversation with a middle-aged man clad in military armor, his shoulders adorned with gleaming insignia. This man was General Hong Xiaolong of the Luo Tong Kingdom. Lin Ku and Apos' tearful entrance caused Lin Xian and Hong Xiaolong to pause their discussion. "Uncle Hong," Lin Ku and Lin Guo greeted as they entered. "Kur, what has happened? Who has harmed you?" Lin Xian asked, his face darkening as he noticed the blood on his daughter's lips. "Father, Uncle Hong, you must avenge me," Lin Ku cried, clutching her face. "At the Grand Cuisine restaurant, a group of lowly dogs dared to strike me, knocking out my teeth." "What?" Lin Xian and Apos' face turned grim, his eyes flashing with a menacing glint. "Did you notice anything unusual about them?" Hong Xiaolong interjected. Lin Xian and the others were taken aback. What do you mean, Brother Hong? Lin Xian asked. Do you recall the incident at the Grand Cuisine restaurant last year? Hong Dishing replied. Lin Xian and Appo's body stiffened. He remembered how Duke Mengqian and his son, Meng Xia, had abused their power and injured Marshal Haoyan's junior disciple. When the marshal arrived, he had slain the father and son in a fit of rage. Although it had been nearly a year, Lin Xian could not forget the incident, which had taken place at the Grand Cuisine restaurant. Lin Ku and Lin Guo also recalled the event, their faces paling. Brother Hong, surely it is not a coincidence? Lin Xian said hesitantly. It is better to be safe than sorry, Hong Dishing replied. He turned to Lin Ku and asked, what did the person who struck you look like? Lin Ku and Lin Guo described Fei Ho and Appo's appearance in detail. As they spoke, Lin Xian and Hong Dishing grew increasingly somber. When they finished, Hong Dishing said in a low voice, I fear that the person was none other than Marshal Haoyan and Appo's junior disciple, Fei Ho. Marshal Haoyan and Appo's junior disciple, Fei Ho. Lin Ku and Lin Guo exclaimed, their faces drained of color. Suddenly, Hong Dishing realized something. Was there an elderly man in his 70s accompanying Fei Ho? He asked urgently, describing Marshal Haoyan and Appo's appearance. Lin Ku and Lin Guo tried to recall. However, Marshal Haoyan had been seated with his back to them, so they had not seen his face clearly. We did not pay much attention, Lin Ku replied. There were about 14 or 15 of them. Oh, yes. There was also a boy of about 10 years old. Fei Ho seemed to listen to him and called him master. Could it be Huang Xiaolong? Lin Xian and Hong Dishing exclaimed in unison. Huang Xiaolong. Lin Ku and Lin Guo shuddered, nearly collapsing. News of the Star Cloud Academy's competition had spread throughout the kingdom. Huang Xiaolong and Appo's possession of the ancient divine dragon and black dragon martial souls was no longer a secret. He was now hailed as the most prodigious talent in the history of the Luotong kingdom. If the boy was Huang Xiaolong then? Lin Ku trembled, as if afflicted by epilepsy, as she remembered how she had repeatedly called Huang Xiaolong a lowly dog and ordered the guards to strike him. Chapter 89. Return to Tianxian Mansion, Father. What should we do now? Lin Ku and Appo's face was as pale as a sheet. Her previous arrogance completely vanished. Lin Xian and Hong Dishing exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere in the hall heavy with tension. Father, please say something. Lin Ku implored anxiously. Impudent. Suddenly, Lin Xian, who had been silent, sprang to his feet and bellowed, this is all you're doing. I know your temperament well. If you hadn't been at fault, how could Fei Ho have acted against you? With that, he struck her face, leaving a clear imprint of his fingers. Lin Ku, clutching her face, stared blankly at her father, tears streaming down her cheeks. Until now, her father had indulged her every whim, and today he had struck her. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and her sobs grew louder. You. Lin Xian raised his hand again in anger, but ultimately refrained from striking her further. Brother Xian, now is not the time for reprimanding Kur. Lin Guo, please recount the events to us in detail, Hong Dishing interjected. Yes, Uncle Hong. Lin Guo replied respectfully and recounted the incident without omitting a single detail. Upon hearing that his daughter Lin Ku had summoned Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho to the first floor, referring to them as lowly commoners, Lin Xian and Appo's countenance darkened ominously. Once Lin Guo finished speaking, Lin Xian's expression was as turbulent as a stormy sea. Very well, Brother Xian. I will accompany you to the delicious restaurant to apologize to Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho, Hong Dishing offered. The two families had long-standing ties, and he could not remain indifferent to such an incident. Lin Xian and Appo's expression fluctuated between anger and resignation. It seems we have no other choice. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xian and Hong Dishing, along with Lin Ku and Lin Guo, arrived at the delicious restaurant. After a while, they ascended to the second floor, where Huang Xiaolong and Fei Ho were still present. Just as Lin Xian and Hong Dishing were about to speak, they were abruptly halted by the sight of a figure beside Huang Xiaolong, causing them to freeze in place, their eyes widening in shock. Marshal Haoyan. At that moment, Marshal Haoyan turned to face them. Upon recognizing his face, their minds reeled, and their faces turned ashen. Lin Ku and Lin Guo, following closely behind their father, felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, unable to stand upright. Initially, they had hoped the marshal would not be present, but now over an hour later, Huang Xiaolong and Marshal Haoyan departed from the delicious restaurant. Only after they had left for quite some time did Lin Xian and Hong Dishing emerge from the establishment. their faces filled with despair. No one knew precisely what transpired thereafter. However, the following day, Lin Xian was stripped of his marquis title by a decree personally issued by King Lu Jia. After leaving the delicious restaurant, Huang Xiaolong and his companions soon arrived at Tianxin Mansion, where Bo Li and the other servants had long been awaiting their arrival from afar. Elder brother, will Tianxin Mansion be our home from now on? Standing before the grand Tianxin Mansion, Huang Min exclaimed joyfully. Huang Xiaolong nodded with a smile. Yes, from now on, Tianxin Mansion will be our home. Upon hearing this, Huang Min and Huang Xiaohai cheered and dashed into the mansion. Laughter filled the air. Father, mother, let us go inside. Huang Xiaolong called to Huang Peng and Su Yan. The two nodded, a sense of contentment swelling in their hearts. After a while, everyone gathered in the hall and took their seats according to rank. Huang Xiaolong instructed Fei Ho to arrange accommodations for his parents, sister, brother, and the guards and servants of Huang family village. Since Huang Xiaolong had previously given Fei Ho 1 million gold coins to purchase the surrounding estates, Tianxin Mansion had now expanded fourfold, so housing was not an issue. Feeling fatigued from their journey, Huang Xiaolong suggested that his family rest. Once they had departed, only Huang Xiaolong, Marshal Haoyan, and Fei Ho remained in the hall. How is the investigation progressing? Huang Xiaolong inquired of Marshal Haoyan, who had been tasked with looking into the situation regarding the Great Sword sect. Marshal Haoyan rose respectfully, replying, Esteemed sect leader, our inquiries have borne fruit. Currently, the Great Sword sect has over 30,000 disciples. Aside from the deceased Lu Wei, there is also a congenital expert, Lu Wei and Appo's master, Yu Chun, who is the former sect leader and is at the mid-stage of the second level of congenital strength. Yu Chun, mid-stage of the second level of congenital strength. Huang Xiaolong nodded, acknowledging that his strength was comparable to that of Marshal Haoyan. Subsequently, Marshal Haoyan reported on the status of the other disciples at the 9th and 10th levels. After listening to the report, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's brow furrowed. It seemed that annihilating the Great Sword sect would not be an easy task. Though they had only one congenital expert, Yu Chun, as a significant sect of the violent Dragon Kingdom, they still had numerous 9th and 10th level disciples. Moreover, Marshal Haoyan could not dispatch troops to eliminate them, as doing so would likely incite a war between the two nations. Unless Marshal Haoyan or Fei Ho and Appo's master, Yu Ming, were present, they would have the strength to eradicate the Great Sword sect. However, Yu Ming had returned to the headquarters of the Shura sect and would not return from the Xingyun continent for over a year. It appeared they would have to wait for Yu Ming and Appo's return. For now, with his parents, sister, and brother safe in Luotong King and Appo's city, as long as Yu Chun did not personally come forward, they would be protected by the Marshal and Appo's guards and would not be in immediate danger. After a while, Marshal Haoyan and Fei Ho took their leave. It seems I must hasten my breakthrough to the 7th level, Huang Xiaolong mused. Once he achieved the 7th level, he could unlock the first level of the Linglong Pagoda, obtaining its legendary body refinement technique, the Linglong Golden Body, coupled with his innate soul technique. He would be well equipped to confront 8th level experts. Furthermore, with the unlocking of the first level of the Linglong Pagoda, he would acquire the Flame Dragon Pearl, which he could use to enhance the cultivation of his family. For every increment in their strength, their chances of self-preservation would increase. Moreover, breaking through to the 7th level would trigger the second transformation of his martial spirit, an event Huang Xiaolong eagerly anticipated. Generally, achieving the 7th level would also empower his innate soul technique. And there was even a chance for a new innate soul technique to awaken during the second transformation of his martial spirit. Though the probability was slim, the higher the martial spirit's level, the greater the chances. Returning to his chamber, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, summoning his dual dragon martial spirit and commencing his training. Throughout the month-long journey, he had not slackened his cultivation efforts. With the flame dragon chi emanating from the Linglong Pagoda continuously refining his body and enhancing his fighting spirit, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's power consistently grew. The barrier to the 7th level thinning. He had a premonition that he would undoubtedly break through within the month. Chapter 90. The Wrath of the Underworld King. As night descended, Huang Xiaolong ceased his cultivation of the Shura technique, and the moonlight cast a hazy glow while thin black clouds occasionally drifted across the sky. Upon entering the courtyard, Huang Xiaolong advanced with his right foot, bending his knee. and raised his right fist forward while his left arm rested behind his back, channeling the energy route of the fifth stance of the Jin Jing. He continuously inhaled and exhaled, and soon, torrents of spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged toward him. Having left Huang family village over a year ago, Huang Xiaolong had not only advanced to the fifth stance of the Jin Jing, known as the pulling 9 oxen and amp, oppos, s-tails, but had also reached its peak. On the verge of breaking into the sixth stance, his internal energy was now profound. As he breathed, white mist continuously escaped from his nostrils. In terms of internal cultivation, he could be considered a master akin to the experts of his previous life on Earth. As night faded into dawn, Huang Xiaolong concluded his Jin Jing practice. Following this, he summoned the Shura blade and soared into the air. While suspended, he swung the Shura blade, and instantly, countless blade lights transformed into a torrential rain of blades, enveloping the surroundings. However, at that moment, the violent blade rain abruptly changed into a gentle drizzle, so fine it was nearly imperceptible. Within this rain, the sound of the Shura weeping echoed, lingering without respite. After a while, Huang Xiaolong paused, exhaling a breath of stale air. After more than a year of arduous training, he had finally perfected the second move of the Shura sword technique, known as Tears of the Shura. The essence of this move was fully grasped by him. What remained was merely the support of fighting spirit. As his fighting spirit advanced, the power of this technique would grow stronger. Now, it was time to cultivate the third move, Huang Xiaolong thought, retrieving the diagram from the Shura ring and studying the third move of the Shura sword technique. The third move, the Wrath of the Underworld King. He meticulously reviewed the attacking posture and the energy flow of the Wrath of the Underworld King, committing each detail to memory. With the diagram secured, he stood still and, without warning, propelled himself forward, gliding like a meteor for several meters, and with a sudden slash of the Shura blade, 2 blazing red blade lights manifested, surging forward with relentless fury, reminiscent of the wrath of the Underworld King. After delivering the strike, Huang Xiaolong halted a few meters away and remained motionless, reflecting on the attacking posture and the diagram's description. Half an hour later, he moved again, executing the strike once more. As 2 fiery blade lights erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, surging forward with the intent to obliterate everything in their path. Finally coming to rest over 100 meters away. After yet another strike, he paused again. After half an hour, he attacked once more. Similar to his practice of the Hell Wind and Tears of the Shura, he attacked only after half an hour of contemplation, striving to comprehend the essence of the Wrath of the Underworld King. According to the diagram, when the Wrath of the Underworld King was perfected, its strike would erupt like a dormant volcano suddenly awakening, akin to a horde of demon beasts charging forth. And it would strike with such speed that enemies would perish before they could react. 3 days swiftly passed. During these days, aside from practicing the Shura technique in the Jin Jing, Huang Xiaolong dedicated himself to mastering the Wrath of the Underworld King. Occasionally, he would also practice the low-grade Earth-tier combat skill, Collapse Fist, which he had received as a reward for ranking first in the junior tournament. Compared to the Wrath of the Underworld King, mastering Collapse Fist was significantly simpler. With a punch, waves of energy erupted from his fist, crashing forth in successive layers. With his current fighting spirit, when Huang Xiaolong unleashed the Collapse Fist, it could shatter a towering rock formation several dozen meters away into countless fragments. 3 days later, Huang Xiaolong emerged from his courtyard. Today marked the opening day of the Starry Sky Academy, and he intended to pay a visit. Upon exiting the courtyard and entering the hall, he found his parents, sister, and younger brother present. Big brother, Huang Min and Huang Xiaohai exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to grasp Huang Xiaolong and Appo's hands. How was your time these past few days? Big brother, the royal city is amazing. There are countless places to explore. Huang Xiaohai interjected, his face beaming with excitement. Huang Xiaolong smiled, knowing that while he had been diligently practicing in the courtyard, these 2 little ones had been out adventuring every day, likely visiting more places than he had during his entire year in the royal city. Though it's fun, one must also strive to cultivate diligently, Huang Xiaolong advised, and the 2 children nodded in agreement. Don and Appos, worry big brother. I will surely work hard and defeat Huang Wei, Huang Min declared earnestly. Huang Xiaolong nodded. At that moment, his sister remained unaware that Huang Wei and his father and son had perished at the hands of the experts from the Great Sword sect. However, Huang Xiaolong refrained from enlightening her, believing it beneficial for her to have a goal to strive toward. Father, mother, Huang Xiaolong approached Huang Ping and Su Yan, inquiring if they had settled comfortably during their stay at the Tianshan mansion. Huang Ping smiled. They're in Appos. That's nothing to complain about. Nodding, Huang Xiaolong noted that his father had consumed the 4th-grade high-tier spirit pill, Starshine pill, while his mother had ingested the 5th-grade high-tier spirit pill, 7 Seas pill, resulting in both having made significant progress in their cultivation. Huang Peng had reached the 7th stage, nearing the pinnacle of the early 7th stage, while Su Yan had attained the mid-6th stage. By the way, Xiaolong, Miss Li Lu came looking for you yesterday, Su Yan suddenly remarked with a smile. However, after an hour, she left because you were in seclusion. Li Lu? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. Since today was the Academy and Appos' opening, it was likely that she had come to the royal city from Li family village. Xiaolong, that girl Li Lu is quite impressive, Su Yan continued. All right, mother. Enough of that, Huang Xiaolong said with a wry smile, fully aware of his mother's intentions, though both of them were still not yet 11 years old. Today marks the Academy and Appos' opening, and I must head there now. With that, Huang Xiaolong stood up, not waiting for Su Yan to say more, and swiftly left the hall. After exiting the hall, Huang Xiaolong made his way toward the Starry Sky Academy. Upon arrival, he noticed that students passing by instinctively stepped aside, their expressions a mix of awe and even fervor as they regarded him. Ignoring the whispers of the crowd, he headed directly to his class. As he entered, the previously noisy classroom fell silent, all students rising to their feet, including Jiang Tong, who appeared panic-stricken as he retreated from his seat, trembling all over. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want? He stammered, clearly terrified by Huang Xiaolong's presence. Chapter 91. Breaking through the 7th level upon witnessing Jiang Tong's fearful expression and reaction, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle, thinking he couldn't possibly appear that terrifying. Ignoring Jiang Tong, Huang Xiaolong took his seat. Despite rarely attending classes throughout the semester, his seat remained untouched, with no one daring to occupy it. Xiaolong, Li Lu exclaimed upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, her face lighting up with joy, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Huang Xiaolong nodded in acknowledgement. He noticed that Li Lu appeared slightly thinner after 2 months apart, yet her smile made her all the more endearing. After a considerable time had passed, Jiang Tong still hesitated to return to his seat, only doing so after the arrival of Xiong Meiqi. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, Xiong Meiqi seemed taken aback and a bit uneasy, stumbling over her words during the lecture, clearly distracted. After attending a single class, Huang Xiaolong left the classroom and made his way to the library. Now aware that the headquarters of the Shura sect was located on the Nebula continent, he wished to gather more information about it. The morning swiftly passed. When Huang Xiaolong emerged from the library, it was already noon. Although the new year had only just passed a month ago, the midday sun was already quite fierce, casting a warm glow upon him. Upon returning to Tianshan Mansion, he found that his younger siblings, Huang Min and Huang Xiaohai, were likely out exploring, as they were nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the spirit-eating purple monkey was also absent, often venturing into the Silver Moon Forest to hunt beasts and cultivate, returning only after several days. Though the children were away, his parents, Huang Ping and Su Yan, were present. Huang Xiaolong entered their courtyard and imparted a set of internal cultivation techniques to them, urging them to practice diligently. While Huang Peng and Su Yan faced limitations due to their martial soul talents, making it difficult for them to break through to the innate level. Internal cultivation presented a different opportunity. For instance, if Huang Xiaolong practiced the Jin Jing to the 10th stance, he could attain the status of an innate master in internal skills. Huang Xiaolong estimated that the strength of an innate master in internal cultivation bore a close resemblance to that of an innate warrior in this world. Upon hearing that their son's teachings could lead them to break through to the innate level, both Huang Ping and Su Yan were so elated that they couldn't stop smiling for half an hour. After sharing the techniques, Huang Xiaolong elaborated on some key points and clarified certain complex concepts regarding their practice. After more than 2 hours, Huang Xiaolong departed and returned to his own courtyard to continue his training in the Shura art and the wrath of the underworld king. Before long, a month had elapsed. During this time, Huang Xiaolong had remained in seclusion, dedicating himself solely to the Shura art, Jin Jing, and the wrath of the underworld king. One night, as Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on his cold jade bed, moonlight streamed in, illuminating him. Behind him, the black and blue twin dragon martial souls coiled, incessantly devouring the swirling 9 nether fiend chi. The 9 nether do qi in Huang Xiaolong and Amp Apos S meridians surged and roared. Above him, the Linglong treasure pagoda stood tall. As the fiery dragon qi continuously flowed into Huang Xiaolong and Apos S body. As he diligently operated the Shura art, the 9 nether do qi within his meridians accelerated, rolling and crashing against the barriers of the 7th level, which gradually grew thinner. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, suddenly, Huang Xiaolong's body trembled, and a faint cracking sound resonated within him. The 7th level barrier was finally breached, and the 9 nether do qi erupted in jubilant cheers, surging forward into the 7 layers of his meridians. At his core, a sea of energy spontaneously formed, condensing the 9 nether do qi flowing into it. Having broken through to the 7th level, the energy sea could now accommodate significantly more do qi. Previously, the do qi stored in his meridians resembled small rivers. Now, the energy sea gathered do qi akin to an expansive ocean. At the moment of his breakthrough, the black and blue twin dragon martial souls behind him visibly transformed, their bodies swelling and their scales becoming denser. Their claws grew robust, and both dragons roared towards the heavens, exuding a terrifying dragon might. Huang Xiaolong and Apos S body radiated with a flickering light, a layer of shimmering energy enveloping him. Joy surged within Huang Xiaolong. He had finally broken through to the 7th level. The transition from the 10th level of acquired to innate was marked by 2 significant milestones, the 4th and 7th levels. Most individuals required decades of cultivation to surpass the 7th level, with many failing to do so throughout their lives. Having achieved this milestone at just under 11 years old, Huang Xiaolong found himself among the ranks of formidable individuals in some small towns within the kingdom. He recalled that the first emperor of the Broken Blade Empire, a powerful figure, had only broken through to the 7th level at 13. Suppressing his elation, Huang Xiaolong continued to cycle through the Shura art, refining the 9 nether fiend qi that surged into his body. After his breakthrough, the black and blue dragons devoured the 9 nether fiend qi at a speed 3 times faster than during his peak at the late 6th level. As Huang Xiaolong's energy sea formed, it initially resembled a parched ocean. However, as he consistently refined the 9 nether fiend qi, the do qi within the energy sea increased. Simultaneously, the 9 nether do qi in the 7 layers of his meridians began to temper Huang Xiaolong's physical muscles, tendons, and skin. Prior to reaching the 7th level, do qi could not refine the skin, but this was now possible. As dawn and Amp Apos S light illuminated the earth, Huang Xiaolong ceased his cultivation, rising from the cold jade bed. He gazed skyward and let out a triumphant shout to express his joy at breaking through to the 7th level. After a night of cultivation and refinement, he felt a marked improvement in the resilience of his skin, a sensation he had never experienced before, and his muscles had become denser, with greater elasticity in his tendons. If a 10th level warrior's skin was tougher than leather, their muscles as hard as granite, and their tendons like springs with explosive power. Huang Xiaolong mused about what form he would take after soul transformation. Stepping out of his room and into the courtyard, he summoned the black and blue twin dragons, silently initiating the soul transformation method. Instantly, the dragons shimmered and entwined around him, commencing the process. First, Huang Xiaolong's arms sprouted a layer of fine dragon scales, with his left hand bearing black scales and his right hand adorned with blue ones. Soon, his entire body, save for his face, was enveloped in dragon scales. Remarkably, Huang Xiaolong felt no discomfort. It was as though the scales were an integral part of him. He sensed that, with this layer of dragon scales, his defense had surged to an astonishing level. This sensation of strength was the first impression Huang Xiaolong had after merging with his twin dragon martial souls, and he relished it. Post-transformation, the patterns of the black and blue dragon heads were etched on his back, emanating an overwhelming dragon might. Simultaneously, his eyes underwent a transformation. His left eye turned completely black, while his right eye became blue. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong unleashed a powerful punch, the force roaring forth, shattering a massive decorative rock several dozen meters away into a cascade of rubble. Chapter 92, opening the Linglong treasure tower after a moment. Huang Xiaolong slowly dispelled his soul transformation. The dragon scales that enveloped his body and the twin dragon heads emblazoned on his back vanished, leaving him with a sense of exhaustion. Although soul transformation enhanced his strength, the consumption of fighting spirit was exceedingly great, especially since Huang Xiaolong had just recently broken through to the 7th rank. Once he dispelled the soul transformation, A flicker of blue light suddenly shimmered from the bottom to the top of Huang Xiaolong and Apos' body. As these blue lights flickered, the fatigue he experienced from the soul transformation dissipated instantly, and the fighting spirit within his meridians and energy sea gradually replenished. This was the third innate soul skill awakened after Huang Xiaolong's martial soul metamorphosis. Instant recovery. Instant recovery. In approximately 10 breaths, Huang Xiaolong's fighting spirit, depleted from the soul transformation, was completely restored. Although it took 10 breaths, this was already astonishingly remarkable. In many respects, this instant recovery was far superior to his previous skills of spatial concealment and shadow movement. With instant recovery, combined with spatial concealment, Huang Xiaolong no longer needed to worry about the depletion of fighting spirit after his soul transformation. However, the only regret was that instant recovery could only restore fighting spirit and not heal injuries. After 10 breaths, with his fighting spirit fully restored, Huang Xiaolong's form vanished into thin air, taking the chair beside him along with him. After several breaths, he materialized back into space. Once he appeared, Huang Xiaolong moved swiftly within the courtyard, reappearing 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. This time, with the metamorphosis of his martial soul. Not only did Huang Xiaolong awaken his third innate soul skill, but the previous two skills, spatial concealment and shadow movement, were also significantly enhanced. Previously, when Huang Xiaolong utilized spatial concealment, he could only conceal one person alongside himself, but now he could conceal two. As for shadow movement, after enhancement, it allowed him to instantaneously teleport within a 10-meter radius, doubling the speed of the Prince Liu Kai, who possessed the Tianping martial soul. Taking a deep breath, Huang Xiaolong felt elated. He had not anticipated that this breakthrough to the 7th rank and the metamorphosis of his martial soul would not only awaken his third innate soul skill, but also significantly enhance the power of the previous two skills. Next, Huang Xiaolong summoned the Linglong Treasure Tower. According to Yu Ming, breaking through to the 7th rank would allow him to unlock the first layer of the Linglong Treasure Tower. Huang Xiaolong circulated his Jiuyo fighting spirit and, following Yu Ming and Apos' instructions, waved his hands to channel the Jiuyo fighting spirit into the Linglong Treasure Tower. The moment the fighting spirit entered, the tower emitted a flash of light and instantly absorbed Huang Xiaolong's Jiuyo fighting spirit. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback, and just then, a brilliant light flashed before him, transporting him to an unfamiliar space. This space was not large, only several hundred square meters, with walls forged from an unknown material rising several dozen meters high. Was this the first layer of the Linglong Treasure Tower? Huang Xiaolong and Apos' eyes widened. This was not something Yu Ming had mentioned. The Linglong Treasure Tower possessed its own space, and the owner could actually enter? Could it be that, after the initial astonishment, Huang Xiaolong was filled with joy? For he discovered that the spiritual energy within this space was far denser and purer than that outside. Above, several meters high, floated clouds of flame dragon energy. And cultivating here, absorbing these clouds, was dozens of times better than training in the Dragon Flame Valley. Suspended above the flame dragon clouds were numerous thumb-sized fiery red beads, shimmering brilliantly like stars in the night sky. However, while the stars shone white, these beads glowed a fiery red. Flame dragon pearls. A thought flashed through Huang Xiaolong and Apos' mind. This must undoubtedly be the flame dragon pearls that Yu Ming had mentioned. 1, 2, 3. Huang Xiaolong counted and was astonished to find a total of 108 flame dragon pearls. He had not anticipated so many. These pearls would not only suffice for his own cultivation for some time, but also allow his parents, sister, and brother to cultivate as well. At that moment, suddenly, a fiery red light enveloped him from above. Before Huang Xiaolong could react, the light surrounded him, and he found a set of body refining techniques, the Linglong Golden Body, surfacing in his mind. The Linglong Golden Body consisted of 9 layers, each breakthrough granting miraculous effects. And upon reaching the 9th layer, one would possess a body as tough as the Linglong Treasure Tower, rendering them virtually invincible in defense. Huang Xiaolong recited the techniques of the Linglong Golden Body in his mind, and after a while, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the technique. Not long after, a layer of fiery red golden light, akin to that of the Linglong Treasure Tower, enveloped his body. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong finally ceased his cultivation. After several hours of practice, he felt that mysterious forces had surged within his muscles, tendons, and skin, solidifying and strengthening them, enhancing his defense significantly. Upon concluding his cultivation of the Linglong Golden Body, Huang Xiaolong gazed at the hovering flame dragon pearls above. With a thought, He reached out with his right palm and summoned one of the pearls down. The flame dragon pearl felt warm to the touch, akin to a sphere heated to 50 or 60 degrees. Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth and swallowed the flame dragon pearl. As it entered his body, it transformed into waves of intense heat, sweeping through every corner of his being. Hastily, Huang Xiaolong activated the Shura technique to refine these fiery currents, causing the Jiyo fighting spirit within his meridians to continuously surge and roll, gradually changing color from a dense gray to a pale black. Much like his earlier experience in the Dragon Flame Valley, black blood began to seep from his body. This signified the expulsion of impurities hidden deep within. Previously, while Huang Xiaolong had refined himself with the flame dragon energy, only surface impurities had been eradicated, leaving deeper impurities unaddressed. Several hours passed. The black blood on Huang Xiaolong and Appo's body formed clots. A day later, these clots began to shed, only for new black blood to seep through afterward, and this cycle continued. After 5 days, no more black blood emerged. Each time he refined a flame dragon pearl, Huang Xiaolong would summon another from above and continue his cultivation. After 10 days, having consumed 10 flame dragon pearls, he finally halted his practice, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort, as if the burden of 100 kilograms had been lifted from his shoulders. After 10 days of cultivation, Huang Xiaolong and Appo's fighting spirit had once again advanced, nearing the pinnacle of the early 7th rank. He estimated that if he could continuously consume the flame dragon pearls while cultivating within the Linglong treasure tower, he would reach the early 7th rank and Appo's peak in another half-month, and break through to the mid-7th rank in 2 months. However, considering Huang Xiaolong's cultivation method, consuming all 108 flame dragon pearls would only sustain him for 3 to 4 months. Moreover, given the Linglong treasure tower and Appo's rate of absorbing spiritual energy to condense flame dragon pearls, it would take 10 days to form just one. Thus, Huang Xiaolong needed to devise a way to accelerate the tower and Appo's rate of condensing flame dragon pearls. Chapter 93. Promotion Assessment. Huang Xiaolong gazed at the flame dragon pearl suspended above the pagoda, and a sudden thought struck him. He retrieved an iron fruit from the Shura ring. At that moment, an unexpected force of absorption emanated from above the pagoda, causing the essence of the iron fruit to continuously waft into the air. Gradually, the iron fruit shriveled at a visible rate until it completely vanished from sight. The pagoda, having absorbed the essence of the iron fruit, began to condense the flame dragon chi, showing signs of coalescing into a flame dragon pearl. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this method was effective. He then took out another iron fruit, which was promptly consumed by the exquisite pagoda. After utilizing several iron fruits consecutively, the pagoda finally coalesced another flame dragon pearl. Observing the newly formed flame dragon pearl, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but bitterly smile. Although he realized that spirit fruits and herbs like the iron fruit could expedite the creation of the flame dragon pearl, the cost was rather exorbitant. Over a dozen iron fruits. Currently, he had scarcely more than 10 remaining in his Shura ring. While such spirit fruits were available at auctions and trading markets, the prices were daunting. Even a king like Lu Zhi could hardly afford them. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong extracted over 100 duqi pills from the Shura ring. After the pagoda consumed these duqi pills, it managed to condense yet another flame dragon pearl. The cost of over 100 duqi pills for a single flame dragon pearl was scarcely more economical than that of the iron fruits. He wondered if the demon beast's demon cores would yield any results. A sudden thought crossed his mind. However, he realized he did not possess any demon cores within his Shura ring. After a while, Huang Xiaolong exited the exquisite pagoda and summoned Fei Ho to the hall, giving him 100,000 gold coins to procure demon cores at the auction and trading markets. Although Fei Ho was puzzled by Huang Xiaolong and Appo's intent to purchase a large quantity of demon cores, he dared not inquire further. Over an hour later, Fei Ho returned, having followed Huang Xiaolong and Appo's instructions to acquire several dozen 7th-level demon cores. Once Fei Ho returned with the demon cores, Huang Xiaolong eagerly entered the exquisite pagoda and retrieved the cores. As he had anticipated, the pagoda was indeed capable of absorbing the volatile essence contained within the demon cores. In no time, the essence from over 47th-level demon cores was entirely consumed by the pagoda, turning to dust and dissipating. Following the consumption of the demon cores, The pagoda once again coalesced two more flame dragon pearls. At this, Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of relief, thankfully. Over 47th level demon cores had yielded 2 flame dragon pearls. This translated to a cost of 50,000 gold coins per pearl, significantly more manageable than the iron fruits or duki pills. However, 50,000 gold coins still constituted a considerable sum, prompting Huang Xiaolong to decide to hunt demon beasts in the Silver Moon Forest. This time, he planned to spend even longer than his previous visit. So before heading to the Silver Moon Forest, he intended to visit the academy to apply for the promotion assessment to the 2nd year, as he had just broken through to the 7th level. The following day, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Starry Sky Academy and made his way directly to the principal's office. Typically, one would only need to consult the academic director for a promotion assessment application. However, approval could take 10 days to half a month. By approaching Sun Zhang and Xiang Chu directly, he could circumvent such delays. Upon entering the principal and Apos' office, he found both Sun Zhang and Xiang Chu present. Their eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, and they quickly stood up with smiles. "Xiaolong, what brings you here today? Have you encountered any issues with your training?" Sun Zhang inquired cheerfully. "If you have any problems, feel free to share them with us," Xiang Chu added, assuming Huang Xiaolong had come seeking advice. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and replied, "I am here to apply for the promotion assessment to the 2nd year." The two men paused in astonishment, exchanging glances and widening their eyes. "You mean to say you have broken through to the 7th level?" Sun Zhang exclaimed, incredulously. "It has barely been 3 months since the last grade competition, even with the Starry Pill and the 7 Seas Pill. It seems implausible for you to have advanced so quickly." They had estimated that it would take at least a year for Huang Xiaolong to achieve such a breakthrough. Xiang Chu also looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong nodded affirmatively. Upon releasing his duki, the truth was undeniable. 7th level. They both exclaimed in excitement as the reality sank in. After a lengthy moment, they gradually returned from their state of shock. Sun Zhang and Xiang Chu exchanged glances, astonished that Huang Xiaolong had once again surprised them in less than 3 months. If he continued at this pace, he would likely surpass expectations and secure first place in the Academy and Apos' overall competition within a decade, eventually representing the Academy in the imperial city of the Broken Blade Empire for the imperial battle. "What about my application for the promotion assessment?" Huang Xiaolong asked, noticing that Sun Zhang and Xiang Chu remained silent, gazing intently at him. Realizing they had been lost in thought, Sun Zhang and Xiang Chu quickly snapped back to attention. "Xiaolong, we never imagined you would break through to the 7th level so swiftly." Sun Zhang beamed at him. "Your application for the promotion assessment has been approved. Tomorrow, the students and teachers from Class 6 of the 2nd year will head to the border to eliminate bandits. You can accompany them. As long as you successfully eliminate 10 bandits, you will pass the assessment." Prince Lu Kai also applied for the promotion assessment 2 days ago. Xiang Chu added with a smile. "Tomorrow, he will accompany Class 6 as well. Lu Kai is coming too." Huang Xiaolong paused, then nodded and took his leave from the two men. As he departed, Sun Zhang and Xiang Chu personally escorted him out of the principal and Apos' office, watching his retreating figure in silence until he disappeared from view. "I am increasingly eager to see how much this young man will grow in 10 years, Sun Zhang remarked. Xiang Chu replied, "Perhaps in 100 years, our Starry Sky Academy may still rely on this young man for protection." Sun Zhang nodded in agreement, deeply convinced of this prospect. After leaving the principal's office, Huang Xiaolong did not go to class but returned directly to the Tianshan mansion, continuing his cultivation within the exquisite pagoda, absorbing the flame dragon pearls. A day quickly passed. The next morning, as Huang Xiaolong arrived at the academy square, he noticed that many students from Class 6 of the 2nd year had already gathered. Among them, he recognized Yi Yong, who had secured first place in Class 6 during the last grade competition. Yi Yong had trained alongside Huang Xiaolong and others in the Dragon Flame Valley. Chapter 94. The eerie town. Huang Xiaolong arrived at the square, where all the students of Class 6, Year 2, turned to look at him with complex expressions. The news of Huang Xiaolong's breakthrough to the 7th tier and his application for advancement had spread throughout the Starry Sky Academy shortly after his return to the Tianshan mansion yesterday. Once again, Huang Xiaolong had become the focal point of discussions within the academy. Yi Yong approached Huang Xiaolong from the crowd, smiling as he said, "Xiaolong, I never expected that in less than 3 months since we last met, you would have broken through to the 7th tier." "It was merely luck," Huang Xiaolong replied. "Luck?" Yi Yong shook his head with a smile. "If luck were sufficient to reach the 7th tier, then the vast majority of individuals in the martial soul world would not remain stagnant at the 4th, 5th, or 6th tiers throughout their lives. Breaking through to the 7th tier is certainly not something that can be achieved by mere chance. At that moment, from a distance, Lu Kai arrived at the square, accompanied by royal guards. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong, he appeared neither surprised nor shocked, clearly having heard of Huang Xiaolong and Appo's recent achievements. However, Lu Kai felt a complex mix of emotions as he regarded Huang Xiaolong. After this advancement assessment, the two would be in the same class, becoming classmates. Let us have a contest during this assessment, shall we? Lu Kai proposed, looking at Huang Xiaolong. The wager is 300,000. 300,000? Very well. How shall we compete? Huang Xiaolong, not one to refuse such a generous offer, readily accepted. Since this assessment involves eradicating bandits, let us see who can eliminate the most, Lu Kai suggested. Though he had lost to Huang Xiaolong in the year-end competition, he believed that the task of defeating bandits was not solely reliant on strength, and he did not think he would be outmatched in this endeavor. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement with Lu Kai's proposal. Soon, all the students of Class 6, Year 2 gathered, and their homeroom teacher, a beautiful woman named Chen Ferong, joined them. Unlike Xiong Meiqi, who exuded a cold and aloof demeanor, Chen Ferong was like a fresh and gentle lily, speaking with a warm smile and a calm presence. She was to lead the group in the mission to eradicate bandits. After greeting Huang Xiaolong and Lu Kai with a smile, Chen Ferong, well aware of their reputations, was informed the previous day by the academy's principal, Sun Zhang, and Xiong Chu, to ensure the safety of both students during the mission, regardless of what occurred. Therefore, despite leading the group, she was accompanied by 2 other 10th-tier strong practitioners. Now that everyone is here, let us set off, Chen Ferong declared. After more than an hour, they departed from Luotong Royal City, heading toward the border. Half a month passed. Everyone, be cautious. This area is notorious for bandit activity. Although these bandits may not be particularly strong, they often appear in large numbers, sometimes exceeding 100, and they employ extremely brutal tactics. If we encounter them, do not show mercy, Chen Ferong warned, standing before a desolate town. After a month of travel, they reached their destination at the border between Luotong Kingdom and the Violent Dragon Kingdom. According to Chen Ferong, these bandits often crossed into Luotong territory from the Violent Dragon Kingdom, evading the watchful eyes of the Luotong guards, committing heinous acts of arson and pillage, and swiftly retreating back to the Violent Dragon Kingdom, much to the frustration of the Luotong military. After a warning, Chen Ferong led the group into the eerie town ahead. Upon entering, they found the streets eerily deserted, devoid of any human presence. The buildings lining the streets were tightly shut, exuding a strange silence, with only the occasional sight of smoke rising from some structures. After a while, Chen Ferong instructed the group to split into 3 teams, with her and the 2 10th-tier practitioners each leading a group of over 20 individuals. They would operate separately and regroup at the entrance of the town, signaling each other if they encountered bandits. Huang Xiaolong and Lu Kai were assigned to the same team under Chen Ferong's leadership. They continued along the streets of the town for over an hour, yet no one was in sight. The entire town emanated a sense of desolation, despair, and eeriness. Strange. Where have all the people of this town gone? Not a single shadow in sight. Yi Yong, who was in Huang Xiaolong's team, furrowed his brow and spoke up. Could they all be dead? But if they were, where are the bodies? Lu Kai interjected. Not only did they see no people, but there were also no corpses or even signs of struggle. It was as if the entire population of the town had mysteriously vanished. Huang Xiaolong also frowned in concern. As they pressed onward, they reached the northern area of the town when suddenly Huang Xiaolong halted. What is this? The scent of blood, he exclaimed. Indeed. It was the unmistakable stench of blood. Although faint, Huang Xiaolong could clearly discern it. Since his breakthrough to the 7th tier and the second transformation of his martial soul, his senses had been significantly heightened. Yi Yong and Lu Kai, surprised by Huang Xiaolong's sudden stop, were about to inquire when, in an instant, Huang Xiaolong dashed forward. Huang Xiaolong, Chen Ferong called out, quickly following behind him along with Lu Kai and the others. Not long after, Huang Xiaolong spotted 2 middle-aged men in strange attire standing on the street ahead. They looked around nervously, and upon noticing Huang Xiaolong and the others, their faces turned pale with fear, and they turned to flee. Before their arrival, Chen Ferong had described the characteristics of the bandits' attire, and it was evident that these 2 fleeing men were indeed bandits from the Violent Dragon Kingdom. Trying to escape? Huang Xiaolong smirked coldly, activating his soul skill, Shadow Flash. And in a blink, he appeared 10 meters away, then swiftly moved behind one of the men. With a swift motion of his Shura blade, he sliced through the man and Amp, Apos, neck, while he merely punched the other man away without killing him. After sending him flying, Huang Xiaolong approached the remaining man, gazing at him coldly. "Tell me, where have all the townspeople gone?" The middle-aged man and Amp, Apos' face was filled with terror as he pleaded, "Do not kill me. I will tell you. The townspeople are all in the square ahead." He pointed in the indicated direction. However, before he could finish his sentence, Huang Xiaolong's finger pierced through his forehead. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong dashed toward the location the man had indicated. At that moment, Chen Feirong and the others arrived. Looking at the two lifeless bandit bodies sprawled on the ground, Chen Feirong turned to Yi Yong and instructed, "Quickly, signal the other two teams." "Yes, teacher," Yi Yong replied. Retrieving a signal flare from his pocket, he activated it, and a blue light shot into the sky. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong finally reached the square indicated by the middle-aged man. Before him lay a spacious square capable of accommodating thousands, littered with lifeless bodies. Some bodies were missing limbs. Others had no heads, and some had their innards ripped out. These bodies belonged to the townspeople. The air was thick with the stench of blood. In the square, hundreds of bandits wielding blades continued their slaughter of the remaining townsfolk, their screams echoing in the air. To Huang Xiaolong's horror, there were over 300 bandits present. Chapter 95. The Ningwu family. Upon arriving at the square, Huang Xiaolong was met with a gruesome scene that ignited an overwhelming fury within him. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes radiated a fierce, murderous intent. Soon after, Chen Feirong, Lu Kai, Yi Yong, and others arrived, equally enraged. As Huang Xiaolong and his companions approached, the band of ruffians, who had been reveling in their slaughter, halted and turned their gaze toward them. Emerging from the throng was a middle-aged bandit, his face partially obscured by a black hat, who surveyed Huang Xiaolong and his companions before his gaze fell upon Chen Feirong's alluring figure. With a smirk, he remarked, "Just moments ago, I claimed this town lacked any decent women, yet here one stands before us. Brothers, we shall enjoy her after I'm done. Wait your turn." A chorus of cheers erupted from the 300 bandits. Chen Feirong's face flushed with indignation as she glared at him. The bandit leader, encouraged by her reaction, chuckled sinisterly. "Don't worry, my dear. You'll have quite the experience with hundreds of us." With a wave of his hand, the bandits swiftly surrounded Huang Xiaolong and his companions. Huang Xiaolong observed the encircling ruffians with a cold demeanor. At that moment, the bandit leader issued a chilling command: "Spare the women, but slay all the men." As his words fell, Huang Xiaolong sprang into action, wielding the blade of Shura, and a cacophony of screams ensued. Lu Kai, Yi Yong, and the others joined the fray, and Chen Feirong struck down several advancing bandits before leaping toward the leader with a powerful blow. The bandit leader, unfazed, smirked and ordered, "Capture that little wench. But take care not to harm her, it would ruin the fun." The surrounding bandits responded with fervor, rushing toward Chen Feirong. Though she was a formidable 9th-tier warrior, the sheer number of bandits overwhelmed her. Most were 7th tier, with several being 8th tier, and Chen Feirong found herself in a precarious position. As she deftly evaded the attacks of multiple 8th-tier bandits, she noticed Lu Kai and Yi Yong struggling against the onslaught, their situation dire. However, upon spotting Huang Xiaolong, her attention was momentarily captivated. He was weaving through the throng of bandits with astounding speed, his blade cutting down foes with lethal precision, each strike claiming a life. Even among the mid-tier and late-tier 7th-rank bandits, Huang Xiaolong's speed was astonishing, surpassing that of most peak 7th-tier warriors. Chen Feirong gasped in astonishment. But there was no time for her to ponder his extraordinary agility. Urgently, she called out, "Everyone, summon your martial spirits and fight with all your might. We just need to hold on for 5 more minutes." In 5 minutes, the other two groups would arrive, ensuring their safety. Following her command, Lu Kai, Yi Yong, and the others summoned their martial spirits. Simultaneously, the bandits did the same, preparing for a ferocious assault. The bandit leader, observing Huang Xiaolong's prowess, felt a flicker of apprehension as he witnessed his men falling before him. Suddenly, the leader launched himself at Huang Xiaolong, executing a powerful strike from above. "Die, you little brat," he bellowed, as a massive, energy-infused palm descended like a tempest. "Watch out," Lu Kai and Yi Yong shouted in alarm. Chen Feirong's expression turned grave. She understood the significance of Huang Xiaolong and Apos' safety. His well-being was paramount in their mission against the bandits. "Get away from him," Chen Farong shouted, struggling against the grip of several 8th-tier bandits. As the leader and imp, Appos, S attack drew near, she unleashed her martial spirit, Ice Cloud, enveloping her in a radiant glow. With a sweeping motion, she summoned the power of winter, freezing the air around her. Freeze the heavens, she proclaimed, as icy shards erupted, momentarily pushing back the attacking bandits. Yet, despite her efforts, she was unable to reach Huang Xiaolong in time. Just as the leader and imp, Appos, S strike was about to connect, Huang Xiaolong vanished. The palm strike missing him entirely and crashing into the ground, sending debris flying. The bandit leader's smile faltered. Just then, anguished cries echoed as Huang Xiaolong reappeared several meters away, dispatching 2 more bandits with swift strikes of his blade. Ignoring the astonished looks of those around him, he continued his relentless assault. Kill him. Slay this brat. The bandit leader roared, regaining his composure and lunging once more at Huang Xiaolong. However, just as he did, a figure descended from above, delivering a crushing blow that sent the leader spiraling to the ground. The newcomer was a 10th-tier powerhouse from the Starry Sky Academy. Summoned by their distress signals, Chen Farong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Soon, the other 2 groups of students and another 10th-tier warrior arrived, swiftly turning the tide of battle. With their combined might, the remaining 8th-tier bandits were dispatched in no time, and soon, only the bandit leader remained. As Chen Farong approached him, sword in hand, a cold glint in her eyes, he shouted desperately, I am from the Ningwu family of the Violent Dragon Kingdom. My brother is the family head. Do you dare to kill me? The mention of the Ningwu family shocked everyone. They were the foremost family in the Violent Dragon Kingdom, explaining the ruffians and imp, Appos, formidable strength. Yet, before he could finish, Huang Xiaolong and imp, Appos, S blade of Shura sliced through the air, severing his throat. I am Huang Xiaolong of the Starry Sky Academy, Huang Xiaolong declared coldly. And what of the Ningwu family?